Sword God Chapter 2336 to Chapter 2388. The minor dual polarity sky ceiling sword formation focused on defense, the minor heavenly cycle sword formation focused on offense, kill. When Qin Zong's combat strength had increased to the 12th star of the super extreme grade, the power of each sword light had increased tremendously. Even the power of the sword formation had increased tremendously. The barbaric dragon warrior was immediately affected by the minor heavenly cycle sword formation's attack on his mind and blood, which interfered with him to a certain extent. The power of each sword light was very tyrannical. They continued to attack and directly blocked the barbaric dragon warrior's attack. However, the barbaric dragon warrior had fused with the twins. Its battle prowess surpassed the limits of the hero level. It was not easy to kill it. The sword light pierced through the air and bombarded him, but it was dodged and resisted. It was difficult to break through his armor. Qin Zong was inside the minor dual polarity sky ceiling sword formation. He controlled the minor heavenly cycle sword formation to continuously attack. The mysterious changes of the minor heavenly cycle sword formation not only blocked the barbaric dragon warrior's counterattack, but also restrained him so that he couldn't escape. His combat strength should have reached the divine power realm, barely reaching the divine power realm's 1-star level. After some resistance, Qin Zong compared the last heavenly essence beast in the sky essence secret zone, which had a 1-star divine power realm's combat strength, to determine the barbaric dragon warrior's combat strength. The reason it was slightly inferior was probably because the barbaric dragon warrior's strength hadn't truly reached the divine power realm's level. That was a qualitative change. Without a qualitative change, even if it surpassed the limit, it would only exceed the limit in terms of quantity. It wouldn't truly reach the divine power realm's level of combat strength. Even so, it was still very shocking. Such combat strength was enough to sweep away all the hero grade and Yuan underworld grade powerhouses. Of course, Qin Zong was an exception. The sword world, the supreme inheritance of the strongest sword cultivator during the Middle Ages, wasn't that simple. If it was that simple, it wouldn't be considered the greatest accomplishment of the strongest sword cultivator's lifetime. Apart from the god spirit demon heart, the sword world was Qin Zong's greatest trump card and technique. Boom! Boom! Every strike from the barbarian dragon hero was like a falling meteor. The power contained within was extremely terrifying and violent. Unstoppable was not enough to describe it. Even a true 1-star transcendent realm expert would need to use their true strength to deal with it, or they would be injured or even killed. Such violent and continuous attacks were completely resisted by the minor universe sword formation, and they were unable to break through. However, every single strand of sword light shook without end, and they dispersed the violent force of every single strike into nothingness. If it were before the breakthrough, the minor heavenly cycle sword array would not have been able to trap the other party and would have been quickly destroyed. But after the breakthrough, the sword flashes had improved along with the breakthrough, becoming stronger. It was enough to block and trap the other party, constantly attacking to deplete the other party's strength. Even if one's combat strength exceeded the limits of brave, it was impossible for them to be exhausted endlessly. When the barbarian dragon hero ran out of power, he would die. A battle of attrition. At the moment, Qin Zong was fighting a battle of attrition with the other party. This also proved that Qin Zong's current combat strength had also surpassed the Yuan underworld realm and reached the transcendent realm. It was infinitely close to the star grade. In general, the combat strength of an ordinary cultivator would not be too strong when they broke through to the next realm. They would not be able to reach the star grade and would need a period of integration and cultivation before they could reach the star grade. In that case, the barbarian dragon hero and Qin Zong's current combat strength was equivalent to that of an ordinary cultivator who had just broken through to the transcendent realm. This level of battle was already close to a battle between a transcendent realm expert and a barbarian general. It was extremely shocking and unimaginable. This was a level that a Yuan underworld realm expert and a brave realm expert could reach. The fierce battle continued and his strength was constantly depleted, but Qin Zong had no intention of using the god spirit demon heart. This was a battle that belonged to him, and he could handle it at this level. He had come to the northern battlefront with the intention of contributing to the human race and also with the intention of tempering himself. At the same time, he could not really control the direction of the battle in the northern battlefront with the god spirit demon heart. At best, he could only change the situation in a small area. The barbarian race would not be defeated so easily. Perhaps one day, he would be able to consider the issue of completely defeating the barbarian race when he reached the sovereign grade. For now, he had to seize every opportunity to temper himself and improve himself as much as possible. Killing the barbarian dragon hero was not enough to change the situation in the northern battlefront. Defeating the barbarian race in the 15th battlefront was not enough to change the situation in the northern battlefront. Even recovering 10 or 20 intermediate battlefronts was not enough to change the situation in the northern battlefront. This was because the level of power was too low. Furthermore, Xianxia had a feeling that the barbarian race still had a backup plan. It was not that simple. The barbarian race should have found out about him very clearly. They would not have challenged him so easily. The barbarian race roared. He had not expected to be surrounded by the barbarian race even though he had unleashed his strongest combat power. He could not break the encirclement of the sword formation at all. Moreover, every wave of attack from the sword formation carried terrifying power. If this went on, he would be the first to run out of energy. The fusion of twins was a talent, but it would also increase the consumption of one's power. It was not something that could be easily used. Otherwise, there was no need to wait until the critical moment to use it. Burn, without hesitation, the barbarian race immediately burned his totem power. This time, he did not burn half of his totem power. After the fusion of twins, half of his totem power could no longer be used. He had to burn all of his totem power. This kind of burning was equivalent to risking his life. Fortunately, the barbarian race was talented and had a high-end bloodline. They would not die after burning their totem power once. The barbarian race could burn their totem power thrice. They would only truly die after burning their totem power thrice. This was the first time that the barbarian race had burned their totem power. When they were twins, one of them could burn their totem power thrice, but after the fusion, they could only burn their totem power thrice. This was a law of the Great Path that could not be violated. Under the burning, the barbarian race warrior's combat power surged. It did not just double, but became even stronger. With a boom, the sword radiance was instantly broken. Countless cracks appeared. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the barbarian race warrior immediately turned into a beam of light and rushed out of the place where the sword radiance was broken. He charged at Xianxia at an astonishing speed. This attack was extremely terrifying. It was about to kill Xianxia directly. However, there were still 144 beams of sword radiance revolving around Xianxia. They were rotating slowly. It was the small dual pole space sealing sword formation. Xianxia pointed his finger at the barbarian race warrior and said, "Go." He drew an arc in the air with his finger like a sword and pointed at the barbarian race warrior. In an instant, the 144 beams of sword radiance of the small dual pole space sealing sword formation immediately rushed toward the barbarian race warrior and surrounded him. The power of yin and yang intertwined and was activated to the extreme, trapping the barbarian race warrior. Freeze! In just an instant, the barbarian race warrior's momentum paused. Even the space around him seemed to have been locked down. He could not move at all. Then, the 100 beams of sword radiance rapidly gathered and started to condense. 100 swords become one. This time, Xianxia condensed the 100 swords become one at a much faster speed than the last time. However, he still needed some time. He used the small dual pole space sealing sword formation to trap the barbarian race warrior and then used the 100 swords become one. The 100 swords become one at the super supreme level would be many times more powerful than when he fought against the Cthulhu King statue in the Tianhong world. Condense, merge, sword after sword merged. The sword radiance became more and more dazzling and resplendent. It was like a sword that had been tempered thousands of times. It was like forging a divine weapon. Xianxia suddenly realized this. There was a slight change in the way the sword radiance merged. The merging speed increased by several times. The barbarian race warrior only had one last chance to burn his totem power for the second time. If he used it again, he would die. He could not die before he killed the human prodigy. However, he had to break the sword radiance formation with this attack. With a boom, the power of this attack surpassed the 1-star level of the transcendent realm and approached the 2-star level. It was extremely terrifying. It also contained a mysterious and terrifying power that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Even the sword light, which had been forged to the pinnacle of the Yuan underworld grade, couldn't resist it and was destroyed. The barbarian race warrior intended to rush out of the small dual pole space sealing sword formation. Unfortunately, the sword formation replaced the shattered sword radiance and blocked the barbarian race warrior. The shattered sword radiance also reformed in an instant. The small dual pole space sealing sword formation was intact. The power of this sword formation surpassed the small heavenly cycle sword formation. Furthermore, it was mainly used for defense and trapping, so it was not easy to break through. 98 sword radiance, 99 sword radiance, 100 sword radiance merged into one. The sword radiance was extremely resplendent in an instant. Then, it dimmed and turned into a divine sword that seemed to be made of dark silver divine gold. There was no sword hilt. There was only a 3-meter-long sword body. The spine of the sword was straight and the blade naturally closed at the tip, forming an extremely sharp sword edge and sword tip. It pointed straight ahead and seemed to be able to tear everything apart. An extremely powerful sword, Qianzong felt that this sword could kill a transcendent realm being. Of course, this was only for the weaker ones. He was still unable to contend with the stronger ones. Freeze! The small dual pole space sealing sword formation erupted with its strongest power again and directly trapped the barbarian race warrior. In just a moment, the small dual pole space sealing sword formation quickly dispersed. The sword radiance retreated and a passage appeared. 100 sword radiance. Extreme break. Qianzong moved his fingers and the 3-meter-long dark silver sword turned and pointed at the barbarian race warrior. It turned into a flowing light and pierced through the air. Extremely fast, it was indescribably fast. It was extremely fast. This sword carried Qianzong's strongest power and unparalleled faith. Kill, the extremely shocking sword aura locked onto the barbarian race warrior. His face changed and his eyes shone with shock. He could not help but tremble. Even his spiritual soul was trembling. He couldn't block the sword strike, nor could he dodge it. Burn, the third and last burn. After this burn, he would die. However, he had to burn because if he did not, he would not be able to resist the sword and would die immediately. He used all his strength and completely exploded. The burning was extremely resplendent. That was the intensity of the fire of life. That was the final elegy of life. The power that erupted from the barbaric dragons after they were ignited was even more powerful than before. It was even more powerful than before. However, all the defenses were destroyed by the 3-meter-long dark silver sword blade. It was unstoppable. It was like a meteorite breaking through a city wall. In the next moment, the dark silver sword blade pierced through the blood-colored golden light armor as easily as a sharp blade piercing through tofu. No matter how strong the armor was, it couldn't resist at all. Vaguely, there seemed to be a scream. The blood-colored golden light armor was transformed from a barbaric dragon. Although it looked like armor, it was actually alive. When it was destroyed, it felt as if its body had been pierced through. It would also feel pain and injury. In the next instant, the barbaric dragon's body was also pierced through. The terrifying sword chi raged in his body, attacking and strangling him. Death was imminent, it couldn't be stopped. The 100 swords unification from the sword world was too tyrannical. It couldn't be stopped at all. Even a 1-star divine power realm warrior couldn't resist that kind of power. Even a 2-star divine power realm warrior would have to deal with it with all his strength. Dead, the barbaric dragons were dead. This scene made the barbaric beasts and barbaric warriors grit their teeth. The barbaric dragons weren't the only ones who had died. The barbaric beasts of the 15th battle zone had also died. The human race supreme talent was too terrifying. He had actually unleashed the destructive power of a divine power realm warrior while he was only at the Yuanming realm. Such a supreme talent seemed to be even more terrifying than North Dao Tianlang. If he grew to North Dao Tianlang's level, who knew how much damage he would cause to the barbaric beasts? Suddenly, while the human race was overjoyed and the barbaric beasts were panicking, the barbaric dragon that had been pierced through by the dark silver sword blade didn't shatter. Instead, layers of light shone from his body. It was as if a beam of light had descended from the sky. That light was domineering, imposing, and incomparable. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed the surroundings and crushed everything in its path. Kacha, kacha, sounds rang out one after another. It was extremely strange and terrifying. The barbaric dragons had come back to life. They were moving their arms and legs, stretching their limbs. Their bones and tendons were constantly making sounds, like the string of a bow being pulled taut. Every sound reverberated in all directions like muffled thunder. Chenzong's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. Then, a beam of light shot out from the eyes of the barbaric dragons. It was as if two beams of sword light had pierced through the sky. Chenzong couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his body. Too strong, the power of that aura was so strong that it was many times stronger than that of the barbaric dragons. 10 times, more than that, far more than that. 100 times, it seemed to be more than that. The gap between them was indescribable. Even though Chenzong's perception was extremely sharp, he was still unable to discern the gap between them. The gap was like the gap between a small insect and a heavenly dragon. It was an essential gap. The vast and violent aura spread out. Every beam of light seemed to be filled with shocking power. It was as if it could tear everything apart, crush everything, and turn everything into a vacuum and nothingness. Human race, you are indeed a peerless talent. Even the barbaric dragons couldn't deal with you after using all their means, the barbaric dragons said. The barbaric dragon spoke. His voice was low and hoarse, and there was a hint of admiration in his voice. He was praising Chenzong, but his eyes were dark and dangerous. It's a pity that you're a human, so you have to die. A terrifying aura suddenly exploded from the barbaric dragon's body when he said the word die. It surged out like a wave and crushed everything. That aura was way too strong. All the sword lights in the surroundings were shattered instantly, turning into countless fragments of light that shot out in all directions. Under that terrifying power, there was no way to control it at all. When Chenzong wanted to recondense it, the entire sword world also trembled and collapsed in an instant. It couldn't hold on, even the sword world couldn't hold on. That power was too strong. Crushing, in front of that power, his sword world was crushed like an ant. That power was many times stronger than the Yuan underworld realm. As the sword world collapsed, a terrifying power rushed towards Chenzong from all directions. Chenzong's body was hit and he couldn't escape. He would be turned into ashes by that terrifying power in the next moment. Damn it! Stop! Despicable! The human race's divine power elites were all shocked. Chenzong couldn't die. The demonic barbarian warriors were all excited. No one had expected such a turn of events. The barbaric dragon duo had died, but it didn't seem like they were dead because their bodies had been used by the powerful demonic barbarian race as a carrier. Chenzong was facing death. The god-spirit demon heart had no choice but to appear. This was because this power had far exceeded the limits of what Chenzong could endure. It was countless times stronger. Chenzong was too weak before it, and he was unable to resist it at all. The pitch-black figure appeared like a demon god. With the pitch-black long saber in his hand, the monstrous demon god's might swept out. Endless saber chi tore apart and shattered the terrifying aura that was attacking from all directions. It was unable to hurt Chenzong at all. You finally appeared. The barbaric dragon warrior's eyes were extremely dark. They were like an abyss but contained indescribable violence. He stared at the dark figure and said, "This time, I'll kill all of you." "You're just a clone of a demonic barbarian warrior," the demon heart said for the first time in front of people. His voice was low, but his power was shocking. It was like the roar of hell. The truth was clear. The barbaric dragon duo had really died. They had been killed by Chenzong. Now, his body had been taken over by the consciousness and power of a demonic barbarian warrior. He had become a clone of the demonic barbarian warrior. This was the demonic barbarian race's last resort. They used the barbaric dragon duo to challenge Chenzong. If they failed, they would have to take this step. This step would kill the barbaric dragon duo. They used the power and consciousness of the demonic barbarian warrior to enter the body and control it. They turned it into a clone and killed Chenzong. They had deceived everyone, they had deceived the monitoring of the human clan. Therefore, they had to pay a great price. If they succeeded, the lives of the barbaric dragon duo and the consciousness of the demonic barbarian warrior would be damaged. It would take many years for them to recover. However, it was worth it to kill Xianxia, the top talent of the human clan. If they failed, the loss would be even greater. But this time, they could only succeed. If they could, the demonic barbarian race would rather send several demonic barbarian warriors to kill Xianxia, even if they had to pay a price. Because they felt threatened. Once Xianxia really grew up, he would definitely be more threatening than many Dao masters. Unfortunately, the number of demonic barbarian warriors was limited. They could not leave easily. The human clan was always paying attention to the demonic barbarian warriors' movements. Once they took action, the human clan's Dao masters would also react in the shortest time possible. Now, they had sacrificed the lives of the rare twin barbaric dragons to carry out this covert operation. It was already very thrilling. Fortunately, they were not discovered by the human race. Now, they only needed to kill the human clan's heavenly legend. Now, it was the most critical moment. The human clan's Dao masters had already known that he had unleashed his power and were rushing over as fast as they could. However, it would take some time for him to kill the human clan's Dao masters. He held nothing back, extremely powerful power poured out violently, as if the sea was falling from the sky. This was a power that surpassed the divine realm. It was the power of the demonic barbarian warrior, which was equivalent to the human clan's Dao master. He did not hold back anymore. He wanted to win the battle in one fell swoop. With a bang, a punch tore through the air. That punch was violent to the extreme, unreasonable to the extreme, and unstoppable. It wanted to shatter everything in front of it into powder and nothingness. As soon as this attack appeared, an astonishing aura spread out and rushed in all directions. Whether it was the human race or the barbarian race, all of them felt an incomparable pressure, as if they were about to be crushed. They had no choice but to stop fighting and use all their strength to retreat. Otherwise, if they were caught in the attack, they would most likely be killed. The strength of a great general was just that terrifying. Every move of a great general was like the might of the heavens. It was incomparably vast and violent. Without reaching that level of strength, it was simply impossible to resist. Xianxia also retreated quickly. He turned into a sword light and retreated quickly. This kind of battle was too high-end. It was far beyond what he could handle. He left everything to Demon Heart. Demon Heart's expression did not change at all in the face of this terrifying blow. However, a strong aura spread out. It was not the divine realm, nor was it the divine realm as everyone had guessed. It was the power of a Dao master. This battle belonged to the Dao master level. It was a battle between Demon Heart, who had the battle strength of a Dao master, and the demonic barbarian warrior's doppelganger. With the demonic saber in hand, Demon Heart cut through the air. The dark saber light split the sky and slashed directly at the barbaric dragon warrior's violent punch. It was a violent collision. In an instant, there was an explosion. The terrifying aftermath swept out in all directions. The void within a radius of tens of thousands of meters was turned into a desolate area. If anyone below the Dao Master level entered it, they would be destroyed in an instant and turned into nothingness. The gap between the third level of the Divine Realm and the Dao Master level was so strong, so obvious, so shocking, and so despairing. The space within several tens of thousands of meters seemed to have been shaken into nothingness with this strike. Everything that existed or did not exist seemed to have been reduced to dust. This was an unparalleled blow to Xianxia. Fight, a great battle, a fierce battle, the battle of life and death between the avatar of the barbarian general and the fallen Dao Master of the human clan was at the level of Dao Masters, and no one could intervene. The battle was indescribably fierce. The remaining waves continued to spread, and the range was constantly increasing. From tens of thousands of meters, it had spread to hundreds of thousands of meters, and it was still spreading. Everyone had to continue to retreat, the farther the better, for fear of being affected. Xianxia also retreated far away, but his eyes were fixed on the battle. It was rare to see a battle of this level. Although the level was too high for him, it did not prevent him from seeing something from it to enhance his own accumulation. Whether it was the avatar of the barbarian general or the god Demon Heart, their fighting skills were all well-tempered and better than his. Zong tried his best to observe, while Zong used the 10 realms of mind to observe and record. Every slash of Moxian seemed so simple and ordinary. However, every slash was tempered thousands of times, condensing an indescribable power. It was a kind of great Tao, a kind of ultimate great Tao mystery. Similarly, every stroke of the avatar of the barbarian general was well-tempered and simple, pointing directly at the Great Way. This was a collision of high-end fighting skills, a collision of well-tempered Great Way skills. Countless fine cracks appeared in the void as if it had been shattered. The cracks spread out in all directions and engulfed everything. It was as if countless mouths were opening up to devour everything. The more they fought, the stronger the demon heart's battle strength became. From the level of 1-star Tao Master, he kept improving and gradually suppressed his opponent. In a battle at the level of Tao Masters, victory and defeat could be determined, but life and death were not so easy. Even if there was a gap in battle strength, it was not so easy. For example, it was not easy for a 2-star Tao Master to kill a 1-star Tao Master. It was very difficult. Even a 3-star Tao Master to kill a 1-star Tao Master was not so easy. This time, the avatar of the barbarian general was directly knocked back. After all, he was not the complete barbarian general, but only the avatar of the barbarian general, whose battle strength had only reached the level of 2-star. Facing Moxian, whose battle prowess had increased to a 3-star level, he had already lost his advantage. Subsequently, the great general of the demonic barbarian race's power clone was continuously pushed back. The great general of the demonic barbarian race's battle prowess increased once again, reaching the 4-star level. 4-star against 2-star, that was a direct suppression. Crazy, the barbarian general's doppelganger was about to go crazy. This was unexpected, completely unexpected. They had underestimated the methods of this human genius. Who would have thought that there would be a Tao Master with a 4-star battle strength as a bodyguard? How shocking was this? Any Tao Master was the backbone of the human clan. They might serve as guards to protect an important person, but it wouldn't last long. Originally, they had speculated that the trump card should be the combat strength of the divinity realm. At best, it should be the maximum combat strength of the divinity realm, not the Tao sovereign level. But now, all of their speculations had been overturned. Tao Master level, a Tao Master with 4-star combat strength was indescribable. This operation was going to fail. A 2-star battle against a 4-star, even if Xianxia were to bring out his trump card, he wouldn't be a match for the other party. Leave, retreat, without hesitation, the great general of the demonic barbarian race's doppelganger took the pitch-black saber light and quickly retreated at full speed. He had to leave this place. If he was killed, the great general of the demonic barbarian race would be severely injured, although he wouldn't die. No one knew how many years it would take for him to recover. It should be known that the great general of the demonic barbarian race, who could create a doppelganger with 2-star combat strength, had a combat strength beyond 3-star. When a 2-star general was determined to leave, it was difficult to stop him. Demon Heart didn't chase after him. Instead, his left hand brushed the blade, and there seemed to be a flash of light. Then, he slashed across the sky. The saber light was condensed to the extreme and turned into a solid saber aura. It directly cut into the void and attacked the great general of the demonic barbarian race's doppelganger. There was no way to dodge it. It was directly hit. The great general of the demonic barbarian race's doppelganger couldn't help but scream. It seemed to have been severely injured, but it wasn't killed directly. Instead, it fled at a faster speed. He's been hit by my saber. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be half dead, Demon Heart said to himself and returned to Zong's body. He was Zong's god. His duty was to protect Zong while he cultivated. He couldn't chase after the enemy. Otherwise, once he left, who knew if other accidents would happen and cause Zong to be in danger? He couldn't chase after the enemy, but that didn't mean that he couldn't attack. Although that saber attack didn't kill the enemy, it still left the enemy half dead. It definitely wasn't a good feeling. You're already here. If you leave just like that without letting us humans play host, wouldn't it seem that we humans don't know how to be polite? A faint voice that seemed to carry a trace of a smile suddenly rang out. It seemed to come from all directions, as if it came from nothingness. It was like a gust of wind blowing past. The voice was neither fast nor slow. It was light and gentle, with a hint of a smile. It was very polite, as if he was entertaining a strange friend who had specially come from afar. As the seemingly polite voice sounded, a ray of light flashed. At first, the light was faint and soft like a glimmer of light, but in the next moment, it became blazing. It was as if the stars were burning and exploding in an instant, turning into a scorching sun that filled all directions and illuminated everything. Accompanying the extremely strong light was an unparalleled aura, like a storm or a meteorite. Drown, devour, the great general of the demonic barbarian race's doppelganger only had time to let out one last scream before it was devoured by the extremely strong light. In just a moment, it disappeared without a trace. First, he was hit by Demon Heart's saber attack. He didn't die but was seriously injured. Unfortunately, he encountered a Dao master of the human clan who came and killed him with a single blow. Immediately, a light flashed and appeared in front of Chenzong. It was a figure shrouded in a faint white light and looked a little blurry. "It's our human clan's honor to have a genius like you." The Dao master stared at Chenzong and said to Chenzong with a smile in his voice. His tone was full of praise. These were indeed sincere words. "But there's one thing I have to tell you. Now, you have to leave the northern battlefront as soon as possible." Chenzong was slightly stunned. "Leave the northern battlefront? Why?" "Your talent is extraordinary, even better than your eldest senior brothers. You've been targeted by the demonic barbarian race. This time, the demonic barbarian race has suffered a great loss. They will never give up." The Dao master explained, "If you continue to stay in the northern battlefront, the demonic barbarian race will definitely attack you again. No one knows what they will do next. Even the master of the demonic barbarian race may come in person." This sentence was full of seriousness, with a kind of warning and indescribable killing intent. The master of the demonic barbarian race was equivalent to the dominator realm of the human clan. There were not many of them, and they rarely took action. However, if the demonic barbarian race really regarded Chenzong as a great threat, they would use all kinds of means to eliminate him. For example, this time, the demonic barbarian general's doppelganger had come. What about the next time? Would the demonic barbarian general's doppelganger come in person? If he failed, would the master of the demonic barbarian race take action? Although the human clan could protect Chenzong all the time, no one dared to say that they would not be careless. If the demonic barbarian race seized the opportunity, Chenzong was likely to be killed. This was also the decision made by the human clan's Dao masters after some discussion. They wanted Chenzong to leave the northern battlefront first. The demonic barbarian race was contained in the northern battlefront. It was very difficult for them to cross the northern battlefront and sneak into the void. Even if it was possible, the real bodies of the generals and the master of the demonic barbarian race could not do it. Only a few warlords, bravehearts, and even warriors could do it. Moreover, the lower the level, the higher the possibility. If Chenzong left the northern battlefront, no matter where he was, the demonic barbarian race would be hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times more difficult to deal with him. It would even be hopeless. After all, according to this situation, only the demonic barbarian race's Dao masters at least at the warlord realm had a chance to deal with Chenzong. However, Chenzong had a trump card. Therefore, only the powerful demonic barbarian race's Dao masters could deal with Chenzong. Unfortunately, the real body of the demonic barbarian race's Dao masters would definitely intercept it once it left the northern battlefront. At the very least, even if the real body of the demonic barbarian race's Dao masters were lucky enough to cross the northern battlefront and enter the void, it would be extremely difficult to deal with Chenzong. The void was so vast that no one knew where Chenzong would go. In short, Chenzong had to leave the northern battlefront as soon as possible. This was the only way to ensure his safety and not be targeted and eliminated by the demonic barbarian race out of desperation. In a few words, the Dao master explained the situation clearly. However, only Chenzong, Demon Heart, and the Dao master could hear it. The others could not hear it because they were isolated. Chenzong also understood that it was indeed very dangerous for him to stay here. At the same time, it would also bring more worries to the experts at the northern battlefront. They had to pay attention to his safety at all times. In that case, it was time to leave. Fortunately, he had achieved his purpose of coming here. Next, he would cultivate in peace and strive to raise his cultivation to the peak of the origin demon realm and the great divine body realm. Then, he would break through to the next realm. May I know your name, Senior? Chenzong finally bowed and asked. My name is White Light. I look forward to the day when you can fight side by side with us. Dao Master White Light smiled. In the next moment, he turned into a ray of white light and disappeared in front of Chenzong and the others. He looked forward to the day when Chenzong could fight side by side with the Dao Masters. This was a kind of affirmation for Chenzong. Not all geniuses could break through to the Dao Master level. That was only a minority. Most geniuses would be stuck at the peak of the divine body realm. The battle in Battle Zone 15 was over. The barbarians were all dead, the human clan had won, and the Battle Zone 15 had been recovered. More than 20 barbarian generals and tens of thousands of barbarian warriors had died in the battle. In addition, the rare twin barbarian dragons and barbarian warriors had died. The death of a barbarian general's doppelganger had also dealt a heavy blow to the barbarian general's original body. It had suffered heavy injuries and its combat strength had dropped. It would have to pay a hefty price to recover. The human race also suffered losses, but compared to the barbarian race's losses, it wasn't much. Battle Zone 1, Battle Zone 9, Battle Zone 23, it was now Battle Zone 15, a total of 4 war zones had been recovered, because Chenzong had been recovered. He had made a huge contribution and achieved astonishing results, but unfortunately, Chenzong had no choice but to leave. This was also a kind of protection for Chenzong by the Dao Masters of Aloe Star region on the northern front. Chenzong was still too weak and needed to continue to grow. He had to at least have the combat strength of the divine realm. Only then would he have the ability to protect himself in the northern front. That was all. Chenzong left the northern front with the cultivation of the perfected Yuanming realm and the perfected divine body realm. During this trip, Chenzong's cultivation had broken through and his combat strength had increased greatly. His strongest combat strength could fight against the weaker divine realm experts. It could be said that Chenzong's gains were amazing. As soon as he appeared outside Aloe Star region, Chenzong immediately sent a message to Xianxia through the 9 heavenly rings. However, he did not get a response. Perhaps Xianxia was still in closed-door cultivation. It seemed to be longer than the few years that he had mentioned. In that case, he should return to the heavenly palace first and have a good closed-door cultivation. He had gained a lot this time. Chenzong took out the Great Void Shift Array disc and directly injected energy into it to activate it. This method would allow him to return to the heavenly palace in the shortest time possible and prevent the barbarians from rushing out to deal with him. The disc array was activated. As the light flowed, it directly covered Chenzong's body. In the next breath, he disappeared. Under the power of the Grand Formation, Chenzong's figure shuttled through time and space at an astonishing speed, crossing the northern void and entering the central void. He then entered the black and white world and entered the Will Heavenly Palace. In just a few breaths of time, Chenzong appeared in the Will Heavenly Palace. The first thing he did when he returned to the Heavenly Palace was to meet his master. Great Perfection Yuan Underworld Realm, Great Perfection Divine Body Realm, Great Perfection Divine Body Realm. Not bad, not bad. Wholehearted Holy Man nodded with a smile when he sensed Chenzong's cultivation. In fact, he already knew what Chenzong had done in the northern battlefront. Naturally, someone had told him about it. Wholehearted Holy Man was very happy, very excited, and very proud. This was his disciple. Very impressive. The wholehearted Holy Lady was looking forward to the day when Chenzong truly matured. Dao Master level, Dominator level, although wholehearted Holy Man was a top-notch Dao Master with incomparable talent, it was indeed very difficult for him to break through to the Dominator level. Wholehearted Holy Man had been stuck at the peak of the Dao Master level for many years. This was something that could not be helped. It was too difficult to achieve the Dominator level. However, wholehearted Holy Man saw hope in Chenzong. Perhaps one day, his disciple would reach the Dominator level before him. Now, your cultivation has already reached the Great Perfection Yuan Underworld Realm. Although you have not accumulated to the extreme, it is only a matter of time. Wholehearted holy man thought for a while and said, very soon, your chi cultivation and body refining cultivation will reach the extreme of the great perfection divine body realm and great perfection divine body realm. At that time, you will be able to break through to the divine body realm. Qinzong quietly listened to his master's words. There are 5 levels in the divine body realm, from the imperial Tao realm to the dominator level. However, the divine body realm is actually divided into 2 levels. Wholehearted holy man's tone became serious. The divine body realm and the Tao realm. The so-called divine body realm is also called the 3 levels of the divine body realm. It is the combined name of the Tao manipulation realm, the great perfection realm, and the divine body realm. The divine body realm is used to comprehend and cultivate the power of the great path. Each level is better than the previous. However, at the Tao realm, it is used to control the power of the great path. Wholehearted holy man's expression was solemn. Comprehending and cultivating the power of the great path and controlling the power of the great path were 2 different concepts. Of course, Qinzong was still unable to fully understand it now. He would only be able to truly understand it when the time came. In fact, Qinzong had obtained this information from Sword Master Dongding's memories. However, Qinzong would not say such things out loud. Instead, he listened quietly to his master's words. Now, you are already at the 2nd level of the divine body realm. You are not far from the 3rd level. The 3 levels of the divine body realm each have their own mysteries. The Tao manipulation realm is the initial comprehension and application of the power of the great path. The great perfection realm is the condensation of the great path realm's primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit is present, one will not truly die. One can also use the primordial spirit to comprehend and control the power of the great path. The divine body realm is the mastery of the natural mystique. For the divine body realm, the natural mystique is extremely important. There are 2 ways to master the natural mystique. Wholehearted holy man paused and stared at Qinzong. First, awaken the natural mystique on your own. However, it is impossible to predict and control what kind of natural mystique you will awaken. Second, choose one of the various mystiques you have cultivated and master and make it your natural mystique. Generally speaking, cultivators will choose the second method because it is controllable. Indeed, the first method, awakening the natural mystique on your own, was like a gamble. It was possible to awaken an extremely powerful natural mystique and possess astonishing combat strength. However, in most cases, the natural mystique that was awakened would not be so satisfactory. After all, it was a mystique that evolved according to one's own characteristics. Although it would be compatible with one's own body as much as possible, it was not absolute. Luck played a large role. Generally speaking, cultivators who would choose to awaken the natural mystique were those who did not have many or powerful mystiques. Generally speaking, by taking a gamble, they could obtain a natural mystique that was more powerful than the mystiques that they had mastered. No matter how bad it was, the natural mystique that they awakened would not be much weaker than the mystiques that they had mastered. However, those geniuses would choose the second method and use one of the mystiques that they had mastered as their natural mystique. Once a divine ability became an innate divine ability, it would become different. It would become more powerful, and the speed at which it could be cast would be faster. It would also consume less energy. This was where the various advantages came from. However, it was a pity that every divine body realm cultivator could only master one natural mystique. Almost all of them were like this. Otherwise, if one could master multiple natural mystiques, how terrifying would that be? You are about to break through to the divine body realm. In that case, it is time to choose a natural mystique that you want. The wholehearted Tao Venerate said, only by mastering a natural mystique can you truly step into the divine body realm. As for the wholehearted sutra, it can also evolve into a natural mystique. This was the difference between the Yuan underworld realm and the divine body realm. Of course, there was also a huge difference in the power that one possessed. It was a kind of leap and a kind of qualitative change. Otherwise, the divine body realm would not be so much stronger than the Yuan underworld realm. Without the sword world, Qinzong would not have been able to bridge this gap and reach the divine body realm. From this point alone, it could be seen how amazing the sword world was. The wholehearted Tao venerate's words were naturally to remind Shenzong that it was time to make preparations. Perhaps breaking through to the divine body realm would not be that easy, but the choice of a natural mystique had to be made as soon as possible so that he would not hesitate when breaking through. Once he hesitated, it would have a negative impact on his breakthrough. If he did not make a good choice, he would inevitably feel regret afterward. Feelings of regret, especially when it was directed at oneself, could sometimes be fatal. Therefore, the choice of a natural mystique was very important. Of course, if one intended to awaken a natural mystique on their own, there would not be so many concerns. This information was in the memories of the Dongting Sword Master. After listening to the wholehearted Tao venerate's words, Shenzong's impression of it became even deeper. "Thank you for your teachings, Master," Shenzong said to the wholehearted Tao venerate. After bidding farewell, Shenzong returned to his own palace and began to cultivate in seclusion. During his seclusion, Shenzong first recalled everything that had happened on the northern battlefront. Every action, every battle, every slash of the sword became incomparably clear. When it appeared again, Shenzong felt as though he was experiencing it all again. Shenzong, on the other hand, felt as though he was experiencing it all again. However, he also felt like an outsider looking down from a high vantage point. This feeling of having everything under his control was very wonderful. This also allowed him to better see his own shortcomings. Time passed slowly. When Shenzong woke up, he had already gone through everything that had happened on this trip. It took him half a month. This time, Shenzong felt that his state had been further stabilized. His foundation also seemed to have been further strengthened. Then, Shenzong drew his sword and practiced swordsmanship for a while. After that, he sheathed his sword and pondered. "Natural mystique," Shenzong said in a low voice. The number of natural mystiques that he had mastered was not small. Some of them were from the memories of the Dongting Sword Master, and some were from the Heavenly Palace of Will. Once it became a natural mystique, it meant that it had broken its shackles and had unlimited possibilities of advancement. Therefore, when choosing a natural mystique, sometimes the more powerful it was, the better. It had to be based on the actual situation. For example, some natural mystiques were not so lethal, but had other magical powers. It was precisely because of this that one had to be more careful when choosing a natural mystique. Otherwise, without so much consideration, one could just choose the most powerful natural mystique directly. Why bother? Senior, do you have any suggestions? Shenzong could not help but ask Mo Xian. My suggestion is. Mo Xian pondered for a moment. After being asked by Shenzong, Mo Xian immediately fell into deep thought. The choice of a natural mystique could not be made carelessly. One had to be extremely cautious and consider it thoroughly. As Shenzong's guardian divine spirit, he naturally had to consider everything thoroughly and carefully for Shenzong's sake. Shenzong did not urge Mo Xian. He was also thinking about it. There were not many natural mystiques that could be chosen. Although there were not many, he had to make a clear choice among them. 33 layered heavens of will, this was the supreme technique of the Will Heavenly Palace. It was the orthodox inheritance of the Will Heavenly Palace and had been around for countless years. It was unfathomable and had shocking potential. If one chose it as their innate ability, they would be able to surpass their own limits and cultivate other innate abilities at a faster speed. According to Demon Heart, there were people who chose the 33 layered heavens of Will Heavenly Palace as their innate ability and succeeded. In the end, they created 33 heart palaces. Moreover, each heart palace had an innate ability that could not be changed. After the innate ability was solidified, the innate ability would be upgraded to a special level between innate ability and innate ability. It could be considered a pseudo-innate ability, which meant that its power would surpass its original level, but its consumption would be lower. This was undoubtedly terrifying. Therefore, Shenzong chose the 33 layered heavens of will as one of his innate abilities. Second, the Heart Sutra. The Heart Sutra was the inheritance of the Will Heavenly Palace. It was a profound technique created based on the 33 layered heavens of will. It was fundamentally different from the 33 layered heavens of will. Although it had existed for a much shorter time than the 33 layered heavens of will, one could not deny its shocking potential and power. Of course, compared to the complete 33 layered heavens of will, the Heart Sutra only had 4 layers. It was not enough. The complete Heart Sutra should have 5 layers. This was only in theory. If the Heart Sutra was his innate ability, then when Xianxia used the Heart Sutra, the consumption of mental force would be greatly reduced and the power would be increased accordingly. This would become the second choice for Xianxia's innate ability. Third, the Sword World, the strongest sword dominator of the Middle Era, as well as the first dominator of the Middle Era, Mingyue Jingfeng, after becoming a dominator, had fused everything he had learned. Without a doubt, the Sword World was the most profound sword Dao ability Xianxia had ever known. It had boundless potential. In terms of potential and so on, Xianxia felt that the Sword World was not inferior to the Heart Sutra or the 33-layered Heavens of Will. Last but not least, the ultimate secret technique, Sword Domain Rending Slaughter. In comparison, the Sword Domain Crushing Strike was the least important choice. However, there was no doubt that the power of the Sword Domain Severing style was also very strong. Once it became an origin divine ability, its power would become even more terrifying. Moreover, when it was used, it would not exhaust one's strength. Less consumption, more power. Xianxia was caught in a dilemma. Once the choice of a natural ability was made, it could not be changed. Of course, before breaking through to the transcendent realm, there were indeed many opportunities to change his choice, but it was not advisable. Once a decision was made, it had to be made. One had to be firm and unwavering. Otherwise, changing one's mind multiple times would only become less and less firm. In the end, one might even begin to doubt oneself. For ordinary people, it was normal for them to ponder over and over again. However, for powerful cultivators, it was not necessarily a good thing to repeatedly ponder over and over again. Especially when facing a breakthrough, it would only increase the risk of one's breakthrough. Since he had already made his choice, he would continue to make his choice until he made his decision. Time passed slowly. Xianxia was still thinking. His mind was spinning wildly, and he kept making all kinds of analyses. I am a sword cultivator. Putting aside all decorations, the sword is a killing weapon. The way of the sword is to fight and kill. Sword World is the most suitable origin divine ability for me. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. It was as sharp as a sword as it flashed past. Sword chi continuously surged around his body. The 33 Heavens of the Will and the Heart Sutra indeed had endless potential. Once they became origin divine abilities, their power would be very shocking. However, Sword World was not inferior to them. Moreover, Xianxia was a sword cultivator. Sword World was more compatible with sword cultivators. When Sword World became a origin divine ability, it would only be activated in an instant. Its power would be increased, and its consumption would be reduced. Once it was chosen, it would not be changed. Of course, the stronger the divine ability, the stronger it would be after evolving into an origin divine ability. However, at the same time, the difficulty of evolving it would be higher. Effort and reward had always been proportional. If you wanted to get something better, you would often have to put in more effort. Once the evolution of the origin divine ability failed, the consequences would be very serious. If it was light, one would be injured, and it would be difficult for one to break through to the transcendent realm for the rest of one's life. If it was heavy, the divine ability would directly collapse, and the great Tao would dissipate from the impact, becoming a cripple. Therefore, choosing the origin divine ability was not only related to one's strength and potential, but also related to one's life and death. Sword World was undoubtedly the top divine ability. If Sword World was the origin divine ability, Xianxia would not be able to imagine the difficulties involved. However, in Xianxia's opinion, since there was a top inheritance like Sword World, it was obviously not advisable to ignore it and choose a lesser divine ability. If he wanted to do it, he would do it the best and be the strongest. Yun Yanxin should still be cultivating in seclusion, and he had already chosen his origin divine ability. Next, he would naturally cultivate with all his strength, raise his chi cultivation and body refinement to the extreme, and then break through to the transcendent realm, evolve his origin divine ability, and increase his battle strength. Xianxia was not in a hurry to succeed. Every bit of improvement relied on his own hard work to cultivate, and only then would his foundation be more stable. Although he was eager to have more power, he was not facing any danger now. He should focus on stabilizing his foundation, and let the breakthrough happen naturally. In every galaxy, there were 2 or 3 world suppression cities. In every world suppression city, there was a tall building, and that was the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Very suddenly, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, which had always been calm, shook together at this moment. A dot of light shot up into the sky from the top and disappeared into the void. This scene was very sudden and extremely fast, catching people off guard. When they came back to their senses to investigate, they could not find anything. The vast and boundless void, pitch black and deep, was an eternal picture scroll. No one knew how long it had been there, and it was impossible to count. This was a void belt between star domains. It was vast and boundless, and there was no wind or waves. A huge void dragon serpent, which was more than 100,000 meters long, was slowly slithering its huge and strong body. In a leisurely manner, it was cruising in the void, as if it had eaten and drunk to its heart's content, and was treating the void as its own backyard. The void dragon serpent, which was more than 100,000 meters long, was very terrifying. Only Dao Masters could fight it. Those below Dao Master level were all ants, and even ordinary Dao Masters might not necessarily be its match. Suddenly, the void dragon serpent seemed to have sensed something. The lazy look in its huge eyes disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by extreme vigilance. As a void beast, it was born extraordinary and grew up through constant battles. It was not at all comparable to a flower in a greenhouse. Even the slightest movement would alert it. Under the gaze of the huge void dragon serpent, bits of star-like light gathered from all directions and suddenly exploded, creating a layer of ripples. It was like a stone falling into a calm water surface, rippling out layer by layer. Then, there seemed to be a buzzing sound. A streak of flowing light seemed to have cut through the void like a piece of cloth, and a huge crack, which was at least 10,000 meters long, appeared in the void. The void dragon serpent's eyes suddenly constricted as it stared at the 10,000-meter-long crack. For its huge body, a 10,000-meter-long crack was nothing. However, the void dragon serpent felt an astonishing threat and immediately coiled up around its body. The head of the void dragon serpent was held high, and it made a posture that it could attack or defend. In the next moment, rays of light shot out from the crack. The light was very strange. It seemed to be extremely dazzling, but also extremely gentle, as if it did not belong to this part of the void. Then, there seemed to be a pair of big hands clasping the 2 sides of the crack from the other end, and with a sudden force, the crack was torn to the left and right. A large amount of light immediately shot out from the torn crack. It seemed to have turned into a torrent, surging and surging endlessly. The light seemed gentle, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. Once it erupted, it seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was extremely frightening. Seeing the intense light shooting out like a torrent, the void dragon serpent's eyes became somewhat excited. It instinctively felt that the light was beneficial to it, or rather, the power contained in the light was beneficial to it, allowing it to obtain an indescribable increase in strength. However, at the same time, it also felt great danger from it, as if it would die if it approached it. This feeling of danger made the void dragon serpent not dare to approach it at all. However, the void dragon serpent possessed extraordinary intelligence. It did not retreat just like that. Instead, it moved further away and chose to observe. It wanted to see just what it was. If it was certain that it would benefit it in the end, it would not let it go. The 10,000-meter-long crack continued to be torn open, growing bigger and bigger. It grew from 1 meter to 10 meters, then to 100 meters. Finally, at its widest point, it expanded to a radius of 1,000 meters before it stopped. From the 10,000-meter-long and 1,000-meter-wide crack, the mysterious light was like a flood bursting through a dam. It was as if the sea was flowing backwards. It poured out crazily and spread out continuously, enveloping the surroundings. It also surged like a torrent, turning into waves that swept in all directions. 10,000 meter long, 20,000 meter long, 30,000 meter long, the intense light was constantly spreading, as if it wanted to completely cover this area of nothingness. 40,000 meter long, 50,000 meter long, the area covered by the intense light was constantly increasing and spreading. The light was like water and waves, extremely intense. The void dragon serpent's eyes were filled with anticipation and greed. It was as if they were about to materialize, but its remaining rationality restrained its actions. 60,000 meter long, 70,000 meter long, 80,000 meter long, 90,000 meter long, 100,000 meter long, 1,000,000 meter long. When the intense light surged out of the 10,000 meter long crack and covered a radius of 1 million meter long, it stopped spreading. The light also gradually stopped surging out of the crack. From afar, it looked like a 10,000 meter long and 1,000 meter wide crack. It was like a strange-looking giant standing above the 1 million meter long sea of light. The light was like a tide, surging and surging, rolling up layers of waves. However, it did not rush out of the 1 million meter long crack. It seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. After observing for a long time and not discovering any other movements, the void dragon serpent finally could not hold back. This was because its instincts told it that the power contained in the 1 million meter long sea of light was very beneficial to it. It would benefit greatly if it entered. Begging for monthly votes, cheering for wholehearted Tao Master, the void was vast and boundless, as if there was no end to it. Only a few people knew about what happened in the void zone between star fields, but it didn't mean that it wouldn't spread out. Several practitioners were driving the void airship, shuttling through the void zone. Look, what's that? It's so dark in the void zone. There's not even a ghost. What's there to see? No, look. The voice was full of urgency. The people in the flying boat looked over, and their eyes widened. Their eyes bulged, and their mouths were agape. They looked extremely shocked. Through the airship, they saw a huge sea of light and a crack in it. What's that? Hurry, let's go over there. These people were rogue cultivators, but they were quite knowledgeable. When they saw such a vast scene, they knew that it was extraordinary. Perhaps it was a rare opportunity. If they could obtain it, they might be able to leap through the dragon's gate and become extraordinary from then on. Thinking of this, these rogue practitioners were very excited. As they approached, a few independent cultivators left the void flying ship and stood at the edge of the million-meter sea of light, carefully observing it. Although they were very excited, they did not act rashly. This was the experience they had accumulated over many years. Only this way could they live longer. After observing for a while, they still couldn't find anything. They could only instinctively feel that the power contained in it was very shocking. It seemed to be very powerful, and perhaps it would be very beneficial to them. As for the 10,000 meter long fissure in the center of the million-meter long sea of light, it might contain even greater and more astonishing opportunities. I'll go in and have a look. One of them said immediately. Then, he took a step forward and stepped into the sea of light. His body seemed to be submerged by the sea of light. His face immediately revealed a touch of ecstasy, and he couldn't help but laugh wildly. That feeling, incomparably carefree. An incomparably pure and vast power, which was very brilliant and far superior to any other power, was constantly seeping into his body from all directions. The power kept pouring in and filling his body. He could feel that his flesh and blood were undergoing a magical change, as if they were becoming more brilliant. If one had to describe this feeling, it would be similar to the transformation from demigod rank to imminent deity realm. It was a transformation in the level of life. Moreover, the energy in his body was also being driven along, and it was also undergoing a mysterious transformation. He felt that when his transformation was complete, he would definitely become even stronger. In fact, he might even become as outstanding as the heavens chosen. His future was limitless. You guys, hurry up. Just as the man was about to call for the others to enter, his face suddenly warped in horror, as if he had just encountered something terrifying. Don't go in. Before he could finish speaking, he was completely swallowed up by the sea of light. With a bang, he shattered and turned into powder that fused into the sea of light. Even his nascent soul could not escape. It directly melted away, and his soul dispersed. He died. Those people were all extremely horrified. They couldn't help but continuously retreat, pulling apart the distance between them and the sea of light. They also felt an indescribable sadness. In any case, they were good friends who had roamed the world together for many years. It was impossible for them not to feel bad for him to die just like that in front of him. Even his primordial spirit did not have the time to leave and completely dissipate. However, when shock and discomfort appeared at the same time, the discomfort did not seem so intense. It was just that under the double shock, these people's minds were a little chaotic. They needed some time to calm down. After a while, when their minds had just recovered, their pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. They saw that in the sea of light, a huge figure was wriggling up and down like a dragon coming out of the water. That huge figure was clearly a void beast, and an extremely powerful one at that. The void dragon serpent. Let's go, let's leave this place quickly. That's right. Even if there is some heaven-defying opportunity, it's not something that we can get our hands on. Although these people were very reluctant, they were very decisive and did not lose themselves to the temptation. Whether it was the death of their companions or the huge void dragon serpent, they knew that even if there was a heaven-defying opportunity here, it had nothing to do with them. After a long time, these people finally calmed down and regained their ability to think. Although we can't get the opportunity, it doesn't mean that we won't gain anything. At least, we can treat this as a secret and sell it to other forces. With this, we can obtain more wealth in exchange for cultivation resources. Okay, it's decided. Yes, after entering the next star zone, we'll sell this as a secret to the Wind Pavilion. The Wind Pavilion specializes in collecting and selling information about the void, and it's the most fair. It's indeed the most suitable choice. It was as if a gust of wind had blown through the wind pavilions and into the void, blowing into the various powerful forces. The 4 great holy lands, many star sector level forces and so on. Move out, experts moved out one after another. They were all Dao masters. The 10,000 meter long crack, the million meter long sea of light, and the Dao master void dragon serpent, these were all confirmed by the wind pavilion and were 100% true. The Dao master void dragon serpent was nothing. What was truly shocking were the million meter long sea of light and the 10,000 meter long crack. Although the wind pavilion was a force that mainly collected and sold information, its foundation was also very shocking. Its overall strength was very strong and was a high-rank star sector level force. Moreover, the Wind Pavilion had always been known for its fairness. The information they collected was always verified repeatedly and only sold after it was confirmed to be true. Void airships stopped 1 million meters away from the Sea of Light. Figures with terrifying auras appeared one after another. They stood at the edge of the Sea of Light and stared at the 10,000 meter long crack. Their pupils contracted as if they were trying to see through it. In fact, they couldn't see anything. It was too mysterious. In the Sea of Light, a huge figure appeared. It was a void dragon serpent that looked like a real dragon cruising in the Sea of Light. Originally, the void dragon serpent was only a little over 100,000 meters long. But now, its length had increased by more than 10,000 meters. The aura it exuded was so terrifying that even some Dao masters were terrified. I'll go and have a look. A powerful Dao master took a step forward. He was a Dao master from the Eternal Battle Fort. Because of the Northern Front, he was the only Dao master from the Eternal Battle Fort. Powerful battle chi filled the surroundings and spun endlessly. It seemed to have turned into a suit of armor. He stepped into the Sea of Light. However, a buzzing sound was heard. The Sea of Light raised monstrous waves that rushed towards him with a thunderous force. It seemed like it was going to shatter him. Break! The Dao Master from the Eternal Battle Fort suddenly shouted and punched out. It seemed like he was going to shatter everything. He directly smashed the monstrous waves into pieces. After smashing the monstrous waves, he stepped forward and approached the 10,000 meter long crack. Then, a tail suddenly swept out with terrifying power and bombarded the Dao Master from the Eternal Battle Fort, sending him flying out of the Sea of Light. The Void Dragon Serpent had made its move. The Void Dragon Serpent felt great benefits here and had long regarded the Sea of Light as its own territory. How could it allow others to invade it? The Void Dragon Serpent had fallen asleep when the Yuanming realm individual entered. Otherwise, even if he didn't die under the power of the Sea of Light, he would have been killed by the Void Dragon Serpent when it woke up. The majesty of the Void Beast was inviolable, especially when it was regarded as an intruder. It was too powerful. That blow directly sent the 6-star Dao Master flying. His armor was shattered and his qi and blood were turbulent. He had already been slightly injured. As everyone knew, the bigger the void beast, the more powerful it was. The 200,000-meter-long void dragon serpent was absolutely amazing. Let's join forces, the other Dao Masters said at the same time. The aura around them gushed out and spread, covering their entire bodies. They stepped out and entered the Sea of Light. Fight! Several Dao Masters joined forces to fight the Void Dragon Serpent. The Void Dragon Serpent seemed to be enraged. It let out an extremely vigorous roar, rolling up extremely terrifying waves of light and erupting with incomparably astonishing power. Fight! The fierce battle continued. Several Dao Masters joined forces but couldn't do anything to the Void Dragon Serpent. Instead, they were suppressed by the Void Dragon Serpent. More Dao Masters stepped into the Sea of Light and joined forces. Suddenly, the situation of the battle was reversed and the Void Dragon Serpent was suppressed. However, they could only suppress it. The Void Dragon Serpent's body was so strong that the attacks of the Dao Masters couldn't do any harm to it. Even if they did, it was only a minor injury. Minor injuries were nothing to such a huge Void Dragon Serpent because of its incredible vitality and amazing self-healing ability. Moreover, it was nourished by the Sea of Light and recovered faster. Although more than 20 Dao Masters joined forces and gained the upper hand, they couldn't really kill the Void Dragon Serpent. They couldn't even seriously injure it. Even a minor injury would be healed in an instant. The power of the Void Dragon Serpent seemed to be inexhaustible. The more it fought, the braver it became. Gradually, it turned the situation around. On the other hand, more than a dozen Dao Masters were gradually losing their advantage as the fierce battle continued. Retreat! More than a dozen Dao Masters quickly retreated out of the Sea of Light. The Void Dragon Serpent furiously chased after them but didn't rush out of the Sea of Light. Instead, it roared in the Sea of Light as if it was warning the other Dao Masters. The Dao Masters looked pale. They could see that even if more people joined forces, they wouldn't be able to do anything to the Void Dragon Serpent in the Sea of Light. If they couldn't do anything to the Void Dragon Serpent, it meant that they couldn't get close to the 10,000-meter-long crack and explore its mystery. Let me do it. A calm voice sounded in everyone's ears. At the same time, a flowing light flashed and rushed into the Sea of Light. It's Wholehearted Dao Master from Will Heavenly Palace. Even Wholehearted Dao Master is here. One of the Dao Masters recognized the flowing light and was shocked. Wholehearted Dao Master was the Palace Master of Will Heavenly Palace, the 5th Palace of Will Heavenly Palace. His status was extraordinary and was comparable to that of a leader of a top-star domain-level force. He was also a top Dao Master with strong battle strength. Xianxia Dao Master, he was a very famous top Dao Master, a legend among Dao Masters. He was one of the top Dao Masters throughout history. Since he became a legend, he rarely fought. Usually, he lived in seclusion and did not leave the Will Heavenly Palace easily. However, although Xianxia Dao Master was rarely seen in the void, there were legends of him among the Dao Masters. Now, Xianxia Dao Master had appeared and was about to fight. All the Dao Masters widened their eyes and focused on him. They wanted to see how strong this legendary Dao Master was. Xianxia Dao Master looked calm. His eyes were deep and boundless, reflecting the Void Dragon Serpent that was more than 200,000 meters long. When Xianxia Dao Master stepped into the Sea of Light, the Void Dragon Serpent was enraged again. It felt that its territory was being invaded. The light on its coiled body surged like water and rushed in all directions, setting off huge waves that rushed toward Xianxia Dao Master. It opened its mouth, and a thick beam of red light shot out from the Void Dragon Snake's mouth. The beam of red light was huge, and it covered everything. It was like a torrent of the sea, and its power was unparalleled. The aura it exuded from far away caused the expressions of the Dao Venerables outside the Sea of Light to change. They were sure that with their strength, they would not be able to resist the attack. They would at least be severely injured or even killed. How could Xianxia Dao Master deal with it? Xianxia Dao Master's expression did not change at all in the face of such a violent and terrifying attack. His eyes were still calm and deep. He moved his arm and pointed his finger like a sword. In an instant, a beam of light shone from his body. As it rotated, it burst out with amazing power and directly blasted out. It's here. Xian Dao Master's Heavenly Heart Hoop. Back then, at the northern battlefront, Xian Holy Man had used his natal divine artifact, the Heavenly Heart Ring, to fight against more than a dozen barbarian generals alone. He had killed all of them, shocking both the human race and the barbarian tribe. When the light shot out, its might was astonishing. That light broke through everything, and like a hot knife through butter, it tore apart the red light that was shooting towards him. The single-hearted holy man's body also moved forward. It was as if a passage had been carved out. This scene caused the other Dao paragons to be extremely shocked. Such an attack had actually been broken apart so easily. I've long heard that the Heavenly Heart Ring of Wholehearted Holy Master is extremely powerful and is best at breaking through attacks. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's indeed true. A Dao Master exclaimed. Sky Heart. Stars sink. With a low roar, the single-hearted holy man's expression became less indifferent and more serious. The Heavenly Heart bracelet exploded with a blinding light that illuminated the surroundings. It was as if a star was shining with boundless radiance. In that instant, it seemed as if all the power of the star had been ignited. It was as if a shooting star had released the most radiance in its life. The Heavenly Heart Ring shot out like a meteor. Compared to the Void Dragon Serpent's huge body, it was naturally nothing. However, the power contained within it was extremely terrifying. The Void Dragon Serpent was shocked, but it was unable to dodge. The Void Dragon Serpent's body was simply too huge. Even if it was fast, it couldn't avoid this attack. At the moment of impact, it was as if a star had shattered and exploded. The power generated in that instant was terrifying to the extreme. The tyrannical body of the Void Dragon Serpent was directly split open, creating a huge hole that was a few thousand meters wide. For the Void Dragon Serpent's body that was more than 200,000 meters long, a wound of a few thousand meters wide was nothing. However, the Heavenly Heart Ring continued to rotate and cut into the Void Dragon Serpent like a hot knife through butter. The tyrannical power continued to penetrate into the Void Dragon Serpent's body, causing it to writhe incessantly, creating huge waves. So powerful. The Dao Paragons were stunned. Although they had the upper hand when they joined forces, they couldn't really hurt the Void Dragon Serpent. At most, they could only scratch its skin. However, the single-hearted holy man's attack had caused a wound that was a few thousand meters wide. It was unknown how many times more powerful it was than theirs. Was this the monstrous combat power of a legendary Dao Master? The gap between them was so huge that it was shocking. However, the sea of light rippled and covered the Void Dragon Serpent's wound that was a few thousand meters wide. In addition to the Void Dragon Serpent's powerful self-healing ability, the wound was rapidly healing. Heavenly Heart. Moonfall. The single-hearted holy man's expression was solemn. He lightly tapped the Heavenly Heart Ring in front of him. In an instant, the Heavenly Heart Ring once again erupted with an incomparably intense light. However, in the next moment, the light was restrained and became dark. It directly blasted out like a waning moon falling from the sky. It became faster, brighter, and more powerful. The waning moon of the moonfall once again bombarded the Void Dragon Serpent's body, creating a wound that was more than 10,000 meters wide. It was even more shocking. Heavenly Heart. Sunfall. The third attack, the light from the Heavenly Heart Ring, was so intense that one couldn't look directly at it. It was like a falling sun, and it carried an extremely terrifying destructive force. It destroyed everything in its path, and even the sea of light was broken apart. Hiss, roar, however, it couldn't resist. An even bigger wound appeared on the Void Dragon Serpent's body. If the Void Dragon Serpent was 100,000 meters long, it would probably have been broken in half. Even so, the Void Dragon Serpent was severely injured. Its aura was weak and it was on the verge of death. The battle strength of the wholehearted Dao Master seems to have gotten stronger. A Dao Master who had seen the wholehearted Dao Master in action before had a dazed look on his face. He seemed to be mumbling to himself, full of shock. The sea of light surged and surged, covering the Void Dragon Serpent. Its injuries healed at an astonishing speed. The wholehearted Dao Master's expression was extremely serious. Stars fall, moon fall, sun fall. 3 ultimate attacks, each stronger than the last, but they couldn't really kill the void dragon serpent. Then, he could only use his strongest attack. This attack would directly shatter the void dragon serpent's body and kill it directly, not giving it any chance to recover. Heavenly Heart. The wholehearted Tao Master's voice sounded. Compared to before, it was a little more serious, as if it carried with it an infinite amount of power. Stars fall, moon fall, sun fall. Tao of sun, moon, and stars collapse. All things return to ruins. The moment he finished speaking, the light from the heavenly heart ring was indescribable. Starlight, moonlight, and the halo of the sun erupted in an instant and surrounded the area. When they collided, it was as if they were shattering and collapsing. A terrifying power that could destroy everything spread out. Under this power, everything would be reduced to nothingness. The water of the Sea of Light around the wholehearted Tao Master seemed to evaporate, turning into nothingness. Outside the Sea of Light, the Tao Masters were inexplicably shocked. The power made them tremble uncontrollably. The void dragon serpent, who had recovered, couldn't help but let out a mournful cry at this moment, its huge body trembling slightly. The aura from this attack was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that the void dragon serpent felt that it couldn't withstand it. Die. It would die. The void dragon serpent had extraordinary intelligence. It didn't want to die, especially when it had obtained such an opportunity. As long as it continued to stay in the Sea of Light, it would continue to evolve and improve. In the end, it would become even stronger, and it wouldn't be impossible for it to reach the sovereign realm of the human race. But now, it was going to die. When the attack landed, it couldn't wait to die. However, the aura was too terrifying. It made the void dragon serpent feel fear from the bottom of its heart. The wholehearted Tao Master's expression was extremely solemn. His finger seemed to carry thousands of kilograms as he slowly pointed forward. In an instant, the heavenly heart ring seemed to explode, releasing a terrifying destructive power. All things returned to nothingness as the attack was launched. It was like the falling of the sun, the falling of the moon, and the sinking of the stars. The void dragon serpent's body stiffened, unable to resist. The attack was about to hit the void dragon serpent and destroy its huge body. But just as it was about to destroy the void dragon serpent's huge body, a strange change occurred. From the 10,000-meter-long crack, a ball of light the size of a human head flew out rapidly. It paused for a moment, as if it was looking around. Then, it charged directly towards the void dragon serpent. The ball of light instantly sank into the void dragon snake's head. The void dragon snake's body froze for a moment, as if it had been frozen. In the next moment, its huge eyes emitted an extremely dazzling golden light. The golden light spread for tens of thousands of zhang, traversing the Sea of Light. Boom boom boom, the waves of the Sea of Light rolled up, overflowing in all directions. One layer after another, they swept out. It was as if they could destroy the heavens and the earth. They collided instantly with the strongest attack of the wholehearted Tao Master. However, there was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, the strongest attack of the wholehearted Tao Master was continuously attacked, engulfed, and swallowed. Finally, all of its power was swallowed up, and everything returned to normal. This scene shocked the wholehearted Tao Master. The heavenly heart ring flew out of the Sea of Light and revolved around the wholehearted Tao Master. It spun slowly, and streaks of power condensed within it. Illusory flames also appeared on the wholehearted Tao Master's body, burning non-stop. Heart fire, the next attack was going to be an attack with the power of the extreme state. Living beings of this world, please wait. A vast and majestic voice suddenly rang out from the void dragon serpent's mouth. The wholehearted Tao Master's pupils contracted. The Tao Masters outside the Sea of Light were also shocked. The void dragon serpent actually spoke. Was that an illusion? Everyone knew that the stronger the void dragon serpent was, the more intelligent it was. However, they had never heard of a void dragon serpent speaking. Moreover, they also noticed the other party's words. Living beings of this world. What did this mean? Did this mean that the void dragon serpent did not belong here? Did it come from somewhere else? They could not think too much about it. Once they did, their minds were in a mess. Where did you come from? The wholehearted Tao Master did not disperse his power. He asked solemnly. I am the commander of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. This time I have descended to bestow upon the living beings of this world an opportunity. The Void Dragon Serpent spoke again. However, the content of its words shocked the wholehearted Tao Master and the other Tao Masters. Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The wholehearted Tao Master muttered. These 4 words and this title were very familiar to him. This was because in every world suppression city in the void, there was a tall tower called the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Instinctively, the wholehearted Tao Master felt that this matter was too important for him to decide. He immediately sent a message. This time, the message was sent to the Will Sovereign of the Will Heavenly Palace. That star-field void belt, that 1,000,000-meter sea of light, that 200,000-meter-long void dragon serpent that could speak human language. The sovereigns had arrived, the sovereigns of Calamity Godly Flame Mountain, Jiu and Purple Extreme Palace, Eternal Battle Fort, Will Heavenly Palace, and Wandering Cultivators. The arrival of the sovereigns isolated the area. No one knew what the sovereigns were talking about with the void dragon serpent. However, the Eternal Battle Fort's sovereigns couldn't do anything to the void draconic serpent. The sovereigns left with their respective Tao sovereigns. The void dragon serpent lay dormant in the 1,000,000-meter sea of light, as if waiting for something. There were 3 figures in Will Heavenly Palace and Will Heavenly Palace. They were wholehearted Tao Sovereign, Xianxia, and Xianxia. Where's Junior Brother? Is he not here yet? Xianxia asked. I've already notified him. He should be here soon. Wholehearted Tao Sovereign smiled, but he seemed to be thinking about something absent-mindedly. Xianxia, on the other hand, was mumbling to himself. Why did Master call him back so urgently? What did he want? It seemed that he could only wait for Junior Brother to arrive to find out. He was really anxious. I'll go get him. Xianxia was impatient. He felt that Master had something important to tell him, but he had to wait because Chenzong hadn't arrived yet. He couldn't sit still. Xianxia was about to rush out of Will Heavenly Palace when a figure flew in from outside. It was Chenzong. Junior Brother, you're finally here. Xianxia appeared beside Chenzong, and a palm landed heavily on Chenzong's shoulder, emitting a shocking sound like the beating of a drum. Chi energy spread out in all directions. However, Chenzong wasn't any weaker than Xianxia in terms of cultivation. In terms of combat strength, he was stronger. The palm didn't seem to have much effect. I've kept Master and Senior Sisters waiting. Chenzong bowed to Wholehearted Tao Sovereign with a smile. It's fine. Wholehearted Tao Sovereign came back to his senses and smiled. I called you here in such a hurry because there's an opportunity, an unparalleled opportunity. Opportunity. An unparalleled opportunity. Chenzong and the other 2 were shocked when they heard this. The word fortuitous encounter was easy to understand. Ever since they embarked on the path of cultivation, they had encountered countless fortuitous encounters. Therefore, a single fortuitous encounter was nothing to them. However, to add the word matchless in front of an opportunity, especially when it came from a top Tao Master like Wholehearted Holy Master, it was extraordinary. Everything was relative. A celestial divine artifact was of great value to a Tao controlling realm expert, and a spiritual divine artifact was of great value to a Tao controlling realm expert, but it was nothing to a Tao sovereign. Similarly, an opportunity that was good for a Yuan underworld was nothing to a Tao venerate. Now, Wholehearted Tao Master had used the word unparalleled to describe this opportunity. This meant that even Wholehearted Tao Master was moved by this opportunity. Then, what kind of fortuitous encounter was it? How could a top Tao Master like Wholehearted Tao Master call him unparalleled? Chenzong and the other 2's hearts couldn't help but beat wildly. They were full of anticipation. You don't have to know about the background of this unparalleled opportunity for the time being. Knowing it in advance won't do you any good. Instead, it will be detrimental, Wholehearted Tao Master said solemnly. Wholehearted Tao Master rarely spoke to his disciples with such an expression and tone. Naturally, the 3 of them took it seriously and dispelled any thoughts of probing further. Although they didn't know, they also knew that some secrets should not be probed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. This was because some secrets required sufficient cultivation base and strength to be qualified to bear them. The mystery behind this so-called unparalleled opportunity was probably the same. It's not easy to obtain that unparalleled opportunity. You have to pass a test. Only by passing the test will you be qualified to know the secret behind it. Wholehearted Tao Master narrowed his eyes slightly as he recalled those secrets. His mind was in turmoil and he fell silent. The three of them didn't say anything. They just waited quietly. After a long while, Wholehearted Tao Master came back to his senses and said, "Only Yuan underworld cultivators are qualified to participate in this opportunity. Those below or above the Yuan underworld have no chance." Chenzong and the other two were shocked. Only Yuan underworld cultivators were qualified to participate, those below or above the Yuan underworld cultivators were not allowed. What kind of opportunity was this, unparalleled opportunity? The three of them looked at Wholehearted Tao Master eagerly, hoping that he could reveal more information. "Alright, you don't have to know too much now." Wholehearted Tao Master couldn't help but laugh when he saw their expressions. However, he shook his head and said, "Now, all of you should cultivate properly and improve yourselves as much as possible. However, remember not to break through to the divine power grade. I will naturally inform you when the time is right." The three of them could only listen to their master obediently and bid farewell to Wholehearted Tao Master. In Wholehearted Palace, Wholehearted Tao Master fell into deep thought again. His eyes were somewhat absent-minded. It couldn't be helped. Not a single person who knew about these secrets wasn't like this. What was even more serious was that they were constantly in a state of absent-mindedness, and their minds were violently fluctuating. Even if they were at the sovereign realm, they wouldn't be able to remain calm and aloof in front of such secrets. This was because even a sovereign powerhouse would want to obtain such an opportunity. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, only Yuan underworld cultivators could do it. Being able to see it but not be able to touch it was the most torturous feeling. Fortunately, every top Tao venerate's mind and willpower were incomparably tough. This was something that had been tempered countless times and wouldn't be easily affected by external factors. Even if they were affected, they would be able to adjust themselves. The only difference was the length of time. Because of this, sovereign powerhouses and Tao venerates were qualified to know these secrets in advance. However, those below the Tao venerate level couldn't. This was a kind of subversive and direct impact. There weren't many below the Tao venerate level who could withstand it. If they couldn't withstand it, they might doubt themselves and everything else and eventually go crazy. Moreover, it wasn't clear who could withstand it and who couldn't. Without real experience, no one dared to say for sure. It was because of this that this secret was first sealed and not let anyone below the Tao venerate level know. Even ordinary Tao venerates weren't qualified to know. Only those who had reached the peak of the Tao venerate level were qualified to know. Only those who had truly passed the test would be qualified to know. After all, passing the test was the time to obtain the unparalleled opportunity. It had to be known. 9 Heavens Imperial Court, Void Universe. He muttered in a low voice that only he could hear. His eyes instantly shone with an unparalleled radiance. Although only Yuan underworld cultivators were qualified to take the test, it wasn't as if others didn't have a chance. It was just that it wasn't that easy. However, as long as there was a chance, it was worth looking forward to. Unparalleled opportunity? What exactly is it? I really want to know immediately, Yu Wuxia said impatiently. Senior sister, don't be anxious. Master will naturally tell us when it's time to know. Xianxia's temperament was more gentle. Or rather, it was because she was muddle-headed from time to time that she was often in a calm state. Although I also want to know, it's not the time yet. Senior sister, don't be anxious. Chenzong smiled. What we need to do now is to do our best to improve our strength. However, we can't break through to the divine power realm. Humph, you talk too much. Yu Wuxia rolled her eyes at Chenzong. However, her figure was extremely hot and her appearance was extremely beautiful. Thus, her rolling eyes gave off a very flirtatious feeling. Chenzong smiled faintly as he watched Yu Wuxia leave quickly. Then, he turned to Xianxia. Fourth senior sister, I also have to go into seclusion for a while. See you later. Okay. Little junior brother, do your best. Xianxia clenched her fists and encouraged him. In addition to Qianzong and the other two, the other Yuan underworld disciples in the Will Heavenly Palace were also summoned by their respective Dao masters to give them a word of encouragement. Of course, they also mentioned the unparalleled opportunity. However, they didn't know the secret behind it. Of course, not all Dao masters knew the secret. In the entire Will Heavenly Palace, only Dao Master Xian and the other two top Dao masters were qualified to know the secret, excluding those who weren't in the Heavenly Palace. In any case, the unparalleled opportunity that a Dao Master powerhouse called unparalleled opportunity was still very shocking. The Yuan underworld disciples were all full of energy and went into seclusion to cultivate. Up until now, they still didn't know when the test would begin or what it would be about. However, in general, strength was the most important thing in a cultivator. Therefore, it wouldn't be wrong or bad to cultivate hard to improve one's strength. As for other aspects, no one knew and they could only act according to the circumstances. Sometimes, the opportunity also depended on luck. For example, what if the test inside the opportunity was related to Array Dao but the person who entered didn't cultivate Array Dao? They could only miss the opportunity. This was something that couldn't be helped. Even if they knew the content of the test in advance, they couldn't cultivate Array Dao. After all, it took a lot of time and energy to go from beginner to profound Array Dao. Therefore, there was no need to care so much about the test. There was no need to find out what the test was about because it was completely unnecessary. All they had to do was improve their strength. This was the case in the Will Heavenly Palace. It was the same in the Eternal Battle Fort, Everlasting Divine Flame Mountain, Purple Extreme Jiyuan Palace, and other Celestial Domain Grade forces. The true disciples of Sacred Grounds and Celestial Domain Grade forces all went into seclusion to seek the opportunity. Whether they could pass the test or not was unknown, but the opportunity was right in front of them. No matter what, they had to take a gamble. Perhaps they could get it when the time came. No one could tell what the unknown would be like. It was full of uncertainties. Because of this, it made people look forward to it even more and gave birth to countless possibilities. On the northern front line, the war against the barbarian tribe had also been adjusted to a certain extent. However, these adjustments were subtle and the barbarian tribe couldn't sense anything in a short time. In the void belt of the star domain, the void dragon serpent's body had grown even larger. It was now more than 300,000 meters long. Its aura had also become more terrifying and shocking. The 1,000,000-meter sea of light had also changed greatly. It swept from bottom to top and finally shrank at the highest point, forming a huge inverted semicircle. Layers upon layers of waves were chilling as the cycle repeated. The scene inside couldn't be seen from the outside. I wonder how many people will be able to pass the test in the third sequence void. The void dragon serpent's incomparably huge body was coiled up in the sky as it looked down. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Qianzong, Wuxia, Xianxia, and the other Yuan underworld core disciples of the Will Sky Palace came out one by one. After half a year of seclusion, each of them had more or less improved and were in high spirits. All the Yuan underworld core disciples had gathered in the largest palace in the Will Sky Palace. In addition to these Yuan underworld core disciples, many Dao venerates had also gathered there. The unparalleled opportunity has arrived, but not everyone is qualified to participate in the test. The Great Heart Elephant Venerable stood at the top of the Will Sky Palace and looked down in all directions. He was the palace master of the Will Sky Palace and one of the top Dao venerates in the Will Sky Palace. His combat strength was extremely strong and was rumored to be on par with the wholehearted Dao Venerable. The other 4 palace masters were scattered on the left and right sides. The other Dao venerates were also scattered around. Such a large lineup was astonishing. The Will Sky Palace didn't have so many Dao venerates present except for the third Dao disciple ceremony. The Will Sky Palace was the first palace of the Will Sky Palace. It was the first palace and also the most orthodox palace. All important matters would be carried out there. The Yuan underworld core disciples' breathing quickened when they heard the Great Heart Elephant Venerable's words. Unparalleled opportunity. They had been in seclusion for half a year and had specially returned from the northern battlefront and other places just for this unparalleled opportunity that the Dao venerates were talking about. How could they miss such an opportunity? Although everyone was excited, they also heard the Great Heart Elephant Venerable's words. Not everyone was qualified to participate. Of course, everyone could understand. Only a small number of people would be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter when it appeared. This was the same for unparalleled fortuitous encounters. It couldn't be more normal. This opportunity isn't exclusive to the Will Sky Palace. It is targeted at all Yuan underworld elites in the void. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they heard the Great Heart Elephant Venerate's second sentence. It targeted all the Yuan Ming prodigies in the void. The entire void was so vast. How many Yuan underworld cultivators were there? He really hadn't counted it, but it was definitely a lot. Even if a portion of them was eliminated, there was still a lot of them. Furthermore, there were also many Yuan underworld geniuses. This meant that the competition would be very, very big. They would have to face all the geniuses in the entire void. There were 4 sacred lands, many cosmic realm state forces, and even some cosmic system states and solo prodigies. 100 vying barges. Some people frowned, because the pressure was too great, and they might not be able to win. There were also some whose faces were full of excitement, because they could compete with even more geniuses. There were all kinds of people, and all kinds of people had different personalities. Due to many reasons, the number of people participating in the test is limited. The 4 sacred lands will each get 10 spots. In other words, the Will Sky Palace will only get 10 out of the 1,000 Yuan underworld elites. The Great Heart Elephant Venerate's words shocked all the Yuan underworld elites. Although there were less than 1,000 Yuan underworld elites present, there were still more than 700 of them. Choosing 10 out of 700 was indeed a cruel thing to do. The third Tao disciple, Zhenzong, does not need to be selected. He will directly obtain a spot. The remaining 9 spots will be up to you all to compete, the Great Heart Elephant Venerate said. Zhenzong was slightly surprised. He hadn't been able to compete and had directly obtained a spot. However, when he thought about it, this was very normal. After all, in terms of combat strength, he could kill a 1-star Divine Power Realm elite if he used his full strength. It wouldn't be impossible for him to contend with a 2-star Divine Power Realm elite. Although there were some Yuan underworld elites present who had very strong combat strength, they couldn't reach the Divine Power Realm. It could be said that Zhenzong was already on a completely different level from them. The third Tao disciple had displayed his might on the northern battlefront, and his cultivation base had also reached the perfected Yuan underworld. In any case, Zhenzong's combat strength was at the peak of the Yuan underworld. Thus, no one had any objections to him obtaining one of the 10 spots. With one less spot, the competition for the remaining 9 spots became even more intense. The most direct method was to fight. In a one-on-one battle, the winner would advance and the loser would be eliminated. There was no luck involved. The third true disciple of the One Heart Palace, Xianxia, erupted with an astonishing battle prowess. Her pair of iron fists were extremely violent, and her pair of slender legs were also filled with incomparable violent might. Those who fought against her were all defeated by her extremely violent attacks, as if they were dried weeds and smashed rotten wood. Zhenzong discovered that although Xianxia's combat strength hadn't reached the 12-star level of the ultra boundary, it was very close. An ordinary peak 11-star was no longer a match for her. However, in addition to Xianxia, Zhenzong also unexpectedly discovered that someone's combat power had surpassed the level of the 11-star level. Someone who had truly reached the 12-star level referred to the conventional combat power, and that was the combat power without using any secret techniques. This person had been mingling in the northern battlefront all year round. His name was Meng Yuan, and it was in the past 6 months that he had finally broken through the limits of his combat strength and entered the ultra boundary. Battle, battle, battle. Battle after battle, the winner would advance and the loser would be eliminated. There was no pause. Xianxia won one battle after another. She was also very lucky that she didn't encounter Meng Yuan. Meng Yuan, who had the combat strength of an ultra boundary, defeated his opponents like a hot knife through butter and advanced continuously. It was very difficult to attain the combat strength of the 12-star level. There had been countless geniuses since ancient times, but very few had been able to reach the 12-star level. Although the Will Heavenly Palace was the #1 sacred ground, there were very few true disciples who could attain the combat strength of the 12-star level. For example, there were currently only 2 in the path manipulation realm. Of course, there were still other disciples who hadn't fully matured and had some hope of breaking through the limits and advancing to the ultra boundary in the future. As for the Yuan underworld realm, there were currently two. One was Qianzong, and the other was Meng Yuan. As for Yu Wuxia, there was still some hope that she could break through, but the success rate was uncertain. As for the other geniuses, of course, there were also a few who had hope, but that was all there was to it. The combat strength of the ultra boundary was a kind of sublimation. It wasn't something that could be achieved just by talent alone. There were also many factors that combined to create it. For example, the northern battlefront was extremely fierce, and life and death battles were endless. However, there were only a few battlefronts that had 12-star combat strength. Most of the battlefronts didn't have any, which showed how rare the combat strength of the ultra boundary was. One after another, extremely fierce battles took place. Some of them even made Qianzong feel that it was very exciting. It should be known that Qianzong's current combat strength was no longer on the same level as them. Those that could make him feel excited were very extraordinary. When the last battle ended, the dust settled, and the 9 spots were thus decided. In addition to Qianzong, who had already obtained a spot, there were a total of 10 spots. Of these 10, 7 were men and 3 were women. They were Qianzong, Meng Yuan, Yu Wuxia, Lu Liang, Zhou Huang, Sun Fengqiu, Luo Yunrua, Zhang Zhenzhong, Su Xing, and Su Chen. Qianzong and Meng Yuan's combat strength was at the ultra boundary level, while the remaining 8 were at the peak of the 11-star level. Such a lineup was quite astonishing. The 10 spots have been decided. You have half a month to prepare well and adjust yourselves to the best state. The Great Heart Elephant Venerable said, half a month later, we will set off on time. Any questions? Venerable One, may I ask where we will be going in half a month? Meng Yuan immediately asked. No need to rush. You will know when the time comes. The Great Heart Elephant Venerable looked at Meng Yuan and smiled. The Great Heart Elephant Venerable had an impression of Meng Yuan because he was a true disciple of the Palace of Will. His talent was not the best, but he was very hard-working. His degree of effort far surpassed that of others. In order to train himself, he stayed at the northern battlefront for 100 years. Through the life and death battles with the barbarian tribe, he stimulated his potential and crazily trained himself. Originally, according to his talent, it was very difficult for him to break through to the ultra-boundary level. After all, he did not reach it when he was in the path manipulation realm. Although it was said that the ultra-boundary level did not depend entirely on talent, if one did not have enough talent, it would be an extravagant hope. He did not expect Meng Yuan to be able to break through the shackles and reach the ultra-boundary level. He could not help but be looked at in a different light. Because of this, the Great Heart Elephant Venerable's attitude towards him was relatively more amiable. Let's go. Cultivate well. The Great Heart Elephant Venerable said in the end. He turned around and seemed to disappear. Everyone also left. Those who got a slot were, of course, happy. Those who did not get a slot were inevitably disappointed. This was unavoidable. Opportunities were always prepared for a small number of people. Only a small number of people were qualified to enjoy them. At the end of the day, it was still necessary to improve oneself as much as possible and become stronger. Only then would one be qualified to fight for opportunities. Otherwise, when a fortuitous encounter arrived, yet they missed it due to their lack of strength, that would cause them to beat their chests and stamp their feet with extreme heartache. Chen Daozi, please fight with me. Meng Yuan stopped Qianzong. His eyes flickered with a sharp light. His tone was also full of astonishing fighting spirit. In order to improve himself, he fought crazily, putting himself on the edge of life and death. When he was at the northern battlefront, he had heard of Qianzong's fame, but he had never had the chance. Now, Qianzong was in front of him. This was his chance. Fight, the others who were about to leave stopped. They were very interested and looked forward to this battle. You are no match for me. Qianzong shook his head slightly. It was not that he looked down on Meng Yuan, but when Meng Yuan fought before, Qianzong roughly estimated the level of Meng Yuan's combat strength. Meng Yuan was indeed very good, but compared to himself, it was still not enough, even if he did not use the sword world. Once he used the sword world, it would be easy to destroy. An unparalleled opportunity has arrived. Everyone, do your best to fight for it. Set off. Unparalleled opportunity, here I come. The prodigies of the 4 great sacred grounds and the various star sector level forces who had obtained a slot began to set off. However, the 4 great holy lands all had their own grand void teleportation formations, and at this critical moment, they were not stingy in using them. Therefore, the heavenly legends and Tao masters of the 4 great holy lands were the first to arrive, while the other forces that did not have grand void teleportation formations could only rush over by void boat at the fastest speed possible. Those who were further away had already set off after the selection. Those who were closer had paused for a period of time before setting off. At the edge of a star region, the light of a formation flickered and rapidly formed. In the end, it turned into a large formation that slowly rotated. It was extremely mysterious. In the next moment, figures appeared from within. This was the group from the Will Sky Palace. They were led by the Great Heart Elephant Venerate and the Single Heart Holy Venerate. They were accompanied by 3 other Tao Venerates and 10 Yuan Underworld True Disciples. 5 Tao Masters were escorting him, and 2 of them were top-tier Tao Masters. This showed how much importance the Will Heavenly Palace placed on him. Immediately after, the Great Heart Elephant Venerable waved his hand and a spaceship appeared in the void. Everyone boarded the spaceship and it immediately set off. This was a rare super-grade void ship. Most Tao Masters could only own a top-grade void airship. Only a few top Tao Masters were qualified to own a super-grade void airship. The speed of the super-grade void flying boat was astonishing. There was no need to activate void travel. It did not take long for them to enter the void belt. Look, that's the place related to the supreme opportunity. Great Heart Elephant Venerable pointed to the front as he steered the flying boat. Everyone looked over. They could see that in front of them, in a distant place, there was a ball of intense light shining. It was as dazzling as the sun hanging in the sky. What is that? The Skypride stared at it while trying to guess what it was. As the flying boat continued to approach, the ball of light became increasingly vast, filling everyone's eyes, causing them to be even more astonished. Close, it was completely close, the void flying ship came to a stop. Everyone disembarked from the void flying ship one after another. Their gazes were immediately drawn to the scene. At this moment, the sea of light that was 1,000,000 meters long had already formed a closed semicircle. It was like a glowing giant bowl that was overturned on the belt of nothingness. It was extremely impactful. This aura. Chen Zong's expression changed slightly as he sensed the aura fluctuations emitted by the huge light. A strange desire emerged in his heart. He longed to enter the light, longed for that power, as if it was a supreme delicacy. Not only did Chen Zong have this feeling, but the others also had the same feeling. However, everyone restrained their impulses and didn't rush forward. The void was vast and filled with countless temptations. Most of the temptations were merely temptations. Just like the beautiful mushrooms, they were actually poisonous. Next, they had to wait because there were still other participants who hadn't arrived yet. The test would only begin after everyone had arrived. The Will Heavenly Palace wasn't the first to arrive. Before them, other cosmic realm-level powers had already arrived. After all, they had to travel a long distance and didn't have a grand universal teleportation formation. The people from the Purple Extreme Hall and the Thousand Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain arrived one after the other. They each had 10 people. The third Taoist, Yuan Chongshan, from the Purple Extreme Hall's camp was also among them. Yuan Chongshan swept his gaze across and focused on Chen Zong. It was as if he wanted to see through Chen Zong. There was a blazing battle intent in his eyes. The first time they had clashed was directly at Chen Zong's third Taoist ceremony. At that time, he had suppressed his own strength and the battle ended in a draw. However, Yuan Chongshan felt that it was precisely because he had suppressed his own cultivation that he couldn't unleash the full power of some of his techniques. Therefore, he believed that he could defeat Chen Zong if they were at the same level. The second time they had clashed was indirectly in the Tianhong world. Only then did he realize that Chen Zong was hiding such powerful and terrifying techniques. Even someone as arrogant as him had to admit that he wasn't a match for Chen Zong. After all, he couldn't defeat the evil god tribe's royal highness, but the evil god tribe's royal highness wasn't a match for Qianzong. The difference between them was obvious. Although Yuan Chongshan was shocked and unwilling, he wasn't discouraged. After returning, he worked even harder and cultivated even harder. His cultivation wasn't to raise his cultivation base and break through to the next level. Instead, he was constantly honing himself in other aspects to strengthen his techniques and combat strength at the same level. However, at his level, without breaking through to the next level, everything had been raised to the extreme. It was extremely difficult to advance any further. It was almost impossible. He kept cultivating bitterly but couldn't make any progress. That kind of feeling was like a kind of torture. When the news of the unparalleled opportunity came, Yuan Chongshan's heart was filled with even more desire. Under the intense desire, he seemed to have broken through some kind of shackles. Finally, Yuan Chongshan broke through. His cultivation base was still at the greater success divine physique realm, but he had reached the extreme. The breakthrough of the giant tyrant body allowed his combat strength to increase even further. Now, Yuan Chongshan was fully confident that he could contend against and even defeat Qianzong. Perhaps now was the perfect opportunity for him to do so. Therefore, Yuan Chongshan's gaze towards Qianzong was filled with battle intent. Qianzong only exchanged glances with Yuan Chongshan. He didn't really care. To be honest, Yuan Chongshan was indeed very powerful and talented. If he hadn't grasped the sword world and fought with Yuan Chongshan at the same level, it would be hard to say who would win. Even if he could win, it would be a difficult victory. However, once the sword world was activated, even if it was a 1-star or 2-star transcendent realm, he could defeat and kill them. No matter how powerful Yuan Chongshan was, he was only SOSO. It sounded like he was relying on the sword world. However, that was an opportunity that Qianzong had obtained. It was also something that Qianzong had painstakingly cultivated. It was his own strength, not relying on external forces. It was his own strength. He continued to wait. In the process of waiting, he naturally couldn't waste time. He had to cultivate. If he couldn't break through to the transcendent realm, it meant that he could slow down his cultivation base and focus on other aspects. For example, the transcendent realm. Qianzong was working hard, so the others naturally wouldn't relax. That day, Meng Yuan invited Qianzong to fight, but he was rejected by Qianzong. However, Meng Yuan didn't give up just like that. After many requests, Qianzong finally fought with Meng Yuan. In that battle, Qianzong defeated Meng Yuan without using the sword world. Meng Yuan was sincerely convinced. Then, it was the third senior sister, Yu Wuxia. Every day, Yu Wuxia would challenge Qianzong to a duel. He would use all of his strength and fight crazily to train himself. He planned to break through his limits and improve his combat ability to break through to the surpassing realm. However, it was too difficult. Yu Wuxia's battle strength still hadn't broken through. After a while, the people from the Eternal Battle Fort also arrived. The Eternal Battle Fort was the furthest away from here. Because of the northern front, it wasn't easy to come here. They had to make a lot of arrangements to be at ease. However, there were only 3 Dao masters from the Eternal Battle Fort. The rest were the geniuses who had obtained the quotas. Qianzong just finished his cultivation and glanced around. When he glanced at the Eternal Battle Fort, he happened to see a pair of eyes staring at him. When the pair of eyes saw Qianzong, they were first surprised and then surprised. Then, they turned into fighting intent. Instinctively, Qianzong felt that the pair of eyes seemed a little familiar. It was as if he knew the owner of the pair of eyes. However, this person was wearing a strange black mask that looked as ferocious as a ghost. It completely covered his face, revealing only a pair of calm and unruly eyes that looked down on the world. Qianzong's mind raced, but he couldn't remember who the man was. It seemed that there was no one he knew who had such a pair of eyes. The man didn't speak. He just looked at Qianzong. Wisps of fighting intent filled his eyes, which was different from the feeling brought by Yuancheng Mountain. Immediately, the fighting intent in his eyes disappeared and he calmed down. He also looked away and looked at the huge hemisphere of the Sea of Light. As Qianzong thought about it, he put aside the curiosity in his heart. Since he couldn't figure it out, it was fine. If he could find out, he would eventually find out. There was no need to worry too much. The void was vast and there were many factions. There were 4 sacred lands and hundreds of nebula-grade factions. Although the number of quotas wasn't as high as the 4 sacred lands, it was still a lot. In addition, there were also some geniuses from nebula-grade factions and some unaffiliated geniuses. The number was even greater. By the time everyone arrived, Qianzong could see a vast sea of people. Roughly counting, he estimated that there were at least 1,000 of them. In other words, there would be more than 1,000 geniuses participating in the test to compete for the so-called unparalleled opportunity. Speaking of which, more than 1,000 people was actually very small compared to the void. After all, the void was so big and there were so many factions. There were also so many Yuan underworld geniuses. 1,000 people wasn't even 1 in 10,000. However, there was no other way. There was a limit to the number of quotas and the number of quotas allocated to each faction was also very limited. They had to compete internally to obtain a quota before they were qualified to participate in the test of the unparalleled opportunity. Only by passing the test would they be qualified to obtain the unparalleled opportunity. A huge head appeared in the sky above the huge hemisphere of the Sea of Light. It was a head that looked like a dragon or a snake. It was so huge that it looked like a hill. It was the Void Dragon Serpent, it was the Void Dragon Serpent. However, it wasn't the original Void Dragon Serpent. Is everyone here? The Void Dragon Serpent suddenly spoke in the human language. In an instant, Qianzong and the other geniuses were shocked. The Void Dragon Serpent could actually speak in the human language. How shocking was that? The Tao Venerables hadn't mentioned this to everyone. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so shocked. Emissary, everyone is here. A sovereign realm expert replied. Very good. In that case, the test will begin. All participants, come in. The elite had stepped into the Sea of Light. A wonderful feeling arose spontaneously. Qianzong felt as if a supreme power was sweeping through his body. This feeling was indescribable. It was very wonderful. Everyone felt the same way. From the outside, it looked as if the bodies of all the elites had been swallowed up. No one knew what was inside the Sea of Light, as they couldn't enter. Only Yuan Underworld elites and Yuan Underworld elites who had obtained a slot were qualified to enter. The others would be rejected. If they tried to force their way in, they would die. The strength of the Void Dragon Serpent made even sovereigns fear it, as it was no longer the original Void Dragon Serpent. Third-rank elites of the Void, remember, there are only 10 slots at most. Do your best to fight for that opportunity. The Void Dragon Serpent's voice rang out once again, but this time, it was transmitted directly into the ears of every elite. It was condensed with a supreme Taoist rhyme that went straight into their consciousness. 10 slots. There are only 10 slots at most. In an instant, every elite's expression changed drastically. They were extremely shocked. They had already gone through the selection process. Those who stood out from the competition were the winners. Now, there were only 10 spots. There were thousands of people and 10 slots. The probability was at most 1%. How shockingly low was that? One had to know that these thousands of people had come from all over the void. Although they didn't dare say that they represented the entire void, they represented the majority. Therefore, there were only 10 slots. This was too shocking. What kind of opportunity was this? It was so harsh. Don't be surprised. Perhaps less than 10 people will obtain a slot in the end. The Void Dragon Serpent seemed to have seen through everyone's surprise and shock. What it said shocked everyone once again. Less than 10, could it be that the difficulty of this test was very, very high? The test begins now. As soon as the Void Dragon Serpent said that, everyone realized that the people around them had disappeared. Light surged and changed rapidly. Qianzong didn't know what had happened to the others, but his surroundings had turned into a desolate plain. It was a wasteland. The wasteland was a few thousand meters away. Further away, there was a light mist that rippled like water, making it impossible to see clearly. What test? Qianzong frowned slightly. Suddenly, something strange happened. An invisible force swept past and covered all directions in an instant, including Qianzong. Right after that, Qianzong felt some changes. It seemed that his strength was affected and suppressed. He pulled out his sword and stabbed forward. The sword pierced through the air like a stream of light, but it did not leave behind any sword marks. What's going on? Qianzong frowned. Although Luo Yunyang hadn't used his full strength and was only a basic sword move, the power of this sword move was very impressive based on his cultivation and attainments in swordsmanship. Even a 10-star Yuan underworld powerhouse might not be able to withstand it. If they were hit, they would be seriously injured even if they didn't die. However, what was going on now? Qianzong's keen perception told him that the power of this sword had been greatly reduced. It had been reduced by many times. Qianzong swung his sword again, one strike after another. Sword light surrounded him. He adjusted the strength of each strike and compared the power of each strike. Finally, he came to a conclusion that shocked even himself. 1 in 10,000, all of his strength had been suppressed to 1/10,000th of his original strength. A difference of 10,000 times, it was a difference of 10,000 times. How could the suppression be so terrifying? How could it be so terrifying? What exactly was going on? Qianzong was no stranger to suppression of strength. Some forbidden areas in the void would do this, but the suppression definitely wouldn't be so shocking. 10,000 times, 1 in 10,000, no more, no less. It was simply horrifying. Furthermore, this suppression was omnidirectional. When the heart sword field was released, its range was reduced from 20,000 meters to 2 meters. When the sword world was opened, it was also reduced from 20,000 meters to 2 meters. What could the 2-meter heart sword field do? It could do almost nothing. The power of the heart refinement sword art was greatly reduced, so the sword domain severing move was basically useless. The 2-meter sword world was practically useless because the 2-meter range was too small. The sword light couldn't condense much and couldn't be set up into a sword array. In other words, Qianzong's 2 trump cards were directly ineffective. Suddenly, Qianzong thought of the demon heart of the gods. He found that even the demon heart was imprisoned by an invisible force and couldn't be contacted. It was completely isolated. His 3rd trump card was also ineffective. Qianzong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It could be said that under such circumstances, his strength was limited to a low-end level. The most important thing was his means. While he was deep in thought, an enormous figure stepped out from within the light fog. Qianzong's pupils immediately widened when he saw the figure, before they instantly shrunk to the size of needles. Following which, an extremely terrifying and incomparably wild and violent aura charged over, causing Qianzong's entire body to subconsciously tighten as his hair stood on end. That figure was a reddish-brown monster. It was like a giant shoe that walked upright. It was 6 meters tall and had a pair of large pincers that were full of amazing power. A thick tail was barbed, and the color of the tail was darker toward the end. The hook was black, but the tip of the hook was dark green, as if it was shining. It was a monster. However, Qianzong had seen monsters uglier than this giant upright scorpion, but none of them gave him such a strong impact. It wasn't a visual impact, but a kind of impact that seemed to come from the depths of his body. It was as if he had encountered a natural enemy. He would feel horror from the bottom of his heart and his hair would stand on end. Qianzong couldn't understand why he had such a feeling. In fact, he had encountered many strong enemies. Demons of the void, the evil god tribe, the demon barbarian tribe, and so on. They all had their own characteristics, but none of them could make him feel such horror from the bottom of his heart. The giant upright shoe's eyes glowed with blood-red light and was full of madness. It directly let out a strange roar and madly rushed over. The pair of large pincers suddenly waved and smashed fiercely. It was like a giant hammer that could smash Qianzong to pieces. A gust of wind howled, the aura was violent to the extreme. Qianzong immediately felt a great impact, and instantly, he felt a sense of suffocation. The shadow descended, and a powerful pressure bore down on him, as though it would shatter his body in an instant. Qianzong didn't dare to take this blow directly, because Qianzong felt a great threat. He took a step forward and didn't retreat to dodge. Instead, he took a step forward and approached the monster. Qianzong had been through countless battles in his life and had rich combat experience. Naturally, he could make the most accurate response in an instant. The monster's body was much larger than his. If he took a step back, it wouldn't be so easy to avoid the opponent's attack. The opponent could even take the opportunity to launch a series of attacks and directly put him at a disadvantage and in danger. But if he took a step forward, the distance between them would be shortened instantly. With the difference in size, the opponent's attack range would be shortened. Obviously, it was disadvantageous for the monster, but it was advantageous for Xianxia. At the same time, Xianxia unsheathed his sword. The sword light was like a crescent moon. It was astonishingly sharp, and the sword chi surged. The pincers fell, but because of the distance, it couldn't release its full power and didn't hit Xianxia. But the monster's reaction was unexpectedly fast. Its tail shook in an instant, and like a flash of lightning, it shot through the air. As the dark green light at the end of the tail shone, a strange fishy smell filled the air and went straight to Xianxia's nostrils. The fishy smell immediately made Xianxia feel dizzy. At the moment when he was frightened, he quickly closed his eyes and changed the direction of his sword to slash at the scorpion tail. After the collision, the sound of metal clashing reverberated out. It was as if he had slashed onto an extremely hard metal. A violent force poured down, causing the sword in Xianxia's hand to tremble. The body of the sword trembled incessantly, and the scorpion tail also bounced up slightly. Xianxia's battle experience could be said to be incomparably rich. His arm and sword took advantage of this collision to draw an arc. Like a bamboo in the wind, he exploded once again. His sword slashed out, the speed of the sword increased by a few notches, directly slashing towards the body of the monster. This sword couldn't be avoided. It fiercely slashed at the monster's body, but once again, it made a dull sound. It was as if he had slashed at a solid piece of divine iron. The sudden burst of force caused the sword to bounce back. The sword trembled violently, and even Xianxia's wrist became numb from the shock. How can this be? Xianxia was horrified. This degree of hardness was too terrifying. It couldn't be cut, and only a very faint white mark was left. One must know that the power of the Taichu sword yuan technique was amazing. It could cut through all hard defenses. He had tested this countless times. Even if the opponent was at a higher level than him, it could still cut through a little. But now, it was ineffective. Unbelievable, it was the first time Xianxia encountered such a situation. Although he was horrified, Xianxia didn't lose his fighting spirit. His figure flashed and his feet shifted. He turned into a flash of sword light and avoided the monster's attack. He directly slashed at the side of the monster's body, leaving a faint white mark. Xianxia began to make all kinds of probing. Although the monster's body was huge, it wasn't slow at all. It seemed to be very agile. However, Xianxia was more agile. With the profound mystery of the One Heart Sutra, he controlled everything around him. All the attacks of the monster were within his grasp. In this way, Xianxia could constantly dodge and avoid being hit. His sword slashed, stabbed, and sliced. His body was incomparably agile as he circled around the monster. He was like a cat, but also like a bird. His sword constantly landed on the monster's body, but each strike only left a faint white mark. Xianxia was testing the monster's weakness. It was impossible that there was no weakness on the monster's body. As long as he found its weakness and launched a targeted attack, he would be able to kill it faster. Because he was still testing the monster, Xianxia didn't erupt with his maximum combat strength. He only pushed his normal chi refinement combat strength to the maximum. Even so, this combat strength was still at the level of a 12-star Yuan Underworld Supreme. It couldn't be underestimated. Sorry for the wait. Just now, Six Paths and Lu Sa went to the maternity ward. Now, they're in the delivery room. Er Bao is about to be born. Six Paths ran home to cook something for Lu Sa to eat. Third-rank void cultivators are innately weaker than other void cultivators. They're even weaker than those from the universe. I wonder how many of them will pass in the end. The void dragon snake was high up in the air. Its huge eyes seemed to be able to see through all illusions and mysteries. It took in every scene of the prodigy's trial. It muttered to itself in a low voice that only it could hear. Maybe not even one. I don't have to have high hopes. If not even one passes, it'll be a pity. It'll be a pity that I've spent so many years to get such an opportunity. I don't know how many years it'll be before I get another chance." Gradually, the voice fell silent. Although it said that it was a pity, there was no hint of regret in its tone. Yu Wuxiao's opponent was also a huge scorpion. They were fighting fiercely. Suppression. Facing this huge scorpion monster, Yu Wuxiao was suppressed. Her combat strength surpassed the average top 11 star and was close to 12 star. However, she hadn't truly reached 12 star yet. This huge scorpion monster, on the other hand, was a true 12 star. Her heart flame burned and she unleashed all her strength. Yu Wuxiao's combat strength was raised to the extreme. It surpassed the limit and reached 12 star. However, this wasn't normal combat strength. It was the limit. There was a difference between the two. Under the limit of her combat strength, Yu Wuxiao's attacks became more and more violent. She clashed with the huge scorpion monster again and again. This was her combat style. However, the scorpion monster's body was incomparably tough, and its strength was even more shocking. In a head-on clash, Yu Wuxiao was at a disadvantage. His arms were numb from the impact, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He was already injured. Even so, Yu Wuxiao did not retreat at all. This was her way of fighting. Break, break, fight to the death. The more they clashed, the more obvious and intense the impact on Yu Wuxiao. Her qi and blood surged and gradually seeped out from all parts of her body. It looked very shocking. Triple kill. In an instant, Yu Wuxiao grasped the opportunity and exploded forth. A vast and mighty power surged into his right arm like a raging tide, gathering in his fist. Light bloomed like a blazing sun as he punched out ferociously. This punch, which could destroy mountains, landed directly on the body of the scorpion monster. An extremely powerful force erupted, causing the body of the scorpion monster to sway. Once again, its power surged, spreading to its right shoulder. Yu Wuxiao's entire body seemed to have transformed into an ancient mountain, charging straight at the body of the scorpion monster with the terrifying force of a thunderbolt. This collision was like a meteorite crashing into the ground. The scorpion monster's extremely hard shell caved in at the spot where the first punch had landed. Its entire body was thrown back, and its pincers were also affected. It was unable to hit Yu Wuxiao. Yu Wuxiao gritted his teeth and endured the pain from his shoulder. He took advantage of the momentum to retreat slightly. While he was in midair, the last of his strength poured into his right leg like a raging sea. Boom! The kick that seemed to be able to break a mountain carried an extremely berserk power as it lashed out. It was like a meteor that left a trail of flames behind it. It was extremely cruel. This kick landed right on the dent on the body of the scorpion monster. The powerful force seemed to have gathered at the tip of his foot. It instantly exploded, and the dent on the scorpion monster's shell was finally broken. However, Yu Wuxiao also felt that the tip of his foot had shattered. He landed on the ground and quickly retreated. The tip of his foot was dripping with blood. His right shoulder had collapsed, and his right fist had cracked. He was severely injured. However, the scorpion monster was not dead. The place where it had been injured did not seem to have much effect on it. It attacked again. Gigantic Yuan Tyrant Body Level 3. Yuan Chongshan's battle strength was fully unleashed. The gigantic Yuan Tyrant Body Level 3 made his battle strength even more tyrannical. He clashed head-on with the scorpion monster and did not retreat at all. Fight! 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 The true disciple from the eternal battle fort wearing a ferocious ghost mask shouted 3 times in a row. Each level of battle intent was stronger than the previous. In the end, it turned into flames that enveloped his body. With a long blade in his hand, the flames spread and covered the area. His blade technique was violent and ferocious. Every move seemed to be able to kill. He fought fiercely with the scorpion monster. Every slash carried a shocking amount of power. His aura soared into the sky and was extremely tyrannical. Thousands of skyprides had unleashed their full strength and techniques to fight the scorpion monster. In terms of combat strength, the scorpion monster had reached the 12-star level. However, the key point was that its strength was terrifying. Its shell was also extremely hard. Not only was its shell extremely hard, but even its body was also extremely hard. Therefore, the method of destroying the scorpion monster from the inside was ineffective. It had almost no weakness. Among the thousands of people, not everyone could unleash their full power and reach the level of the surpassing realm. Only a small number could do so. Therefore, it did not take long for someone to be defeated. The result of defeat was elimination. They were pushed out of the sea of light by a force. Now, there were less than 100 people still fighting. They had unleashed all their power, but they were still defeated. There were fewer and fewer people who could persist. Chenzong looked solemn. His eyes were extremely solemn. Chenzong had tried. He had attacked every part of the scorpion monster's body. However, he did not find any special weakness. Even the joints were covered by a layer of membrane. Don't underestimate the membrane. It was abnormally tough and could not be cut that easily. Although Chenzong could not do anything to the scorpion monster, Chenzong's body was extremely agile. All the scorpion monster's attacks could not even touch the corner of Chenzong's clothes. Drops of water can penetrate stone. In that case, I'll only attack one point. I'll break it with 10, 100, or even 1,000 swords, Chenzong said to himself. He unleashed all his battle strength. Lingwu Supreme Technique, Heart Flame Level 15, Taichu Sword Origin Body, he unleashed all his battle strength. His maximum battle strength was still at the 12-star level, but it had more than doubled. Great Refined Void God Eyes, in an instant, 2 almost transparent rays of light shot out from Chenzong's eyes. They broke through the air and shot directly into the scorpion monster's eyes at an astonishing speed. The scorpion monster's body froze in an instant. It was not that the scorpion monster had no weakness. Its body was strong, but its spiritual soul was relatively average. However, this was only relative. Chenzong's spiritual soul was far stronger than that of cultivators of the same generation and level. Although the Great Refined Void God Eyes did not perform a spiritual soul attack but a divine will attack, it was still very shocking. This was because Chenzong's divine will was also very strong. Only in this way could he attack the scorpion monster's spiritual soul and cause it to be temporarily distracted. In the moment when it was distracted, Chenzong unleashed all his strength and slashed out with his sword. In an instant, even though he was suppressed, he still slashed out dozens of times. Each slash hit the joint of one of the scorpion monster's legs. The dozens of sword slashes that burst out with all his strength were extremely powerful. Like drops of water penetrating stone, they immediately cut through the extremely tough membrane and slashed into it. Cut, with one of its legs cut off, the scorpion monster immediately lost some of its balance. As a result, its combat ability was reduced. This was a rare opportunity. In a burst of strength, Chenzong cut off the scorpion monster's second leg. This scorpion monster had a total of 6 legs. When Chenzong completely cut off the scorpion monster's 3 left legs, the scorpion monster completely lost its balance and fell to one side. Its mobility was greatly restricted, and the threat it posed to Chenzong was also greatly reduced. Even so, Chenzong did not underestimate it at all. This was because the scorpion monster's tail was extremely terrifying. It definitely contained an astonishing amount of poison. If he was hit by it, he might die. Next, it was time to cut off the tail. After the tail was cut off, the scorpion monster's threat level decreased again. Chenzong found another opportunity to cut off the 3 right legs. In the end, only a pair of large pincers were still a threat. However, it could not attack Chenzong at all. Concoction, one sword strike after another, slashing the scorpion monster's carapace at the place where it was connected to the carapace. The sword chi penetrated straight through. Finally, the scorpion monster was killed by Chenzong. Chenzong heaved a sigh of relief. This battle had not been easy. If it was not suppressed, the sword world would have been able to kill it in an instant. But there was no other way. This was the test. After the scorpion monster died, Chenzong observed it carefully and was shocked to find that this scorpion monster did not seem to be alive, but a puppet. A puppet was actually so tyrannical. It was too terrifying. Is the test over? Or should I continue? Chenzong was shocked and thought to himself. However, no other monsters appeared. After about a moment, Chenzong did not see any other monsters. Could it be that the test was like this? In the next moment, Chenzong felt a surge of movement around him. Figures appeared one after another. Including himself, there were a total of 9 figures. At a glance, Zhenzong saw that there were 8 figures other than himself. There was no senior sister Yu Wuxia, nor Meng Yuan. Congratulations, you have passed the test. The vigorous voice of the void dragon snake rang out once more. Its gigantic head also appeared above the 9 people, looking down at them. Its pair of gigantic eyes seemed to contain endless mysteries. In other words, third senior sister and Meng Yuan did not pass the test? Zhenzong could not help but think secretly. Third senior sister was still at the 11-star level. It was understandable that she could not pass the test because she was not at the 12-star level. However, Meng Yuan was at the 12-star level. It was too difficult for him to pass the test. However, after taking a closer look, he realized that the 9 people came from 9 different factions. None of them had more than one person. Thinking about it, it made sense. Zhenzong passed the test in Will Heavenly Palace. Yuancheng Mountain passed the test in Purple Extreme Jiyuan Palace. A true disciple called Hujia passed the test in Thousand Tribulation Godly Flame Mountain. The one who passed the test in Eternal Battle Fort was the man with the ferocious ghost mask. The remaining 5 people were Daozi Li Xianyun of the Cloud Sea Wonderland, one of the top forces of the Star Field. Luo Wuxing of the Refining Nether Realm. Wukong Ming of the True Martial Dao, and Jinyi of the Extreme Demon Sect. The last one had a shocking identity. His name was Duan Ling Kong, and he was a rogue cultivator. No matter how busy I am, the 6 paths will update as usual. The 4 sacred grounds, hundreds of cosmic realm level forces, and many other cosmic realm level forces had selected thousands of prodigies, but in the end, only 9 had passed the test. The probability was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. However, this was the test, and the difficulty was there. There was nothing one could do about it. They could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. As for those who were injured in the test, their injuries had all healed by the time they left the Sea of Light. I'll give you a month to make arrangements. The void dragon serpent's voice rang in the ears of the 9 prodigies. The word arrangements made them think of something bad. After all, it's still unknown when you'll be able to return. The void dragon serpent added, remember, you only have a month to return here on time. If you miss the time, you'll be considered to have given up. Everyone's expression turned solemn. This was not a joke. If they were delayed by something and missed the time, it would be equivalent to losing an opportunity that was regarded as a peerless opportunity by Dao masters and even sovereigns. They had already passed the test and were about to come into contact with the opportunity. If they missed the time and lost it, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. With that, the 9 prodigies were pushed out of the Sea of Light by an irresistible force and appeared outside. Little junior brother, congratulations. Yu Wuxia smiled at Zhenzong. However, Zhenzong discovered that there was a trace of unwillingness in Yu Wuxia's smile. It wasn't that Yu Wuxia was jealous of Zhenzong, but rather, she was unwilling to accept the fact that she had lost this opportunity. For someone like Yu Wuxia who wanted to be strong, this was undoubtedly a great blow. Third senior sister. Zhenzong did not know how to comfort her. Even if he had thousands of words to say, they were useless. I'm fine. Yu Wuxia smiled. Congratulations, Daozi. Meng Yuan also smiled at Zhenzong. He admired Zhenzong very much. A month was not a long time at all. Zhenzong did not return to the Heavenly Will Palace because he had nothing to tell them. After all, his senior sister and master were both here. After chatting with his master for a while, Zhenzong left for the Ice Saint Palace. The void escapee traveled through the void again and again, arriving at the Ice Saint Palace as quickly as possible. For this test, Yun Yanqin and Ao Xingwang did not come. Perhaps they were still in seclusion. However, other disciples of the Ice Saint Palace came. Unfortunately, they all failed. None of them passed the test. However, this was nothing. After all, there were more than 10 top cosmic realm states, but only 4 of them had Dao disciples pass the test. The ratio was very low. As for Duan Ling Kong, he was the most shocking one. A loose cultivator was actually able to pass the test. It was truly sensational. With his fastest speed, Chenzong arrived at the Ice Phoenix Road of Sacred Ice Palace. This time, no one dared to slight him. The last time they came, Chenzong had only revealed his identity as a true disciple of the Will. Heavenly Palace. This time, they already knew Chenzong's identity. Taoist, the third Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace. This identity was even more shocking than the two Taoists of the Ice Saint Palace. Moreover, Chenzong's talent was extremely shocking. Especially the high-level Tao masters of the Ice Saint Palace. They all vaguely heard some news from the northern battlefront. After all, the Ice Saint Palace also had people fighting against the barbarians in the northern battlefront. Because of this, they knew even more how terrifying Chenzong was. He had status, talent, potential, and strength. With all these combined in one person, the Ice Saint Palace had no right to slight him. Even Tao Master Red Crane, who was very hostile to Chenzong before, did not dare to show any hostility or dissatisfaction. However, Chenzong had no intention of dealing with them. His purpose this time was to come for Xianxia. He only had 1 month. No, some time had already passed. It was less than a month. He wanted to see Xianxia before he left. Xianxia is still in seclusion, Tao Master Blue Ning said. Tao Master Blue Ning said, after she absorbed the phoenix crystal, her bloodline awakened again. This time, it awakened more thoroughly, so she will be in seclusion for a longer time. As such, she took Chenzong to see where Xianxia was in seclusion. Without disturbing Xianxia, they just watched. Xianxia was indeed in seclusion. Her body was surrounded by a layer of extremely strong aura. The aura turned into a frosty white flame, burning fiercely. Xianxia's aura was growing bit by bit, becoming more and more tyrannical. When her bloodline was fully awakened, her battle strength would definitely reach a new height. Under such circumstances, there was no doubt that she could not be disturbed. Once she was interrupted, not only would it hinder Xianxia's path, but it would also cause harm. Chenzong would not be so selfish as to interrupt Xianxia's cultivation. Sometimes, it was a kind of happiness to just watch quietly. 3 days, Chenzong stood there for 3 days, watching Xianxia. He quietly accompanied her for 3 days before he left. Before he left, he naturally left a message for Xianxia. After leaving, Chenzong once again rushed towards the Sea of Light. He did not return to the Heavenly Will Palace because there was nothing he needed to tell them. When Chenzong returned to the Sea of Light, only 20 days had passed. There were still 10 days left. Chenzong was not the first to arrive. Duan Lingkong had been waiting here for a long time. In other words, Duan Lingkong was a rogue cultivator. He did not seem to have any worries. Therefore, he did not leave but stayed here. As for the others, they had all left. The Void Dragon Serpent had said that those who had passed the test wouldn't be in any danger if they stayed here. Even Sovereign Realm experts wouldn't be able to kill them. Chenzong, come and have a try. Duan Lingkong stared at Chenzong and directly challenged him to a battle. As a loose cultivator, Duan Lingkong's talent was extremely good. Moreover, his luck could be considered to be very good as well, allowing him to obtain many opportunities. Relying on these, in addition to his determination to take risks, unceasingly training and unceasingly tempering himself, he was able to obtain his current achievements. It was only because of this that he was able to pass the test, obtain the opportunities, and surpass countless geniuses. Duan Lingkong himself was a battle-hungry person. Especially when he encountered a top-notch genius like Chenzong, he couldn't suppress the battle intent in his heart and turned it into the flames of battle. Sure. Chenzong did not refuse. Duan Lingkong was indeed extraordinary to be able to pass the test as a rogue cultivator and obtain the opportunity to obtain the opportunity. One should know that many of the most outstanding esoteric disciples from top forces had failed. It was obvious that they were inferior to him. I'm going to make my move. Duan Lingkong reminded. As soon as he finished speaking, his empty hand suddenly clenched into a fist. A silver light instantly flashed. The light was incomparably intense. It bloomed in an instant, and a sharp and shocking aura spread out. The silver light was a long spear. As Duan Lingkong's figure flashed, the silver spear directly turned into an extremely violent thunderbolt. It instantly pierced through the air and blasted towards Chenzong. Its aura was so strong that it could tear apart the heavens and earth. Chenzong's expression changed slightly. The power of this spear directly reached the 12-star level. It was extremely powerful. It was even more powerful than Meng Yuan's normal combat strength by a few degrees. As expected, Duan Lingkong did not rely on luck to pass the test. It was true strength. Facing this spear, Chenzong did not dodge. With a wave of his hand, a sharp sword was unsheathed. It carried an extremely sharp sword light as it directly slashed through the void. The moment the spear and sword light came into contact, they instantly exploded. The blade of the sword and the tip of the spear directly clashed, causing sparks to fly. Like starlight, a powerful force shook the surroundings, turning into layers of ripples that swept out. Duan Lingkong's expression was cold and murderous. The silver light in his eyes was like lightning. With a shake of his hands, the spear suddenly spun. Like a poisonous dragon, it brought with it a tyrannical force of lightning. It pierced through the void, passed through the sword, and blasted towards Chenzong once again. However, Chenzong's sword technique was extremely exquisite and profound. With a gentle shake of his wrist, the sword trembled slightly and immediately slapped against the spear, causing it to break apart slightly. At that moment, the sword also exploded, turning into an arc of light as it slashed towards Duan Lingkong. This caused Duan Lingkong's expression to change. The power of this strike was extremely powerful and shocking. It was extremely terrifying, and it made Duan Lingkong feel like he was about to be cut apart. In the instant of danger, Duan Lingkong's spear trembled. It moved like a dragon in his hand, and the end of the spear swept horizontally, blocking Chenzong's strike. Then, he suddenly flicked the spear, causing it to bend and suddenly bounce, exploding out once again. This sweep was extremely powerful, and it was as if it could break a mountain. Chenzong still did not dodge. With a sword in his hand, he was extremely agile and powerful. At the same time as he blocked this strike, he attacked again. Close combat, neither of them exploded with even more power. Instead, they used sword technique and spear technique to engage in close combat. With the spear in his hand, Duan Lingkong's spear technique was displayed to a shocking extreme. It was extremely mysterious. The spear was like a lightning dragon that had come alive. It was extremely powerful and abnormally terrifying. Even Chenzong was shocked. As expected, Duan Lingkong was indeed very strong to be able to reach this step. His spear technique was already superior to countless geniuses. However, Chenzong's sword technique was also very strong. In fact, it was even stronger. The more they fought, the more intense it was, and the more power they exploded. In the end, both of them used 100% of their normal combat strength. The fierce battle continued for more than half a day. They only stopped when they had exhausted more than half of their strength. This battle was not to determine life and death. It did not matter who won or lost. It was just a spar. It's been a long time since I had such a satisfying battle. With the spear in his hand, Duan Lingkong's long hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was still domineering. Silver lightning surrounded his body as he laughed loudly. Previously, when he fought with the scorpion monster, he had used all of his strength to win. However, that kind of battle was different. The profoundness of his spear technique was not displayed to the extreme. However, in the battle with Chenzong, the profoundness of his spear technique was displayed to the extreme. It was an indescribable experience. After resting and recovering, the two of them sparred again. This time, it was a spar of sword technique and spear technique. They did not use too much strength. Speaking of which, Duan Lingkong's age was much older than Chenzong's. The time he had spent cultivating his spear technique was several times longer than Chenzong's. That was how he had achieved such amazing spear technique. They fought and rested until the time came. The other 7 geniuses who had passed the test also arrived one after another. None of them were late. They had all arrived at least 2 days in advance. They were waiting for the so-called unparalleled opportunity to arrive. When the time came, everyone's hearts were burning with anticipation. The 6 realms will be very busy recently, so the update time is uncertain. The vast sea of light in the star domain's empty space fluctuated endlessly. Strands of extremely mysterious aura spread out bit by bit, silently extending to the two-star domains. However, the speed was very slow and the aura was weak, to the point that no one detected it. Above the sea of light, the huge head of the dragon snake appeared again. A pair of huge eyes stared at the 9 figures outside the sea of light. "The 9 of you, come in." A vast and mighty voice was heard, condensing a supreme power, entering the 9 people's ears and directly penetrating their spiritual souls. The 9 people moved and once again stepped into the sea of light, moving forward until they were in front of a huge figure. What an imposing figure it was. As it sat there, it was like a lofty mountain. The aura it emitted was indescribably astonishing. It was as if it was as majestic as the heavens and earth. Before it, the 9 people felt as if they were as tiny as a speck of dust. That was the body of the void dragon snake, which was as huge as a mountain. Even though it was unintentionally emitting its aura, the 9 people felt as if they could not move at all. It was a kind of suppression on a level that was indescribable. "You have one last chance to go back on your words." The void dragon snake looked down, its huge eyes containing endless mysteries. Its voice was forceful and low, and when it rang out, it was as if the void was shaking. "Every opportunity is accompanied by danger. For third-rank void cultivators like you, it is not an exaggeration to say that this opportunity is unparalleled. At the same time, it contains fatal danger, and the slightest carelessness can lead to death. Once you have made your choice, you cannot regret it. Since I am here, I will not back out." Yuan Chongshan's voice was powerful and firm. "I still want to see what kind of peerless opportunity it is." Hu Jie smiled, his red robe swaying like fire. The others also expressed their opinions, and no one chose to give up. Danger, so what? Where was there no danger when it came to opportunities? The better the opportunity, the greater the competition and the greater the danger. It was not surprising that one would die. Since ancient times, in order to fight for the opportunity, many people had lost their lives. What's more, an unparalleled opportunity was right in front of him. How could he give it up just like that? Although he was not clear about what kind of opportunity it was, he believed that the elders in his sect would not deceive him and the others and send them to their deaths. They must have known something and had a discussion before agreeing. If even sovereign realm experts were deceived, then there would be nothing left to say. However, there was no need to deceive the Tao venerates and sovereigns to lure the few Yuan underworldlings. This sort of method was impossible. "Since you've made your decision, follow me now." The void dragon snake's body glowed with light. The light flowed from its head to its tail like water, forming a cycle. Immediately after, a light shadow leaped out from the head of the void dragon snake. One could vaguely make out the outline of a human. "Good job guarding this place." The light shadow patted the void dragon snake's head gently, and the void dragon snake nodded slightly. Afterwards, the figure of light waved his hand and a stream of light surged over like water. It turned into a wave and lifted Shenzong and the others up. They followed the figure of light to the center, rapidly approaching the 1,000-meter wide, 10,000-meter long crack at the very center. That crack was like a door that led to an unknown place. "Go!" With a low shout, the light shadow rushed into the huge crack. The light waves also carried Shenzong and the other 8 people into the crack. With the waves of light supporting them, there was also a layer of light covering their surroundings, firmly protecting them. Shenzong and the others did not feel any pressure, but they could feel that they were constantly flying up into the sky, and also constantly falling down. This feeling was very contradictory and also very strange. Darkness. It was an endless darkness, like an abyss. When Shenzong and the others looked at it, they couldn't help but feel a chill that came from the depths of their hearts. This kind of chill was enough to make their hair stand on end. It was as if there was a fatal danger hidden in the darkness. Even with their strength, once they fell into it, their souls would be scattered and their bodies would be destroyed. However, with the protection of the light sea, they were safe and sound. The light waves carried the 9 people and followed the light shadow closely. They kept moving forward, as if they were shuttling through layers of time and space. Immediately, Shenzong and the other 8 people saw an indescribably huge wheel. When they looked at it carefully, they found that it was 2 wheels that almost overlapped. One was rotating in a forward direction, and the other was rotating in a reverse direction. It was as if it could crush everything. It was indescribable. Not long after, Qianzong and the others saw an indescribably huge figure. It was a giant beast. The void dragon serpent that was more than 300,000 meters in size couldn't compare to this giant beast at all. It was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. After a while, Qianzong and the others saw an area that was collapsing and shrinking. It was extremely huge, but it was shrinking rapidly, as if it was turning into a black hole, into a bottomless abyss. With just a glance, Qianzong and the others felt their hair stand on end, as if their divine souls were about to be devoured. One type, two types, three types, there were too many scenes that they had never seen before, and each of them was so shocking. They had never seen such a scene with their own eyes since they embarked on the path of cultivation. Even in the ancient books that they had read, there was no record of it at all. It was as if it had never appeared before. However, now, they saw it with their own eyes, and there was more than one kind. Was it an illusion? Was this some kind of illusion? Even if it was an illusion, it was too shocking. As everyone knew, although an illusion was not real, it could not be separated from reality. At least, everything that was shown in an illusion existed or had existed before. Even if it was created out of thin air, there must be some basis for it. At least there were some similarities, and it couldn't be completely created out of thin air. In other words, if everything in front of them was an illusion, it meant that such a scene existed or had existed before. Even with the vision of Qianzong and the others, they still couldn't tell the difference. There was only shock, an unstoppable and endless shock that crazily attacked their mind, will, spirit, and divine souls. It was a subversive feeling. Soon after, waves of fiery passion continuously surged in the hearts of the 9 people. It was as if a single spark had started a prairie fire, burning intensely and fiercely. Unparalleled opportunity, they were looking forward to it more and more. They kept moving forward, as if it was an endless journey, but they didn't feel tired at all, because the scene was too shocking. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, a light appeared in front of them. As they approached, the light continued to expand, as if it was a sea of light, or a world of light. The light didn't stop, and directly plunged into the vast light. The 9 people also rushed in under the waves of the light. There was only light in front of them, and it was so strong that they had to close their eyes. They couldn't hear anything in their ears, and they couldn't send out their divine senses. Even the power of mind couldn't spread out. Gradually, there seemed to be an invisible force descending and landing on everyone's bodies. It was irresistible and penetrated deep into their bodies. Unknowingly, everyone felt an indescribable sense of fatigue. Like ordinary people who had stayed up late for a long time, they fell into a deep sleep. Darkness, endless darkness, it was like eternal darkness, countless strange phenomena appeared one after another, as if there was no end to them. Suddenly, a light flickered and bloomed in an instant, like a star exploding. In an instant, Qianzong woke up. As soon as he woke up, Qianzong immediately realized that he was in a bad situation. Was he seriously injured? No, but his power had become sluggish, as if it had been frozen, and he couldn't use it. Qianzong tried to use the primordial sword origin technique, and found that this self-created technique couldn't be used. His primordial sword origin technique still existed, but it seemed to have become extremely lazy. It didn't move at all, as if it was completely asleep. Not only that, but the divine power of the world divine body was also full of inertia and couldn't be used. In other words, Qianzong's qi cultivation and body refining powers were almost unable to be used. Not only that, but even his divine senses were affected and couldn't leave his body. It felt like he had become an ordinary person, but that wasn't the case, because ordinary people didn't have much power. Qianzong's power still existed, and it hadn't disappeared. It was just that for some unknown reason, it couldn't be used. Moreover, the divine spirit demon heart was also asleep. No matter how Qianzong called, there was no response, and he couldn't use the divine spirit demon heart. Qianzong pulled out his sword and tried to use a sword technique. In the end, he found that he couldn't use any of his divine sword techniques. Even if he used them, they were just empty shells and didn't have much power. They were even worse than basic sword techniques. That was because basic sword techniques weren't suppressed at all. The more basic something is, the less likely it is to be affected, Qianzong couldn't help but think to himself. The thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly looked around. This was a small wooden hut, a very simple wooden hut. He was sitting on a simple wooden bed. In addition, there was a wooden table with a black wooden box on it. He didn't know what was inside. Qianzong used a sword to open the black wooden box. He found that there were round beads the size of an ordinary person's eye. Some of them were light blue, emitting faint waves of water vapor. Some of them were dark red, faintly filling the air with the fragrance of grains and meat. The fragrance made Qianzong swallow his saliva uncontrollably. He suddenly felt a little hungry. Hungry? How could this be possible? It should be known that for ordinary people, a spirit realm practitioner was a god. He had already broken away from the level of ordinary people. It didn't matter if he didn't eat, drink, or sleep. However, he still retained his human habits. Therefore, eating and drinking were no longer necessary, but had become a hobby. Hunger, it was a feeling that Qianzong had not felt for a long time. Those are fresh water pills and meat essence pills. An unidentifiable voice suddenly sounded. It seemed to enter Qianzong's ears, but also seemed to ring in his mind. Qianzong was slightly surprised. Who is it? Qianzong's eyes swept across like cold lightning. His right hand pressed on the hilt of his sword, his body crouched slightly, and his feet were slightly apart. He could draw his sword and attack in an instant. However, there was only one person in the wooden house. I'm in your hands, the voice said again. My hands? Qianzong was surprised. He quickly looked at his hands, but they were empty. There was nothing there. Suddenly, his left wrist shook. A 9-colored light flashed, and a ring appeared. Could it be? Staring at the ring on his left wrist, Qianzong's eyes widened. The 9 heavens ring, the one that spoke just now, was the 9 heavens ring on his left wrist. It was impossible to describe the shock in his heart. It had been a long time since he obtained the 9 heavens ring. However, all this time, Qianzong had only used it as a storage and communication device. Although the 9 heavens ring also recorded personal information about the disciples of the 9 heavens imperial court, other than at the beginning, Qianzong did not pay much attention to it. This was because he had never heard of any benefits from being a disciple of the 9 heavens imperial court other than exchanging for 9 heavens points. However, everything exchanged for in the 9 heavens imperial court was not unique. There were other places to obtain them as well. Moreover, Qianzong had the memories of the sword master of the East Court and the heavenly palace of intentions as his backing. He could obtain any remarkable power he wanted. He did not need to work hard to obtain 9 heavens points to exchange for it. To Qianzong, that was a waste of time. Unexpectedly, the 9 heavens ring actually spoke. After obtaining the 9 heavens ring for so long, Qianzong had always thought that it was an inanimate object. You can call me 9 heavens. The 9 heavens ring's voice once again sounded in Qianzong's mind. From now on, I will be one with you, sharing weal and woe. After taking a few deep breaths, Qianzong finally calmed himself down. Jiutian, where is this place? Universe. The 9 heavens rings reply surprised Qianzong, and the following words made Qianzong's pupils dilate gradually, then shrink rapidly, as if they had shrunk to the size of a needle. His face was filled with shock, as if he had heard some unbelievable news. The impact at that moment was subversive. It directly overturned all the knowledge he had in the past. This was definitely not a good feeling. It was as if you believed in something, but one day, you were suddenly told that it wasn't the case. Instead, there was another truth to it, and so on. That kind of subversive impact could even make people lose their minds and go crazy. Without an extremely tenacious will, it was simply impossible to withstand that kind of impact. Qianzong finally understood why his master didn't tell him and the others what the so-called peerless opportunity was. In the void, only the Dominator realm and a few top-down masters were qualified to know about it, because they could withstand it. Even if they were impacted, they could adjust in a short time, and their Taoist hearts would not collapse because of it. Qianzong and the others had passed the test and received the peerless opportunity. Of course, they were also qualified to know that under such circumstances, if they couldn't withstand the impact and their Taoist hearts were affected, it was their own problem. Fortunately, although Qianzong felt a subversive shock, his Taoist heart was not affected. He just couldn't calm down for a while. Taking a deep breath, Qianzong sat quietly on the wooden bed. He pulled out his sword, took out a soft white cloth, and slowly wiped the sword. There was no dust on the sword, but there was in Qianzong's heart. As he wiped the sword, Qianzong gradually calmed down and accepted the subversive impact. Qianzong also finished sorting out what the Nine Heavens ring said. The void, the universe. For a long time, Qianzong thought that it was the same concept. Until now, he knew that it was not the case. The void and the universe were two different concepts. In short, the universe was vaster than the void, and its level was higher because the universe contained countless voids. However, the universe was not made up of countless voids. It was only a part of it. Qianzong understood this point very well. For example, in the void where he was, there were countless worlds and stars, which were part of the void. The second point was the void sequence. In the universe, there were many voids. Until now, it was still unclear how many voids there were, because when old voids collapsed, new voids would also appear. However, no matter how many voids there were, they were divided into three levels: the first sequence, the second sequence, and the third sequence. The first sequence was the highest level of voids, followed by the second sequence, which was also called the medium void. The third sequence was the most ordinary and was called the low void. The division of the void sequence was closely related to the level of the void's own rules. The universe contained the rules, and the void contained the rules. There was a huge difference between the rules and the rules. It was a qualitative difference, like heaven and earth. It could also be said that the rules were the higher level of the rules. The rules of the first sequence void were the most complete and closer to the rules of the universe, followed by the second sequence void, and then the third sequence void. As such, the life forms born in the void of different sequences were naturally nourished by the rules of different levels. There would also be differences in their own talents and potential. This was a general trend. Similarly, the higher the void of the higher sequence void life forms, the easier it was to enter the universe because there were more opportunities. The void Qianzong was in belonged to the third sequence void. It was one of the subsidiary voids of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, a powerful force in the universe. However, due to the distance and the fact that the rules of the void itself were not strong enough, the countless Nine Heavens Imperial Court towers set up in the void had to absorb for many years to accumulate enough power. This kind of absorption was under the condition that the foundation of the void was not damaged, so the speed was naturally very slow. It took countless years to accumulate enough power to build the connection between the void and the Nine Heavens Imperial Court of the universe, open the sequence passage, and allow the master of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court to descend. If it was the Nine Heavens Imperial Court in the second sequence void, its absorption speed would be 10 times that of the third sequence void, and the first sequence void would be 10 times that of the second sequence void. This meant that the second sequence void and even the first sequence void had a much longer time in contact with the universe than the third sequence void. This was the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the real territory of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, and not the tall buildings of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court in the void. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Because of this, Qianzong had already come into contact with the rules of the universe. The power of his qi cultivation base and his body refining cultivation base. The reason why he could not use his divine thought, heart sword principle, great path of the world, and other powers was also very obvious. It was because he was not used to it. All of Qianzong's powers were comprehended and cultivated in the original void. They were compatible with the rules of the void, not the rules of the universe. The rules of the universe were much more advanced than the rules of the void. This was a qualitative difference. Under such circumstances, Qianzong naturally could not use all of his powers. However, his movements were not restricted in the slightest. Basic sword techniques could also be used and possessed a certain amount of power. This was because the more basic something was, the less it would be restricted. This was a common point no matter where it was, whether it was the void or the universe. Nine Heavens, how should I adapt to the rules of the universe? Qianzong caught the main point as his thoughts turned. The most important thing now was to adapt to the rules of the universe so that he could mobilize his powers and recover his strength. Cultivate the cultivation methods and martial arts in the universe, change your powers, and adapt to the rules of the universe, the Nine Heavens ring quickly answered. However, Qianzong frowned. It sounded very simple, but where could he obtain the cultivation methods and martial arts in the universe? Every life form that has just entered the universe will receive a gift. The Nine Heavens ring seemed to know what Qianzong was thinking. Go out and take a look. Qianzong immediately stood up. His gaze swept around and landed on the door of the small wooden hut. He opened it and a gust of wind blew in. Qianzong took a step out of the small wooden hut. Below his feet was a patch of very tough grass. When his feet stepped on it, he could clearly feel a rebounding force that seemed to want to bounce his feet off and send his body flying. This caused him to have to be more careful with every step. Otherwise, even if he was not bounced off, his balance would be affected. What entered his eyes was a dark sky filled with dark clouds. There were wisps of blood-red color faintly permeating the air. There were many small wooden huts all around. They looked similar to the small wooden hut behind him. Nine Heavens, is this a camp? Qianzong asked after taking a rough look around and grasping some of the outlines. That's right. This is the training camp of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. The Nine Heavens ring's answer caused Qianzong's thoughts to turn. From this, he could make more connections. In the center of the training camp, there are cultivation techniques and martial arts inheritance tablets. You can pass on cultivation techniques and martial arts to the universe from there, the Nine Heavens ring reminded him. Hearing this, Qianzong looked in the direction. After identifying the location, he quickly set off in the direction of the so-called center of the camp. The place where his small wooden hut was located was considered to be at the edge of the camp. Along the way, Qianzong also saw other people. Of course, they were not his companions who came with him, but other life forms from the other voids. These life forms were not necessarily the same. Some of them looked similar to him and seemed to be part of the human race. Some of them were similar to the human race, but their characteristics were different. For example, their skin color was darker, and there seemed to be strands of strange patterns on the surface of their skin that seemed to contain some kind of mystery. Their eyes were pure black without any white in them. The aura emanating from their bodies brought about a feeling of darkness and depravity, making Qianzong feel an indescribable threat. There were also some with abnormally fair skin that seemed to be suffused with a layer of halo. They were unusually handsome, and their eyes contained a wisp of golden light. The aura emanating from their bodies was as pure and vast as the light. There were also some who were astonishingly tall, directly exceeding 5 meters. Their entire bodies were filled with muscles that seemed to be cast from steel, as if they were filled with terrifying strength. In addition, there were also some who looked like the human race but were not. They more or less had some characteristics of beasts. The aura they emanated was extremely fierce. Earn money for milk powder, diapers, money 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 money. Subscribe quickly and vote monthly. When Qianzong arrived at the center of the training camp, he saw more than a dozen races along the way. After communicating with the Nine Heavens ring, Qianzong also learned the names and origins of these races. But among them, the ones that attracted the most attention, or rather, the ones that made him feel threatened, were only 4 races. The race with dark skin, black veins, and completely black pupils that exuded a dark and decadent aura was called the demon human race. They were a first-order void life form. The race with fair skin that exuded a halo and was abnormally handsome, with a vast and bright aura, was called the celestial race. They were also first-order void life forms. The race with a height of 5 meters and a body that was as strong as an iron tower was called the giant race. They were also first-order void life forms. The race that looked like humans but had the characteristics of beasts and an extremely fierce aura was called the ancient beast race. They were also first-order void life forms. The other races were all second-order and third-order void life forms. The wooden houses where the 4 first-order void life forms lived were located in the first ring of the training camp, closest to the center. The wooden houses where the second-order void life forms lived were located in the second ring of the training camp. The wooden houses where the third-order void life forms lived were located in the third ring of the training camp, which was the outermost ring. Qianzong also saw the other 8 people who came from the same void life form as him. They all gathered together. After all, this was a strange place, and only they were familiar with each other. Lowly life form, get lost. A low voice rang out. Immediately after, a demon cultivator waved his hand and pushed a human cultivator away. The human seemed to have lost his weight. Under that push, he flew back a few meters and landed on his butt. He almost rolled on the ground. He was in a very sorry state. In just an instant, the human got up. His face was flushed red, and his anger erupted. He was about to charge at the demon human. The demon human was not afraid at all. Instead, he revealed a mocking smile, and his eyes became darker. Don't be rash. The human's companion rushed out and grabbed him. Hee, this lowly life form has some courage. Their language was not the language of the human race. Qianzong could not understand, but when the 9 heavenly rings started to heat up, Qianzong immediately understood what they were saying. In the end, the human was dragged away, but the demon dweller shrugged and pursed his lips. He had no intention of chasing after the human. He glanced around, focusing on the 2nd rank and 3rd rank void beings. When he saw the 3rd rank void beings, he was filled with disdain. Inferior life form, what an insulting title. Generally, those who were regarded as inferior life forms were like ants without intelligence. They didn't have intelligence and didn't have great power. However, the human race was an intelligent life form, yet they were called inferior life forms by the devil cultivator race. This was a great insult, and Qianzong and the others also frowned. However, no one made a move. On one hand, they had just arrived and were not clear about the situation. On the other hand, they could not use their own power, and the demon human gave them a very dangerous feeling. Even if they made a move, they would most likely not be a match for the demon human. They might be humiliating themselves, so it was better to wait and see first and learn more. On the other hand, the insulted human did not come from the same void as them, so their sense of identity was lower. The people of the 4 first-rank void races stood at the front of the inheritance steels. They were the closest to receive the inheritance. There were 2 inheritance steels. One was a cultivation method inheritance steel, and the other was a martial arts inheritance steel. Qianzong and the other 8 stood together, standing on the periphery with the humans from other voids to observe the inheritance steels. However, in order to receive the inheritance, they had to get close to the inheritance steel and touch it. They could only wait in line. Receiving the inheritance was not complicated, and the process was very fast. Not long after, the 4 first-rank void races had finished receiving the inheritance and left one after another. It was the turn of the 2nd-rank void races to receive the inheritance, and then the 3rd-rank void races to receive the inheritance. According to Qianzong's observation, among the people present, there were a total of 4 first-rank void races, 13 second-rank void races, and more than 60 third-rank void races. Among them, the number of life forms from the 1st-rank void races was the largest, ranging from 80 to nearly 100. On the other hand, life forms from the 2nd-rank void were the next best. There were at least 3 of them, and at most, there were close to 50 of them. The 3rd-rank void races had the least, ranging from 7 to 8 to a dozen. The void where they were at had a total of 9. Among the 3rd-rank voids, it was not too many, but it was also not too bad. In addition, there were quite a lot of people in the entire camp, more than 1,000, close to 2,000. Close to 2,000 was not a large number, but the problem was that these life forms came from different voids, and they were the best of the best among those voids. Take Qianzong and the other 8 as an example. These 9 people had been carefully selected from that void, and they were the most outstanding 9 who had passed the test in the end. The situation in the other voids should be similar. Although they had just arrived and had not adapted to the laws of the universe, causing them to be unable to use their powers, everyone naturally exuded an aura. It was the aura that had been accumulated through their usual cultivation and battles. Although it had been weakened countless times because they could not use their powers, it still existed. This aura could be sensed by others, and they could make a general judgment as to whether the other party was easy to deal with. The people in this camp had basically arrived at the same time, and no one had taken the initiative. However, the life forms from the 1st-rank voids were more familiar with this because the void they were in had people who had entered the universe a long time ago. Moreover, it was not just one batch, but batches after batches. They were closely connected and knew more about the mysteries of the universe. They were not at a loss like the third-rank void beings who had entered for the first time. Information was very important, and the difference in information brought about an innate gap, which was where the advantage lay. However, there was a first time for everything. In the beginning, when the first batch of life forms from the first-rank void stepped into the universe, they had also experienced a loss. It was a necessary process. The team moved forward and took turns. Finally, it was Xianxia and the other 8 people's turn. The 9 of them stood in a line in front of the first inheritance tablet and pressed their palms on it. It felt strange to the touch, as if they were about to sink in, but they would not actually sink in. In an instant, the inheritance tablet seemed to tremble, and there was a faint buzzing sound. Xianxia felt as if his god's soul was being dragged by an irresistible force, and he instantly entered a deep, mysterious, and boundless expanse. Wisps of light appeared in all directions, as if thousands of homes were brightly lit. There was an indescribable magnificence, and it was extremely shocking. The lamp-like lights floated, and as if they were being pulled by something, they gathered from all directions and rushed directly toward Xianxia. Inside Xianxia's body, Xianxia discovered that the lamp-like lights were actually words that he had never seen before. They were words that belonged to the universe, a manifestation of the universe's laws, and they carried some of the mysteries of the universe's laws. In just a few short breaths, more than 100 holy texts disappeared into Xianxia's body. Xianxia felt a repulsive force, and in the next breath, his god's soul returned to his body. In his mind, there was an additional cultivation method. Xianxia immediately walked toward another inheritance tablet. This was a martial arts inheritance tablet, and the inheritance was naturally martial arts. Just like before in front of the cultivation method inheritance tablet, Xianxia stretched out his hand and pressed it on the martial arts inheritance tablet. The feeling of his god's soul being dragged out appeared again. It was still a mysterious and deep void. It was vast and boundless. At a glance, one couldn't see the bottom of it. In the next breath, specks of light lit up, as if there were lanterns one after another. However, these lanterns were different from the ones in the cultivation method inheritance steel. They were not of one color, but of many different colors. Moreover, there were not as many of them. In total, there were only a dozen lanterns. The lamps flew and circled, but did not enter Xianxia's body. Xianxia's eyes focused, and the light was restrained. He immediately looked into the distance and saw clearly one lamp after another. He saw that there were different mysteries in each lamp. Saber, sword, fist, palm, finger, and so on. What they represented should be different types of martial arts, such as saber techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, finger techniques, and so on. One could choose according to one's needs. Xianxia did not hesitate at all and directly chose the lamp that represented the mystery of the sword. In an instant, the other lamps were extinguished, and the lamp that represented the mystery of the sword shone brightly. As the light shone, Xianxia was completely covered. Wisps of sword chi surrounded Xianxia and penetrated into his body, condensing into sword patterns. Not long after, Xianxia was also expelled and returned to his body. This was the benefit of a void being who entered the universe for the first time. They could obtain a cultivation method and a martial arts technique without any cost. Only by practicing this cultivation method could one adapt to the environment of the universe and adapt to the laws of the universe. Only then could one mobilize one's strength and restore one's strength. The martial arts technique was also a means to adapt to the laws of the universe. It was an application. Both cultivation methods and martial arts techniques were indispensable. Brother Chen, the cultivation method I obtained is called the 10,000 elephant true technique. What cultivation method did you obtain? Duan Lingkong asked casually. The 10,000 elephant true technique, Xianxia answered with slight surprise. I also obtained the 10,000 elephant true technique, the others said one after another. This discovery immediately surprised everyone. It was actually the same cultivation method name. Could it be the same cultivation method? Xianxia and the others also realized that they were not the only ones who obtained the 10,000 elephant true technique. The cultivation method inheritance that the others obtained was also the 10,000 elephant true technique. The 4 first-order void clans also heard the exclamations and discussions of the crowd. they either ignored them indifferently or looked at them with disdain. They seemed to have already known something. Is the cultivation method inheritance that everyone obtained the 10,000 elephant true technique? Chenzong could not help but ponder. If so, this 10,000 elephant true technique is too amazing. For a moment, Chenzong could not wait to comprehend the mysteries within. Double the monthly ticket. 1 ticket becomes 2. It's a good deal. No matter where it was, whether it was the void or the universe, to a cultivator, strength was the most important thing. After obtaining the cultivation techniques and martial arts legacies, even the 4 first-order void clans returned to their wooden houses and began to comprehend and cultivate. The opportunity to come here, even among the first-order void clans, was not easy to come by. Of course, they had to cherish it. In the wooden house, Chenzong was comprehending the 10,000 elephant true technique. Because he had not adapted to the change from rules to laws, the 33 heavens of the mind and the Heart Sutra were also affected. As a result, Chenzong could not multitask to comprehend, and his efficiency was greatly reduced. Please note that the purpose of the training camp is to train. The 9 heavens ring's voice sounded in Chenzong's mind. The training has already begun from the moment you entered this camp. Training. Chenzong temporarily put down his comprehension of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Instinctively, he felt that the meaning behind this was extraordinary. That's right. This is the training camp of the 9 heavens imperial court. It is the first stop for the prodigies from the various void clans. It is the starting point for the prodigies of the void clans to adapt to the laws of the universe. The 9 heavens ring continued speaking. Its voice was neither high nor low, without any fluctuation, as if it did not contain any emotion. Every newcomer has a 1-year training period. Chenzong listened quietly. He felt that this information was very important, and he had to grasp it clearly. Only those who pass the training are qualified to truly enter the 9 heavens imperial court. If they do not pass the training and are still alive, this memory will be sealed and sent back to their original void. They will lose this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Chenzong's expression turned grave. The consequences of this seemed to be a little serious. If you pass the trial and enter the 9 heavens imperial court, you can also fight for a second chance to enter the 9 heavens imperial court's trial camp for the void you came from, the 9 heavens ring continued. As it explained, Chenzong also understood what it meant. This time, there were a total of 9 people who passed the test in the void that he came from and obtained the chance to participate in the trial. Among the 9 people, as long as half of them could pass the trial, then the sea of light in the void that he came from would continue to exist. After a period of time, there would be a second chance to take the test. After passing the test, they would be able to participate in the trial of the 9 heavens imperial court and arrive at this trial camp. On the other hand, if less than half of the people passed the trial, then it would depend on the level of the people who passed the trial. The worst thing would be to lose the opportunity. The sea of light would disappear and the crack would close. Then, they would have to wait for many years to accumulate power before they could open the trial again. This was because he had passed the trial and obtained the qualifications to maintain that sea of light and the crack. He needed to use the power of the 9 heavens imperial court. He had to prove his worth before the 9 heavens imperial court was willing to expend that power. It was a simple logic. There were 9 people in the void on his side. Under normal circumstances, at least 5 of them would need to pass the trial. The final trial evaluation for different sequences of the void is also different. For example, your 3rd sequence void only needs to obtain a first-class evaluation. Chenzong frowned slightly when he heard this. First-class evaluation? That didn't sound like a difficult thing to do. However, Chenzong had a feeling that this was not an easy task. There might be even more difficulties behind it. The trial is divided into many levels of evaluation. The lowest level is to master the 3rd level of the 10,000 elephant true technique during the trial period. The 2nd level is to master the 4th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. The 3rd level is to master the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. After a year, the higher the trial level, the more attention you will receive and the more rewards you will receive. All in all, in this year, do your best and work hard to obtain a higher trial level. That will be extremely beneficial to you. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court's tone was suddenly filled with encouragement. Chenzong thought carefully. The information brought by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was not much, but the content was very rich. The more he thought about it, the more surprised he was. One more thing. There is not only one campsite on the trial ground. There are 4 campsites, namely the north, south, east and west. The campsite you are in is the east camp. Chenzong was instantly shocked. There were actually 3 campsites like this. Remember, some of the life forms in the campsites arrived earlier than you. The 4 campsites are in a competitive relationship. Even among the same campsites, there is still a competitive relationship. On the trial ground, killing is prohibited within the campsites. There are no restrictions outside the campsites. Every sentence of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was not for nothing. There was a purpose behind it. As for whether one could understand the meaning behind it, it depended on one's ability to understand. However, those who were able to come here were not ordinary prodigies. Their ability to understand was not bad. One more thing. The trial ground is also called the Ferocious Demon Wasteland. Outside the campsites, there are ferocious demons running amok. Killing ferocious demons will give you trial points, and trial points can be exchanged in the campsites. Killing other cultivators on the trial ground will give you half of their trial points. This sentence immediately made Chenzong's heart tremble. This seemed to be encouraging killing. Killing other cultivators on the trial ground would give you half of their trial points. It really seemed like a form of encouragement, but it was also very cruel. Those who were able to come here were the top prodigies of each void. If they died here, it would be too much of a pity. Everyone has 3 death marks. After dying outside the campsites, you will be reborn in the campsites. If you are killed again after your death marks are used up, you will truly die. Death marks can be exchanged with trial points. Death marks. Chenzong repeated in a low voice. On the back of his right hand, 3 overlapping skull marks were faintly discernible, containing an indescribable mystery. How extravagant! The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was indeed extravagant. Chenzong took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He had already finished sorting out all this information. Jiutian, tell me about the ferocious demons, Chenzong said. Ferocious demons, also known as the universe ferocious demons, are an evil race born in the universe. They have relatively low intelligence and worship destruction. They will eat the flesh and blood of all living creatures. No one knows how many voids have been occupied and devoured by them. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court's tone seemed to contain an indescribable solemnity. Ferocious demons are the natural enemies of all living creatures in the void of the universe. Ferocious demons are divided into different levels. The ferocious demons of the Ferocious Demon Wasteland are known as the soldier-level universe ferocious demons. According to your cultivation level, they correspond to the Yuanming realm. Every level of ferocious demon is further divided into juvenile, adult, mature, evolved, and complete forms. The general level universe ferocious demons correspond to the transcendent realm. Soldier-level ferocious demons have very low intelligence and rely more on instinct. The higher the level of the ferocious demon, the higher its intelligence. Killing a juvenile soldier-level ferocious demon will earn you 1 trial point. The higher the level of the ferocious demon, the more trial points you will earn after killing it. Do you have any questions? You can ask me. I will tell you everything that I can. The voice of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court fell silent. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound coming from his stomach. The feeling of hunger was becoming more and more obvious. Chenzong couldn't help but take the meat essence pill from the black wooden box and consume it directly. In an instant, his mouth was filled with a supple feeling. A rich fragrance spread out. It was the fragrance of grains and meat mixed together. It was full of flavor. With 1 meat essence pill in his stomach, Chenzong's hunger quickly disappeared and he felt a sense of fullness. He took another clear water pill and consumed it. It melted in his mouth. It was as clear and sweet as ice spring water and was very delicious. It immediately eliminated the hunger that had just surged up. Chenzong checked and found that there were 29 meat essence pills and clear water pills left. According to the amount of 1 meat essence pill and 1 clear water pill per day, it could last for 30 days. However, the trial period was 1 year. Even if it was just survival, relying on those clear water pills and meat essence pills was completely insufficient. Moreover, even the lowest trial evaluation required one to master the third level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. The first level of the 10,000 elephant true technique was free. The second level, third level, fourth level, and fifth level all required trial points to exchange. To a certain extent, this urged everyone to go out and fight with the ferocious demons. The trial rules here were indeed very complete. There were no loopholes that could be exploited. All escape and luck did not exist. One could only work hard. Otherwise, one could only wait for failure. Their memories would be sealed and they would be sent back, losing this opportunity. Then, let's start meditating. The 10,000 elephant true technique, the technique inheritance obtained from the inheritance tablet, was only the first level. According to the introduction, cultivating the first level would allow 1/10,000th of one's strength to adapt to the laws of the universe. If one cultivated the second level, it would be 1/10,000th. If one cultivated the third level, it would be 100th. If one wanted to fully adapt, they would need to cultivate the fourth level. However, the second, third, and fourth levels all required trial points to exchange. Other than that, other pills and the like also required trial points to exchange. All in all, trial points were very important. The exchange method was very simple. That was to pass through the 9 heavenly rings in the camp. Xianxia used the 9 heavenly rings to operate and found that the second level of the 10,000 elephant true technique required 100 trial points. The third level was 10 times more, requiring 1,000 trial points. As for the fourth level, it required 10,000 trial points. The fifth level required a shocking 100,000 trial points. 100,000, that was an astronomical figure. Who knew how many ferocious demons one had to kill to accumulate that much? As for the meat essence pill and clear water pill, there were not many. One pill only required 1 trial point. That was the most basic guarantee of survival. Xianxia checked the death mark. The first death mark required 1,000 trial points. The second death mark required 10 times more. 1,000 trial points did not sound like much, but it was a consumable. Here, the danger did not only come from the ferocious demons, but also from the other prodigies in the camp. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Xianxia began to comprehend the first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique, after he had grasped all the information he could find. He strived to successfully cultivate it in the shortest amount of time and recover part of his strength. There were only 114 words in the first level of the 10,000 elephant true art. It wasn't a lot, but each word condensed an incomparably profound mystery. It could be said that each word was like a jewel. Those with insufficient comprehension ability wouldn't be able to comprehend anything at all. Xianxia was certain that if the first level of the 10,000 elephant true art was placed in the void where he came from, Yuan underworld cultivators who could comprehend it would be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, it wasn't necessarily better when compared to some of the more profound cultivation arts in the void. The main point was that the 10,000 elephant true art carried the laws of the universe and not the rules of the void. This was an essential difference. If someone who had never come into contact with the laws tried to comprehend it, the difficulty would increase countless times. Xianxia quickly realized this. The first difficulty in comprehending the 10,000 elephant true art was that one had to understand the laws to a certain extent. However, this was his first time coming into contact with the laws and they were very unfamiliar to him. Xianxia frowned when he couldn't comprehend it for 3 days in a row. Fortunately, he had a tough mind. Otherwise, he would have been impatient. The 9 heavenly rings trembled slightly as a message was transmitted. It was from Duan Lingkong. Brother Chen, have you comprehended the 10,000 elephant true art? Duan Lingkong's voice sounded as if he was going crazy. I have been comprehending it for 3 days and 3 nights, but I have no clue at all. Same here, Xianxia replied. Wukong Ming soon came to the door and gathered the 9 of them. According to his intention, he wanted to brainstorm and verify it together. He hoped that they would be able to find a clue in a shorter time and be able to comprehend the 10,000 elephant true art. This proposal was approved by everyone. Xianxia, I heard that your comprehension ability is amazing. Have you not comprehended the 10,000 elephant true art? Huijie glanced at Xianxia and said unhurriedly. Xianxia's comprehension ability was astonishing, and this was a well-known point. It's my first time coming into contact with the laws. It's too unfamiliar, Xianxia replied unhurriedly. In addition, it was because he couldn't use the Heart Sutra. If the Heart Sutra wasn't restricted, then he would have 10 times the comprehension efficiency under the Heart 10 artistic conception. He might even have comprehended the 10,000 elephant true art. Without the Heart Sutra, even though Xianxia's comprehension ability was outstanding, he couldn't surpass the others by too much. Everyone didn't waste any time and voiced their own opinions. Even though they didn't comprehend any mysteries during these 3 days, everyone had different directions of entry. So, by verifying each other's opinions and brainstorming together, they might be able to ignite even more inspiration. After a round of discussion, everyone felt that they had gained something. They all left to continue their secluded cultivation. Another day passed. Xianxia felt that he had comprehended something, but he was still a step away. People too. To this that. Thousand true realm. That's fast. Xianxia couldn't help but gasp. In retrospect, the first-rank Voids' rule was more complete and advanced than the third-rank Voids' rule. It was closer to the universe's rule. The difference was at least 100 times. With such an advantage, the first-rank Void's life forms would be able to get started and cultivate in a shorter time. This was something that couldn't be helped. It was an innate difference. On the 6th day, people from the Paleobeast tribe and the Giant tribe also successfully cultivated the first level of the 10,000 true realm and walked out of the camp. Time flew. 10 days had passed in a row. Everyone from the first-rank Void had successfully cultivated the first level of the 10,000 true realm and walked out of the camp to hunt ferocious demons to gain trial points. At the same time, a few prodigies from the second-rank Void had successfully cultivated the first level of the 10,000 true realm. They recovered part of their strength and walked out of the camp. However, most of the second-rank Void's prodigies were still working hard. As for the third-rank Void's prodigies, it was even more so. They hadn't even gotten started. The gap was becoming more and more obvious. When the 12th day came, some of the second-rank Void's prodigies had succeeded and walked out of the camp. Today was the 13th day. So, this is the maxim. Xianxia thought to himself. He felt an invisible, formless, and colorless power. That power was very brilliant and omnipresent. It had a kind of mystery that encompassed all things and was supreme. Most of the time, the difference between getting started and not getting started was only a line or a thin film. However, the difference was like heaven and earth. When Xianxia had a preliminary understanding of the mystery of the maxim, the difficulty of comprehending the first level of the 10,000 true realm suddenly dropped by countless times. Xianxia quickly comprehended the mystery contained in each of the 114 words. In just half an hour, Xianxia had completely comprehended the 10,000 true realm and started cultivating. As soon as he started cultivating, the solidified power in his body suddenly emerged in wisps and circulated along the path of the 10,000 true realm. After circulating one cycle after another, more and more power seemed to be unfrozen and turned into streams of water that surrounded his body. Xianxia realized that the unsealed power was different in nature compared to before. It seemed to be of a higher level. This was because the previous power had adapted to the maxim of the void. Now, the power was constantly transforming along with the mystery of the first level of the 10,000 true realm and had become a power of a higher level. As this power circulated throughout his body, Xianxia realized that his body-refining power was also being unsealed bit by bit. He had to admit that the 10,000 true realm was really mysterious beyond compare. After circulating the first level of the 10,000 true realm for 99 cycles, Xianxia's power had been unsealed by 1/10,000th. If he continued to circulate it, he would not be able to recover the slightest bit. This meant that Xianxia had completely mastered the first level of the 10,000 true realm. The feeling of recovering power was incomparably wonderful, especially the feeling of regaining what he had lost. This made Xianxia very happy. After taking a deep breath and calming down his excited mood, Chenzong began to comprehend the inherited swordsmanship. The name of this swordsmanship was very simple. It was called the Ninefold True Sword and had a total of 9 forms. In terms of swordsmanship, Chenzong's comprehension was outstanding. Moreover, he had a preliminary understanding of the universal law. Therefore, the efficiency of his comprehension was very high. In less than an hour, he had completely comprehended the Ninefold True Sword and began to cultivate it. The Ninefold True Sword was very simple. With Chenzong's foundation in swordsmanship, he could easily master it. It's very pure, Chenzong said in a low voice. The 9 forms of the Ninefold True Sword were very pure. This kind of purity made Chenzong speechless for a moment. Since he had already mastered the first level of the 10,000 True Realm and had completely mastered the Ninefold True Sword, Chenzong took the remaining meat essence pills and fresh water pills, opened the door, and walked towards the main gate of the camp. Brother Chen, have you already? Duan Lingkong had just come out for a stroll. This was a habit of his. Every time he encountered a difficult problem, he would change his way of thinking. Yes. Chenzong nodded in response. At this time, the successor disciple of the Eternal Battle Fort who was wearing a ferocious ghost mask also walked over. His gaze swept past Duan Lingkong and fell on Chenzong's face. He nodded slightly and walked out of the camp. What? Even the war demon? Duan Lingkong was shocked again. He felt like he had suffered a blow. In any case, they were partners who had come here together. It was hard to accept that he had been defeated. Duan Lingkong, who was both shocked and motivated, did not say anything else. He immediately finished his stroll and returned to the small wooden house to cultivate in seclusion again. This time, he had made up his mind. He would not take half a step out of the wooden house until he had comprehended it successfully. Not long after, the others also found out about the news. They also looked like they had suffered a great blow, especially Hu Jia and Yuan Chongshan. They were both Taoists from the Holy Land. Why were the two of them one step ahead while they were lagging behind? Under this kind of stimulation, Yuan Chongshan and Hu Jia also comprehended it faster. When Chenzong stepped out of the camp, the war demon's figure was already gone. Of course, the war demon was not his real name. It was just a title. Without thinking too much, Chenzong stepped forward and quickly ran forward. The ground beneath his feet was brown and covered with dark green grass. It was extremely tough, and even if it had been trampled countless times, it would not be destroyed. Even if it was destroyed, it would regrow in a short period of time. It was extremely tenacious. Although he had recovered 1/10,000th of his strength, he still could not use his movement technique. Because it was a movement technique cultivated in the void, it was incompatible with the universe. He could force himself to use it, but he would not be able to grasp the essence of it. Instead, it would affect him. It was better to use his strength to run. As for flying, it was impossible. He could only use his legs to travel. As soon as Chenzong left the camp, he felt an extremely ferocious and violent aura in the open space. Moreover, the further he was from the camp, the stronger the aura became. The trial ground was also called the Fearsome Demon Wasteland. There were 4 trial grounds in the 4 directions of the trial ground: north, south, east, and west. Within a certain range of each trial ground, there would not be any fearsome demons. About half an hour after leaving the camp, an ancient mottled stone bridge appeared in front of Chenzong. The stone bridge was about 100 meters long. Below the stone bridge was a river that was 100 meters wide. It was 100 meters high from the stone bridge. The river water flowed neither too fast nor too slow, making waves of splashing sounds and creating small splashes. This river separated the real trial grounds from the campsite. Stepping on the ancient mottled stone bridge that seemed to be covered with moss, Chenzong could feel an indescribable heaviness. When he crossed the ancient mottled stone bridge and truly stepped into the training grounds, the violent and ferocious aura instantly increased by several times, causing Chenzong's body to involuntarily tremble as his expression turned cold and solemn. The fearsome demon wasteland, the universe's fearsome demons, it was time to face it. Chenzong's eyes focused. Wisps of light were like the edge of a sword. In his heart, there was not the slightest fear. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it, slowly looking forward to it, and a trace of fighting spirit. The cultivation of the first level of the 10,000 elephant true technique unsealed and transformed not only the cultivation strength of chi cultivation and body refining, but also other aspects, such as divine thoughts, mental strength, and so on. The sword was in the scabbard, but it was already faintly unable to hold back. First, he set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, Book Guest House mobile version website. The trial ground was also known as the Ferocious Demon Wasteland. The sky was dark red, like the color of blood after it had dried up. It would make people feel terrified. It was a feeling that directly impacted the spirit and the depths of the heart. It was not that simple. The extremely violent evil aura turned into gusts of wind and swept past like a tide. Is this the so-called ferocious demon? Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly, as if they were solid. He stared at the figure in front of him. It was a 2-meter-tall figure that stood upright. Its entire body was greenish-black, and its skin was rough, as if it was covered with fine lumps. It looked abnormally tough, like the skin of a toad. Its head was hideous and terrifying, as if it was pieced together by a wolf and a bear. Its eyes emitted a scarlet light, full of violence and bloodthirst. Its mouth was full of crisscrossing teeth, as if it could bite everything into pieces. Its 2 arms were very long, hanging directly to the ground. Each arm only had 4 claws, which were abnormally sharp. The muscles on its legs seemed to be very well developed, full of explosive power. This ferocious demon also noticed Chen Zong. Turbid saliva flowed out of its crisscrossing mouth, as if it had discovered a peerless delicacy. It kicked its legs, and as the muscles on its legs trembled, an extremely powerful force immediately erupted, propelling its body forward and charging towards Chen Zong at lightning speed. The ferocious aura rushed over directly, as if it wanted to crush Chen Zong. A sense of horror rose from the depths of his body. It was a sense of crisis, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. It was not directly related to strength, but more related to the essence of life. Natural enemy. The ferocious demons of the universe were notorious for their violence and bloodthirstiness. The human race and all other living creatures were regarded as existences like food. It was impossible for them to coexist with the ferocious demons of the universe. It was either you die or I die. When Chen Zong discovered this ferocious demon, the 9 Heavens ring also gave him a notification. Ironclaw demon, soldier level infant. In an instant, the Ironclaw demon flew over. Its 2 iron claws were abnormally sharp, tearing the sky apart and grabbing Chen Zong directly. It was violent, cruel, and ferocious. As soon as they met, it wanted to tear Chen Zong into pieces and eat him. Eating flesh and blood would allow the ferocious demons to grow. That was the main way for them to become strong. Chen Zong's figure. His eyes were fixed on the Ironclaw demon, capturing its every move. The Ironclaw demon's movement was strange. As it approached, its sharp claws piercing through the air, Chen Zong's figure, and he quickly dodged it. The way the Ironclaw demons attacked was very simple and direct, but it was also very efficient. They did not waste any extra energy. Everything was just right, just like a martial arts master who had returned to the basics. Every move they made was for the sake of battle, for the sake of killing. Due to its extreme speed, the claw shadows spread out in all directions, completely enveloping Chen Zong from head to toe. It was as if it wanted to tear Chen Zong apart. However, Chen Zong was in the midst of it, constantly moving and dodging. Even if he couldn't dodge, he would pull out his sword to block and use the force. After about a dozen breaths, Chen Zong figured out the Ironclaw demon's combat strength and methods. The attacks of the Ironclaw demons could not be said to be profound and unfathomable. On the contrary, it was very simple, but it was simple to the extreme, as if it had returned to its original state. It had abandoned all useless magnificence, leaving only the most basic and purest killing techniques. Everything was only born to kill the enemy. This was the most terrifying aspect. The combat strength of this infant Ironclaw demon was at the 3-star origin demon realm. However, it could even fight against an ordinary 4-star origin demon realm cultivator. Ferocious demons of the universe were born with astonishing combat strength. After figuring out all of the Ironclaw demon's methods, Chen Zong directly counterattacked. The first sword of the Ninefold True Sword. The sword light was swift and fierce, like an aurora flashing through the air in an instant. It seemed to leave a sword mark in the eye as it slashed at the iron-clawed demon's body. The extreme heart faceless sword was Qinzong's natal artifact. It was also restricted by the laws of the universe and its power was greatly reduced. It was only 1/10,000th of its original power, causing the power of the sword to decrease significantly. Qinzong's expression changed slightly when the sword slashed down. This sword actually couldn't cut the iron-clawed demon's body in half. It had only split open its rough and tough skin. What an amazing defense! Qinzong couldn't help but be shocked. Although it was only an infant, it had the combat strength of a 3-star origin demon realm cultivator. Furthermore, its attack power was extremely shocking. In addition to its terrifying defense, it could even contend against a 4-star origin demon realm cultivator. Such a life form, blessed by nature, was really too terrifying. Fortunately, ferocious demons of the universe didn't have much intelligence. If they had high intelligence, they would become extremely terrifying and unstoppable. Before the sword could succeed, the iron-clawed demon's sharp claws had also arrived in an instant. It was extremely terrifying and directly tore Qinzong's figure apart. However, there was no blood splattering. What was torn apart was only an afterimage. Qinzong had already dodged. The second sword slashed out. The second sword of the ninefold true sword, following the sword mark made by the first sword, the second sword slashed directly in and encountered another obstruction. This iron-clawed demon didn't just have tough skin and amazing defense. Even the insides of its body seemed to be very tough as well, greatly resisting the sharpness of the sword. However, the power of the second sword was twice as strong as the first sword. Following the original sword mark, the second sword slashed directly in. Despite the heavy resistance, Qinzong's sword slashed halfway in, causing great damage to the iron-clawed demon. Draw the sword, slash, accompanied by a stream of black and red smelly blood splashing, the iron-clawed demon's body was trembling, and it was in great pain. The soldier-level ferocious demons of the universe didn't have much intelligence, but it didn't mean that they didn't have feelings. They would still feel pain when they were injured, especially when half of their bodies were cut. When the long sword was drawn out, the pain of cutting went straight to the soul. Under the severe pain, the iron-clawed demon became more and more frenzied. Its sharp claws crazily attacked Qinzong. Each of its claws was condensed with black and red energy, which was extremely fierce and could crush everything. Qinzong kicked out quickly and fiercely on the iron-clawed demon. Using the force of the kick, he pulled out the long sword in an instant. With a puff of black and red smelly blood, the iron-clawed demon flew back. Its sharp claws just happened to scratch in front of him, tearing apart the afterimage of Qinzong. Falling to the ground, Qinzong tapped the ground with the tip of his toes. His strength broke out again. He rushed forward and slashed horizontally with his sword. The second sword of the ninefold true sword, it wasn't that Qinzong didn't want to use the third sword, but that he hadn't mastered it yet. This sword accurately cut into the wound. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It cut through the iron-clawed demonic beast's body like a meteor cutting through a mountain. It was cut in half at the waist, the iron-clawed demon's body fell to the ground in 2 halves, but it didn't die immediately. It still waved its claws and fiercely counterattacked, wanting to kill Qinzong and perish together with him. Unfortunately, the iron-clawed demon that was cut in half lost the ability to move. It could only wave its claws in place and struggle for its life. After a quarter of an hour, the iron-clawed demon's claws fell powerlessly. Qinzong waved his sword, but the iron-clawed demon didn't react at all. It was dead. He got 1 trial point. Qinzong couldn't help but show a bitter smile. A young soldier-level cosmic demon was actually so difficult to kill. In this battle, he had consumed almost 10% of his chi refining power, but in the end, he only obtained 1 trial point. In total, it could only be exchanged for a fresh water pill or a meat essence pill. It was too inefficient to maintain the basic consumption for a day. Thinking about the second level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, it required 100 trial points to exchange for. That meant that he had to kill 100 infant soldier-level universe demons, which didn't seem to be an easy task. 9 heavens, are all infant soldier-level universe demons so powerful? Qinzong asked. Yes. The ninth heavenly ring's tone was very certain. Also, different ferocious demons have different strengths. For example, the iron-claw demon has a pair of extremely sharp claws. With the strength of your body, once you are caught, you will be torn apart. Hearing this, Chenzong couldn't help but be horrified. He suddenly thought of a problem and asked again, what about adult demons? They have the combat power of a 6-star Yuanming realm and can compete with a 7-star or 2-star Yuanming realm demon. Mature demons are comparable to 9 stars and can compete with 10-star or 2-star Yuanming realm demons. Evolved demons have the combat power of an 11-star realm demon and can fight against a peak 11-star realm demon. Complete demons have the combat power of a 12-star realm demon. Chenzong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This demon was simply too ferocious. In the battle just now, Chenzong was very clear that he could win one-on-one. If it was 1-on-2, he could also win. If it was 1-on-3, it wouldn't be easy. After all, he had only cultivated the first level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. His strength had only been unsealed by 1/10,000th of the level. If he wanted to unseal it further, he would need to cultivate the second level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. However, he needed 100 trial points to exchange for it. And where would the trial points come from? Kill the demons, or kill other trial takers? No matter what it wasn't that simple. It was extremely dangerous. This was an endless cycle that he had no choice but to do. Even if he only wanted to get a first-grade trial evaluation, he had to go out of the camp and fight. At the very least, he had to ensure that he could survive and not die of hunger or thirst. If a dignified prodigy, and a top prodigy at that, were to die of hunger or thirst here, it would simply be a disgrace to the void and he would be laughed at for thousands of years. He took out an elixir from the void and consumed it. He quickly used the 10,000 elephant true technique to refine it. Chenzong realized that the 10% of qi refinement cultivation power he had consumed hadn't recovered much. The conversion rate was too low. There was indeed an essential difference between the power of the void and the power of the universe. If he wanted to make up for it, he had to use quantity to make up for it. Fortunately, Chenzong had many elixirs stored in the 9 heavens ring. If 1 wasn't enough, he would take 2. If 2 wasn't enough, he would take 10. Originally, this 10% of qi refinement cultivation only needed 1 elixir to completely recover. Now, Chenzong had to refine 100 elixirs before he could recover. This didn't mean that the power Chenzong could use now was 100 times stronger than before. In fact, it wasn't much different. It was only because of the different rules and laws. If he absorbed energy from the outside world to recover, it would be possible. However, the aura here was still mainly from the evil spirits of the demons. Absorbing too much wouldn't do him any good. The best way was naturally to exchange for the corresponding elixirs from the camp. That required trial points. Exhaling a long breath, Chenzong didn't lose any confidence even though he felt extremely exhausted. Instead, his fighting spirit was high, his blood boiling, and his sword intent vibrating. This was a feeling that he hadn't felt in a long time. Double monthly votes. Begging for monthly votes. In the trial ground, fierce demons were everywhere, as if they were endless. Chenzong did not need to spend much effort to find them. Instead, he had to be careful to avoid attracting the attention of too many fierce demons and being besieged by them. Iron Claw Demon, Sharp Blade Demon, Bronze Armor Demon, Centipede Demon, Multi-Armed Demon, Compound-Eyed Scorpion Snake, the universe's fierce demons were a general term. Below them, there were many kinds of fierce demons, each with their own strengths. For example, the Iron Claw Demon had a pair of extremely sharp iron claws that could tear everything. The Sharp Blade Demon had a blade arm that was extremely sharp and could cut everything. The Bronze Armor Demon's copper armor had an extremely shocking defensive power. Even if it was a young soldier level, Chenzong had to consume 30% of his qi refining strength to cut through it. It should be noted that when killing the Iron Claw Demon, Chenzong only consumed 10% of his qi refining strength. Fight constantly. Different fierce demons had different fighting styles, but they had one thing in common, which was high efficiency. They were born purely for fighting and killing. Every battle was not easy for Chenzong, and he could not afford to be careless in the slightest. Although he had 3 chances to die, he would try not to die if he could. This was the edge of the trial ground, the outermost part. The fierce demons were mainly young. If he went further in, he would encounter adult fierce demons. The combat power of adult fierce demons was many times stronger than that of young demons. Chenzong had no confidence to fight against them, let alone kill them. Fight, crazy fight, one-on-one, sometimes he had to fight 1 against 2, in the end, Chenzong won. After winning, Chenzong would immediately take out elixirs to recover his consumed strength. In such a place, he had to keep his strength at the peak state at all times to avoid any accidents. Although Chenzong had an amazing reserve of elixirs, he had to take at least hundreds of them each time, which was very shocking. According to this situation, he would not be able to hold on for long. After recovering his strength, Chenzong moved again. Fighting and killing was also a kind of tempering. Walking on the edge of life and death, one could temper one's spirit and will, sharpen one's swordsmanship, and stimulate one's potential. The first and second sword of the ninefold true sword had been completely grasped in battle after battle. His grasp of them had reached the pinnacle. Every sword he used became sharper and sharper, and the energy he consumed was also reduced. The 3 ferocious universe demons discovered Chenzong at the same time and immediately approached him from different directions. Their terrifying ferocious aura swept over like tides and locked onto Chenzong, leaving him nowhere to hide. Iron claw beasts, sharp blade beasts, bronze armor beasts. Chenzong's eyes glanced over and focused, clearly seeing the position and speed of the 3 beasts. With his current strength, if he were to be surrounded by 3 ferocious demons, it would be a tough and dangerous battle. Even if he didn't die on the spot, he would still be severely injured if he was careless. Fortunately, the 3 ferocious demons had different speeds. The iron claw beasts were the fastest, the sharp blade beasts were a little slower, and the bronze armor beasts were the slowest. With a clear mind, Chenzong made the most accurate judgment and reaction. He stepped out and his speed increased to the extreme. He became one with his sword and turned into a peerless sword light, instantly rushing toward the iron claw beasts. First kill the iron claw beasts, then the sharp blade beasts, and finally the bronze armor beasts. In this way, he wouldn't be surrounded. The second sword of the ninefold true sword, the sword was unsheathed, and along with the lightning-like figure, it instantly cut through the air. The sharp claws of the iron claw beasts also cut through the air and tore Chenzong's figure into pieces. However, it was just a residual shadow. At the critical moment, Chenzong's speed increased by 30% and he avoided the attack. Cut, under the amazing speed, the body and sword became one, making the power of this sword reach the extreme. So far, there were as many as 10 iron claw beasts that had died under Chenzong's sword. Chenzong also figured out how to kill the iron claw beasts more quickly and effectively. The sword light was so sharp that it seemed to be indestructible. It directly cut through the neck of the iron claw beasts. Although the sword didn't completely cut off the iron claw beast's neck, it cut off most of it, causing the iron claw beasts to lose their vitality quickly. Even with the strong physique and amazing vitality of the ferocious demons, they were also greatly affected. His body landed, and he turned around instantly. He turned around and slashed with his sword, tearing the sky apart. The head of the iron claw beast suddenly flew high and rolled in the air. The headless corpse waved its sharp claws wildly and attacked in front of him, but it couldn't threaten Chenzong at all. This iron claw beast was extremely ferocious, but when their heads were cut off, they could only struggle on the verge of death. At the same time, the blade beasts also arrived in an instant. The intelligence of the universe's ferocious demons was simple. They had more of an instinct to destroy, kill, and devour. Such an instinct, driven by simple intelligence, became a kind of fearlessness. Even if they saw the iron claw beasts being killed, the blade beasts were not afraid at all. They still attacked fiercely. Cut, the 1-meter-long blade arm chopped down in the air. It was so powerful and sharp that it seemed to be able to cut through a mountain. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to cut everything into pieces. Chenzong felt that he seemed to be cut in half by this blade, so he didn't dare to resist it. No matter what kind of universe's ferocious demons, their bodies were very strong and their strength was very amazing. Chenzong had already tried it. It was very difficult for him to resist the blade of the blade beasts. He lowered his body and rushed out in an instant. His sword cut through the air. Kill, the afterimage was cut into pieces by the blade. The terrifying power of the blade suddenly cut a mark on the hard ground. The extremely tough grass was cut and twisted into pieces. While the grass was fluttering, a sword light suddenly broke through the air. It was like an aurora, piercing towards one of the blade beast's eyes. The second sword of the ninefold true sword. This sword technique seemed simple, but it wasn't. Each sword had no fixed moves. It could be cut or pierced. All the application depended on one's heart. It all depended on one's ability. Shenzong had completely mastered the first and second sword. Naturally, he could use them freely. And the second sword was stronger than the first sword. Simply put, the 9 sword moves of the ninefold true sword were actually divided into 9 levels. The first sword was the first level, and the second was the second level. The mystery of each sword was the same. It was just that each sword was stronger than the last. The power of the first sword was limited. It wasn't enough to kill the ferocious demon. At most, it would cause light injuries. The second sword was twice as strong as the first sword. Of course, Shenzong chose the second sword. Of course, the power consumed by the second sword was much more than that of the first sword. This sword was extremely fast. It directly pierced through one of the blade beast's scarlet eyes. In an instant, it twisted and pulled out again, bringing with it a puff of stinky blood. Shenzong's body fell to the ground, and he attacked again. Kill, the blade beasts followed in the footsteps of the iron claw beasts and died under Shenzong's sword. Only the bronze-armored beasts were rapidly approaching. The upper body of the bronze-armored beasts was unusually thick. It was covered with palm-sized bronze carapace. It seemed to have an incomparably amazing defensive power. Its legs were a little thin, which made people worried whether they could support the huge and strong body and whether they would break because of it. But obviously they wouldn't. It was just that the speed of the bronze-armored beasts was relatively slow. When Shenzong killed the iron claw beasts and the blade beasts one after another, it hadn't completely approached Shenzong. Shenzong's body turned, and his eyes condensed in astonishing cold light. Like a sword shooting in all directions, he directly stared at the bronze-armored beasts and locked on from a distance. A fierce and cold sharp chi was locked on from a distance. The sword chi was surging, carrying the astonishing momentum of killing 2 fierce beasts in a row. It condensed an unparalleled sword essence, extremely fierce, strong, and pure. A sword attack, the sword light was extremely bright and dazzling. It was like a cold lightning splitting the sky, carrying an unparalleled power and sharpness, and instantly killed. The third sword of the ninefold true sword, with Shenzong's current strength, it was difficult to perform the third sword. Even if he forced himself to perform it, he couldn't exert much power. It was better to perform the second sword. But after many life and death battles, and the astonishing momentum condensed from killing 2 fierce beasts in a row, plus Shenzong completely grasped the second sword, it was natural for him to comprehend the mystery of the third sword. Now he had mastered it. The sharpness of the third sword was completely condensed in this sword, and then it burst out in an instant. It was as if it could split the sky and the earth and shatter the void. The power of the third sword was twice as strong as that of the second sword, which greatly increased Shenzong's strength. Kill, the defensive power of the bronze-armored beast was extremely amazing. Previously, Shenzong's second sword attack continuously hit the same place, and it took several sword attacks to break its defense. This third sword attack, with Shenzong's body as one with the sword, arrived like a flash of lightning. This sword attack directly split open the bronze armor of the bronze-armored beast. The double enhancement seemed to be equal to 2 swords, but in fact, it was not. It directly broke the bronze armor and cut into the body. The sword chi raged and cut in half. Following the momentum of the body, it suddenly twitched. Like drawing a knife to cut water, the sword blade crazily cut the body of the bronze-armored beast, bringing out a puff of extremely stinking blood. Suffering a serious injury, the bronze-armored beast was furious. A pair of arms covered with bronze armor fiercely bombarded, but Shenzong nimbly circled behind him and attacked again. The sword attack was deadly, filled with an unparalleled and amazing sharpness, and immediately beheaded the bronze-armored beast. The 3 fierce demons died one after another, and Chen Zong gained 3 trial points. From the beginning to the end, the whole time was only a dozen breaths. It was very short, but Chen Zong felt that nearly 50% of his qi cultivation strength had been consumed. He quickly took out a large number of elixirs and threw them into his mouth. He quickly chewed and swallowed them, and operated the 10,000 elephant true skill to refine and absorb them to restore his strength. Now, I already have 28 trial points. Chen Zong thought to himself as he recovered his cultivation base. 28 trial points could only be exchanged for 28 fresh water elixirs or 28 meat essence elixirs. But at present, he still had some fresh water elixirs and meat essence elixirs left, which were enough to support his consumption for more than 10 days. For the time being, Chen Zong wanted to exchange for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true skill. Only by reaching the second layer would he be able to recover even more of his strength and become even stronger. He would then be able to kill even stronger vicious demons and obtain even more trial points, forming a virtuous cycle. As for the impurities contained in the elixirs, they were directly purified by the divine fire on his body. Even if the power of the divine fire was also limited, it was enough to purify those impurities. In the trial ground, there was also a day and night. When Chen Zong came out, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Now, night had fallen. The trial grounds at night were even more dangerous than during the day, as a large number of dire demons would appear and it would be very easy to get surrounded by them. Furthermore, besides feeling hungry, people would also feel tired and would need to rest. It would be best if they could get some sleep. Dire demons ran amok in this wasteland, so it was naturally not a good place to sleep. Naturally, they would have to return to the campsite. Chen Zong wasn't too far from the campsite, so it didn't take long for him to return. When night fell, Chen Zong also stepped onto the ancient mottled stone bridge. The ferocious demons that were chasing after him all paused, as if they had sensed something. They roared unwillingly, but at the same time, they also looked fearful. Chen Zong realized that these dire demons could actually feel fear. The reason they hadn't been afraid of death in the previous battle was because he hadn't been strong enough to make them feel afraid. After crossing the stone bridge and stepping into the campsite, there were figures walking around, all of them exuding a shocking aura fluctuation, which made Chen Zong wary. These figures were all geniuses from the second rank and first rank Void's clans. To this day, the prodigies of the First Order Void had all successfully cultivated the first level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. More than half of the Second Order Void prodigies had also successfully cultivated the first level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. However, only a small portion of the Third Order Void prodigies had managed to do so. In particular, Chen Zong felt a great threat from the first-rank Void race elites. Their aura was much more tyrannical than his own. Could it be that these people have already cultivated the second stage of the 10,000 elephants true skill? Chen Zong's thoughts turned. It was highly possible that this was the case. After all, he had obtained 28 trial points that day, while the first-rank Void race elites had cultivated the first level of the 1000 elephant true technique a few days earlier than him. According to the 20 trial points a day, they should have accumulated enough points to exchange for the second level of the 1000 elephant true technique. Those who could reach this place were at least equivalent to the peak of the Yuan underworld. There was a huge difference between recovering 1/10,000 th of a 12-star combat power and recovering 1/1000 th of it. Moreover, first-rank Void life forms were born with stronger innate talents. Chen Zong had consulted the 9th heaven ring before. The demon barbarian race and the evil god race were indeed beings from other second-order Void realms. They came from different second-order Void realms. The evil god tribe's ability to possess another's body was extremely strange. The barbarian tribe's ability to burn their totem's power was also extremely terrifying. This was a unique talent that the human race did not possess. In that case, what kind of talents did the races from the First Order Void possess? Passing through the 2 inheritance tablets, Chen Zong saw the geniuses of the demon tribe and the heavenly human tribe accepting the inheritance. After returning to his cabin, Chen Zong could finally relax. He first operated the 10,000 elephants true skill for a few cycles. The fierce demon aura in this camp was very weak, and the universal Yuan energy was much clearer, which made it suitable for cultivation. Although the first level of the 10,000 Elephants' true skill could no longer unseal his strength, it was a habit to operate and cultivate. Then, Chenzong drew his sword and practiced the first 3 moves of the ninefold true sword. It was just a demonstration and he did not pour much power into it. It was purely a sword move to familiarize himself with it and comprehend its mysteries. The more Chenzong practiced the ninefold true sword, the more he felt that this sword technique was not simple. It seemed that every sword move was very simple and could be used directly. There were no changes. However, when one really practiced it, one would discover that the profoundness contained within each sword move was extraordinary. After practicing a few times, Chenzong put away his sword and stood still. There seemed to be sword shadows flickering in his eyes. There were many flashes of inspiration in his mind. He vaguely comprehended something, but because his mastery of the ninefold true sword was not high enough, he was unable to truly comprehend it. Chenzong was not discouraged. As long as he continued to practice the ninefold true sword and grasped more mysteries, he would definitely be able to comprehend the mysteries within. After practicing a few more times, Chenzong felt tired. He sheathed his sword and took out a big bucket. Then, he took out a fresh water pill and dissolved it. Instantly, the big bucket was filled with clear water. After continuous battles, his body was not that clean. It was fine if he did not have the opportunity, but since he had the right conditions, of course, he would wash himself well to remove the filth from his body and let himself feel clean and comfortable. It was only the consumption of 1 freshwater pill. Of course, it was not cheap. 1 freshwater pill was worth 1 trial point, which was equivalent to a young soldier-level fierce demon. Chenzong's idea was to treat himself better. After all, the path of cultivation was not easy. If the conditions allowed, he should treat himself well as much as possible. As for food and water, Chenzong was not worried. Even if he did not exchange for food and water, he had stored a lot of food and wine in the 9 Heavens ring. They could completely replace the consumption of fresh water pills and meat essence pills. The only difference was that it would take more time to eat the food and wine, while fresh water pills and meat essence pills only needed to be consumed in an instant. If he returned to the camp, he could totally enjoy the wine and food. If he was in the trial ground, fresh water pills and meat essence pills would be his first choice. After heating up the water, Chenzong took a hot bath to remove the filth from his body. Then, he changed into a clean set of clothes and had a good meal. After that, he had a good rest to recharge his energy. When the night faded and the day arrived, it was the 14th day. Brother Chen, I finally mastered the first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Duan Lingkong was very happy. Congratulations. Chenzong also smiled. The others had also mastered the first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique and recovered 1/10,000th of their strength. Among the 9 people, Chenzong and the war demon were the first to master the first layer. The other 7 people were greatly stimulated and were separated by a day. Brother Chen, you've already killed a fierce demon, right? Duan Lingkong asked, how are the fierce demon's methods? Chenzong used simple words to explain, and Duan Lingkong's face immediately became serious. This fierce demon's degree of difficulty was beyond imagination. Brother Chen, why don't we work together? Duan Lingkong suggested. Sure. Chenzong did not have any objections. If they worked together, the speed of killing fierce demons would be faster, and the speed of obtaining trial points would also be faster. As for how the trial points would be distributed, there was naturally a rule. If they worked together to kill fierce demons, the trial points would be divided equally. If they killed it alone, it would belong to them, and the trial points could be transferred. This way, they could accumulate more points in a shorter period of time. Working together was a trend. Whether it was the first-order void prodigies or the second-order void prodigies, they would all do this. Of course, working together was not something that could be done casually. In the end, Chenzong and Duan Lingkong worked together, Yuan Chongshan and Li Xianyun worked together, Hu Jia and Wu Kongming worked together, and Luo Wuxing and Jin Yi worked together. As for the war demon, for some reason, it refused to work together. Whether or not to work together was entirely up to their own will, and it would not be forced. By the way, I just heard a rumor that someone has already mastered the third layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique, Duan Lingkong said. The third layer? Chen Zong was shocked. He had not even exchanged for the second layer, and someone had already mastered the third layer. It was simply sensational. Is it someone from the four major clans? Chen Zong asked in reply. Yes, Mo Luogu of the demon tribe, Xing Tianming of the celestial tribe, Wang Meng and Dashur of the giant tribe, and Wu Xiu of the ancient beast tribe. They are known as the four powerhouses of the East Camp, Duan Lingkong said. As a rogue cultivator, he was very good at collecting information. Four powerhouses. Chen Zong repeated, and he could not help but feel surprised. It was too amazing. In just over 10 days, they had already mastered the third layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique and unlocked 1% of their strength. This speed was unimaginable. These four people should be the first four who had mastered the first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. This kind of comprehension, this kind of talent, was really amazing to the extreme. Let's go and try to exchange for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique as soon as possible, Chen Zong said to Duan Lingkong as he regained his composure. That's right. I'm not as good as them now, but sooner or later, I'll surpass them. Duan Lingkong chuckled, looking very confident. What people feared the most was lack of confidence. Whether or not one could succeed was one thing, but if one did not have confidence, one would be done for. Leading Duan Lingkong, Chen Zong stepped into the trial ground again. Today, more people stepped into the trial ground because more people had mastered the first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Crossing the ancient mottled stone bridge, they stepped into the trial ground and moved forward quickly. Today, Chen Zong had an idea, or rather, a plan. That was to join forces with Duan Lingkong to find and kill the soldier-level growth body fierce beasts to gain more trial points. However, before that, he needed to let Duan Lingkong practice with the young fierce beasts to familiarize himself with their cooperation. They encountered a blade demon and let Duan Lingkong fight with it. After a while, Duan Lingkong finally killed it. The spear technique that Duan Lingkong used was called the Ninefold Absolute Spear. It was also an inherited martial art from the camp. The Ninefold Absolute Spear seems to be different from the Ninefold True Sword, Chen Zong thought to himself as he watched Duan Lingkong's battle. Duan Lingkong used two different spear techniques. They were different from the Ninefold True Sword. In the Ninefold True Sword, each sword was stronger than the last. The second sword was equivalent to the strengthening of the first sword. However, the first and second spear of the Ninefold Absolute Spear were different. The first spear was faster, and the second spear was stronger. After fighting 3 young fierce beasts in a row, the trial points that they obtained all belonged to Duan Lingkong because he killed them alone. Brother Duan, time is of the essence. Let's go deep into the wasteland now and find the mature fierce beasts, Chen Zong said. Okay. After Duan Lingkong consumed the medicinal pill to recover his strength, he was in high spirits. As a rogue cultivator, he had experienced countless life and death battles since he grew to this day. From the bottom of his heart, he did not reject battle at all. Instead, he looked forward to it. Duan Lingkong had a deep understanding of the fierce beast's toughness. While he was fearful, his blood seemed to have been ignited, and his battle intent was boiling. Fight, it was nothing but death. The two of them did not hesitate at all and immediately went to the center of the fierce demon wasteland. The deeper they went, the stronger the fierce beasts were, especially in the center. The fierce beasts there were all in their complete form, and each of them was extremely powerful. On the ominous demon wasteland, the geniuses from the 4 training camps all stepped into the wasteland to hunt ominous demons, but they could also be hunted by ominous demons. Chen Zong and Duan Lingkong worked together. Sword light flashed and spear light spun as they fought a 3-meter-tall blade demon. This blade demon was much taller and bigger than the ones they killed before. Its combat power was also much stronger. Its aura was much more powerful and ferocious. It was not something a young blade demon could compare to. It was an adult blade demon. Its blade arm slashed horizontally, and the blade light was like a crescent moon. It was as if it could cut a mountain in half. The blade aura was extremely ferocious, as if it was fighting with its life. It emitted a tragic and cruel aura. Chen Zong and Duan Lingkong's expressions were stern. They were extremely serious and did not dare to take this blade head-on. The power contained in this blade was too terrifying. If they were hit, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. A mature ominous demon had the combat power of a 6-star, but it could fight against a 7-star. It was extremely terrifying. Soul burn. With a shout, Duan Lingkong's aura contracted and expanded 9 times in an instant. It was as if he was ignited by a flame. It directly burned and formed a flame shadow that covered his entire body. In an instant, Duan Lingkong's power and speed increased by several times. He quickly dodged the blade demon's blade attack. His long spear suddenly shook and pierced out. The spear energy condensed into one and exploded with shocking speed. First spear strike of 9-fold absolute spear, the more basic the power, the less likely it was to be affected. Soul burn was a secret technique that Duan Lingkong obtained early on. It was a secret technique that focused on the body's basic power and speed. It was also easier to adapt to the universe's laws. Chen Zong had experienced the strength of a mature ominous demon. He immediately unleashed his full power. Lingwu Supreme Technique, Heartburn. The supreme technique of the spiritual martial arts was to fuse the power of the qi refining stage and the power of the body refining stage into a new power. Although it was very clever, in reality, it was a relatively basic technique. Moreover, it was a technique that was very compatible with one's body. Therefore, there were fewer restrictions and it was easier to use. Lingwu Supreme Technique's biggest restriction was the synchronization of qi refinement and body refinement. The burning of the heart fire increased one's strength and speed. It was also an increase in one's basic strength. All of a sudden, Chen Zong's battling power increased by a lot. He did not back off like Duan Lingkong. Instead, he did the exact opposite. He rushed up and welcomed the blade light that was coming towards him. He approached the blade monster, and with another attack, he slid past the blade monster's body and sliced with his sword. When the long sword cut through the blade demon's rough skin, Chen Zong immediately felt an indescribable toughness. It blocked the cut of the blade and didn't cut it open. It only left a light scratch. Duan Lingkong's spear hit the blade demon, but it was unable to pierce through its rough skin. It also left a mark. His defense was simply too tough. It was so tough that it made people despair. If he couldn't even break through its skin, how could he kill it? If he was struck by the other party's saber, even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. However, no matter if it was Chen Zong or Duan Lingkong, both of them were extraordinary, and their will was incomparably firm. When they decided to join forces to hunt and kill the growing fierce demon, they'd already thought about the numerous difficulties they would encounter, so how could they possibly retreat just like that? Fight, fierce fight. No matter if it was Chen Zong or Duan Lingkong, they didn't hold back at all. They used all of their strength. They had to kill this blade demon in the shortest amount of time to prevent the battle here from attracting other growing fierce demons. If there was another one, then they would have to retreat. Ninefold True Sword's third sword, under the extreme battle power, the power of the third sword was raised to the extreme. It turned into an extremely sharp aurora and instantly pierced through the air. It was extremely sharp and invincible, leaving a mark in the sky. A sword mark. Duan Lingkong performed the ninefold absolute spear second sword. This spear contained an extremely tyrannical power. It chopped down from the sky like a giant axe, as if it could shatter a mountain. However, the growing blade demon's strength was too tyrannical. No matter how the two of them attacked, it didn't suffer any obvious injuries. Even Chen Zong's third sword under the extreme battle power could only break through its defense. It couldn't cause much damage. "Brother Duan, hold it back," Chen Zong suddenly shouted in a low voice. "Okay." Although Duan Lingkong didn't understand Chen Zong's intention, he gave him the greatest trust. He didn't even think about what if this was Chen Zong's strategy. He wanted him to hold the blade demon for a while so that he could escape. Since they were going to work together as partners, they should trust each other. They shouldn't be suspicious of each other and always have other thoughts. Of course, Chen Zong's goal wasn't to fight for an opportunity to escape. His body flashed, and his feet were like water. He quickly slid back to increase the distance between him and the blade demon. Just as the blade demon was about to attack, Duan Lingkong completely exploded. His spear pierced through the air and arrived. It carried a terrifyingly powerful force, and directly bombarded the blade demon's body. The extremely tyrannical power immediately caused the blade demon's body to shake. The power was condensing. As it shook, it crazily poured into the sword in his hand. A layer of misty clear light flowed out like water, forming a perfect cycle on the sword. The sword light swallowed and spat out, and the majestic sword intent vibrated and spread out. The sword trembled slightly, and a series of buzzing sounds filled the surroundings. Chen Zong's hand trembled, and the sword seemed to fly out of his hand at any moment. Fourth sword, Chen Zong muttered. Accompanied by the buzzing sounds of the sword, his body flashed, and he became one with the sword. He approached the blade demon and swung his sword. The sharp blade demon's saber slashed down, instantly causing Duan Lingkong to fly away like a moth. Duan Lingkong coughed up blood, but because of this, the sharp blade demon was unable to react in time to deal with Chen Zong's sword. It was like the absolute beginning divine light that opened up the world. It was like the divine thunder that tore apart the darkness. It was like the aurora that pierced through the world. Dazzling, 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 shocking, it made Duan Lingkong, who was flying backward and vomiting blood, absent-minded. When the remnants of the sword light gradually dissipated, Chen Zong had already landed on the ground. His face was slightly pale, and the blade demon maintained its motionless posture. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, dark red smelly blood spurted out from the blade demon's neck like a fountain. Its head was also sent flying by the blood, and it kept rolling in the air. One sword cut off its head, the body that lost its head struggled to fall to the ground, and it gradually lost its vitality. So strong. Duan Lingkong's body fell to the ground, and he quickly jumped up. His face was full of shock. How strong was the grown-up blade demon? When the two of them fought together, they couldn't do anything to it. They could only rely on their superb skills to barely resist and not be defeated. But now, Chen Zong suddenly erupted and actually unleashed such a terrifying sword attack, directly killing him. Chen Zong quickly took out a large number of pills and consumed them. He activated the 10,000 elephant true technique to refine them. Duan Lingkong was shocked, but he also quickly took out pills to recover his strength and heal his injuries. After killing the grown-up blade demon, Chen Zong received 10 trial points. It was 10 times more than the infant blade demon. The difference was too big. However, it was not easy to kill it. It benefited from Chen Zong's shocking sword foundation and extraordinary comprehension. Plus, he had stimulated his potential during the fierce battle. At the crucial moment, Chen Zong comprehended the fourth sword of the 9-sword true technique. Once he used it, it exploded with an extremely powerful force and killed the blade demon. However, the fourth sword consumed half of Chen Zong's strength. It was half of his strength under the limit of his combat power. In other words, Chen Zong could only use 2 swords before he was exhausted. Normally, he could only use 1 sword because he had to conserve some of his strength. Otherwise, once he was exhausted, it would be difficult to recover in a short time in this place. It would be very easy to die. A large number of pills were quickly refined. The consumed strength was also quickly recovered. 2 low life forms, hand over your trial points. A voice filled with malice suddenly sounded. A figure quickly approached. It was a first-rank demonic tribe member. This demonic tribe member's body emitted an extremely shocking aura. It was powerful and terrifying. It suppressed the surroundings, causing Chen Zong and Duan Lingkong's expressions to change. They instinctively felt that this demonic tribe member's threat level was even higher than the grown-up blade demon. They might not even be a match for him at their peak, let alone now. Duan Lingkong's injuries had not healed, and his strength had not recovered yet. As for Chen Zong, he had only recovered 70% of his strength. Quickly hand over your points. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. The demonic tribe member's dark and deep eyes emitted a cruel light. His aura instantly skyrocketed. It was shocking and terrifying. Brother Chen, I'll hold him back. You take the opportunity and leave. Duan Lingkong transmitted his voice. I'll use the fourth sword. Chen Zong replied. How confident are you? Duan Lingkong asked. Zong couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't have much confidence in his heart. This demonic tribe member had at least cultivated the second stage of the 10,000 elephant true technique. His strength was extremely terrifying. He definitely had the ability to kill a grown-up blade demon. Furthermore, the demonic tribe was an intelligent race. They weren't something that a soldier-level demon could compare to. Brother Chen, don't hesitate. I'll hold him back. At most, I'll die, but I won't really die. At most, you can get more trial points and give them to me. Duan Lingkong laughed and walked towards the demonic tribe member. I only have 6 trial points. I'll give them all to you, but please don't kill me. Okay, as long as you give me all your trial points, I'll spare your life. The demonic tribe member's dark eyes flashed as he smiled. In order to transfer trial points, they had to come into contact with each other through the 9 heavenly rings. As Duan Lingkong approached the demonic tribe member, he could feel the extremely terrifying aura coming from the other party. It was as if it was going to drown him. He couldn't help but feel insignificant from the bottom of his heart. That was a difference in the level of life, and also a difference in strength. It was undeniable that the life form of the first sequence void was indeed superior in essence. Duan Lingkong extended his left hand and revealed the 9 heavenly rings. He approached the demonic tribe member's 9 heavenly rings. The moment they came into contact, he flipped his left hand and suddenly grabbed the demonic tribe member's arm. His right hand also grabbed the demonic tribe member's collar. A tyrannical power exploded from Duan Lingkong's body and instantly exploded. Damn it! The demonic tribe member's expression changed greatly. Under the terrifying explosive power, his entire body flew backwards, and the patterns on his body lit up one after another. A rumbling sound rang out as Duan Lingkong self-detonated, directly exploding with an extremely tyrannical power. It swept up a violent wind that blew in all directions. Brother Duan. Zong looked at Duan Lingkong's self-detonation with a trace of pain in his eyes. There was also a trace of indescribable anger and killing intent as he stared over, piercing through the sky. Step by step, he was like an angry thunderbolt. His limit battle strength also completely erupted in an instant. First, he set a small goal, such as 1 second. Remember, book Guesthouse mobile version reading website, Little Six has a fever, take him to the doctor, line up until he cries, boom, boom, boom. Every step that Zong took was filled with an extremely tyrannical power. Like a giant beast trampling on the earth, the power that burst out was exchanged for an instant of an extremely strong explosion. It turned into an astonishing speed, like a meteor streaking across the sky, instantly closing in. Even though Duan Lingkong's strength was not as strong as the demon dwellers, under the surprise self-detonation secret technique, he released an extremely terrifying power in an instant. Not only did he blow the demon dweller away, the tyrannical explosive power also shook the demon dweller's blood and chi to the point that he had no choice but to use all of his strength to resist. The patterns on his body lit up one after another, shining endlessly. The power was surging and condensing like the water of a great river, like the flow of the sea. All of them poured into the long sword at his waist and condensed on the sword body. Body and mind as one, mind and spirit as one, spirit as one, spirit as one, essence, energy, and divine sword as one, anger, killing intent, baleful aura, and all of the other powers erupted, then converged into one point. Zong's eyes stared at the demon dweller that was sent flying by the power of Duan Lingkong's self-detonation. A bit of blood red bloomed in the depths of his eyes. The 4th sword of the ninefold true sword, kill, this sword contained an unparalleled killing intent. The sword was only used to kill the enemy, and there was no return without blood. It was a sword at its peak. It was a sword that had completely erupted with essence, energy, and spirit. It was a sword that was sure to kill. It was a sword that threw away everything. Other than the sword, there was nothing else. The demon dweller was shocked. He only felt that he was enveloped by an extreme killing intent. The killing intent invaded his body, penetrated his bones, and went straight to the depths of his soul. He couldn't help but tremble, and a chill swept out like a raging wave. Danger, an extremely strong sense of danger. At this moment, Zong had already closed in. The sword was unsheathed, bringing with it a light that was as clear as water. It seeped out endless coldness and killing intent, exterminating all life. Slash, the sword suddenly disappeared, and only an extremely sharp light pierced through the air. Because the speed was too fast, it stretched out and turned into a crescent-like arc of light, extremely sharp. Dodge. In an instant, the demon cultivator tried his best to adjust his body in order to avoid the slash. The power of Duan Lingkong's self-detonation was not weak, causing the demon-human race's qi and blood to tremble. They were unable to mobilize all of their strength and could only barely mobilize a portion to dodge. However, as long as he was able to avoid the sword strike, he would be able to completely mobilize all of his strength. At that time, he would be able to erupt with an extremely tyrannical strength and completely annihilate this lowly life form who dared to frame him and attack him, blasting him into pieces. There were indeed 3 death imprints, but he would not give up just like that. He would kill those 2 low-level life forms again and again, unless they did not leave the camp. Hurry up and kill them all, leaving no room for negotiation. World Domain, suppress. With 1/10,000th of his strength, Chenzong's Heart Sword Domain and World Domain could only cover a range of 2 meters. It was useless against the fierce demon because the body of the fierce demon was so large that the Heart Sword Domain couldn't cover it. However, this demon cultivator's body was about the same as his. A range of 2 meters was enough to cover him at close range. Even though its power had been weakened, under the full force of the explosion, especially the world domain that focused on suppressing power, it instantly covered the demon cultivator's body, and its power completely erupted. In an instant, in just 1,000th of a breath's time, the demon cultivator was suppressed. Even though it was only slightly suppressed, it still caused a slight delay in the other party's dodging. That was enough. The sword light tore through the air, and the crescent moon tore apart. It was like the divine light of the absolute beginning that split the heavens and the earth, and like the ancient divine lightning that tore apart the dark void. The demon cultivator's body was extremely tyrannical. It was innate, but under this extreme sword strike, it was unable to block it. After all, no matter how tyrannical it was, it could not be compared to a grown fierce demon. In order to resist Duan Lingkong's self-detonation, the demon cultivator had also consumed a lot of energy. In short, the extreme sharpness of Chenzong's sword could not be blocked. The result of not being able to block it was being cut off. Accompanied by a miserable cry, one of the demon cultivator's arms flew high into the air, and his body lost its balance in an instant. This sword strike, Chenzong, was actually aimed at the other party's neck. However, under all kinds of methods, the other party still managed to avoid the vital points. This was enough to show how terrifying the demon cultivator was. After cutting off an arm, blood spurted out. The demon cultivator was extremely furious, but he was also extremely frightened. In that instant, the feeling of death approaching made him feel terrified and his hair stand on end. Run. Without hesitation, the demon cultivator immediately fled. With the loss of an arm, his strength had decreased greatly. It would also affect his balance and the display of his strength. He needed to escape as soon as possible, then heal his injuries and recover from them. However, before he escaped, he had to take the severed arm with him. When the time came, he would reattach it. Otherwise, if he really lost an arm, he wouldn't be able to regrow it in a short period of time. The demon cultivator's reaction was extremely fast. In an instant, he grabbed his severed arm and was about to turn into a ray of black light and escape into the distance. Chenzong's figure flashed as he gathered the last of his strength and swung his sword again. The first sword of the ninefold true sword, this sword strike was the simplest, and when it was used, it was also the fastest. With a flash of sword light, the demon cultivator, who had turned into a wisp of black light, flew forward. However, after flying for a few hundred meters, he fell to the ground and struggled for a few moments before dying. That sword strike directly pierced through his head and came out from between his eyebrows. The terrifying sword qi minced his brain into pieces. After swinging that sword strike, Chenzong felt waves of weakness surge up, like a raging wave that swept through every part of his body. Exhaustion, a kind of exhaustion that originated from the level of essence, energy, and spirit erupted and swept over him. Just now, when he erupted in anger and unleashed the fourth sword of the ninefold true sword, it was several times stronger than when he killed the blade demon. Naturally, Chenzong's consumption was even greater. As everyone knew, when a person was extremely angry, they would erupt with even more power. However, after that, they would become even more exhausted. It was a kind of overdraft. And Xianxia then swung his sword a second time to kill the demon cultivator, exhausting the last bit of his strength. His entire body was on the verge of collapse. He barely took out a large number of pills and swallowed them with difficulty. As the power of the pills quickly dissolved in his body, this extreme exhaustion dissipated bit by bit. Circulate, resisting the feeling of weakness all over his body, Xianxia sat cross-legged on the tough grass and continued to circulate his cultivation method to speed up the refining of the pills. The weakness in his body disappeared bit by bit, and the exhausted strength also recovered bit by bit. However, the weakness in his spirit level was not so easy to eliminate. Fortunately, Xianxia did not encounter any fierce demons or other people. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous for him to be in such a state. After half a day, his strength recovered and the weakness in his body disappeared. The weakness in his spirit level was also weakened and recovered a little. After checking, Xianxia found that his trial points had reached 92 points. Originally, it was 28 points, which was obtained from killing the ferocious demon yesterday. Previously, he had killed a full-grown ferocious demon and obtained 10 points, which was 38 points. Now, it was 92 points, among which 54 points were obtained from killing the demon dweller. According to the rules of the trial ground, killing other trial takers would give you half of the trial points of the other trial takers. The demon cultivator had as many as 108 trial points, but now, not only did he not obtain any trial points, he also lost 54 trial points after dying once. 92 trial points, very close to 100 points. Xianxia narrowed his eyes slightly. 100 trial points could be exchanged for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. It was very important and must be exchanged first because it would allow his strength to recover even more. The more strength he recovered, the more trial points he could obtain. Fortunately, he had 3 chances to die. Of course, he would not die if he could. 9 days, how long will it take to revive after dying? Xianxia thought of this and quickly asked. 1 day. The 9 heavens rings answer made Xianxia's eyes flash. 1 day to revive, which meant that the demon cultivator he killed still had more than half a day to revive. Then, before that, he must first obtain 100 trial points and exchange for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. He had to successfully cultivate it and unlock more of his strength before he was qualified to fight against the demon cultivator. Xianxia did not think that the demon cultivator would forget about their enmity with a smile after reviving. Then, he should take advantage of this opportunity to quickly accumulate 100 trial points and exchange for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. In addition, there was also Duan Lingkong's share, but that could only be after he recovered more strength. Enduring the mental exhaustion, Xianxia moved and headed for the outer perimeter. He alone was not a match for the adult fierce demon. Even if he used the 4th sword, he did not have absolute confidence. But it was not difficult to deal with the infant fierce demon. Another point was that the periphery was closer to the camp. There were many fierce demons on the trial ground. If one was willing to look for them, they could find them. When he met other trial takers, Xianxia did not approach them because they did not know each other. Those trial takers were also from the 2nd rank and 3rd rank void and had only cultivated the first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Therefore, they did not approach Xianxia because they were not confident. Using all his strength, Xianxia killed the fierce demons one after another. His maximum combat strength was almost 1 sword for 1 fierce demon. Soon, Xianxia's trial points had reached 100 points. Without hesitation, Xianxia immediately returned to the camp. Duan Lingkong and the demon cultivator had not revived yet, so no one knew about this. Xianxia went straight to the technique inheritance stele, pressed his palm on it, and silently recited to exchange for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. In an instant, the 100 trial points in the 9 heavens ring were directly deducted. Xianxia's consciousness was pulled by a force and directly escaped into the dark void. Lights lit up one after another. They were characters that contained great mystery. They circled around and rushed toward Xianxia like moths to a flame, then disappeared into Xianxia's consciousness. The second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. After the inheritance was completed, Chenzong immediately returned to his wooden house. He first had a full meal, then rested for a while before immediately comprehending. The second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique was much more mysterious than the first layer. However, Chenzong had already comprehended and mastered the first layer. With the foundation and extraordinary comprehension, it was not difficult to comprehend the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. What kind of experience is it to have a sick child at home? It's harder to give him medicine than little rice dumpling pushing big brother Chew. In a small wooden house at the edge of the east camp, a figure condensed on a wooden bed. He opened his eyes and stood up instantly. I've died once. I wonder if Brother Chen has escaped? Duan Lingkong was at a loss at first, then he straightened out his thoughts and muttered to himself. He self-destructed in order to stop the demonic tribe and buy time for Chenzong to escape. Why did he do that? Firstly, there were 3 death marks, which meant 3 chances of death, so he wouldn't really die. Secondly, he recognized Chenzong as a person. After many exchanges, he already knew Chenzong's character and treated him as a good friend. As a rogue cultivator, Duan Lingkong had his own way of survival. He had experienced countless life and death situations, so he wouldn't be so easily deceived. Once he recognized someone, he would give them the greatest trust. Thirdly, Chenzong walked out of the camp earlier than him, so he should have accumulated some trial points. If he died, he would lose half of his points, which was equivalent to wasting a lot of time. All kinds of reasons flashed in an instant, which made Duan Lingkong willing to sacrifice himself. After all, he only had 3 trial points. After checking, Duan Lingkong suddenly found that his trial points had decreased by 1 point. He only had 2 points left. Although he lost half of his points, it didn't exist at all. He immediately sent a message to Chenzong. Soon, Duan Lingkong received a message from Chenzong. That's great, Brother Chen. Looks like you escaped in time. Duan Lingkong already knew the time of resurrection after death. It was exactly 1 day. If Chenzong didn't escape and die, he shouldn't have resurrected or just resurrected. It was impossible for him to reply to his message in time. Moreover, Duan Lingkong keenly felt that Chenzong's aura was different. It seemed to be more tyrannical. Brother Duan, I can't thank you enough. Chenzong said solemnly and saluted Duan Lingkong with his sword. If it wasn't for Duan Lingkong's self-destruction, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape and would have been killed by the demonic tribe. On the other hand, it was because of Duan Lingkong's sacrifice that he seized the opportunity to kill the demonic tribe and obtained a large number of trial points. Only then could he exchange for the second level of 10,000 elephant true technique and recover more strength. This was indeed a great favor. Brother Chen, there's no need for that. Duan Lingkong said with a smile. He waved his hand and did not seem to mind. Soon after, he revealed a curious expression. My self-destruction was probably unable to kill that demon race. Fortunately, Brother Chen's ability is outstanding and you managed to escape in time. No, I killed the demon cultivator. Chenzong said unhurriedly. So Brother Chen killed. Duan Lingkong originally had an indifferent expression, but after that, his expression greatly changed, his eyes opened wide, and his face was filled with shock. Brother Chen, what did you say? You said you killed that member of the Devilman clan? It's a risky move, Chenzong said with a smile, looking relaxed. Chenzong said it casually, but Duan Lingkong could not suppress the shock in his heart. It took him a while to recover from his shock. Brother Chen, looks like my decision back then was absolutely correct, said Duan Lingkong with a smile. I obtained a lot of trial points from that demon race. After killing some young fierce demons, I gathered 100 trial points and exchanged them for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Moreover, I've succeeded in cultivating it. Chenzong stared at Duan Lingkong and said seriously, next, I'll enter the trial grounds again to kill fierce demons and obtain 100 trial points to give to Brother Duan as soon as possible. Haha, then I'll wait for Brother Chen's good news. Duan Lingkong said with a smile. He did not deliberately give in or anything. That was not his style. A true friend was not a one-sided effort, but a voluntary effort by both parties. Only then could they maintain and last long. Next, Chenzong and Duan Lingkong did not form a team. This was because Chenzong's strength had recovered to 1/1000th of Duan Lingkong's strength, and Duan Lingkong's strength was only 1/10,000th. The difference was 10 times. Now, Chenzong was completely capable of hunting adult fierce demons by himself, but Duan Lingkong could not. He could only deal with young fierce demons. In a situation where their strengths were not equal, if they formed a team, Duan Lingkong could only follow along and get points. This was something his pride could not accept. He could accept the points Chenzong gave him, but he would not allow himself to be a burden. If he encountered a strong enemy, only death would await him. The two of them immediately moved and headed out of the camp once again. Duan Lingkong went to hunt young fierce demons and slowly earn points. Chenzong went to hunt adult fierce demons and earn even more points. When Chenzong and Duan Lingkong arrived at the entrance of the camp and were about to leave, a murderous intent suddenly erupted. The murderous intent was monstrous, as if it had transformed into a wisp of darkness. It carried traces of an indescribable blazing aura as it swept over. As the aura spread and attacked, Duan Lingkong could not help but tremble. He felt an indescribable chill invade his body, as if he was enveloped by darkness. Within the chill, there was also a blazing heat. The blazing heat was extremely manic, as if it wanted to ignite some negative emotions in his heart. Not only was Duan Lingkong affected, but Chenzong was also affected. However, Chenzong was not affected at all. "Damned lowly lifeforms, you've completely angered me." Along with the impact of the cold, dark, and hot aura, a voice filled with anger and killing intent was transmitted through the air. It was the demon tribe. The demon tribe member that Chenzong killed had also revived. After walking out of the small wooden house, he saw Chenzong and Duan Lingkong and chased after them. Endless rage and killing intent surged in the depths of his dark and deep eyes. It was as if they were about to materialize and gush out, burning and slaughtering everything. It just so happened that it was early in the morning. It was the time when the trial takers had rested and were preparing to leave the campsite and enter the training ground again. As such, many trial takers were alarmed just as they were about to leave the campsite. 2 humans from the 3rd sequence void space, one was a demon tribe member from the 1st sequence void space, a higher life form and a lower life form. The current situation was very clear. The demon-human race was filled with killing intent, and the angry killing intent was almost condensed into a substance. The killing intent was targeted at the 2 low life forms of the human race. Exactly what had those 2 humans done to make a higher life form demon tribe member so furious? "Emoluaya, exactly what is going on?" asked a demon tribe member. "Those 2 damned lowly life forms launched a sneak attack on me," said Emoluaya angrily. Emoluaya shouted angrily. The others in the surroundings immediately came to a realization. At the same time, they were secretly shocked. Aren't these 2 lowly life forms a little too bold? They actually dared to launch a sneak attack on the demon tribe. From the looks of it, they must have suffered quite a loss. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so angry. Losses were one thing. More importantly, it was his dignity. He felt that he was a higher life form from the 1st sequence void space, yet he was killed by a lower life form from the 3rd sequence void space. That was a humiliation, an enormous humiliation. Humiliation could only be washed away with blood. Those 2 lowly life forms had to die. They had died a true death, a death that could not be resurrected. Oh, they actually dared to launch a sneak attack on you. In that case, kill them. Kill them completely. A cruel smile immediately appeared on the face of the demon human who had asked the question. He looked at Chenzong and Duan Lingkong with a pair of dark eyes that were filled with murderous intent. "Emoluaya, do you need my help?" "No need," said Emoluaya angrily. Emoluaya said angrily. Previously, he had been careless. He had thought that those 2 lowly lifeforms could only cooperate obediently in front of him. He did not expect that one of them would dare to self-destruct and the other would dare to take advantage of the opportunity to kill him. That moment of carelessness had led to his own death. "Then I'll wait to see your performance." The demon tribe member crossed his arms in front of his chest. He had an arrogant look on his face. The heavenly human tribe member looked indifferent. He looked at everything as if they were ants. The giant tribe member did not look very interested. The Paleobeast tribe member had a mocking look on his face. Even though they were all humans, no one dared to step forward. They did not dare to provoke the demon tribe. Just the difference in their cultivation of the 10,000 elephant true technique during this period of time was enough to make them understand how terrifying the demon tribe was. Suddenly, a figure flashed and appeared beside Qinzong and Duan Lingkong. It was a man wearing a ghost mask. It was the war demon of the Eternal Battle Fort. Someone actually dares to step forward. You really don't know what's good for you. You're just adding to the number of deaths. The war devil did not say a word. Instead, he stood on Qinzong's side. He showed his stance with his actions. Qinzong glanced around and saw Yuan Chongshan, Li Xianyun, Hu Jia, Wu Kongming, and even Luo Wuxing and Jinyi. Do you need me to do something? Yuan Chongshan asked telepathically. He was only at the first level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. He could feel the strength of the demon tribe. They were at least at the second level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. The difference was huge. Therefore, he did not step forward immediately. Qinzong did not respond. He only shook his head slightly. As for the others, Li Xianyun bit her lips. She seemed to be hesitating. Hu Jia was expressionless. However, there was a flame burning in his eyes. Wu Kongming looked eager. Luo Wuxing smiled at Qinzong. Jinyi looked indifferent. However, his hand was on the long saber at his waist. A wisp of killing intent was gathering quietly. Qinzong also shook his head at them, indicating that he did not need to step forward. Very good. There is still one low-level life form left. Then, I will let you know that the demon tribe cannot be humiliated. Mo Luoya's eyes darkened. He was even more furious. You talk too much nonsense. Qinzong's eyes narrowed. An unparalleled sharpness shot out from his eyes. It seemed to pierce through the void. He met Mo Luoya's eyes, which were filled with killing intent and anger. He did not back down. If you want to fight, then let's fight. With that, Qinzong immediately turned around and strode out of the camp. No fighting was allowed in the camp. This was the rule. No one could violate it. Otherwise, they would be punished. As for what kind of punishment it would be, it was not clear. However, the Nine Heavens ring had already warned them that the punishment would not be good. As he walked out of the camp, he sent a telepathic message to Duan Lingkong and the War Devil. He told them not to interfere and to leave it to him. This was because even the War Devil had not exchanged for the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Outside the camp, Qinzong stood still. He turned around and straightened his body. He was like a sword pointing at the dusky sky. Sword intent rapidly gathered around him. Strands of sword chi also spread out. They spread out and surrounded the surroundings. The intense sharpness also fluctuated and penetrated the surroundings. Countless sword lights seemed to gather in his eyes. They pierced through the void and stared at the demon tribe's Mo Luoya. They seemed to want to pierce through him. Damn, this high fever won't go down. Sword chi surged, and sword intent soared to the heavens. So he's cultivated the second level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Many people sensed the strength of Qinzong's aura and came to a realization. Mo Luoya's eyes narrowed, and they grew darker and deeper. Unparalleled killing intent gathered in them. He had thought of something. The fact that Qinzong could exchange for and cultivate the second level of the 10,000 elephant true technique so quickly had something to do with him. His death had directly given Qinzong 54 trial points. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy. When he thought of this, his anger surged uncontrollably. The aura around him surged violently, turning into wisps of black mist that spread out. The patterns on his body also glowed, and layers of heat spread out. There was a loud boom, and the earth shook. Countless bits of grass flew everywhere. A black shadow instantly stuck close to the ground like a demon. It exploded with incredible speed, charging toward Qinzong like a dark ray of light. One punch, the demon raised his right arm and clenched his fist. There was a series of explosive sounds as if he was crushing the void. Wisps of black light flowed through his fingers. As he clenched his fist, it covered the surface of his fist. It was as if he had put on a ferocious glove, and it carried an extremely terrifying power as it blasted toward Qinzong. His eyes were as dark as the abyss, swallowing everything. His face was filled with a murderous intent that transformed into a ferocious expression. In just an instant, Mo Luoya's fist blasted toward Qinzong. The power of darkness seemed to want to shatter, drown, and devour Qinzong. This punch was extremely ferocious. It contained darkness, evil, and other strange negative forces. It wanted to erode Qinzong's spirit and will. The power within was like a vicious beast that wanted to gnaw on Qinzong's flesh and blood. Too strong, too ferocious, a crushing pressure rose in Qinzong's heart, making him feel as if he was unable to resist. Lingwu Supreme Technique, the power of qi refinement and body refinement merged into one in an instant. Heart fire burned, layers of illusory flame halos enveloped his body, swaying slightly. Qinzong's eyes flashed, and his sword will burst out in an instant. As the sword qi was vast, his right hand pressed on the scabbard of the long sword at his waist. He took a step forward, and as if he was stepping on mountains and rivers, an extremely powerful force burst out from the soles of his feet, through his thighs and waist, straight to his shoulders, and then flowed along his arm into the sword like the water of the sea. Unsheathing, the third sword of the ninefold true sword, chop, the spectators only felt an extremely dazzling light in front of their eyes, bringing with it an unparalleled sharpness. It instantly shot out, like the divine light of the absolute beginning that could split the heavens and earth apart. It was like a hot knife through butter. The extremely dazzling sword light and the dark fist energy came into contact in an instant and immediately collided, erupting with an unparalleled aura that bombarded in all directions. The shockwaves were extremely terrifying, smashing the surroundings into pieces. However, the sword light slithered around like a dragon and snake, immediately sticking close to the edge of the fist energy and Mo Luoya's arm, slashing directly toward Mo Luoya's body. This scene shocked the spectators, especially the people from the 4 major tribes. They were well aware of each other's abilities, yet a mere third-rank void being could actually threaten Mo Luoya. It should be known that the difference in the void sequence brought about the difference in the life forms themselves. The difference between a first-rank void being and a third-rank void being was very obvious. It was an innate difference that was close to an intrinsic difference. Even if they could only unleash 1,000th of their strength, the demon dwellers were more talented, and their foundations were more shocking. When facing a low-level life form of the same level of combat strength, they would be able to crush it. How could they be threatened? This time, Mo Luoya did not underestimate Qinzong in the slightest. Last time, he had been killed because of his carelessness. When Qinzong's sword slashed through the air, Mo Luoya's figure flashed and he immediately dodged it. His other hand struck out with a palm attack. It was like a dark demonic mountain that was pushing forward, bringing with it an extremely violent force. It was about to smash Qinzong's body into pieces. The fourth sword of the ninefold true sword, an even more dazzling and resplendent sword light slashed out in an instant. With his strength after unsealing the first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique, unleashing the third sword would consume a lot of his strength. Unleashing the fourth sword would consume 50% of his strength. However, now that he had unsealed the second layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique, his strength had increased tenfold. His recovery speed had also increased significantly. Unleashing the third and fourth sword was not difficult at all. It was as easy as unleashing the first and second sword earlier. Furthermore, with 1,000th of his strength, the third and fourth sword strikes were many times more powerful than before. Every single one of his sword strikes posed an enormous threat to Mo Luoya. He did not dare to underestimate them in the slightest. Although the difference in the void sequence led to a difference in the natural order of life, there were still a few elite prodigies who could bridge such a gap. Slash, the sword light pierced through the air and slashed through the dark demonic mountain. It slashed towards Mo Luoya at an even faster and more shocking speed. The demonic runes on his body flickered and emitted rays of light. However, Mo Luoya's figure instantly transformed into a black shadow as he flew backwards and avoided the sword. Boom, an endless amount of darkness aura spluttered out. Strand after strand gathered and shot into the sky. Soon after, an endless amount of heat spread. The darkness aura that enveloped Mo Luoya's body turned into a cluster of darkness flame that continued to burn. dark and scorching auras erupted in an instant. They intertwined and overlapped, converging into one. Chen Zong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He was extremely shocked. Those were two types of power. Two types of great Tao power. One was the power of the great way of darkness, and the other was the power of the great way of flame. These two powers had successfully superimposed and condensed into one, forming a power that combined the power of the great way of darkness and flame. It was twice as powerful and terrifying as a single power of the great way of darkness. Chen Zong's cultivation system was very clear about one thing. It was extremely difficult to overlap great Daos. At the very least, Chen Zong had never heard of anyone who could overlap different great Daos in the void where he resided. In other words, other than himself, no one else had comprehended multiple great Daos at the same time. However, it was also difficult for him to overlap the power of the world great Tao and the heart sword principle. At the immanent God realm, one could only comprehend one great Tao. However, he had taken a risk out of desperation. He had cultivated both chi refining and body refining at the same time. That was why he had grasped the heart sword principle and the world great Tao. However, he was still unable to combine them. Chen Zong was certain that the demonic tribe had indeed overlapped the power of two great Daos into one. Its power had greatly increased and it also possessed the characteristics of two great Daos. Could this be the special talent of the demonic tribe? Was this the special ability of a first-rank void being? The overlap of the great Tao power of darkness and fire made Mo Luoya's power even stronger. Mo Luoya is going all out. He is completely enraged. How embarrassing. He actually has to go all out to deal with a lowly life form. The group of demonic tribe members mocked Mo Luoya. Due to the difference in the void sequence, even if they had seen it with their own eyes, they would still look down on those lowly life forms. Therefore, when they saw Mo Luoya using his full strength, they all mocked him. Lowly life form, you actually made me use my full strength. When Mo Luoya heard the mocking laughter of his tribesmen, he became even more enraged. The dark flames burned even more fiercely, as if they wanted to burn everything to ashes. He roared at Chen Zong. He was extremely furious. I will smash you into pieces. You will die 1,000 times, 10,000 times. With a roar, Mo Luoya unleashed his full strength and threw another punch. However, compared to before, this punch was even more ferocious. It was several times more powerful. It was like a burning black meteorite, carrying with it the power of flames and the power of darkness that could sink everything as it smashed towards Mo Luoya. Chen Zong's expression was extremely grave. He felt a great sense of danger. It was as if this punch would cause him to fall into darkness and be burned by the dark flames. Whether it was his spiritual will or his physical body, they would all be burned. This lowly life form is dead for sure. The demonic tribe members all smiled. Under Mo Luoya's all-out punch, that lowly life form could not block it at all. Brother Chen, you have to block it. Duan Lingkong was extremely nervous. He clenched his fists tightly. The other prodigies who came from the same void were also extremely nervous and shocked. The power of that punch was enough to kill them if they came into contact with it. They could not block it at all. Even if they wanted to, they were powerless to help. Fifth, power surged. Sword chi surged and circled around endlessly. Chen Zong's eyes became even sharper. Sword. In an instant, a sword slashed through the air. It was dazzling and dazzling, like a vast expanse of starlight. The moment the sword appeared, the darkness in the surroundings was dispelled. It carried a thunderous might as it smashed through the air. The fifth sword of the ninefold true sword. When Chen Zong mastered the second level of the 10,000 forms true technique, he could easily grasp the third and fourth sword of the ninefold true sword. With the comprehension of the dual heart realm, his efficiency was even higher. He completely comprehended the mysteries of the fifth sword and mastered it. He directly used up 10% of his strength to execute this sword. Its power was even more tyrannical. When they collided, the sword light shattered in an instant. More than half of the terrifying power of that punch was dispersed. However, a small portion of it still continued to charge forward. Slash. Slash, slash. Under the heart sword domain, the sword light wreaked havoc and instantly destroyed the remaining power. Emo Luoya punched out again. He had inherited the ninefold tyrant fist and had mastered the fourth sword. With the combination of the great Tao of darkness and the great Tao of fire, the fourth sword of the ninefold tyrant fist was extremely terrifying. Shenzong displayed his sword techniques to the fullest. He executed the ninefold true sword alternately. It changed between light and heavy. The swords intertwined and the sword light crisscrossed. Despite the absolute difference in power, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position even with his superb sword techniques. Moreover, the aura on his body was silently gathering. The more Emo Luoya fought, the angrier he became. The more furious he was, the more violent the power of his fist technique seemed to be. However, under such circumstances, his attacks became even more chaotic. Sixth sword. Die. When the sword chi accumulated to the limit, Shenzong's body paused slightly. In the next breath, all his power erupted. A sword slashed through the air. It was like a stream of light in the sky. It was like the light of the heavens piercing through the clouds. Just this sword alone shook the 9 heavens. When the sword appeared, the light of the heavens illuminated the world. It was so intense that almost everyone could not help but close their eyes. They could not look directly at it. Only a few people could see it. However, they still had to squint their eyes. It was because that sword was too dazzling. Little Sixth had a fever of more than 40 degrees, so he went to the doctor. After a few hours, his fever has finally dropped to 38 degrees. I can finally relax a little. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome. I'm really sorry, everyone. It was like an aurora chasing after eternity, directly breaking through the darkness and heat. Everything would vanish under the sword. Emo Luoya's face was filled with shock. The sword light was so powerful that it could split the sky and earth. It gave him a feeling that he could not dodge and could only wait to be cut in half and die a violent death. Retreat, 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 Emo Luoya's heart beat wildly, and his expression changed drastically. He was abnormally shocked. He immediately erupted with all his strength. The demonic patterns on his body flickered endlessly. Waves of darkness surged and instantly enveloped his body. It was as if he had been swallowed by the darkness. The dazzling, resplendent, and breathtaking sword light arrived. It seemed as if it could split the sky and earth. It directly slashed into the surging darkness. A miserable cry rang out. It was filled with fear and anger. Then, a black light retreated from the darkness at lightning speed. It charged into the camp, and blood splattered along the way. The sharp-eyed people immediately noticed that there was a sword mark on Emo Luoya's chest. It was a terrifying sword mark. It seemed as if his body was going to be cut in half. Blood was gushing out madly. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. They were incomparably shocked. A dignified member of the First Order Void Realm had actually been injured by a lowly being from the Third Order Void Realm. Moreover, his injuries were so severe that he had no choice but to flee in panic and hide in the camp to recover. It was simply inconceivable. The member of the demon tribe was shocked. His face was ashen. His originally dark skin looked even darker. Humiliation, a great humiliation. Shenzong was somewhat regretful that he had not been able to kill Emo Luoya with one strike. However, he was also very surprised. Previously, he had been able to kill Emo Luoya because of Duan Lingkong's self-destruction. In addition, Emo Luoya did not pay much attention to him. Due to his carelessness, Shenzong had been able to kill him. However, this time Emo Luoya had paid enough attention to him. He had even erupted with his full strength. Even if Shenzong unleashed the sixth sword of the 9-layered true sword, he could not kill Emo Luoya. He could only injure him. Injury and death were two completely different concepts. After injuring Emo Luoya with a single strike, Shenzong's aura was astonishing. His sword intent soared into the sky, and his sword chi surged endlessly. His eyes were extremely dazzling, and they shone with peerless sharpness. It was as if no one dared to look him in the eye. It was as if he was holding his sword horizontally in front of him, as if he was holding his sword horizontally against an army of 1,000. Then, Shenzong turned around, turned into a sword light, and rushed into the trial ground. In the earlier battle, he was at a disadvantage in terms of absolute strength. He could not compare to Imoluaya at all. However, the reason why he was able to contend against Imoluaya was because of his extremely high attainments in swordsmanship. This was something that Imoluaya could not compare to. It was precisely because of his superb swordsmanship that he was able to remain undefeated. Moreover, he used the pressure that Imoluaya gave him to temper himself, and he finally completely grasped the sixth sword of the 9-layer true swords that he'd only comprehended halfway. It was precisely because of this sword strike that Imoluaya had been injured but not killed. Sure enough, luck had played a large role in him being able to kill Imoluaya last time. Since he was unable to kill Imoluaya, and Imoluaya had hidden himself in the camp, Qianzong naturally could not chase after Imoluaya. He also could not foolishly stand there and assume a posture to show off his might. In this battle, especially the eruption of the sixth sword, he had exhausted a lot of his strength. He was left with less than 30% of his strength. If the demonic race attacked again, they did not need to be very strong. They would be at Imoluaya's level, and he would not be a match for them. It was very likely that he would be killed. That was why Qianzong turned around without hesitation and immediately fled into the trial ground. Perhaps returning to the camp would be a good choice. He would be able to rest at ease and recover his strength. He would only leave the camp after he had fully recovered. There was no guarantee that the demonic race would not react and respond in some other way. For example, they would block him outside and wait for him to walk right into their trap. Directly fleeing into the trial ground was the opposite of what the demonic race had expected. Of course, there was also a great risk in doing so. Firstly, Qianzong had less than 30% of his strength left. Secondly, if the demonic race were to chase after him, they might catch up to Qianzong. No matter what choice he made, there would always be pros and cons. There was no need to think too much. He just needed to follow his heart. As he fled, Qianzong took out elixirs and consumed them continuously. Under the mind of two minds, he quickly activated the second level of the 10,000 elephant true skill to continuously refine the power of the elixirs and recover his strength. Brother Chen is really too strong. Duan Lingkong was secretly excited. Then, he immediately rushed into the trial ground. His eyes under the war demon mask shone brightly. His battle intent was so condensed that it almost materialized. His body swayed and turned into a ray of black light, quickly rushing into the trial ground. That low-level lifeform sword technique is not bad, a heavenly human tribe prodigy said unhurriedly. It is indeed not bad. Another heavenly human tribe prodigy smiled slightly. However, when he said it was not bad, he did not seem to care at all. It was just a very shallow compliment, like an adult praising a child. Among the crowd, a human from the second sequence void stared at the direction Qianzong left in deep thought. His eyes were shining brightly. Imoluaya is too embarrassing. Damn it. What a piece of trash. He was actually injured by a low-level life form. He is a disgrace to our demonic race. A group of demonic race people were angry. However, they did not chase after Qianzong because that would be even more embarrassing. Especially when there were other races like the heavenly human tribe, the giant tribe, and the ancient beast tribe watching from the sidelines. They would feel ashamed if they sent so many people to chase after a low-level life form just because one of their tribesmen was injured. After reaching the second level of the 10,000 elephant true skill, Qianzong had recovered 1,000th of his strength. The One Heart Sutra could continuously activate two wills at the same time. The speed of recovery could completely keep up with the speed of consumption. Qianzong also realized that the 33 heavens of the mind and One Heart Sutra were superb. It was easier for him to adapt to the laws of the universe. For example, other mystiques were obviously affected. Qianzong did not use them because if he did, he would not be able to unleash much of their power. It would be a waste of energy for nothing. He might as well use the ninefold true sword. That was a sword technique under the laws of the universe. After entering the trial ground, Qianzong continuously consumed pills and refined them to recover his strength. When he entered the outer area of the trial ground, Qianzong had already recovered 50% of his strength. The 50% now was not comparable to the previous 50%. When the young fierce demon found Qianzong, it immediately let out a strange cry and quickly approached him. With a flash of sword light, Qianzong directly swept past without leaving a trace. The young fierce demon's body froze as if it had been immobilized. When Qinzong's figure was far away, blood spurted out. The young fierce demon's neck was cut off and its head rolled down. Now, the young fierce demon was no longer a threat to Qinzong. It could be easily killed with a sword. When Qinzong arrived at the middle circle of the trial ground, his strength had recovered about 70%. However, Qinzong did not wait for his strength to fully recover because there was no need for that. He could fully concentrate on fighting and refining the second level of the 10,000 elephant true skill to recover his strength. There was no need to waste time at all. Although it had been less than a month and there was still a lot of time before the one-year survival trial, Qinzong already felt the urgency. The pressure from the heavens prides of other races, and even from the demon tribe. If he slowly improved, he might be suppressed at any time and it would be difficult for him to develop. He had to take advantage of the situation where most of the heavens prides were still in the early stage to improve himself as soon as possible and recover more strength. Only then could he control his own destiny and not be casually threatened. A growing soldier-level fierce demon was worth 10 trial points, which was many times more than a young fierce demon. With Qinzong's current level of strength, one-on-one combat was not a problem at all. Moreover, he had superb swordsmanship and continued to kill. While killing, Qinzong also paid attention to the consumption and recovery of his strength. 100%. When Qinzong used the method of tempering himself to kill the fifth full-bodied fierce demon, his strength had astonishingly recovered to 100%. Sure enough, the One Heart Sutra was very helpful. Previously, when the One Heart Sutra was not unsealed, he could not refine the elixirs to recover his strength in such a battle. The advantages were obvious, but the disadvantages were also obvious. The consumption of elixirs had increased. Fortunately, Qinzong's 9 Heavens ring had stored a lot of elixirs. However, according to the consumption rate, it was estimated that it would be used up in less than a month. Qinzong did not hesitate at all. He would eat what he needed to eat and consume what he needed to consume. Wasn't that the function of these elixirs? Bringing them along was not to collect them. The essence was to make the best use of them. Using them at the right time to bring out the greatest effect that they should have was the correct way to end up. For a moment, a wave of enlightenment surged in Qinzong's mind. It was as if he had a different kind of understanding of the sword. The essence of the sword. Now that my strength has completely recovered, I can easily kill the growing fierce demons under my maximum combat power. 1 against 2 and 1 against 3 is no problem at all. After Qinzong killed the 6th growing fierce demon, his eyes shone brightly. His thoughts turned quickly. In this way, I can find more growing fierce demons to kill. Just now, Qinzong had been looking for lone fierce demons. He was even more cautious. Now, he did not need to be so careful. He directly found 3 growing fierce demons. Qinzong called out to attract them, drew his sword, and killed them. Lingwu Supreme Technique, Heart Fire Ignition, Taichu Sword Origin Body, Maximum Combat Power Exploded, Kill. Qinzong did not plan to waste time. He used the fastest speed to kill the fierce demons in the shortest amount of time to obtain trial points. 100 trial points were given to Duan Lingkong to exchange for the second stage of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. In addition, if it was within his capabilities, he would also give Duan Lingkong a death mark. That would require 1,000 trial points. This was a favor. However, he had to first gather the 100 trial points needed for the second stage of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. After that, he would gather another 1,000 trial points to exchange for the third stage of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. Once he recovered more strength, he would be able to kill stronger fierce demons. For example, mature fierce demons would give him more trial points. Killing a mature vicious monster gave 10 trial points for each one. 100 trial points could be easily gathered because one only needed to kill 10 of them. Not long after, Qinzong had gathered 100 trial points. However, he did not immediately leave and continued to hunt. The trial grounds were vast. The trial takers from the 4 camps would not come into contact for a short period of time. After all, they were far apart from each other. If they wanted to come into contact with each other, they would have to cross half of the trial grounds, which meant that they had to enter the inner circle of the trial grounds. Only those who had mastered the third level of the 10,000 elephant true technique were qualified to enter the inner circle. Without enough strength, they would not dare to be too far away from their own camp. As night fell, most of the trial takers returned to the camp. Duan Lingkong returned to the camp after killing some young fierce demons, but he did not find Xianxia. He sent a message but did not get a response. Because the inside and outside of the camp were isolated, messages could not be connected. Duan Lingkong could not help but worry. At night, the fierce demons in the trial grounds would be more violent, which meant that the danger would be higher. Xianxia did not return to the camp, but stayed in the trial grounds. Sword World. Open! Xianxia's expression was solemn. His eyes suddenly widened, and invisible sword chi waves spread out in an instant, covering the surroundings. 20 meters, an area of 20 meters was completely enveloped by Xianxia's sword world. Because of the arrival of night, the 10 growing body fierce demons that surrounded Xianxia wantonly had eyes that were shockingly scarlet. An extremely terrifying baleful aura surged as they violently attacked. They were extremely tyrannical. Xianxia was constantly attacked by these crazy auras, and felt his body slightly numb. If it were not for his incomparably strong spiritual will, he was afraid that under such auras, his mind would be in chaos and he would be greatly affected. The threat of the 10 growing fierce demons was undoubtedly great. The opening of the sword world under the limit of combat power was also the first time Xianxia opened the sword world in the trial grounds. Rays of sword light condensed one after another. There were a total of 10 rays. Xianxia's current strength was still too weak, and he had not recovered much. Although he could condense more sword lights at full strength, it would exhaust all of his strength. 10 sword lights were just right. Each sword light had the power of Xianxia's limit of combat power. Controlling the 10 sword lights, he immediately charged towards the 10 full-body ferocious beasts. 1 against 10, an intense battle of life and death unfolded. Under the control of Xianxia, the 10 sword lights were first used to fight with the basic swordsmanship. Gradually, Xianxia tried to integrate the ninefold real sword into it. In Xianxia's opinion, the ninefold true sword was a very profound sword technique, but at the same time, it was also very simple. It could be said to be profound because the profoundness contained within it was astonishing. Each level was better than the previous one. It could be said to be simple because the profoundness contained within it was very pure and sharp. In terms of sword moves, it was simple and direct. It was a kind of condensation. Xianxia seemed to be using these 10 adult demons as whetstones to sharpen his sword, sharpening his 9-layer true sword with sword light under the sword world. After a fierce battle, Xianxia finally succeeded in performing the first sword of the ninefold sword with 10 sword lights. This was the most difficult sword move, but its power was much stronger than the basic sword moves. Fight, a fierce battle, a crazy battle, the sword light flashed, like a meteor breaking through the sky, filled with astonishing sharpness, instantly killing the fierce demons. With the death of the 10 fierce demons, 100 trial points were obtained. In this way, Xianxia had accumulated more than 500 trial points in the 9th heaven ring. He took out a large number of pills and consumed them. He used the divine fire to refine the impurities and then used the second level of the 10,000 elephant true technique to refine and absorb them, recovering his strength. At night, the fierce demons in the trial grounds were more active and dangerous. He had to maintain his strength at a certain level, preferably above 80%, to be able to deal with all dangers. Recover, fight, kill. When he was tired, Xianxia seized the time to rest. The concept of 2 minds at once allowed Xianxia to better allocate his energy. When he was hungry, he could directly use the meat essence pill and clear water pill to replenish his energy. In one night, Xianxia experienced many life and death battles, killing many fierce demons. With the sword world sword light, he was able to fully display the power of the second sword. The trial points had also broken through 1,000 points. It's finally over 1,000 points. Xianxia was secretly happy, but he had no plans to return. He could continue to hunt and obtain more trial points. 1,000 trial points was only enough to exchange for the third level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Xianxia still needed to gather 100 points and give it to Duan Lingkong. In addition, he also needed to exchange for some pills. After all, although he still had a lot of pills, every time he needed to recover his strength, he had to consume a large amount. Normally, it was fine, but if he encountered any danger, it would become a hindrance that was very fatal. Thus, it was necessary to exchange for some pills under the laws of the universe. However, those pills were not cheap. They required at least 100 trial points. In short, in the trial grounds, the more trial points one had, the better. The more points one had, the easier it was to arrange and the greater the benefits. It was related to one's strength and survival. When Xianxia's trial points accumulated to 1,300, a figure rapidly approached him along the ground like a stream of light. The figure's aura was restrained, but it was still discovered by Xianxia. He turned around and his eyes emitted a shocking cold light. Like a sharp sword unsheathed, he stared at the figure and locked his gaze. His right hand pressed on the hilt of his sword and quietly channeled his strength. He was ready to unsheath the sword at any time and slash out with a peerlessly sharp sword. "Please don't attack," the figure immediately said. "I mean no harm." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure appeared. It was a human. However, there were many humans in the East Camp. Most of them were from the third-rank void, and a few were from the second-rank void. Xianxia did not have any impression of this person. "Hello, brother. My name is Wu Daoyuan. I'm a human from the second-rank void." The newcomer was a square-faced young man. He gave off a vigorous and dignified feeling. He carried a battle saber on his back. His figure was tall and strong, and his shoulders were broad as if they could carry a mountain. His arms were longer than the average person's, and his eyes were restrained. At first glance, Xianxia felt that this person was extraordinary. "What can I do for you, sir?" Xianxia asked in a neither fast nor slow tone. Although the other party was also a human, there were always differences between humans from different voids. Even if they looked the same on the inside, they belonged to different places. Moreover, this was the difference between the second-rank void and the third-rank void. "The battle between Brother Chen and Mo Luoye of the demon tribe the day before yesterday really shocked me," Wu Daoyuan said with a smile. He did not hide his inner surprise at all. He completely revealed it, giving people a feeling that he did not deliberately flatter but praised at the right time. It was very natural. To be honest, I didn't dare to imagine that scene. In less than a month, someone, a human from the third-rank void, was able to defeat the demon tribe in a head-on battle. As a human, I can empathize with this and feel extremely excited. It had to be said that Wu Daoyuan's seemingly honest way of speaking, coupled with his sincere expression, really made people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Xianxia was no exception. "You flatter me." Xianxia smiled faintly and responded at a neither fast nor slow pace. The demon tribe, heavenly human tribe, giant tribe, and ancient beast tribe are born with extraordinary bloodlines. They possess unique and powerful talents that we humans do not possess. Wu Daoyuan continued, for example, the demon tribe and heavenly human tribe are born with the power of the great Tao of darkness and the great Tao of light. They can also comprehend and master another great Tao. Furthermore, they can superimpose the power of the two great Taos and turn it into a power that contains the power of both great Taos. The demon tribe's physique is stronger than ours, and the heavenly human tribe's spirit is stronger than ours. Xianxia listened carefully. In the previous battle with Mo Luoye, Xianxia had already seen it. Mo Luoye had combined the power of the great Tao of darkness and the great Tao of fire, turning it into a power that contained both great Tao of darkness and great Tao of fire. It was extremely powerful. In terms of absolute strength, it could completely suppress Xianxia. If it were not for his superb sword skills, he would have been defeated long ago. How could he have had a chance to fight back? He did not expect that this was the unique talent of the demon tribe. No, it should be said that the heavenly human tribe also possessed such talent. However, one of them was born with the power of the great Tao of darkness, while the other was born with the power of the great Tao of light. Since they were born like this, reaching the imminent God realm was as easy as eating and drinking. It was extremely shocking. Although the giant tribe did not comprehend a great Tao at birth, their physique is extremely strong and their strength is unparalleled. They are terrifying beyond compare. They are not inferior to the great Tao at all. In addition, they have comprehended a great Tao at birth, so they are even stronger. The Paleo beast tribe does not have the power of the great Tao at birth, but their physique is naturally stronger than the demon tribe and the heavenly human tribe. However, they are not as strong as the giant tribe. Wu Daoyuan paused for a moment, then continued, however, the Paleo beast tribe has the bloodline of the ancient beasts. They can transform into ancient orcs. Their combat strength is greatly increased, and they have mastered different abilities. They are extremely terrifying. After listening to Wu Daoyuan, Chenzong finally knew how powerful the 4 first-rank void beings were. No matter which one it was, the human tribe did not possess them. Are there any humans in the first-rank void beings? Chenzong's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but ask. As far as I know, no. Wu Daoyuan's tone was solemn. The human tribe is mainly concentrated in the 3rd-rank and 2nd-rank void beings. Chenzong's expression was solemn. There was no doubt that the human tribe was at a disadvantage compared to the 1st-rank void beings. Fortunately, there were still the 2nd-rank void beings. If all of them were 3rd-rank void beings, then the gap would be even greater. What's the difference between the 3rd-rank void beings and the 2nd-rank void beings? Chenzong was very curious about this point. The human tribe does not possess any special talents since birth. In other words, most of the human tribe does not possess any special talents. Only a very small number of the human tribe mutated and possessed some special talents. Wu Daoyuan smiled and said, the difference between the 2nd-rank void beings and the 3rd-rank void beings lies in their talent and potential. The cultivation of the 2nd-rank void beings is relatively easier. It is also easier for them to advance. Their foundation is also usually more robust. Wu Daoyuan continued, then smiled. However, this is not absolute. At least in my opinion, Brother Chen, your talent and foundation are not inferior to the 2nd-rank void beings. In fact, you might even surpass many 2nd-rank void beings. Wu Daoyuan was born in the 2nd-order void. Many years ago, there were people who had entered the universe and entered the 9 heavens imperial court from the void he was in. After many years, there were also people who returned to their original void and left behind some information. Of course, this information was kept secret and only a very small number of people were qualified to know about it. Wu Daoyuan's background was extraordinary, and his talent was very high. Naturally, he knew these secrets. First, he explained to Chenzong how powerful the 4 great races were, and then he talked about various other things, allowing Chenzong to have a clearer understanding of these things. In the end, Wu Daoyuan finally revealed his purpose for looking for Chenzong. On the 2nd day after entering the trial camp, the 4 major races, including the Demon Tribe Alliance, the Celestial Alliance, the Giant Alliance, and the Ancient Beast Alliance, have already formed the corresponding groups. In order to improve the competitiveness of our human race, I also plan to form an alliance to unite the human race of the 2nd-order void and the 3rd-order void. Only then can we have the ability to compete with the alliance of the 4 major races. Wu Daoyuan said seriously, otherwise, in the long run, if we don't unite, we will be like a sheet of loose sand. When the 4 alliances are complete, they will make a move on the other races. At that time, we will become fish on the chopping board, at their mercy. I see that Brother Chen's sword intent is amazing and your strength is extraordinary. You are strong enough to fight against the demon tribe, the celestial clan, the giant clan, and the ancient beast clan. It is really the fortune of our human race. Wu Daoyuan's expression was incomparably sincere as he bowed deeply to Chenzong. Brother Chen, please join hands with me and establish an alliance that belongs to our human race. In this trial ground, we can contend against the other races. Chenzong pondered for a moment. Chenzong had never thought about forming an alliance, but Wu Daoyuan's words were not unreasonable. The weak were prey to the strong, and it was the same everywhere. Being independent was often a fantasy, unless one was invincible. But even if one was invincible, it was impossible to be alone all the time. How lonely would that be? When necessary, one was born as a human, one had to do one's part for humanity. Brother Wu, since you have such ambition, I will support you. Chenzong responded seriously. However, I am not good at forming and managing an alliance, so I can only do my part. All right. Thank you for your righteousness, Brother Chen. Wu Daoyuan was delighted at once. According to what I know, the ancestors of our human race had an alliance in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court called the Dao Alliance. I hope that after we pass the trial, we will all be qualified to enter the Dao Alliance and become a member. Therefore, I plan to name our alliance the Little Dao Alliance. What do you think, Brother Chen? The Junior Taoist Alliance? Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and said, "We'll do as Brother Wu says." The name of the Little Dao Alliance was not bad, and there was no reason to object. Moreover, Wu Daoyuan had taken the lead in establishing it, so it was normal for him to name it. In that case, I'll be the leader of the Little Dao Alliance, and Brother Chen will be one of the vice leaders. What do you think? Wu Daoyuan asked again. Chen Zong nodded. He had no objections. After all, he wouldn't manage the small Taoist alliance. Dealing with the affairs had nothing to do with him. The only thing he could use was his sword, the sword in his hand, and his strength. Alright, I'm going to contact the others now and establish this Little Dao Alliance as soon as possible. Wu Daoyuan said solemnly, Brother Chen, the demon tribe won't let this go. They will definitely attack you again. You must be careful. According to what I know, there is already more than one demon tribe member who has mastered the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. If you need anything, please send me a message. I will rush over as soon as I receive the message. As he spoke, he connected the 9 Heavens ring with Chen Zong. In this way, they could communicate with each other. After Wu Daoyuan left, Chen Zong's strength had completely recovered. He continued to hunt the growing fierce demons. Kill. Kill. Kill, kill. Kill. With the cooperation of his sword technique and sword world, Chen Zong's efficiency in killing the fierce demons was astonishing. When night was about to fall, Chen Zong's trial points had already exceeded 2,000 points, reaching more than 2,200 points. Compared to before, this was simply a huge sum of money. Chen Zong did not plan to continue staying in the fierce demon wasteland. He should return to the camp and use the trial points. The purpose of earning trial points was to use them to strengthen himself. If he did not use them, why would he risk his life and put himself in danger? Many people returned from the wasteland, including Chen Zong. When encountering the demon tribe, Chen Zong was very vigilant, preventing the demon tribe from attacking. However, for some reason, the demon tribe did not attack. They only stared at Chen Zong for a few breaths of time with their dark and deep eyes, causing Chen Zong to have no choice but to wait solemnly. This was because every demon tribe member had at least exchanged for the 2nd level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique and mastered it. Now, a small number of them had successfully mastered the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. Coupled with their racial talents, once they attacked, they would be crushed or even killed instantly. The 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. Chen Zong exhaled a scorching breath, his eyes becoming brighter. After entering the camp, Chen Zong found Duan Lingkong. Duan Lingkong returned to the camp earlier than Chen Zong, but he did not have many trial points. Without saying anything, Chen Zong directly transferred 200 trial points to Duan Lingkong. That's too much, Brother Chen, Duan Lingkong said in surprise. You can save the rest first, or exchange for pills. Chen Zong smiled. I won't thank you. Duan Lingkong smiled. With these trial points, not only could he exchange for the 2nd level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique, he could also exchange for a pill, which would be very useful in times of need. Of course, he could also save it first and continue to accumulate until he reached 1,000 points to exchange for the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. Exchange. Duan Lingkong first exchanged for the 2nd level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique, then Chen Zong exchanged for the 3rd level. Brother Chen, could it be that you have already? Duan Lingkong was shocked. Chen Zong nodded, causing Duan Lingkong to be even more shocked. The two of them immediately returned to the small wooden house. Chen Zong took a bath while comprehending the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. With 2 minds at once, the comprehension efficiency was higher. After half a night, Chen Zong successfully comprehended it and cultivated it. This kind of cultivation was to transform one's original strength, so the speed was very fast. It was not like the real cultivation from scratch, which required more time. At dawn, Chenzong successfully cultivated the third level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. He felt the endless power in his body, and the tiredness from continuously hunting fierce demons and comprehending it without sleeping for an entire night quickly disappeared. He was in high spirits, and his essence, energy, and spirit were all at their peak. 1%, his strength had recovered to 1%. Theoretically, it was equivalent to the combat strength of a 9-star, but it was definitely stronger than an ordinary 9-star. If he recovered to 1/10 of his strength, he should be able to reach the combat strength of an ordinary 11-star. However, that would require 10,000 trial points to exchange for the fourth level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. 10,000 trial points, it was a lot. I should take this opportunity to comprehend the 9-star true sword, Chenzong thought to himself. He activated the 3 minds at once and comprehended it with all his might. After recovering to 1%, he activated the Heart Sutra normally and reached the 3 minds at once. The recovery speed of his mind power could keep up with the speed of consumption. After an hour, Chenzong completely grasped the 7th sword. He immediately used his trial points to exchange for some pills. Returning Chi pill, after consuming it, he immediately recovered 10% of his strength, and in a short period of time, he recovered 20% of his strength. Golden Revitalizing Pill, this was a healing pill. As long as it was not a fatal injury, it could be quickly alleviated and healed. Whether it was the Returning Chi pill or the Golden Revitalizing Pill, they both required 100 trial points. Chenzong directly used 1,000 trial points to exchange for 5 pills each. After using up almost all of his trial points, Chenzong walked out of the camp and stepped into the fierce demon wasteland again. After recovering 1% of his strength, executing the 5th and 6th swords became a breeze. Executing the 7th sword was no longer as difficult as before. Furthermore, the might of each of his swords had been greatly enhanced. Kill, push all the way, infant body, adult body, Chenzong did not need to perform the 5th or 6th sword. He only needed to wave his sword and he could kill them instantly. However, Chenzong did not care about the points of the adult body fierce demon anymore. He directly went into the inner circle. The fierce demon wasteland was divided into the outer circle, middle circle, inner circle, middle circle, and core area. They corresponded to the infant body, adult body, mature body, evolved body, and complete body of the soldier-level fierce demon. Of course, in the outer circle, it was possible to meet the adult body fierce demon. In the middle circle, it was possible to meet the mature fierce demon. In the inner circle, it was possible to meet the evolved fierce demon. However, the probability was very low. At least, Chenzong had not met one yet. Entering the inner circle meant that it was possible to meet the trial takers from the other 3 camps. Then, it would be a bigger competition. Because, the number of infant fierce demons was the most, followed by the adult fierce demons. The number of mature fierce demons decreased, and the number of complete fierce demons was even less. Although the fierce demons here could be reborn, there was a time limit. The stronger the fierce demon, the longer it would take to be reborn. This meant that in a short period of time, the resources were limited. Chenzong stepped into the inner circle. He did not find the mature fierce demon immediately. Instead, he searched for a while before he found it. Iron Claw Demon, the color of the mature Iron Claw Demon's skin was even deeper, and it looked even rougher. Its body had reached 5 meters, and a violent aura filled the air. It was extremely ferocious, and it brought with it an extremely strong pressure that attacked the surrounding area. The Iron Claw Demon also found Chenzong. It directly rushed over. Its huge iron claw slashed through the air and directly tore the void. Chenzong was sure that this claw could not be blocked by an ordinary 9-star combat power. Once caught, they would be torn apart. However, Chenzong wasn't someone who could be compared to a normal 9-star warrior. His body flashed, and his afterimage was torn apart by the iron claw. Then, a beam of sword light flashed across the sky and dashed out. Ninefold True Sword, 5th sword. The Ninefold True Sword was divided into 9 swords. Each sword was stronger than the previous one. Its sharpness was amazing. It was very pure. The power of the 6th sword at 1% of its strength was extremely shocking and terrifying. Chenzong felt that he could fully unleash his strength. However, this sword did not kill the Iron Claw demon. The mature Iron Claw demon was much stronger than the adult Iron Claw demon. Whether it was in strength, speed, or fighting skills, it was also much stronger. If the infant Fierce Demon was compared to a kid, then the adult Fierce Demon was like a teenager, and the mature Fierce Demon was like a young man. A mature Fierce Demon was worth 100 trial points, which was within Chenzong's expectations. Chenzong was happy, but he was worried that mature Fierce Demons were not easy to encounter. In half a day, Chenzong had only encountered 3 mature Fierce Demons and obtained 300 trial points. If he had been in the middle circle, he would have killed at least 20 Fierce Demons. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be easy to gather 10,000 trial points. It would take a lot of time. Even though 10,000 trial points only required him to kill 100 mature vicious beasts, the prerequisite was that he had to find 100 mature vicious beasts. Mature Fierce Demons were extremely ferocious. Even with Chenzong's normal fighting strength, it was difficult for him to kill one. Only by unleashing his maximum fighting strength and engaging in an intense battle did he manage to successfully kill one. A mature Fierce Demon was already so terrifying. What about a mature Fierce Demon? A mature Fierce Demon had the combat strength of a 12-star level. How terrifying would it be, after an entire day, when night fell, Chenzong had only killed 5 mature Fierce Demons and obtained 500 trial points. At this speed, it would take him 12 days to gather 10,000 trial points. For 3 days, Chenzong's harvest was not much. On the 4th day, Chenzong returned to the camp and received a message from Wu Daoyuan. The Little Path Alliance was officially established. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Chenzong. A few days ago, he defeated a member of the demonic tribe in a head-on battle. I believe all of you have heard of him. He is the first vice leader of our small Dao alliance. Wu Daoyuan walked to Chenzong's side and introduced him to the 20 or so people present with a smile. Chenzong stood up and gave a sword salute to the crowd with a smile. This is Lu Xiu. He comes from the Second Order Void and is the #1 genius of that void. He has also mastered the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. Wu Daoyuan walked to a young man with long hair and black clothes and a red long staff on his back. Lu Xiu's expression was indifferent. He did not stand up and only nodded slightly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique, in less than a month, there were not many people who had exchanged for the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. Even among the 4 major races, not everyone had exchanged for the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. Although there was news that some of the 4 major races had exchanged for the 4th level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique, it was only a minority. Those who had grasped the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique were considered experts. Most of them had only grasped the 2nd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. The worst part was that they had only grasped the 1st level. However, the 20 or so people present were all carefully selected by Wu Daoyuan, so each of them had at least mastered the 2nd stage of the 10,000 Elephants True technique. Feng Lan, Wu Daoyuan, and the 3rd deputy leader of our Little Path Alliance. Wu Daoyuan walked over to a tall girl with a long ponytail, giving off the impression of a vigorous cheetah. Feng Lan stood up with a smile on his face. He cupped his fists and bowed slightly to the crowd. His sky-blue tight short robe perfectly accentuated his tall and strong body. In particular, his long legs were slender and tight, as if they were filled with astonishing explosive power. She was very beautiful. Her beauty was not the soft and gentle beauty of ordinary women. Instead, it was a kind of heroic beauty. She was valiant and formidable, like a female warrior. 1 chief, 3 deputy chiefs, and 21 members. This was the Little Path Alliance that Wu Daoyuan had initially established. Among them, Chief Wu Daoyuan. Wu Daoyuan and the 3 deputy chiefs had grasped the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. The other 21 members had grasped the 2nd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. On the whole, this was a considerable force. Duan Lingkong was also among the members because he had grasped the 2nd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique a few days ago. The purpose of this gathering was to get to know each other and let everyone know what to do. They could even form teams and enter the ominous demon wasteland to hunt ominous demons together. However, in the end, only the members of the alliance formed teams. As for the chief and the 3 deputy chiefs, they all chose to travel alone. Time passed by slowly, day after day. Mature ominous demons were not easy to hunt, but Chenzong still had some gains every day. In comparison, his gains were more than hunting growth-type ominous demons. After all, the trial points obtained from killing a mature ominous demon were equivalent to the gains obtained from killing 10 growth-type ominous demons. Today was the 8th day since Chenzong stepped into the inner circle of the ominous demon wasteland. It seems that we're quite lucky to have encountered a 3rd-rank void low-level life form. Don't be careless. To be able to come here, this low-level life form must have some skills. 2 voices sounded at the same time as they approached rapidly. Without any pause, one from the left and one from the right, they immediately attacked Chenzong. Their shocking murderous auras raged like a storm, attacking wildly as if they wanted to tear Chenzong apart. Through the 9 heavens ring, Chenzong also knew the identities of these 2 people. They were the horn people from the 2nd-rank void. Their appearance was similar to that of humans, but they had some additional characteristics, which was the single horn on their foreheads. The strength of these 2 hornmen was not simple. Both of them had mastered the 3rd level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Moreover, judging from their attacks, the 2 of them were very good at cooperating. In an instant, Chenzong was in danger. Extreme combat power erupted. In such a place, Chenzong did not intend to take it slow. He wanted to end the battle quickly. The 6th sword of the 9 heavens true sword, in an instant, the sword light pierced through the air. The sword stabbed out, its sharpness shocking the world. It directly split into 2 and stabbed at the 2 horn people. The 2 horn people were shocked and their expressions changed drastically. They were still happy to have found a low-level life form and were planning to kill it to earn some trial points. After all, in the inner circle, there were fewer and fewer mature ominous demons. Their regeneration speed could not keep up with the speed of hunting. What they did not expect was that the strength of this low-level life form was somewhat unexpected. However, to be able to come here to become a trial taker and enter the inner circle, these 2 horn people were also extraordinary. They were very strong and had rich experience in fighting. In the face of Chenzong's sword, the 2 of them immediately dodged and went around it. Then, they turned around and counterattacked from behind. The 2 horn people each held a green scimitar in their hands. It was shaped like a crescent moon and was abnormally sharp. Kill, sword whirled open. The simple exchange made Chenzong realize that it was not realistic to want to kill these 2 horn people in a few moves. If it was one-on-one, he might be able to do it, but the 2 of them cooperated seamlessly, increasing the difficulty of killing them. Then, in accordance with the principle of ending the battle quickly, Chenzong directly exploded. The range of the sword world covered a radius of 200 meters. It was even larger, and the sword light could condense more. However, to deal with these 2 people, 10 was enough. It was an all-around suppression and directly killing them. Until death, the 2 horn people were in disbelief. Even with the 2 of them working together, they were actually killed by a low-level life form. After killing the 2 horn people, Chenzong immediately retracted the sword world, stopped the consumption of energy, and immediately checked his harvest. Trial points, 1,200, he directly obtained 1,200 trial points. One of the horn people contributed 700 points, and the other contributed 500 points. This was equivalent to killing 12 mature fierce demons, which was equivalent to 3 days of harvest. As expected, after entering the inner circle, if I want to quickly obtain trial points, is hunting other trial takers the best way? Chenzong could not help but secretly think. One hunt was equivalent to several days of harvest. Was this not a disguised form of encouragement to hunt other trial takers? However, Chenzong was not impulsive. Although it was a way, it was not necessarily the best way. What if the trial taker he hunted did not have any trial points? What if the trial taker was stronger than him and was killed instead of hunting? Everything could happen. Therefore, if he hunted other trial takers to obtain trial points, the result might be worse than he imagined. Chenzong did not plan to do so, but if there were trial takers who wanted to hunt him, they would have to think carefully. For example, the 2 horn people. After calming down, Chenzong refined the pills to recover his energy while looking for fierce demons to kill. As for the Xianxia pill, he would not use it easily. However, he did use a few pills before, but Chenzong would immediately replenish them when he returned to the camp. Little thing, you can't escape. A huge figure was currently running across the ground at an extremely fast speed. Every step seemed to shatter the earth, causing it to rumble and tremble endlessly. Every step had a powerful recoil, pushing the 5-meter-tall and sturdy body forward in an extremely barbaric manner. This was a heaven's pride of the giant tribe from the north camp. He was chasing a human. The human was very fast and agile. His slender and powerful legs touched the ground and flew far away. He was like a cheetah running wildly on the field. He looked much more graceful than the giant chasing after him. However, this was not enough to let her escape. The giant was indeed not as agile as her, but when he moved his legs, his tyrannical strength was fully utilized. He burst forth with astonishing speed and continued to close in on her. Don't struggle. Stop and let me kill you. I promise you won't feel any pain. The giant said again with a sinister smile. Feng Lan gritted his teeth and sprinted with all his might. The strength of this giant was way too strong. Even though they were both at the 3rd level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, this giant was way stronger than him. That strength of his was terrifying to the extreme. He could easily break through Feng Lan's attacks. Furthermore, his body was terrifyingly tough. Feng Lan's attacks could only cause limited damage to his body. If not for the fact that she had the golden revitalization pill and Xianxia pill, she would have been killed long ago. But now, she had consumed the last Xianxia pill and golden revitalization pill. Feng Lan was hesitating whether she should ask for help from the others in the Dao Alliance. However, the thought flashed through her mind. The strength of the giant was way too scary. Even if she asked for help, the other Vice Alliance Masters or Alliance Masters could rush over. Most likely, they would not be a match for him. Suddenly, Feng Lan caught sight of a familiar figure in front of her. First, set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book Guest House Chenzong, that familiar figure was the first deputy leader of the Small Path Alliance, Chenzong. The first deputy leader was not the same as the first deputy leader. They were two different concepts. The first one meant that he was the earliest to join. The first one meant that he was the strongest. Feng Lan still had some impression of Chenzong because she had been present during the battle between Chenzong and Mo Luoya. She had watched the entire battle and was very shocked. She was sure that she was no match for Mo Luoya at that time. Deputy Leader Chen, let's go. Although he knew that Chenzong's strength was not to be underestimated, the giant that was chasing after him was too strong. Both of them were at the 3rd level of the 10,000 elephant true skill, but he didn't have much strength to resist. If Chenzong was implicated because of this, she would feel uneasy. Chenzong also saw Feng Lan and recognized her. She was one of the deputy leaders of the Small Path Alliance. She was also the only female among the 3 deputy leaders. She was valiant and had a very heroic look. Her bright smile left a deep impression on people. Feng Lan was fleeing and looked a little panicked. Her pursuer was a 5-meter-tall giant. He was from the giant tribe. The giant tribe also saw Chenzong. His eyes lit up immediately because he instantly knew of Chenzong's identity through the 9 Heavens ring. He was a low-level life form from the 3rd rank void space. He could kill them all. Hopefully, he could get more trial points. A shocking and violent murderous aura surged over like a flood. Chenzong's body tensed up as he felt suppressed. Chenzong did not speak. His expression was cold and solemn. In a flash, he glided across the ground and charged toward the giant tribe as fast as lightning. In just an instant, Chenzong and Feng Lan passed by each other. Feng Lan was shocked. She instinctively stopped in her tracks and quickly turned around. Just as she was about to charge forward to meet the giant tribe with Chenzong, she saw a dazzling sword gleam. That sword light was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. It was like a bolt of divine lightning that pierced through the sky, releasing an endless amount of ice-cold killing intent as it pressed forward. All of a sudden, Chenzong slashed out with his sword, startling the giant. He could feel a sense of threat from that sword. It was an intense threat that could hurt him. The seventh sword of the ninefold true sword. After many battles, Xianxia had long since mastered this sword move. He could easily execute it, and its power was extremely strong and peerlessly sharp. Before the sword arrived, the sharpness of the sword caused the Titan to be startled. He felt a faint pain in his tough skin, as if it were being torn apart. With a roar, the giant unleashed all of his power. His muscles swelled up, becoming as tough as refined steel. He was filled with shocking power as he slammed into his surroundings, causing the air to vibrate and ripple. Following that, the huge arm stretched back high, like a strong bow being pulled to its fullest. Every muscle was stretched to the limit, and all the power was vibrating within. Explode, he threw out a punch. The huge fist carried an extremely powerful fist force as it tore through the air, making a rumbling sound. It was as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky, smashing the earth and shattering all life. That shocking fist pressure directly pressed down on Xianxia, making him feel suffocated. Even from afar, Feng Lan could feel the power of that punch. It was extremely shocking. If it were her, even if she used all of her strength, it would be difficult for her to block it. That was because the physique of the giant tribe was too strong. It was a natural talent that belonged to their tribe. They were born this way, and as they grew and cultivated, it would continue to strengthen as if there was no limit to it. The punch not only contained the strength of their physique, but also the power of the great path that they had comprehended and mastered. In an instant, the sword light paused and shattered. However, the power of the seventh sword was also very terrifying. The fist force of the giant tribe was also shattered. This attack was evenly matched. The giant tribe was secretly shocked. Feng Lan was even more surprised. She could not block that punch. If she blocked it directly, she would be injured. However, Xianxia blocked it and did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. The sword light was shattered. Xianxia paused for a moment, then exploded again. Ultimate combat strength, the seventh sword, kill. The sword light of this sword became even more dazzling. It was much more blazing than before. The giant tribe was shocked. With a roar, he threw out another punch. The power of this punch was even more powerful. The moment the sword and the fist collided again, Xianxia immediately felt a shocking force rushing towards him. Immediately, the second force followed. The second force was not weaker than the first force. The sword light was shattered. Under the second force, Xianxia retreated in the air, dispersing the extremely powerful force. Feng Lan was shocked. Just when he thought that Xianxia could not withstand the giant tribe's attack, he saw Xianxia's body glide across the air. His posture was graceful, like a swallow returning to its flight. He went around the giant tribe from the side. His sword pierced through the air again. It was like a cold bolt of lightning. It was light and agile, but it was as powerful as the wind and thunder. It slashed towards the giant tribe's neck. Good. Feng Lan's eyes lit up. He was surprised by Xianxia's sword. It seemed simple, but the control of one's own strength and the timing of this sword was perfect. It also showed an astonishingly solid foundation of swordsmanship and superb swordsmanship attainments. Even Feng Lan, who thought that he had put in a lot of hard work in his martial arts attainments, had studied deeply and achieved great attainments, could only sigh at his own inferiority. The giant tribe was also shocked, but it was too late to dodge. As a result, some of the weaknesses of the giant tribe were exposed. Although their strength was strong and their speed was not slow, their reaction was relatively slow. Of course, relatively speaking, it was also because Xianxia's sword was unexpected and exquisite. The giant tribe gritted his teeth. His neck suddenly swelled, as if protruding muscles. Streaks of light flowed on it, overlapping and blocking Xianxia's sword. It could not cut through. The seventh sword of the nine-layered true sword could not cut through the giant tribe's neck. It only broke a layer of skin. It was just a flesh wound. It was not worth mentioning. Xianxia was shocked. He finally realized how terrifying the giant tribe's physique was. Compared to the giant tribe's physique, there was a huge gap. If a mature fierce demon was hit by this sword, even if it was not cut in half, it would at least be seriously injured. The giant tribe was really a monster of physique. With a roar, the giant tribe punched again. An incomparably powerful force condensed in it. It was an earth-shattering punch, as if it could shatter everything. Rage, the giant tribe was abnormally furious. He was hit by a low-level life-form sword. If he had not reacted in time, that sword would not have taken his life. However, he would definitely have been seriously injured. The fist pressure came crashing down like a storm, directly oppressing the space under the fist to the extreme. It was as if it was a piece of iron plate. Retreat, this punch was too strong and too fierce. He had to avoid it. At the same time, Qianzong's strength surged like a tide. A misty sword light flickered on the sword. Kill, the eighth sword of the nine-layered true sword. When the sword came out, the sword wind roared like a raging storm, filling all directions. In the distance, Feng Lan was shocked. What a powerful sword technique! He felt that the sword technique was beyond the level of strength. Every cultivator cultivated and used the martial arts that they had inherited from the training camp, and not their own martial arts. It was not that they did not want to use them, but the effects of using them were not as good as the martial arts inherited from the training camp. And these inherited martial arts were easy to understand. For example, the sword technique was called the nine-layered true sword. The saber technique was called the nine-layered killing saber. The fist technique was called the nine-layered tyrant fist. The spear technique was called the nine-layered absolute spear. The leg technique was called the nine-layered kick. The staff technique was called the nine-layered mountain staff. These martial arts were the basic martial arts that the Nine Heavens Imperial Court had sorted out over countless years. Although they were the basics, it was important to know that the universe was more vast and more advanced than the void. And these basic inheritances were all refined and refined, turning the complicated into simple. These inherited martial arts also had their corresponding counterparts. Take the nine-layered true sword as an example. The first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique corresponded to the first and second sword. The fourth layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique corresponded to the seventh and eighth sword. As for the fifth layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique, it corresponded to the ninth sword. Of course, this level could only be corresponded to by the top prodigies. If an ordinary prodigy cultivated the first layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique, it would be good enough if he could master the first sword. Cultivation techniques corresponded to the level of martial arts, but to cultivate martial arts, one needed to have the corresponding attainments. For example, if one did not have the foundation of the sword technique, it would be difficult to master the nine-layered true sword. Strength and foundation were indispensable. However, Qianzong was obviously only at the third layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique, but he was able to display the eighth sword. How superb was that! The sword slashed out like a hot knife through butter, slicing through the fist pressure of the giant race. Then, it clashed against the fist of the giant race. The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out in the void as a terrifying shockwave blasted out. It was as though everything in the surroundings would be torn apart. As the shockwave blasted out, even the tough grass on the ground was torn apart instantly, scattering into the air like dust. Qianzong felt that the sword in his hand was almost knocked out of his hand in the direct collision of the two powerful forces, and the fist of the giant was also directly cut open. The sword blade cut into the surface of the fist, leaving a sword mark that was several inches deep. Enduring the excruciating pain, the giant raised his left fist abruptly and then slammed it down like a falling meteorite. The sixth punch of the nine-layered tyrant fist, this punch blasted out layers of ripples, like a vortex. A huge fist directly blasted out of the vortex, powerful and ferocious. It directly smashed Qianzong's body into pieces, and even blasted a large hole in the grassland, sending broken soil flying everywhere. However, it was only Qianzong's afterimage that was smashed. A flash of sword light bloomed in the sky, extremely dazzling and dazzling. It directly slashed down like a full moon. Qianzong had even used the power of the Taichu sword origin form for this sword. The ninth sword, all the power in his body poured out like a flood that broke a dam, and all of it poured into this sword. It made Qianzong feel as if his body was empty. This sword was Qianzong's most powerful sword, and it was also the sword that Qianzong had just begun to master. It was also the ninth and last sword of the ninefold true sword. Its corresponding level should be the fifth layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. However, Qianzong's swordsmanship was extremely high, and his accumulation of the way of the sword was also incomparably vigorous. In addition, the Heart Sutra had been unsealed to the 3 heart wills, and the effect of his comprehension had been greatly enhanced. Therefore, he was able to master this sword when he was at the 3rd layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. This was the ultimate sword, the most powerful sword. The sword light appeared in the sky. Looking up, the light shone in all directions. It was dazzling. It was like a bright moon, but also like a real sun. Like a hot knife through butter, it was merciless. It was like the sky was collapsing. Endless sharp light bloomed. Slash, break, crack, unstoppable, the giant used all his strength, but he still couldn't stop this sword. This sword was way too sharp. Even with the giant's strong body, he couldn't stop it. His thick and solid arms swelled up in an instant. Every muscle seemed to be on the verge of exploding as they swelled up high. Strands of aura circulated, condensed, and erupted from them. The giant raised his arms that had swelled to the extreme and crossed them over his head to protect himself. He wanted to block Qianzong's sword strike because he couldn't avoid it. The strongest sword attack, the strongest body. In an instant, the sword slashed down on the giant's bulging arms. It was so sharp that it could cleave apart mountains. It cut through the strength of the giant's arms inch by inch. After the giant's arms were cut off, it continued to slash downwards. At the crucial moment, the giant dodged his head. The sword landed at the joint between his neck and shoulder and cut in. Only when it reached his chest did it stop. The power of the sword seemed to have been used up and it was difficult for it to go any further. It was unable to cut the giant in half as it wished. This was all because the body of this giant was too strong. His bones and tendons were extremely tough. Especially when he used both his arms to resist, the power of this sword was greatly reduced. However, the giant's arms were cut off. Even his body was cut a lot. Although the giant didn't die, he was severely injured. Without hesitation, Qianzong immediately took a Xianxia pellet. He recovered 10% of his strength. There was still 20% left. He drew the sword, a sword pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning. The killing intent was extremely cold as it pierced through the eyes of the giant. The giant couldn't resist Qianzong anymore. He was killed in the end. After killing the giant, Qianzong took another Xianxia pellet to recover his strength. If he didn't have the pure qi pellet to replenish his energy, he wouldn't be able to kill the man. Qianzong finally experienced the terror of the giant tribe, especially their physique, which was indescribably strong. This giant was even more frightening than Emo Luoya of the demonic tribe. If they were at the same level, Emo Luoya would most likely not be a match for him. When he recovered 30% of his strength, Feng Lan also woke up from the shock. His vigorous legs dashed over, and his heroic eyes were filled with shock. He looked at Qianzong as if he was looking at a monster. The 4 major clans of the First Order Void were recognized as the strongest clans in the Void. Even an ordinary member of the clan had extraordinary talent and potential. Their combat strength was astonishing. After all, their innate racial talent was there. As for the genius-level clansmen, each and every one of them was even scarier. Those who were able to make it here were naturally geniuses, or even top geniuses. Vice Alliance leader Chen, you actually killed him. Feng Lan's tone was filled with shock. This shock came from the inside out. Perhaps even the leader of the Small Path Alliance, Wu Daoyuan, was no match for Qianzong. Yes. Qianzong nodded. With 30% of his strength recovered, he could unleash a tyrannical power with his own strength. He did not have to worry about being attacked by Feng Lan. Of course, Qianzong did not think that Feng Lan would attack him. It was just a form of vigilance. In a place like this, danger did not only come from the fearsome demons, but also from other trial takers. Vice Alliance leader Chen, thank you so much for this. Feng Lan cupped his fists towards Qianzong and said, I can't thank you enough. If there's anything you need in the future, I'm willing to risk my life to do it. You're too kind. Qianzong could not help but smile and return the sword salute. Although Feng Lan was a woman, she was very forthright. She was not inferior to men at all. She could be called a heroine among women. Qianzong did not have any intention of flirting and did not say much. The two of them chatted for a while before parting ways. They went in different directions to hunt for fearsome demons. As for teaming up, Qianzong did not have such thoughts. Neither did Feng Lan. Firstly, their strength was not on the same level. Although they were both at the third level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, there was a difference in strength. Secondly, the two of them were not familiar with each other. However, Feng Lan remembered Qianzong's saving grace. Even if she died here, she would not really die, but she would lose half of her trial points, which would take a lot of time to obtain. It had to be known that after entering the inner circle, one would gradually realize how difficult it was to obtain trial points. It was not because one was not strong enough to obtain them, but because there were limited numbers of mature fearsome demons. 5,000. Qianzong took pills to recover his strength while searching for fearsome demons. He also checked the trial points he obtained from killing the giant and was shocked. He had obtained 5,000 trial points in one go, which was equivalent to killing 50 mature fearsome demons. If he had hunted them himself, he would have needed at least 10 days. If he was unlucky, he would have needed 15 days. What was even more tragic was that the giant had 10,000 trial points. Qianzong guessed that he must have wanted to recover and exchange for the fourth layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique to unlock more strength. However, he might have met Feng Lan on his way back and planned to kill her to earn more trial points. Then, he met Qianzong in the process of chasing after her and planned to kill Qianzong to earn more trial points. In the end, not only did he not obtain more trial points, but he also lost half of his trial points, which was 5,000. The fourth layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique was gone in a short period of time. When he revived, who knew how angry he would be? However, that had nothing to do with him. Counting the 5,000 trial points and the 1,200 from before, Qianzong had obtained 6,200 trial points from the other trial challengers. Adding his own gains from these days, he now had more than 8,000 trial points. Maybe in a few days, I can exchange for the fourth layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique, Qianzong thought to himself, somewhat excited. The fourth layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique meant that his strength could be recovered to a tenth. In addition, after cultivating the fourth layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique, he could obtain a second-grade trial evaluation. Of course, Qianzong was not satisfied with this evaluation. When night fell, Qianzong did not return to the camp. With the 3 mental states of one heart, Qianzong could recover his mental strength faster. He also had enough fresh water pills and meat essence pills, so he would not feel hungry or thirsty. He had everything. The 9 Heavens ring had said that the trial evaluation was divided into many levels, but in the end, they only said first, second, and third grade. Qianzong felt that above the third grade, there might be a fourth or fifth grade. However, it would be much more difficult to obtain that level of evaluation. However, that was more challenging, wasn't it? Qianzong's goal was not as simple as a third-grade evaluation. As for the rest, the 9 Heavens ring did not plan to say. Everything was up to him to figure it out himself. The inner circle at night was more dangerous, but the rewards were also greater. With a sword in hand, Qianzong demonstrated what it meant to be invincible. There was no need to use the 8th or 9th sword. At most, the 7th sword was enough to kill all mature fierce demons. Using the 9th sword would almost exhaust all of his strength. Of course, its power was also extremely terrifying. However, Qianzong felt that the 9 Heavens true sword might not be as simple as just 9 swords. Especially after comprehending the 9th sword, this feeling became more and more obvious. After killing a fierce demon and obtaining 100 trial points, Qianzong seemed to have gained something and started to practice his sword on the spot. The sword light danced in the night, drawing out a clear light that was like water. It was as serene as the moonlight. Qianzong used the 9 Heavens true sword continuously, from the first to the second to the third sword. However, he did not put much power into them because Qianzong was practicing his sword and not fighting. There was no need for him to do so. Qianzong had already comprehended all of the 9 Heavens true sword and could use them. Even the most energy-consuming 9th sword, Qianzong could use it. Of course, under the condition that it did not consume much power, it only had a sharpness, but did not have a peerless power. Over and over again, Qianzong only felt that when he used the ninth sword, there was a sharpness growing. Of the 9 heavens true sword, there should be a 10th sword, Qianzong said to himself as he sheathed his sword. The light in his eyes was extremely sharp. It was just that he was limited by his own realm and strength, so he could not truly comprehend it. The reason why he had such a feeling and such confidence was because of his superb swordsmanship, extremely solid foundation, and outstanding comprehension. When I master the 4th stage of the 10,000 elephant true technique, I might be able to comprehend the 10th sword. Qianzong thought to himself. It was a feeling. Perhaps it was not 100% accurate, but it was equivalent to a guide. Qianzong even had a feeling that the 10th sword's power would be far greater than the 9th sword's. The gap between the 8th and 9th sword's power would be greater. Of course, he would not know the truth until he actually comprehended it. After resting for a while, Qianzong adjusted his essence, qi, and spirit to the peak. He set off again to hunt fierce beasts. He still needed more than 1,000 points, and he had to get them in the shortest time possible. 1 night, 2 nights, 3 nights, Qianzong did not return to the camp. He had almost pushed himself to the limit. He had used up all of the trueness elixirs and golden rejuvenation elixirs. Finally, he had more than 10,000 points. Return journey. Even though it was noon, Qianzong did not hesitate and immediately set off for home. First, he wanted to exchange for the 4th stage of the 10,000 elephant true technique as soon as possible to recover more of his strength. In a place like this, strength was the biggest guarantee. Second, Qianzong stayed in the fierce beast wasteland for 3 days and 3 nights. Although he rested, it was not the same as when he returned to the camp. He could not relax. On the way back, whenever Qianzong encountered a vicious monster, he would kill it with a single slash of his sword. Whether it was a mature monster, an adult monster, or a young monster, even if he killed a young monster, he would still be able to obtain trial points. When Qianzong returned to the camp, he had a few hundred more points. At this time, there were very few people in the camp, almost no one, because they were all out hunting fierce beasts. Without hesitation, Qianzong immediately exchanged for the 4th stage of the 10,000 elephant true technique. More than 10,000 points were deducted, leaving him with less than 1,000 points. However, it was worth it. Ominous Demon Wasteland, Middle Circle. Duan Lingkong and 2 members of the Small Path Alliance teamed up and formed a small team to hunt ominous demons together. As an independent cultivator, the reason why he was able to reach where he was today, surpassing the top geniuses of many major factions, was not only because of his own talent and potential, but also because he dared to take risks and deal with people. If he could avoid making enemies, he would avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Duan Lingkong was very good at communicating and socializing with others. This was something Qianzong could not compare to. The 3 of them were on par with each other in terms of strength. When they teamed up, their efficiency in hunting ominous demons greatly increased. This was also a common way for trial takers to increase their competitiveness. After killing the 2 ominous demons, they received another 20 trial points. Soon, I'll be able to exchange for the 3rd stage of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Duan Lingkong looked at his increased trial points and secretly rejoiced. Currently, only by mastering the 3rd stage of the 10,000 elephant true technique could one be considered an expert and become the main force. The 2nd stage was still not enough. Suddenly, a chill emerged from the depths of his heart. As soon as it appeared, it exploded like a flood breaking a dam. Duan Lingkong immediately looked back and saw a scene that almost made his eyes pop out of their sockets. He saw a black stream of light shoot through the sky like an arrow leaving a bow. It was unbelievably fast as lightning. One of the alliance members did not dodge in time and was hit in the head. With a bang, his head exploded like a vegetable. Too fast, this scene happened too quickly. The second black stream of light shot through the sky and smashed the head of the other alliance member. Duan Lingkong then realized that it was an arrow that smashed their heads. The pitch-black arrow exploded after hitting them. Immediately after, Duan Lingkong felt that he had been locked onto by an extremely terrifying aura. That aura was cold and tyrannical as it madly charged at him. It unceasingly invaded his body like maggots that wanted to drill into his body and freeze everything within it. Next, a fine beam of black light pierced through the air and shot into Duan Lingkong's body. However, it did not explode. Instead, it swam through Duan Lingkong's body, scattering all of his power. Low-class life form. The two figures approached, and one of them spoke with a low and gloomy voice that was filled with shocking cold-killing intent. His eyes were dark to the extreme and contained an incomparably dense baleful aura. "It's you." Duan Lingkong recognized the other party. It was Mo Luoya of the demonic tribe. As for the other one, he was also from the devil cultivator race. He held a large black bow in his hand, and the person who shot his two allies and scattered his power should be this devil cultivator race. This devil cultivator had a slender and vigorous figure. His eyes were dark and sharp, as if they could pierce through everything. "Bastard, I've found an opportunity. Even if you want to self-destruct now, it's impossible." Mo Luoya's eyes were extremely dark and cold as he stared at Duan Lingkong. His words were as sharp as a knife, as if they were cutting Duan Lingkong's body. "Haha. It seems you are still holding a grudge against me for blowing myself up and causing you to die under Brother Chen's sword." Duan Lingkong did not show any fear. Instead, he smiled and said, "As for me, as a person, it's better to be more open-minded." Seeing that his threat was not only ineffective, but was even mocked by the other party, Mo Luoya's mental state exploded. His anger erupted like a volcano. A shocking aura surged and turned into a ball of black flames that burned endlessly. It was as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. Mo Luoya was about to attack and blast Duan Lingkong to smithereens. "Mo Luoya." The bow-wielding devil cultivator suddenly spoke. His voice was as cold as ice. It was as if a basin of ice water had been poured over Mo Luoya's head. Mo Luoya immediately regained some rationality and slowly calmed down. "Smash. I won't let you die so easily." Mo Luoya's voice was filled with blazing cold-killing intent. He immediately attacked, sending out fist after fist that tore through the air and blasted towards Duan Lingkong's limbs, breaking them all. With the enormous difference in strength and the fact that Duan Lingkong's power had been scattered and could not be gathered in a short period of time, Duan Lingkong was simply unable to resist Mo Luoya. Soon, Duan Lingkong's power was crippled. His limbs were broken, and even his tongue was pulled out. However, he did not die. That was because Mo Luoya's goal was not to kill Duan Lingkong. Mo Luoya and the bow-wielding devil cultivator lifted the nearly crippled Duan Lingkong and immediately rushed towards the camp. In the end, they stopped in front of the mottled ancient stone bridge outside the camp. They threw Duan Lingkong to the ground and forced him to kneel in an extremely humiliating position. Duan Lingkong was powerless to resist, powerless to struggle, and unable to commit suicide. He could only kneel like this, tears of blood flowing from his eyes. Some people were returning to the camp, while others were leaving. They all passed by the stone bridge and saw this scene. "What is going on? Who is that?" The people who passed by were all shocked when they saw Duan Lingkong. Beside Duan Lingkong stood a figure. It was the devil cultivator Mo Luoya. As for the bow-wielding devil cultivator, he was nowhere to be seen. No one knew where he went. "Tell that lowly trash by the name of Chenzong that I will give him 3 days. After 3 days, he is to take out 10,000 trial points to redeem him. Otherwise, his trash friend will continue to kneel here." Mo Luoya's voice was filled with malice. There was a hint of madness in it. "Rest assured, I will not let that trash die." Hearing his words, everyone was horrified. An indescribable chill surged through their bodies. Beating him into a crippled state and forcing him to kneel here for the passers-by to see was a humiliation, an extreme humiliation. Furthermore, Mo Luoya was not letting him die. This was even more humiliating than killing him several times. Duan Lingkong wanted to say something. However, he was unable to say anything. His power had been crippled, his tongue had been pulled out, and he was unable to speak. His limbs had been broken, and he was unable to move. He continued to kneel. Furthermore, he wanted Chenzong to gather 10,000 trial points in 3 days to redeem Duan Lingkong. That was simply impossible. 10,000 trial points. How much was that? That was the amount required to reach the 4th layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. To most people, that was a shocking amount. There were many people in a huge palace. Every one of them was emitting a shocking and terrifying aura. A huge wall had turned into a light mirror. It was reflecting the scene in the training camp. Even the sounds were extremely clear. Blackwing Darkwing, isn't the behavior of your clan's younger generation too excessive? A human expert frowned and looked at a demonic expert opposite him. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Haha, the weak are prey to the strong. The law of the universe is that the strong dominate everything. The weak can only passively accept it. Lin Ming, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame your human clan for being too weak. The demonic expert who was called out immediately laughed loudly. His tone was extremely domineering. An extremely terrifying aura surrounded him. It was like a black hole that wanted to devour everything. Not only was this demonic expert not dissatisfied with the cruel actions of his own clansmen, but he was also very supportive and proud. Aside from the human clan and demonic race, there were also experts from other clans in the palace. Alright, you are not allowed to interfere with anything that happens in the training camp. Just watch with peace of mind. The silver-haired man sitting at the head spoke. His voice seemed to contain traces of coldness. However, it also sounded somewhat gentle. It was very strange. Indeed, the outside world was not allowed to interfere with anything that happened in the training camp. They could only watch. Hence, no matter what happened in the training camp, they could only watch. Xiao. It was the sound of wind being torn apart. A black figure immediately flew over and approached Mo Luoya. A blood-red saber light instantly blossomed with a shocking light. It streaked across the sky, tearing apart everything as it slashed towards Mo Luoya mercilessly. It was the war demon. They came from the same void. It would have been fine if they did not see it. However, since they saw it, they would not sit by and do nothing. Mo Luoya's expression immediately changed. The saber slash that split the sky contained an extreme killing intent. That killing intent materialized and rushed towards Mo Luoya. It was like a blood-red crescent moon that wanted to cut Mo Luoya in half. At this critical moment, Mo Luoya reacted quickly. He did not dodge. Instead, he threw a punch. This punch contained the power of darkness and fire. It was extremely powerful and domineering. The fist collided with the saber light. In an instant, the saber light was shattered. The body of the war demon was also struck and shattered. However, that was only an afterimage. In a flash, the war demon used a mysterious method to bypass that punch and approached Mo Luoya. It slashed out again with an even stronger killing intent and even more powerful power. Slash. Slash, with every slash of the saber, the aura of the war demon continued to condense and grow stronger. Battle intent, astonishing battle intent, however, Mo Luoya's strength was also very strong. He did not dodge at all. Instead, he threw out a series of punches. Every punch contained an extremely terrifying power. It shattered the saber light like it could shatter a mountain. Then, it blasted towards the war demon. Collision, the frenzied collision stirred up a terrifying storm of energy that swept out in all directions, wreaking havoc everywhere. Who is this person? A lowly life form can actually fight Mo Luoya to such an extent. The spectators in the distance were all astonished. The difference in life form between a third-rank void creature and a first-rank void creature was very obvious. It was almost insurmountable. At the same level of strength, a third-rank void creature could not possibly be a match for a first-rank void creature. Previously, Chenzong had appeared and defeated Mo Luoya. Now, a masked man had appeared and could actually fight Mo Luoya endlessly. He was not at a disadvantage at all. A third-rank void creature could already do this when they were alive. Moreover, this masked man seemed to be from the same void as Chenzong. Mo Luoya himself was also extremely shocked. It was one low-level life form, and now, another one had appeared. The power contained within the long saber was extremely frightening and domineering. There was also an indescribable madness about it that had completely blocked him. Air Bao is 12 days old today. According to our customs, the 6th Dao should treat his relatives to a meal. Fight, 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 on Mo Luoya's body, strands of demonic markings shone, emitting a dark light. Emoluaya's entire being seemed to be filled with evil. His fists were berserk, carrying the power of the great Tao of darkness and fire. He continuously punched out with the 9-layered fist. Each punch was extremely powerful, like a meteor of black fire. They were filled with shocking destructive power, shattering the space in front of him. It was as if he wanted to smash the war demon's body into smithereens. In the face of such a berserk Emoluaya, the war demon did not dodge at all. It also did not have any intention of dodging. It chose to face it head-on. It held the blood-red saber in its hand with both hands. It raised the saber and slashed down repeatedly. Each slash was as fast as lightning. Each slash contained an extremely powerful force and a dense killing intent. 9-layered killing saber, the 5th slash, the 6th slash. Suddenly, the war demon raised its saber. The blood-red light shone, becoming even more dazzling and eye-catching. A streak of blood-red light rushed over it like water. 9-layered killing saber, the 7th slash. In an instant, the saber disappeared. All that was left was a berserk, cold, blood-red lightning bolt striking down from the sky. Slash, Emoluaya's fist force was instantly shattered. The saber slashed at Emoluaya's chest like a hot knife through butter. However, Emoluaya's arms trembled. His power surged like a ferocious dragon. He immediately unleashed an even stronger power. He used his fist technique to attack the saber light. As he blocked the saber light, Emoluaya's entire body slid back. He raised his foot and took another step forward. He landed heavily on the ground, bringing with him endless smoke. With a bang, the ground shook and shattered under his foot. A terrifying force burst forth as the war demon slashed out again. The 7th slash, the inheritance of the eternal battle fort, was closely related to battle intent. The stronger one's battle intent, the stronger one's battle prowess would be. At first, the war demon was evenly matched with Emoluaya. However, as the battle continued, Emoluaya was unable to defeat the war demon. Instead, it fueled the war demon's battle intent. As its battle intent surged, it broke the shackles of the 9-layered killing saber and used the 7th slash. After all, the 3rd layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique corresponded to the 5th and 6th slash. It was obvious that the war devil didn't have Chen Zong's comprehension ability. He didn't have an extraordinary understanding of martial arts and an unparalleled foundation. However, he also had his own strong points. As long as he didn't get defeated in a short period of time, his fighting spirit would continue to accumulate, which would increase his battle prowess. Stronger. 2. This was the characteristic of the Eternal Battle Fort's disciples. Horse battle. The longer as long as time passed, it would be, the more, it would be at a disadvantage to the disadvantages the battle. Of course, this growth wasn't limitless. Otherwise, Everlasting War Fort would have taken over Will Palace's position in the void. Endless to the end, Emoluaya was infuriated. This lowly life form that was fighting against him was like a madman. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that the more he fought, the more courageous he became. It seemed as if he was getting stronger as he fought. Gradually, Emoluaya felt a great pressure bearing down on him. Emoluaya's strength was constantly being depleted, but his opponent's strength was not being depleted at all. His attacks did not weaken at all. Instead, the power contained in each slash was increasing. The increase was not obvious, but as it accumulated, it became more and more terrifying. His opponent's strength increased. Suddenly, the eyes under the war demon mask shot out an incomparably sharp light. The sharp light was like the tip of a blade, piercing through everything and tearing everything apart. A terrifying battle intent gathered. The blood-red long saber was raised high, as if connecting the heavens and the earth. A blood-red chi rushed out from the saber, as if it was going to break through the 9 heavens. A tyrannical power gathered on the saber. The 8th slash. A loud shout came from under the war demon mask. It sounded like thunder. The 8th slash of the 9-layered killing saber. Instantly, the surrounding crowd was shocked. Emoluaya was only at the 3rd level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. It was already shocking enough that he could perform the 7th slash. Now, he was even performing the 8th slash. It should be known that this was the gathering place of the top heavens prides from all over the void. Even Mo Luoya, a top heaven's pride from the first sequence void, had only cultivated the 6th punch of the ninefold tyrant fist when he was at the 3rd level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. He had not mastered the 7th punch yet. Now, the war demon had performed the 8th slash. The power of the 8th slash was much stronger than the 7th. It was even more terrifying. Mo Luoya felt that he could not withstand this slash. He felt as if he would be split in half. It was extremely horrifying. "Hurry up and do it!" Mo Luoya shouted in horror at the critical moment. As soon as he finished speaking, a black streak of light pierced through the sky with astonishing speed. It shot over with a terrifying, dark, and cold power, as if it could freeze everything in the world. As soon as it was released, it crossed 1,000 meters and shot towards the war demon. In an instant, a chill invaded the war demon's body. It seemed to erupt directly from the bones. The war demon was horrified. The saber that was originally aimed at Mo Luoya was forcibly changed direction and slashed toward the dark and icy light that was shooting at it from the side. It was an arrow, the 8th slash was unstoppable. Its power was overwhelming. The war demon forcibly changed direction and injured itself. However, if it did not do so, it would be able to kill Mo Luoya. However, it would be hit by the arrow. Based on its keen senses from countless battles of life and death, it would most likely die if that arrow hit it. Slash, under the overwhelming power of the 8th slash, it seemed to split the void. It also shattered the dark and icy arrow. At the same time, Mo Luoya seized the opportunity and punched out. The 5th punch, it was not that he did not want to use the 6th punch. Instead, the timing changed too quickly. He would be able to use the 5th punch even faster. This punch struck the war demon's body and sent it flying. It coughed up blood continuously. Then, the 2nd arrow pierced through the air and shot toward the war demon. Even someone as strong as the war demon could not withstand the combined attacks of 2 demonic humans. It seemed like it would be killed on the spot. Duan Lingkong knelt on the ground, unable to move. However, he could see this scene. His eyes were filled with rage, but he could do nothing about it. It all happened in the blink of an eye. When a cold arrow with terrifying power shot towards the war demon's head, the war demon would die in the next moment because it was unable to block the attack. Don't even think about it. A furious roar suddenly exploded out like a clap of thunder. Amidst the rolling vibrations, a figure that was as agile and swift as an ape and carried an astonishing sense of power instantly traversed dozens of meters and flew out in an instant. As soon as the voice sounded, a purple saber light flickered and slashed through the air. The 5th slash of the ninefold slaughter saber, this slash struck the dark arrow and shattered it. The saber light was also shattered. However, the war demon was saved. It was Wu Daoyuan, the leader of the Small Path Union. "Demonic humans, don't think that we humans are easy to bully." Wu Daoyuan shouted angrily as he stared at the demonic humans in the distance with the purple saber in his hand. With Wu Daoyuan's help, the war demon immediately got the chance. It hurriedly took out the golden rejuvenating elixir and chi returning elixir to heal its injuries and recover its strength. The fierce battle just now had consumed a lot of the war demon's energy. However, due to the special nature of the eternal battle fort, as long as it had a little bit of energy left, it could exert its full power. Therefore, the amount of energy it had left wouldn't affect its performance. After the elixir entered its stomach, it immediately melted. The war demon's injuries and strength were recovering. 2 against 2. "We seem to have been underestimated." A mocking voice sounded out, and footsteps sounded out at the same time. They were rhythmic, as if they were stepping on everyone's hearts. They saw 3 demon cultivators walking over with hand seals. Seeing the 3 of them, Wu Daoyuan's pupils shrank like needles, especially the leader. Wu Daoyuan was very well informed. In other words, he paid close attention to the changes in information. Therefore, he recognized the 3 demonic humans, especially the leader. Mo Yihan. Why did Wu Daoyuan remember Mo Yihan? It was because Mo Yihan was part of the second batch of geniuses who had exchanged for the 3rd level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. The first batch was the so-called 4 experts. As for now, it was said that Mo Yihan had exchanged for the 4th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. As for whether it was true or not, Wu Daoyuan didn't see it with his own eyes, so he couldn't be 100% sure. However, the aura that Mo Yihan carried was extremely terrifying. It made people feel extremely wary. Mo Luoya, you've really embarrassed yourself. Mo Yihan's gaze drifted over and landed on Mo Luoya's face. A trace of disdain hung on the corner of his mouth. His tone was obviously reprimanding. It was true. Previously, he had been slashed by a low-level life form and had escaped in a hurry. Now, he had almost been slashed by another low-level life form. He might have even been killed in one slash. It was fine if it happened once. However, he ended up like this a second time. If this wasn't embarrassing himself, then what was? Mo Luoya could not refute this, even though his expression was very unsightly. It's only the third level. It doesn't have the qualifications for me to take action. As he looked at Wu Daoyuan and the war demon, his gaze was filled with disdain. The difference between the third level and the fourth level of the 10,000 elephant true technique was obvious. Furthermore, Mo Yihan was a peak genius. Big brother, don't worry. Leave it to us. The two demons laughed sinisterly. They had both reached the third level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, even earlier than Mo Luoya. In terms of strength, they were stronger than Mo Luoya at the same cultivation level. Wu Daoyuan's expression turned grave. Actually, he did not think much of Mo Luoya, as he was confident that he could defeat or even kill him. However, these two demons made Wu Daoyuan feel wary. Alliance Chief, I'm here. A cold voice rang out. Then, Lu Xiao's figure flashed and appeared beside Wu Daoyuan. A strong aura spread out from him. Immediately after, a gust of wind whistled. A sky-blue figure appeared beside Wu Daoyuan, as if riding the wind. Feng Lan, Wu Daoyuan's creation of the Small Dao Alliance was not a secret. Many races knew about it. Naturally, everyone recognized that these were the Alliance Chief and two Vice-Alliance Chiefs of the Small Dao Alliance. War Demon, after this battle, I invite you to be the fourth Vice-Alliance Chief of the Small Dao Alliance, Wu Daoyuan said as he looked at the War Demon. After today, there will be no more Small Dao Alliance. Mo Yihan smiled coldly. A great battle was about to break out. Fight, for outstanding talents of the demonic race and 4 outstanding talents of the human race from different voids fought intensely. It was clear that among the 4 humans, the War Demon was the strongest, followed by Wu Daoyuan. Lu Xiao and Feng Lan were equal, but they were not much weaker than Wu Daoyuan. 4 against 4, the intense battle continued. However, Mo Yihan stood nearby with his arms crossed before his chest, looking down on the world with a condescending gaze. Among the 4 members of the demonic tribe, Mo Luoya was the weakest. However, that was only relatively speaking. Feng Lan was Mo Luoya's opponent. Feng Lan did not have the upper hand and was even at a disadvantage. He could barely contend against Mo Luoya. Feng Lan cultivated leg techniques. The muscles on his slender and powerful legs were taut. They carried a frightening force as they bounced out continuously, bursting forth with astonishing power. The shadows of his legs overlapped as he continuously attacked Mo Luoya. However, Mo Luoya punched with both fists, fighting intensely. He shattered the leg shadows again and again, gradually forcing Feng Lan back. Lu Xiao held a staff in his hand. Every time he swung his staff, it created a staff shadow. His might was strong and vigorous, and his strength was astonishing. His opponent was the demonic race member who shot arrows. This demonic race member not only had amazing archery skills, but he was also not weak in close combat. Furthermore, he would look for opportunities to shoot arrows from a distance. This place happened to be outside the stone bridge that led to and from the camp. There were many people coming and going, all of them stopping to watch the battle. Mo Yihan, what happened? An abnormally tall demonic race member with broad shoulders walked over. An indescribable domineering aura gathered on his body. His expression was cold and stern, and he exuded a natural dignity. When Mo Yihan saw this person, he withdrew his expression, and some fear flashed in his eyes. It's nothing. It's just a few ignorant caterpillars, Mo Yihan replied with a faint smile. Just a few caterpillars, and you have to put in so much effort. They are just low-level and middle-level life forms. A bunch of trash. This tall demonic race member with a domineering and dignified face frowned, his tone filled with strong dissatisfaction. As a demonic race member, he was a first-rank void life form. It was fine when he faced the heavenly human race, giant race, and ancient beast race. However, he could not defeat the second-rank and third-rank void life forms, the middle-level and low-level life forms. Furthermore, among the many races, he was judged to be the most mediocre human race. What was the most mediocre? They didn't have any special racial talents. Emoluagu, you are this year's #1 disciple of our clan. They will naturally not be able to compare to you. Even someone as proud as Mo Yihan had no choice but to acknowledge his opponent's strength and status. Morogu, he was one of the 4 experts of the East Camp. He was one of the first 4 people to master the first level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. He was also the first Heaven's Pride to master the 2nd, 3rd and 4th levels of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Perhaps it was because of Emoluagu's presence, Mo Yihan felt a little uncomfortable. When he saw that the 4 members of the demonic tribe were unable to kill the 4 humans, he immediately snorted coldly. In a flash, he flew out. A bunch of trash, get out of my way. Mo Yihan's voice sounded at the same time. Then, a fist tore through the air and blasted towards Wu Daoyuan. The punch was extremely fast, so fast that Wu Daoyuan could not dodge it in time when he sensed it. He could only barely block it with his saber. An explosion sounded out as the saber was sent flying. The incredibly powerful energy blasted Wu Daoyuan back dozens of meters. That energy was incredibly domineering, and it continuously blasted out, causing Wu Daoyuan to continuously cough up blood and be heavily injured. After punching Wu Daoyuan back, Mo Yihan's figure flashed and appeared in front of the war demon. He directly punched. The war demon reacted to the punch and slashed down with its saber. However, the saber light was shattered. Although the saber did not fly out of the war demon's hand, the war demon was knocked away. Blood spurted out, but was blocked by the mask. The blood flowed down through the cracks, and the war demon's aura was weak. The cold dark force, with a kind of overbearing intent, quickly spread in their bodies as if it was going to devour their strength. For a moment, it was difficult to expel it. They could only try their best to resist, and directly lost the ability to fight. 4 punches, in less than 3 breaths of time, Mo Yihan had flashed and punched 4 times. All 4 of the humans were defeated. Each of them was seriously injured and almost lost the ability to fight. Gap, a huge gap in strength. This gap was so big that it made people feel desperate. Duan Lingkong's eyes were full of gloominess. Capture them. Mo Yihan took out a white cloth from the 9 heavens ring. He was wiping his fists as he ordered his 2 subordinates. He did not kill them on the spot. He wanted to humiliate them first and let the other low-level and middle-level beings know how miserable the consequences of provoking the demon tribe were. Emoluaya's movement was the fastest. He took a step forward and went over Feng Lan, directly dashing towards the war demon. Then, he punched with a ferocious smile. He seized the chance to break the war demon's arms and legs. He lifted the war demon up and was about to force it to kneel. The war demon struggled, but it could not resist. Although Mo Yihan's punch did not kill it, it had seriously injured it. Now, with its arms and legs broken, it could not resist. Just as Emoluaya was about to force the war demon to kneel, he suddenly paused. It was as if he had been cast with the body-fixing technique. He was instantly frozen. His gloomy pupils shrank to the size of needles. An indescribable fear seemed to explode from the deepest part of his heart, making his body numb and stiff. At the same time, a sword light tore through the air. It was like a beam of light, indescribably fast. The moment that sword light appeared, Emoluaya looked over. However, he did not make a move. He could not make a move in time, because he was too far away. Mo Yihan also noticed it. However, he could not make a move in time. That sword light seemed to be soundless and extremely fast. It was as if it pierced through the void and turned the horizon into a mere foot. Emoluaya remained motionless, allowing that sword light to approach him. Then, it pierced through his forehead and came out from the back of his head. Only a few people could sense this sword light. They all cultivated the 4th layer of the 10,000 elephants true technique. Hence, they were even more shocked. Even though the sword light appeared abruptly, the speed of the sword was still shocking. Extermination, Mo Luoye was directly killed by this sword light. Get out here. Mo Yihan was enraged. His eyes shone with a cold light and a murderous intent. Who was it? Who dared to make a move and kill the demon tribe? The crowd also saw Mo Luoye's death. They were very surprised. Then, they felt joy in their hearts. Footsteps rang out from behind the crowd. The crowd parted on their own accord, as if welcoming the newcomer. That was a figure wearing white sword robes. He had a slender figure and a handsome face. He had an indescribably unique air. At first glance, he looked exceptionally sharp. However, at second glance, he looked ordinary and reserved. He had an indescribable charm. This person's eyes were deep and seemed to contain the tranquility of a starry sky. He carried a sword at his waist. Every step he took seemed to be carefully calculated. They were neither long nor short, appearing just right. This person looked ordinary. However, he had an indescribable sharpness that was indistinct and surrounded him, deterring others from approaching. When Duan Lingkong saw the newcomer, his dark eyes immediately lit up with vigor. He is here, Chen Zong is here. Wu Daoyuan and the others also showed stunned expressions. Brother Chen, quickly retreat. Wu Daoyuan shouted quickly. This demon tribe was too strong. He believed that even if Chen Zong arrived, he would not be a match for this demon tribe. Rather than being humiliated and suffering more casualties, it would be better to retreat to the camp first. At the very least, no matter how ferocious the demon tribe was, they would not dare to make a move within the camp. The rules were the rules. One by one, the demon tribe stared at Chen Zong. One by one, the people from the other tribes also stared at Chen Zong. Should they continue to move forward, or should they retreat? Even if Chen Zong retreated into the camp, no one would laugh at him. After all, he was only a third-rank void lower life form. It was normal that he did not dare to face a first-rank void higher life form directly. It's okay. They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Chen Zong said unhurriedly. His voice was calm and his tone was indifferent. It was as if he did not take the demon tribe seriously at all. The demon tribe could not understand the human language directly. However, they could directly understand the meaning through the 9 heavens ring. In an instant, the demon tribe was furious. Chickens and dogs, since when had the dignified demon-human clan been regarded as clay chickens and pottery dogs by others? And it was by a low-level life form from the third-order void, even if that low-level life form had just displayed extraordinary means and killed a demon-human clan member with one sword strike. However, Mo Luoye was considered average among the demon tribe members in the East Camp. Killing him was not a big deal. What an arrogant insect. In one of the palaces, Mo Hai frowned. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A mere lowly insect dared to say that the demon tribe was chickens and dogs. He really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The human powerhouse, Lin Ming, did not say anything. He also felt that Chen Zong's words were a little too arrogant. Chen Zong's words not only enraged the demon tribe, but also made the heavenly human tribe and others laugh. This lower life form seemed to be a little too arrogant. If the demon tribe was chickens and dogs, then what were they, who were on par with the demon tribe, considered? For a moment, many gazes focused on them. They were all unfriendly. Although the humans felt happy, they also felt that Chen Zong was too arrogant. They could clearly see the strength of the Devil Cultivator clan. After Chen Zong spoke, he did not care about the others at all. His footsteps did not stop at all. Step by step, he walked onto the modeled ancient stone bridge. The stone bridge was the point that separated the camp from the ominous demon wilderness. After crossing the stone bridge, Chen Zong would step into the ominous demon wilderness and would no longer be protected by the camp. The eyes of the demon tribe members were full of hostility and malice as they stared at Chen Zong. They were like ferocious beasts that were hibernating in the dark. They were only waiting for Chen Zong to step out of the stone bridge to launch a fatal blow and kill him. They wanted him to understand that he was the chickens and dogs, a lowly insect. In the face of so many malicious and murderous gazes, Chen Zong's expression did not change at all from the beginning to the end. He was as calm as the clouds and the wind, which made people involuntarily admire him. However, there were also people who sneered at Chen Zong's pretentious appearance. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Chen Zong took the last step. With this step, he stepped out of the mottled ancient stone bridge and stepped into the ominous demon wilderness. The moment that step landed, an extremely cold dark light suddenly flashed and tore through the sky. It carried an incomparably cold murderous intent as if it could destroy all life. The dark and cold arrow pierced through the sky, piercing through the clouds. It carried an unparalleled killing intent as it shot towards Chen Zong, as if it wanted to directly pierce through his head. In the blink of an eye, the sharp arrow was as swift and fierce as a dark thunderbolt. It was incomparably tyrannical. Numerous gazes gathered on Chen Zong's body. That cold arrow made them feel astonished. It was even faster and stronger than before. Duan Lingkong and the others were also staring at Chen Zong. Facing this sudden arrow, would Chen Zong be able to block and dodge it? Chen Zong did not have the slightest intention of dodging. It was as if he did not know that there was a cold arrow shooting towards him, or as if he could not react in time. In short, the cold arrow crossed 1,000 meters in an instant and shot towards the space between Chen Zong's eyebrows. It moved, Chen Zong's left hand moved. He slowly raised it, looking very relaxed, as if he was brushing away a strand of dust on his hair. He flicked his finger lightly, turning it into a sword finger, and pointed it forward. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. All the movements and trajectories were so clear that anyone could see it clearly. It gave people a feeling of beauty, as if it contained an indescribable mystery. The pointing of his finger seemed to coincidentally come into contact with the frightening arrow that carried the cold and dark murderous intent, colliding and emitting a popping sound. The dark arrow paused for a moment and trembled rapidly. Then, as if it had been hit by a giant hammer, it began to shatter from the point of collision, inch by inch, until it completely shattered, turning into a black mist that dissipated into the void. Chen Zong also retracted his sword finger in a timely manner and dropped it naturally. From the raising of his left arm to the pointing of his sword finger to the retracting of his finger, all his movements were so natural and smooth. The trajectory seemed clear, but it also gave people a feeling that it was traceless. 1,000 meters away, the pupils of the demon dweller who shot this arrow shrank to the size of needles. He was extremely shocked. This arrow was his strongest arrow. Not only did it not kill the other party, it did not even have the qualifications to injure the other party. It was so easily shattered by a single finger. What kind of technique was this? This scene caused Mo Yihan's expression to change slightly. His gaze turned grave. Mo Luogu raised his eyebrows slightly as if he was surprised. Chen Zong's gaze swept across the area, crossing 1,000 meters, and directly stared at the devil cultivator who shot the arrow. Then, he raised his foot, stepped forward, and landed. Every movement was so clear, but it also gave people a very strange feeling. The moment his foot landed, Chen Zong's figure immediately rushed forward. He was as fast as a gust of wind, as graceful as a cloud, and as swift as a bolt of lightning. Quick, extremely fast, everyone only felt that Chen Zong's figure became blurry in an instant. It turned into a piece, and then into a streak. In an instant, he was hundreds of meters away, and then thousands of meters away. The demon dweller's pupils immediately shrank to the size of needles. He immediately drew his bow and shot out another dark and cold arrow that pierced through the air. However, this arrow was unable to succeed and was directly shattered. The sword light flashed, and that was the last seen in the eyes of the demon dweller. He felt as if he was flying high into the air, constantly spinning upside down. That was his head, which was directly cut off. So fast. What terrifying speed. One by one, they cried out in alarm. From the moment Chen Zong raised his foot and landed, he exploded with an incomparably astonishing speed. His speed was so fast that he directly crossed 1,000 meters and killed the demon dweller. The second one. As the demon dweller's body fell and his head rolled in the air, Chen Zong's voice also sounded out. When it entered everyone's ears, it was like a gust of cold wind, causing them to involuntarily shiver. Trembling, a chill emerged from the depths of their hearts for no reason. The demon dweller was extremely furious. "You bastard, go to hell." Mo Yihan was enraged. He directly erupted with an extremely terrifying aura. That aura surged like a tide and rushed in all directions, as if it wanted to turn everything around him into powder. A violent rumble sounded. Mo Yihan directly burst out with an astonishing speed, more than twice as fast as when he defeated the 4 war demons. Like a dark thunderbolt, he streaked across the sky and instantly rushed towards Chenzong. One punch, Mo Yihan raised his fist and suddenly swung it out. The 8th punch of the ninefold tyrant fist. As soon as he made his move, he used all his strength and showed no mercy. He directly blasted Chenzong to death with one punch. This punch carried the terrifying power of a thunderbolt and directly blasted forward. Darkness enveloped the area as if it was going to devour everything. Chenzong's body was directly hit and instantly exploded. However, Mo Yihan was not happy at all. Instead, he frowned because this punch did not feel like it had hit a physical body. What it hit was only an afterimage. At the critical moment, the other party dodged. Mo Yihan's reaction was extremely fast. He immediately turned around and suddenly punched out. He was worried that Chenzong would appear behind him and attack. However, this punch missed again. From the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of sword light suddenly flash. However, it was not aimed at him but at another demon dweller. It was certain that this human's 10,000 elephant true technique had reached the 4th level, while the other demon dwellers were at the 3rd level. Even if he had extremely high talent, this human's strength was still very terrifying. He could not block it at all. Kill. When the sword light flashed past, the demon dweller was also directly killed. The sword cut off his head. The rolling head's eyes were still filled with fear and a trace of confusion. Because Chenzong's sword was too fast. After dodging his attack and killing another member of the demon dweller clan, who was also one of his 2 underlings, Mo Yihan exploded. That kind of anger was like the eruption of a 10,000-year-old volcano. His anger was monstrous, like the collapse of a mountain. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground, and the ground instantly shattered inch by inch. Mo Yihan's speed seemed to have increased a little as he once again charged at Chenzong. The 8th punch, the power of this punch seemed to have become even more tyrannical because of his anger. However, this punch still missed. What was shattered was only the afterimage left by Chenzong. As for Chenzong's real body, he did not counterattack Mo Yihan. Instead, he directly attacked the other demon dweller, which was Mo Yihan's other subordinate. That demon dweller was also stunned. He immediately exploded with all his strength. That strength was extremely tyrannical, even more tyrannical than the 3rd level of the human clan's 10,000 elephant true technique. However, it was still useless. To Chenzong, there was no difference at all. The sword light flashed, bringing death. Another sword cut off the head. The 4th, from the moment Chenzong appeared until now, there were already 4 demon dwellers. 4 consecutive demon dwellers died under his sword. 1 sword, 1 kill. It was swift, decisive, and incomparably sharp. Mo Yihan's face was incomparably gloomy. It was so dark that it was like dark clouds. His pair of dark eyes were suffused with strands of scarlet killing intent. It was so strong that it almost overflowed. Shameful, hateful, he actually killed his subordinates. Under the pursuit, he killed both of his underlings. It was as if someone had grabbed him by the collar and slapped him crazily in the face. Every slap was so loud and clear. Good kill. Wu Daoyuan suddenly laughed. He felt incomparably carefree in his heart, carefree to the extreme. Chenzong, I admire you 10,000 times. Lu Shou also laughed. The gloominess in Duan Lingkong's eyes completely disappeared. What was left was excitement and joy. At this moment, he even forgot about the pain in his body. As expected of Brother Chen, as expected of Brother Chen. Duan Lingkong could not speak, but he was roaring in his heart. Killing 4 demon dwellers in a row, 1 sword for each. Such a battle record was so valiant that it was enough to shock everyone. After all, this was a human who was evaluated as having no special racial talent and was the most mediocre human. Moreover, he was a human who came from the 3rd-rank void. The combination of mediocre and 3rd-rank void origin meant that he was at the bottom. In the eyes of the 1st-rank void life forms, he was the lowest life form. However, now, a lowly life form had killed 4 high-level life forms in a row. What an amazing counterattack. It was as shocking as an ant biting several elephants to death in a row. If they did not see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. It was too fantastical. This lowly life form is very interesting. He's qualified to be my servant. Wu Shou of the ancient beast clan suddenly laughed. He was one of the top 4 powerhouses in the East Camp and the number 1 genius of the ancient beast clan. Should we stop the demon dwellers? An ancient beast clan genius next to Wu Shou asked. No, let him suffer first, Wu Shou said with a smile. Bastard, you damned lowly bastard. Mo Yihan's anger soared, each level stronger than the last. Like the rising tide, his eyes became more and more scarlet, and his anger accumulated to the extreme. Immediately, hearing Wu Daoyuan and Lu Shou's laughter, Mo Yihan suddenly turned his head to look. In a flash, he appeared beside Wu Daoyuan at an astonishing speed. He lifted his foot and stomped down. With a boom, Wu Daoyuan's head was directly crushed. That foot was more than 3 inches into the ground. It was too fast and too sudden. Even with Chen Zong's ability, he could not react in time. Wu Daoyuan's head was crushed and he died. After crushing Wu Daoyuan's head, Mo Yihan appeared beside Lu Shou in a flash. He lifted a foot and suspended it in the air above Lu Shou's head. However, he was not in a hurry to stomp down. Instead, he looked at Chen Zong. His scarlet eyes were extremely terrifying. A sinister smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Bastard, if you break one of your arms now, I'll spare his life. Lu Shou's pupils shrank. He wanted to dodge, but he could not. Chen Zong, avenge me. Although Lu Shou was a little frightened, he did not lose his composure. Instead, he shouted. Okay. Chen Zong gave Lu Shou a direct answer. Although it was only one word, it was extremely firm. All of you bastards deserve to die. Mo Yihan did not succeed. He became even more furious. He directly stomped down and with a bang, Lu Shou's head was also crushed. Just as he crushed Lu Shou's head, Chen Zong also burst out with extreme speed. He turned into a flash of sword light and flew directly across the grass, rushing towards Mo Yihan. And this was also what Mo Yihan wanted. Bastard, your time of death has come. I won't kill you so easily. I'm going to put you to death by 1,000 cuts. Mo Yihan's voice was filled with astonishing malice and murderous intent. Just listening to it made one's body feel cold and incomparably horrified. Immediately, Mo Yihan stirred up all the strength in his body. Darkness shrouded him and thunder raged. It went straight through his arm and he suddenly punched out. First, set a small target. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest house mobile version reading website, swift as light and fierce as thunder. Close in, Chen Zong closed in on Mo Yihan at an astonishing speed. Mo Yihan did not move. Instead, he channeled all his strength into his right arm. His red eyes focused on Chen Zong, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Punch, the 8th punch of the 9-fold tyrant fist, the fist force was like a dark demonic dragon, carrying a terrifying power of thunder as it blasted through the air. As he punched out, the void trembled. It was as if a giant was holding a drumstick in the hand of a giant. An incomparably tyrannical power erupted as the punch landed on the drum. The momentum of the punch was extremely shocking. As the punch blasted out, layers of ripples also spread out. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, creating layers of ripples that swept out in all directions. This punch was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Its power was extremely tyrannical, as if it wanted to shatter Chen Zong with one punch. The terrifying fist pressure blasted out and pressed down. Immediately, Chen Zong clearly felt that he was suffocating. The 4th level, this demonic human's 10,000 elephant true technique had completely reached the 4th level. If he had not also mastered the 4th level, he would definitely not be a match for this demonic human. He probably would not even be able to take a single punch and would be directly blasted into pieces. Moreover, he instinctively felt that this demonic human was extraordinary and could not be compared to other demonic humans. For example, even if Mo Luoya, who was killed by him, cultivated the 4th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique and unsealed 1/10 of his strength, he would still not be a match for this demonic human. The level of the 10,000 elephant true technique represented the degree of unsealing one's strength. Before that, one's strength was what it was. Even with the same 12-star combat strength, there were differences in strength. A powerful 12-star could easily defeat a weaker 12-star. Luoya's combat strength was indeed at the 12-star level, but compared to other demonic humans who had become trial takers, it was only at an ordinary level. However, this Mo Yihan was extraordinary. Therefore, even though they both cultivated the 4th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, there was a difference in strength. However, before this, Chenzong's strength was also extraordinary, surpassing the average 12-star level. Now that he had recovered 1/10, he was not weak at all. Close in, draw the sword. Chop, the sword light slashed forward and fell from the sky. It was like a crescent moon, filled with incomparable sharpness and sharpness. It was as if everything would be cut and torn apart by this sword. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, it blossomed with incomparable sharpness, shocking the world. Facing this sword, even Mo Yihan could not help but narrow his eyes, not daring to look directly at it. The sword light and the fist force collided in an instant. After a slight pause, the sword light shattered into countless fragments that carried a terrifying force and shot in all directions. Once a cultivator at the 3rd stage of the 10,000 elephants true skill was hit, there was an 80 to 90% chance of death. The moment the sword light and fist energy shattered, Chenzong and Mo Yihan did not retreat at all. Mo Yihan's left arm also blasted out. Chenzong's sword trembled, and like a bamboo in the wind, he slashed out again. Punch, 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 Mo Yihan used the 9-fold overlord fist and continuously blasted out. Every punch was the 8th punch, and its power was extremely tyrannical. Mo Luoya was also a fist artist, and he also cultivated the 9-fold overlord fist. However, when he used it, there was a huge difference between him and Mo Yihan. It was a difference brought about by the foundation of the fist technique, and it was further expanded. Close combat, Chenzong and Mo Yihan engaged in close combat. This kind of close combat was extremely dangerous. If one was careless and was hit, one would be seriously injured, or even killed. Each of Mo Yihan's punches contained a mixture of the Great Tao of Darkness and Great Tao of Thunder, and its power was even more terrifying. Every punch was incomparably domineering. Once hit, Chenzong would not be able to withstand it. However, he could not focus on Chenzong. Chenzong's swordsmanship was exquisite and unparalleled. With a sword in hand, all of Mo Yihan's attacks were completely blocked. There was no way to break through Chenzong's sword light defense. A long time ago, Chenzong had been known as the chaotic sword. His sword was chaotic and indestructible. Now, it had reappeared. In addition to blocking Mo Yihan's attacks, Chenzong would also wait for an opportunity to counterattack with his sword. However, all of his attacks were blocked by Mo Yihan. The demon tribe was indeed a unique tribe. Not only were they born with the power of the Great Tao of Darkness, but they could also comprehend the power of another Great Tao, allowing the power of the 2 Great Taos to be superimposed to become an even more powerful force. Fortunately, it was only superimposition and not true fusion. Superimposition and fusion were 2 different concepts. Superimposition was 1 + 1 = 2, which was equivalent to a 1-fold increase. Fusion, on the other hand, would cause a qualitative change. The increase in power was not as simple as a 1-fold increase. It was a multifold increase, which was even more terrifying. However, even if it was superimposed, the power of each of Mo Yihan's punches was extremely powerful and terrifying. It brought great pressure and threat to Chenzong. In the face of Mo Yihan's full outburst, Chenzong had no choice but to display his maximum combat strength. Lingwu Supreme Technique, Heart Flame Secret Technique, Sword Body Power, with a full outburst, his combat strength soared. The sword light rushed forward, breaking Mo Yihan's fist force and counterattacking. He's even stronger. This low-level life form is really extraordinary. He actually has such an ability. The higher the level of life form in the void, the more aware they were of the difference between the rules and laws. Under the laws, many of the powers cultivated within the rules were difficult to use or even impossible to use. Only those involved in the mysteries that belonged to the more basic types could be used. From this point, it could be seen that the inheritances Qianzong had obtained were extraordinary. 33 Heavens of Will, Heart Sutra, Sword World, Lingwu Supreme Technique. Although these could be said to be unfathomable, their essence was actually more direct and basic when analyzed layer by layer. From this point, it could be seen how extraordinary the people who created these inheritances were. Perhaps they themselves were not clear about the difference between the so-called laws and rules, but they had already unintentionally achieved it in essence. Not bad, not bad. Wu Shou of the ancient beast race smiled even more brilliantly. The more outstanding this human's performance was, the more useful it would be when the time came to take him for his own use. The eyes under the war demon mask stared, his pupils contracted, and he looked very shocked. Although Duan Lingkong was kneeling, he forced himself to open his eyes. He could only see a blurry light and shadow, but his heart was abnormally excited. Qianzong, that was his friend Qianzong. His good friend Qianzong actually had such strength. How amazing and how proud he was. Fight, 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 the fierce battle continued. With a sword in hand, Qianzong displayed his superb sword technique to the extreme. Even if Mo Yihan's fist technique was very high, there was still a gap between him and Qianzong. Even if he was stronger than Qianzong in terms of absolute strength, he could not defeat Qianzong in terms of skill. There was no other way. The innate strength of the human race was inferior to the demon human race. Even Qianzong could not do anything about it. Unless Qianzong could combine the power of the world Tao and the power of the heart sword principle. However, the demon human race had this innate talent, but the human race did not. Qianzong had been looking for a way to combine them, but unfortunately, he could not do it. Die, you bastard! As the fierce battle reached its climax, Mo Yihan's fist continued to condense, condensing to a whole new level. Mo Yihan's pair of extremely dark eyes also emitted an incomparably cold light, like a deep demonic light. Then, he threw out a punch. This punch was condensed with extreme strength, reaching the pinnacle of strength. Ninefold Tyrant Fist, the ninth punch, the fourth stage of the 10,000 Elephant True Skill burst out with the ninth punch. It was an extremely powerful punch with extreme power and terror. The punch seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth and break the void. Under that punch, the fist energy was like the roar of a demonic dragon as it rushed out with a roar. Layers of ripples spread out at an astonishing speed, sweeping in all directions. The power of this punch was extremely terrifying. Anyone who saw it could not help but tremble. The power of the ninth punch was extremely strong. Qianzong's expression was extremely solemn. The fist pressure of this punch pressed down, making him feel suffocated. His entire body seemed to be shattered. Terrifying, extremely terrifying, the combination of the two great Tao powers of darkness and thunder raised the power of this punch to the extreme. The human race is in danger. It's over. To be able to fight with the top prodigy of the demon human race to this extent, it's enough to be proud. Immediately, Qianzong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The power surged like a long river and poured into the long sword. As the light flowed, Qianzong slashed out. The ninth sword of the ninefold true sword. Long ago, Qianzong could have used the ninth sword, but it would have exhausted his strength. However, after Qianzong mastered the fourth stage of the 10,000 Elephant True Skill, it was easy for him to use the seventh and eighth sword. It was not difficult for him to use the ninth sword. Of course, the consumption of strength was still not small. Every time he used it, it would consume 10% of his strength. For the eighth sword, it would not be a problem to use hundreds of sword moves in a row. The ninth sword, on the other hand, required 10% of his strength. It was because of this that Qianzong would not use it easily. Now, he had no choice but to use it. The ninth punch, the ninth sword, who was stronger at the same level, the sword and the fist collided in an instant. After a slight pause, the light shattered, but the sword and the fist also broke through the layers of light and blasted out with irresistible force. Slash, the sword slashed down, directly slashing on the surface of Mo Yihan's fist and colliding with it. The sword was bounced back, and Mo Yihan's fist was also repelled. Then, the second sword slashed down. With superb skill, the speed of this sword was even faster. Mo Yihan had to punch out with his left fist to resist. Slash, 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 Qianzong unleashed sword after sword. Each sword was extremely fast. With the support of his tyrannical physique, he slashed out 5 times in a row. Each sword was the 9th sword of the 9-stage true sword. The power of each sword was extremely strong and terrifying. Under the eruption, Mo Yihan could not completely resist it. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 4 swords. When he blocked the 4th sword, Mo Yihan only felt that his arms were about to be crippled. In terms of eruption, he was not as good as Chenzong because Chenzong had refined his physique. Although Mo Yihan was from the demonic tribe and had a tyrannical physique, he had not refined his physique. There was still a gap between him and Chenzong. The 5th sword, the sword light, was dazzling to the extreme. The dazzling sword light was like a full moon hanging in the sky. It fell directly and cut through the sky, bringing with it an unparalleled sharpness as it slashed toward Mo Yihan. The previous 4 slashes had split Mo Yihan's fists open. The 5th slash carried the incomparable power accumulated from the previous 4 slashes and broke Mo Yihan's body. Mo Yihan could not block it, nor could he avoid it. It was too fast, and the previous 4 slashes had made Mo Yihan's body slightly stiffen. The sword light slashed into Mo Yihan's body like a hot knife through butter. It came out from his back and pierced through. The moment the sword light converged and the long sword returned to its scabbard, Mo Yihan stared at Chenzong in a daze. His face was full of shock and disbelief. Immediately, Mo Yihan's body was split into 2. Dead, he was split into 2 by Chenzong's sword. Silence, silence, everyone was stunned. Even Mo Luogu, Wu Xiao, and the other top 4 experts were equally stunned. A lowly life form, a mediocre human clan without any special racial talent, not only killed 4 demon cultivator clan members in a row, he even killed Mo Yihan. With the strength of the 4th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, it was entirely possible to kill 4 members of the demonic tribe who were at the 3rd level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. However, Mo Yihan was not ordinary. He was the top genius in the east camp of the trial camp, second only to Mo Luogu. He was extraordinary. The whole place was silent. Everyone was shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Lowly life, you have surprised me. A deep and vigorous voice rang out, directly breaking the silence. That voice contained an indescribable profundity and rhythm, as if it was constantly vibrating in the air. It was Mo Luogu who had spoken. His tall body exuded a faintly discernible aura that suppressed the surroundings. A pair of deep, dark eyes condensed an indescribable power. As he stared, it was as if the air was fluctuating. You can even kill Mo Yihan. You are qualified for me to personally take action. Mo Luogu's second sentence sounded. Everyone suddenly became excited. Mo Luogu, who was known as one of the 4 strongest, was going to personally make a move. Just how powerful was he? In fact, very few people had seen Mo Luogu in action because his level was too high. He was among the first batch to master the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and even the 4th stage of the 10,000 elephant true technique. He had always been ahead of the other challengers in the camp. However, in the minds of many people, the 4 strongest were rather mysterious. At the very least, the level of their strength was a mystery. Take my saber first. Once he finished speaking, a wide, black saber with blood-red lightning patterns appeared in Mo Luogu's hand. The saber was over 1.8 meters long. He held it with one hand and swung it violently. A black saber light with strands of scarlet cut through the air in an instant. It was extremely fast and had a kind of terrifying and direct violence, like a determined torrent. Its power was astonishing to the extreme, and the saber pressure was incomparably terrifying. The 7th move of the 9-fold slaughtering saber, when this saber was used, there was an indescribable ease and mystery to it. The saber in Mo Luogu's hand seemed as light as a feather, but the saber light that came out of it was extremely frightening. Chenzong's eyes suddenly narrowed. He could tell at a glance that Mo Luogu's saber technique was astonishing. Within that saber, an astonishing power filled the air. It was full of destruction, as if it could destroy everything in the world. Regardless of whether it was living or dead, nothing could avoid it. That was the power of destruction. It was the power of the great path of destruction. It was a very frightening power of the great path. The power contained in this saber was not the power of the great path of darkness, but the great path of destruction. Mo Luogu had obviously held back some of his strength. Even so, this saber strike still made Qinzong feel a great deal of threat. Without hesitation, Qinzong swung his sword. The sword light brought about a flash of illusory light as it instantly slashed through the air. The saber light arrived and the sword light blasted out. They collided directly and shattered one after another. However, Qinzong felt a frightening destructive power invade him. It was as if it wanted to destroy his power and even his body. Suppress. Qinzong's body shook slightly. He immediately suppressed and obliterated the destructive power that invaded his body. The power of the great path of the world was not weak. In terms of level, it was not inferior to the great path of destruction. It was also a top-level great path. Very good, lowly life. You are indeed qualified to make me use my full strength. Mo Luogu's eyes grew darker and deeper. However, they were filled with traces of shocking coldness and a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. Slash, the 8th move of the ninefold saber technique. The power of the great path of darkness and the power of the great path of destruction erupted together. They overlapped and merged into the saber. A huge black saber light, filled with traces of blood, erupted with a power that was several times stronger than the first move. It tore through the air as if it could directly split the sky. Qinzong's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, Qinzong exploded with all his combat power and slashed out with his sword. The 9th move of the ninefold true sword technique. The moment the sword slashed out, Qinzong also took out a trueness elixir and consumed it to recover the power he had consumed. In the battle with Mo Yihan, Qinzong had used up 80% of his strength to kill Mo Yihan with the 9th move. However, Mo Luogu had attacked at his peak state. The difference was obvious. Of course, even with only 20% of his strength, Qinzong could still explode with his strongest power. However, there was a difference in his ability to continue fighting. Therefore, he had to recover his strength. Fortunately, after Qinzong exchanged for the 4th level of the 10,000 elephant true skill, he still had a few hundred trial points left. He exchanged them for a few trueness elixirs. The trueness elixirs directly recovered 10% of Qinzong's strength. Then, they quickly recovered 20% of his strength. The 9th move, at the peak of his combat power, immediately shattered the saber and slashed toward Mo Luogu with irresistible force. Mo Luogu's eyes narrowed slightly. However, he did not panic at all. This was because when Qinzong killed Mo Yihan, he had used this very move. This was the same power. However, he had been watching from the sidelines. Now that he was facing it personally, it felt different. The sword light pierced through the air. However, Mo Luogu had no intention of dodging. Instead, he slashed with his saber. The 9th move, this was the 9th move of the ninefold killing saber. When the saber slashed out, the saber light was pitch black. Wisps of blood-red lines filled the air as if they were about to come to life. The saber light and the sword light collided again and then shattered. In this confrontation, Mo Luogu's body did not move. However, Qinzong slid back several meters. It seemed that Qinzong was at a disadvantage. Qinzong moved quickly. He took out another trueness elixir and consumed it to continue recovering his strength. The trueness elixir was indeed very effective. However, there was a drawback. Before its medicinal power was completely dispersed and absorbed, a second elixir could not be consumed. This was because even if one consumed it, there would be no effect. Taking a step forward, Qinzong quickly approached Mo Luogu as if he was gliding rapidly on the surface of the water. He slashed out with his sword. Mo Luogu's saber trembled and then slashed out horizontally. It was like the movement of a dark mountain. Its power was terrifying and direct. It was close combat. As soon as they exchanged blows, Qinzong knew that Mo Luogu's attainments in saber techniques were very high. In comparison, Mo Luogu's attainments in fist techniques were superior. However, he was still inferior to Qinzong's attainments in sword techniques. In addition to his own accumulation of experience, Qinzong's sword techniques had also absorbed the experiences and techniques of other sword path powerhouses. Furthermore, he had the memories of sword master Dong Ting. Thus, he had long reached an astonishing level of attainment. At the Yuan underworld level, no one could truly compare to Chenzong in terms of sword techniques. At least, Chenzong had not encountered anyone who could. An extremely high level of attainment in swordsmanship erupted. His sword pierced out at an extremely fast speed, like cold lightning streaking across the sky. However, the next sword became as light as a feather. No one knew where it would land, making it impossible to guard against. Yet another sword strike, but it was incomparably powerful, like a mountain pressing down. Yet another sword strike, but it was incomparably powerful, like a torrential river crashing down. Yet another sword strike, like an endless torrential river. Every move was different. Every move had its own mystery and was incomparably astonishing. Emoluagu also experienced the same feeling as Emoluagu. Because there were too many changes, he had to concentrate even more to deal with them. No matter how fast he could adapt, he would still be somewhat passive. Moreover, once his opponent's sword techniques were unleashed, the defensive power was even more astonishing. It was simply difficult to break through. Even if Emoluagu was stronger than his opponent, he still could not break through it. This defensive sword technique was indeed Chenzong's strongest defensive technique. Even if his opponent was slightly stronger than him, they would not be able to break through it unless they were much stronger. Saber light slashed out continuously. Every move erupted with terrifying power. Under the superimposition of the power of the Darkness Great Path and the Destruction Great Path, it was abnormally terrifying. The saber pressure spread out in all directions, shattering the ground and turning the dust and grass into powder. Countless saber forces wreaked havoc in all directions. It was a ghastly sight to behold. What frightening strength! 4 powerhouses. Is this the strength of the 4 powerhouses? How terrifying! The spectators were all astonished. That human is also very powerful. He can actually fight Emoluagu to this extent. What a terrifying lowly life form. It's hard to imagine. If it weren't for the 9 Heavens Rings appraisal, I would have thought that he came from the first sequence void. He is indeed not bad to be able to fight Emoluagu to this extent. Wu Qiu was also secretly surprised, but not particularly. However, I'm afraid that Emoluagu has yet to unleash his full strength. Unless he has an undeserved reputation. What he meant was that Emoluagu had yet to unleash his full strength. Chenzong's sword techniques were ever-changing and contained many different mysteries. However, Emoluagu's saber techniques did not have many variations. There was only slashing, continuous slashing. Slash after slash, slash after slash. Slash after slash, it was extremely crazy and frightening. The two of them continued to fight fiercely. Everything around them was torn apart and shattered by the saber light and sword chi. It was as if the place was in ruins. The battle between the two of them was still going on. Chenzong took another trueness elixir and quickly recovered his strength. In such a high-intensity battle, the consumption of strength was astonishing. Now, Chenzong had already taken 3 trueness elixirs. He only had 2 left. He could only take 2 more. If he could not defeat Emoluagu before then, he would be in danger. However, Chenzong did not think so much. He did not need to think so much. Fight, he abandoned all distracting thoughts and saw through the great terror between life and death. The only thing he could do was to strike with his sword. Even if he died in battle, it was fine. Battle, especially in a battle where both sides were evenly matched, one had to cast aside all worries and illusions. Only by maintaining one's unwavering will and using one's pure will to control all of one's power and unleash it to the fullest to obtain victory. The only way to fight was to win. If one did not even have the conviction to win, then there was no need to fight. One could just stretch out one's neck and kill. In this ultimate battle, Chenzong forgot everything. He activated the 4 wills of one mind to the fullest. He grasped all the changes in his heart and controlled them with his sword. As the sword light transformed, it countered and countered, weakening Emoluagu's ferocious saber energy layer by layer. It could no longer harm Chenzong. Emoluagu's expression became increasingly grave. He had not expected that he would not be able to suppress this inferior being even when he personally attacked. Instead, he had fallen into a bitter battle. Even though he had not completely unleashed his full power and unleashed his ultimate combat strength, the strength that he had displayed was already slightly stronger than Mo Yihan's. Yet, this was still the case. He had unknowingly increased the prestige of this inferior being and unknowingly weakened the prestige of himself and the demon tribe. This was unacceptable. Boom, the demonic tattoos on Mo Luogu's body suddenly flickered incessantly. Then, a terrifying aura gushed out from his body like a torrent bursting through a dam. It was vast and mighty, as if it could shatter everything. The black aura filled the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws like an evil dragon that was about to rush out of the demon abyss. Mo Luogu's aura rose from its original level. In the next moment, his body that flickered with demonic tattoos began to swell. His muscles seemed to be about to explode, making a series of ear-piercing sounds. It was as if his bones were being shattered and reassembled. Mo Luogu's body became even taller and stronger. Originally, Mo Luogu was close to 2 meters tall. Now, he was over 2 meters tall. His muscles bulged, filled with incredible power. It seemed as if he would explode with just a slight movement. His power was astonishing. Pressure, a frightening pressure emanated from Mo Luogu's body. It was like a frightening storm was crashing down. The demonic tattoos on his body that had become even larger and stronger were flickering with dazzling light. It made Mo Luogu look evil and domineering, like a demon king that had walked out of the dark abyss. How terrifying! Many people in the distance were trembling. Mo Luogu in this form was too impactful. Just looking at him was terrifying. He has indeed mastered the natural demonic tattoos to this level. Wu Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed to be a little surprised, but also relieved. To be able to stand on the same level as him, it was normal for him to have such means. Chop, Chen Zong's pupils constricted unconsciously as he swung his saber at an astonishing speed. So fast, it was faster than any of the previous saber strikes, at least 30% faster. Furthermore, the speed of this slash increased, but it did not sacrifice its power. Instead, the pressure of the slash became even stronger. At the very least, it was twice as strong. The ninth blade of the ninefold slaughtering saber, it was the same ninth saber, but it was more than twice as powerful as the previous ninth saber. It was too fast for him to dodge, so he could only defend himself. The sword light was endless, like a torrential river, surging and mighty. It blocked the tyrannical power of the saber and continuously weakened it. However, this saber strike was too powerful. The saber light was domineering, as if it could cut through everything. Chen Zong's weakening effect was also minimized. Finally, he placed his sword in front of him to block the saber strike. The terrifying power poured out in an instant, exploded, and directly impacted. As the sword trembled violently, it emitted a series of buzzing sounds. Chen Zong was also forced back dozens of meters. The hand that held the sword was trembling. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and blood was flowing out. With a pft, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Too strong, the power of that saber strike was too strong. It was shockingly tyrannical. Even with Chen Zong's world-divine body, it was difficult for him to completely withstand it. He was seriously injured. But fortunately, Chen Zong's world-divine body was strong enough to withstand it. He was only injured, but not killed by the saber strike. You can actually block my saber strike. Mo Luogu was also a little surprised. He did not expect to explode with such combat power. He only injured his opponent with one saber strike and did not kill him. It was incredible. However, if one strike was not enough, he would use another. If 2 strikes were not enough, he would use 3. He wanted to see how many strikes this lowly being could withstand. He raised his saber again, and the 2 powers of darkness and destruction crashed into the saber like a torrent. They intertwined and overlapped with each other, and a terrifying aura spread out, creating layers of ripples. Slash, the 9th strike of the ninefold killing saber. The saber strike was still extremely fast. The moment it struck, a domineering saber light broke through the air. It seemed to split the void. It was like a shadow, like a bolt of lightning. The demon tribe was born with the power of the great path of darkness. Their bodies could also contain more power. This allowed them to have more power in battle. Their endurance in battle was even more astonishing. Therefore, using the ninth strike of the ninefold killing saber did not consume as much energy as Qianzong did. Qianzong took another true returning elixir and a golden recovery elixir to quickly recover his strength and heal his injuries. When he saw Mo Luogu raise his saber again, the light in Qianzong's eyes exploded. All of his power was condensing and surging. It gathered into a dragon-like force from all parts of his body. In a mysterious way, it all rushed to his right arm at the fastest speed possible. Because his right arm had borne all of his power in an instant, it made a strange sound. It sounded like something was being torn apart. Qianzong's right arm suddenly swelled. Every muscle bulged. A powerful force burst forth. It turned into an unparalleled aura. Sword chi raged. It tore the sleeves of Qianzong's robe into shreds like butterflies flying in the sky. The torn sleeves fluttered in the wind, revealing the muscles on Qianzong's arms. They were not large chunks of muscle, but rather small chunks of muscle that formed a muscle group. At this moment, they were swollen, mixed with the bulging tendons, giving off a feeling of dragons and snakes crossing the land. It seemed very frightening, but also very strange. Qianzong's fingers clenched tightly. Power continuously flowed through his swollen right arm and into the sword. The sword trembled. The sword hummed even louder. It was like the cry of a phoenix. It pierced through gold and cracked stone. It pierced through the clouds. A ray of clear light condensed and spread on the sword. It swept past like the spring water and autumn wind. It was exceptionally beautiful. However, it made one feel an uncontrollable chill. The air around the edge of the sword was repelled. It turned into a vacuum. At the same time, Mo Luogu's saber had already slashed down. This was Mo Luogu's strongest saber. After accumulating power for a breath, it seemed to be even stronger than the previous saber. It was at the peak of its original level. The huge saber light slashed down. The shadow of the saber cut through the air. It was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Qianzong also raised his right arm. After he bent his elbow, his movements seemed very slow. It was as if he was carrying the weight of a mountain. He paused for a moment. Then, he swung his sword. The moment he swung his sword, its speed exploded to the extreme. It was so fast that it seemed to disappear into the void. It was difficult to see. The sword also slashed out. In an instant, the sword light seemed to tear through the void. It formed a strange shadow of the sword. The shadow of the sword was bright. It was as if a ray of clear light had condensed into a line between heaven and earth. At the edge of the clear sword light, there was a shadow following it. When the speed of the sword reached the extreme, it repelled all the aura and airflow in the void. It formed a vacuum that accompanied the sword light. When Qianzong swung his sword, even Wu Qiu could not help but narrow his eyes. There was a look of surprise on his face. He could not help but feel astonished. This was because the sword was extremely fast. Even he felt that it was unbelievably fast. Moreover, he could feel that the power contained in it seemed to be very terrifying. The sword light emanated an unparalleled sharpness. It was so sharp that it shocked the world. It tore through everything between heaven and earth. It was like an unparalleled divine sword. No one and nothing in the world could compete with it. It was so fast that an afterimage was reflected in everyone's eyes. Qianzong's sword was a little slower than Mo Luogu's saber. However, it was much faster. It reached the saber light first. An ear-piercing sound rang out. It was as if countless pieces of metal had been shattered by a great force. It spread out and created countless ripples in the void. When the sound reached everyone's ears, it made most people feel uncomfortable. It was as if their eardrums were about to burst. The saber light and the sword light shattered together. Qianzong's sword and Mo Luogu's saber came into direct contact. The saber and the sword shook. An extremely frightening force rushed out and sent Qianzong and Mo Luogu flying. They could not stop themselves. The two of them flew back several hundred meters before coming to a stop. Whether it was Qianzong or Mo Luogu, their auras were disordered. They could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. They had been injured. This scene was unbelievable. It was as if a pair of invisible and powerful hands had strangled everyone's necks. They could not make a sound. Their eyes widened, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. That low-level life form had actually blocked Emoluagu's frightening saber attack. It looked like they were evenly matched. It was obvious that both of them had been injured. Emoluagu did not move. His tall body stood still. He stared at Chenzong. There was an indescribable seriousness in his eyes. His expression was solemn. Unbelievable, he was well aware of how powerful his saber was. Compared to Emo Yihan, it was several times stronger. However, it was precisely such a blade strike that was blocked and shattered. Furthermore, even Chu Feng himself was injured. It was like a dream. Chenzong stood still. His eyes shone with an unparalleled radiance. It was as shocking as the edge of a sword. The muscles and tendons on his right arm were knotted together. His 5 fingers were clasped tightly around the hilt of his sword. Power was circulating on it. His disordered aura was also reorganized in the shortest amount of time. It became stable. It was obvious that he still had the strength to fight. Silence, dead silence, even the sound of breathing seemed to have disappeared. Everyone's eyes were fixed on them. Should they continue to fight? What kind of swordsmanship is that? Emoluagu's tone was grave. There was a hint of confusion and curiosity. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to Chenzong, waiting for his answer. The ninefold true sword. Chenzong spoke slowly. In the end, he said 3 words that shocked everyone. The 10th sword. The 10th sword, what did that mean? Everyone knew that the legacy martial arts in the training camp had 9 moves, such as the ninefold true sword, ninefold killing knife, ninefold absolute spear, ninefold tyrant fist, and so on. But Chenzong had used the 10th sword. If he was not lying, it meant that he had mastered all the secrets of the ninefold true sword and had broken the limit. Breaking the limit meant a new breakthrough and reaching a new height. It was a kind of transcendence. It also meant that his attainment in the way of the sword was so shocking that it was directly reflected in his sword skills. Shocked, very shocked, even Marugu was shocked. Wu Xiu's eyes flashed as he stared at Chenzong, as if he wanted to see through Chenzong. Good boy, you have such strength and can break the limit of the ninefold martial arts in such a short time. You are really a genius in the way of the sword. Lin Ming was delighted. Chenzong was a human. Although he did not come from the same void as Lin Ming, he had the blood of the human race. It was good that he was a human. He was of the same race. It was great that such an outstanding junior had appeared. If he grew up in the future, it would be good for the human race. Perhaps there would be another top warrior in the human race, or even an almighty or a giant. In the hall, the people of the other races had different expressions. Blackwing of the demon tribe had an ugly expression. His eyes were gloomy. Through the mirror, he stared at Chenzong, as if he wanted to kill him with his gaze. But he could not, because everything in the training ground could not be influenced or interfered with by the outside world. They could only watch. The silver-haired man, who was sitting at the head of the table, had a bit of surprise in his eyes. However, it was only a bit of surprise. It was like a small stone that was accidentally thrown into a calm lake, causing layers of tiny ripples. In just a few breaths, it returned to calmness. Humph, he is just in the spirit condensation realm. Once he reaches the divine manifestation realm, the potential of our race will explode. No matter how good that ant's sword skills are, what can he do? Blackwing of the demon tribe suddenly snorted. These words instantly caused the joy on Lin Ming's face to disappear. The reason for that was because what the Dark Wings said was not words spoken in anger, nor was he boasting. Instead, it was a very normal occurrence. The demonic race at the spirit condensation realm was still in the process of growth. Once they reached the divine aspect realm, their potential would erupt once more, and the leap in strength would be astonishing. This was something that the human race could not compare to. Because of this, the status of the human race in the universe was not that high. As he stared at Chenzong, Emoluagu's aura calmed down. However, it was slowly rising and condensing. It seemed like he was about to attack again. However, after 3 breaths of time, the condensed aura suddenly paused and scattered. The battle blade in his hand also disappeared and was sucked into the 9 heavenly rings. Lowly life form, you have indeed surprised me. However, that's all. The strength of my clan is not something you can imagine. Mo Luogu stopped attacking. He turned around and walked towards the ancient, mottled stone bridge. His tone was indifferent, and his voice was deep and forceful. There was an indescribable power in his voice, as well as an indescribable sense of superiority. This sense of superiority was something that Chen Zong could not understand, because his understanding of the demonic race was still very one-sided. Even though Wu Daoyuan knew a lot of information, it was all relatively simple information. Mo Luogu stepped onto the stone bridge, crossed it, and walked towards the camp. Chen Zong also took out the last truth returning elixir to recover his strength. Then, he took a golden recovery elixir to heal his injuries. He sheathed his sword and walked towards the war demon, Duan Lingkong, Feng Lan, and the others. He took out the elixirs and gave them to them. Under the effect of the golden recovery elixir, Feng Lan's injuries quickly healed. The war demon's injuries were also relieved. He also took out a golden recovery elixir to speed up his recovery. However, Duan Lingkong's injuries were too severe. The golden recovery elixir could only relieve the pain, but not heal it. Chen Zong could only carry Duan Lingkong and return to the camp. No one knew that Chen Zong's strength just now was almost depleted. Otherwise, he would not have needed to take the last truth returning elixir. That was to prevent accidents. Who knew if someone would suddenly ambush him and take advantage of this opportunity to kill him? When one was outside, one could never leave one's life to luck. People's hearts were unpredictable, and the world was dangerous. A high level of vigilance was necessary. Even if it was a waste, it had to be done. After stepping onto the stone bridge and crossing it, Chen Zong let out a sigh of relief. It was safe here. Then, under countless shocked gazes, Chen Zong took Duan Lingkong into the camp. The war demon and Feng Lan also followed. After sending Duan Lingkong to his little wooden hut, Chen Zong immediately spent 1,000 trial points to exchange for a great golden recovery elixir. The great golden recovery elixir was a strengthening elixir for the golden recovery elixir. It was worth 1,000 trial points, and its healing effect was naturally much better than the golden recovery elixir. It could be said that as long as one was still breathing, a great golden recovery elixir could quickly recover in a short period of time. More importantly, although the great golden recovery elixir and the golden recovery elixir came from the same source, there was a huge difference between them. The golden recovery elixir could not heal serious injuries, but the great golden recovery elixir could. Originally, Chen Zong did not have so many trial points, but after killing the 5 demonic humans, he had more than 1,000. After all, the 5 demonic humans had just returned from the fierce demon wasteland. They could be considered to have returned with a full load. Moreover, they had also killed a few humans. Even Wu Daoyuan and Lu Xiu were killed, so half of their trial points were naturally taken away. But now, half of the hard work of the 5 demonic humans belonged to Chen Zong. More than 10,000, Chen Zong directly obtained more than 10,000 trial points from the 5 demonic humans. Mo Yihan had the most trial points, reaching more than 9,000. The demonic humans would probably feel the pain of losing those trial points. After consuming a great golden recovery elixir, the power of the elixir quickly dissolved. In just a short span of a dozen breaths, Duan Lingkong's injuries had recovered by more than half. When the power of the elixir was exhausted, Duan Lingkong's injuries were healed in less than 60 breaths. Brother Chen, I can't thank you enough. Duan Lingkong was very grateful. Brother Duan, there's no need to be like this. You were implicated by me. Chen Zong was very clear. Immediately, he transferred 1,000 trial points to Duan Lingkong to see if he wanted to exchange for the 3rd level of the 10,000 elephant true technique or exchange for a death mark. That was his own business. Thank you. Duan Lingkong's expression was solemn. He had already experienced the consequences of being weak. He did not want to suffer that kind of humiliation a second time. Without hesitation, Duan Lingkong went to exchange for the 3rd level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Because, in a situation where he was not strong enough, even if he could revive a few more times, so what? It would just add to the humiliation. Strength was the foundation. If he had cultivated the 3rd level of the 10,000 elephant true technique at that time, even if he did not escape from the two demonic humans. Against those two demon humans, he should have some confidence in escaping and would not fall into that kind of situation. Brother Duan, from now on, it will depend on your own efforts, Chenzong said to Duan Lingkong. This sentence had two meanings. The first was naturally to encourage Duan Lingkong to work harder and become stronger. The second was to indirectly indicate that he would not transfer any more trial points to Duan Lingkong in the future. Once the rice is raised, the rice is raised while the rice is raised, the rice is raised while the rice is raised. This was a common saying and also a phenomenon. Of course, with Duan Lingkong's temperament, he would not do this. However, Chenzong also could not transfer trial points to him again and again. After all, trial points were very important to him. Chenzong was willing to transfer 100 trial points to Duan Lingkong first. Now, he was transferring another 1,000 trial points to Duan Lingkong because of Duan Lingkong's previous self-destruction. But now, Duan Lingkong, who had mastered the third stage of the 10,000 elephants true technique, was in the mainstream of the camp in terms of strength. It was enough for him to protect himself, not to mention that Chenzong wasn't his guard. Chenzong was very clear on this point, and so was Duan Lingkong. Being friends was not a one-sided giving, and one could not expect the other party to always give. Appropriate help was possible, but one could not ask for too much. As a rogue cultivator, Duan Lingkong handled matters better than most people. Then, Chenzong went to visit the war demon and Feng Lan. Both of their injuries had healed. Returning to his small wooden house, Chenzong first operated his cultivation method to recover the energy he had consumed. After his injuries were healed, he had a full meal and then carefully reflected on it. The battle with Mo Yihan, then the battle with Maluogu. Especially the battle with Maluogu, the battle intensity was shocking, and the comprehension was very deep. This required some time to reflect on it, and then convert it into accumulation and strength. The 10th sword. After Chenzong reflected on it, he finally shifted his focus to the 10th sword. The power of the 10th sword was undoubtedly very strong. However, the 10th sword was comprehended by Chenzong after he had mastered the 4th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. It was only a preliminary comprehension. In the battle with Maluogu, it was also the first time he used it. The process of using it was somewhat difficult. In addition, the consumption of energy was too great, and the burden was too heavy. Even with Chenzong's physique, he felt as if his right arm was about to burst. After using it, his muscles felt waves of fatigue. Even if he still had energy, it would be difficult for him to use it again for a while. Of course, Chenzong still had the trump card of Sword World. Unfortunately, after using the 10th sword, his energy was almost depleted, and he could not activate Sword World at all. Moreover, Chenzong instinctively felt that Maluogu was also holding back. It was just that for some unknown reason, he did not use it. With the experience of using it once, Chenzong studied it more carefully. His mastery of the mystery of the 10th sword gradually deepened, and he became more and more familiar with it. Just as Chenzong was comprehending the mystery of the 10th sword, the East camp was in a state of shock. A human from the 3rd rank void could actually fight against the demon tribe, who was a 1st rank void. He could even fight against Maluogu, who was known as one of the 4 powerhouses. They were evenly matched. After some publicity, the title of the 4 powerhouses was replaced with the title of the 5 powerhouses. Naturally, Chenzong was also known as the 5 powerhouses of the East camp. Regardless of whether they were willing to admit it or not, once the news was released, it immediately spread and gained the approval of many people, especially those from the 3rd rank void and the 2nd rank void. First, he set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guesthouse mobile version reading website, Wu Daoyuan and Lu Xiao came back to life. The members of the Small Dao Alliance gathered again. Chenzong also came out of seclusion. He had a deeper understanding of the 10th sword. If he used it again, he could use it faster and its power would increase accordingly. However, the burden was still shocking and the consumption was shocking. He couldn't use it lightly. First, congratulations to our Vice Alliance leader Chenzong for becoming the 5th expert of our camp. Wu Daoyuan was very good at creating momentum and knew how to better motivate people. As expected, the members of the Small Dao Alliance were all excited when the title of the 5th expert was mentioned. Originally, the human tribe was weak. But now, an expert who could compete with the 4 experts had risen. Like a pillar, he directly brought an indescribable support and faith to the people. Next, there was naturally the development of the Small Dao Alliance. First, the War Demon became the 4th Vice Alliance leader. Second, there was the development of the Small Dao Alliance. After careful consideration, Wu Daoyuan proposed a rule that would be beneficial to the development of the Small Dao Alliance. He hoped to gain everyone's support. This was an alliance rule that supported the alliance. After the demonic tribe targeted them this time, they became even more aware of the weakness of the Small Dao Alliance. In the previous battle, before Qinzong had appeared, other members of the Small Dao Alliance had also been present. Unfortunately, they had all mastered the 2nd level of the 10,000 Elephant True technique. Because of this, Wu Daoyuan told them to hold back no matter what and not attack. Otherwise, it would only add to the casualties and help the enemy. Fortunately, Qinzong had appeared and displayed his might. Otherwise, those members wouldn't have been able to hold back. The rule of the alliance was that the members of the Small Path Alliance had to pay a certain amount of trial points to be shared by the Small Path Alliance. Once someone performed well, they would be able to apply for a portion of the trial points to exchange for the 10,000 Elephant True technique. Only the 10,000 Elephant True technique. As for other pills and such, they had to work hard to obtain them. The application would naturally be reviewed by the alliance leader and the 4 vice alliance leaders. As long as 3 passed the review, it would be enough to prevent any omissions. As long as one was a member of the Small Dao Alliance, they had the right to apply, even if they were the alliance master or vice alliance master. In addition, those who applied for trial points and passed the review had to return the points within a certain period of time. It wasn't a free gift, but a temporary support that had to be returned. Of course, if the person died, then there was no need to return the points. Pass, 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 it was almost unanimously approved. The Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Master each contributed 1,000 trial points to the Small Dao Alliance. The other alliance members also contributed 100 points. In this way, the shared points had reached more than 7,000 points, enough for 7 league members to exchange for the 3rd stage of the 10,000 Elephants True technique. Of course, he had to apply first and then pass the review. Qinzong didn't need to think about these things, and Qinzong didn't want to think about it either. Because of Qinzong's invincible prowess and his ranking as one of the top 5 experts, the Small Dao Alliance became very popular. Those who originally didn't want to join all took the initiative to apply. However, when they learned that they had to abide by the rules and pay trial points, some people agreed after thinking about it. However, there were also people who thought that the Small Dao Alliance was trying to make money, so they refused. Of course, they couldn't join. In this way, the Small Dao Alliance had more than 10 members, and the shared points had increased by more than 1,000. After the Small Dao Alliance's gathering, Qinzong immediately left the camp and flew out. This time, he would be able to enter the center of the ominous demon wasteland and hunt the evolved vicious demons. If his guess was correct, each evolved vicious demon should be worth 1,000 trial points. Of course, based on this situation when hunting mature vicious demons, the number of evolved vicious demons would be even fewer. But no matter what, he had to hunt them. When Qinzong arrived at the stone bridge, he was stopped by 3 ancient beasts. The 3 ancient beasts stared at Qinzong. The aura they emitted was very fierce and intimidating. Especially the leader, whose aura made Qinzong's expression turn serious. It was comparable to Marigu. Wu Xiao, this ancient beast was the prodigy of the ancient beast clan, one of the top 4 experts, Wu Xiao. Human, submit to me, Wu Xiao said directly. His tone was very domineering, and his fierce aura spread out. I will give you many benefits, and then you will follow me to Beast King Mountain. Get out of my way, Qinzong replied coldly. Although he didn't know what Beast King Mountain was, Qinzong couldn't possibly follow them. How dare you? The 2 ancient beasts beside Wu Xiao were enraged. Their fierce auras surged, and they were about to attack. Haha. Wu Xiao laughed coldly and stepped aside. He didn't intend to attack. Without even looking at the 2 ancient beasts, Qinzong walked forward. He flew out, turned into a beam of sword light, and disappeared. Big brother, why didn't you let us attack? The two ancient beasts were confused. You are no match for him, Wu Shou said with a smile. There was a kind of disdain in his eyes. I saw that a low-level life like him has such talent. It's really not bad. I want to help him. In the future, he will follow me to the Beast King Mountain. With the resources of the Beast King Mountain, he can become stronger and have a broader future. Since he doesn't have eyes, then forget it. His glory is only temporary. There was no regret in Wu Shou's words. There was only disdain. It was as if Beast King Mountain was a great existence, and it was a great favor for Chenzong to follow him. What he didn't know was that for Chenzong, an opportunity obtained at the cost of surrendering to others was tasteless no matter how good it was. It was true that one had to pay a corresponding price to obtain an opportunity, but Chenzong couldn't accept surrendering to others. The sword light rushed forward in a straight line, and continued to penetrate deep into the ominous demon wasteland. Along the way, Chenzong didn't stop even if he encountered a ferocious demonic beast. As he passed by, the ferocious demonic beast would also stop and split into two. Unknowingly, the two demonic beasts were severed into two by the sword light formed by Chenzong. Juveniles, adults, and mature demons couldn't stop Chenzong. They were all killed and turned into trial points for Chenzong. With Chenzong's current ability, it was indeed possible for him to earn points. For example, he could hunt down those vicious demons that were far inferior to him. However, doing so would not necessarily yield more than hunting evolved vicious demons. Another point that Chenzong couldn't accept was bullying the weak. It was fine if he did it casually, but if he did it deliberately, Chenzong couldn't accept it. It was only interesting to challenge someone who was on par with him or slightly stronger than him. What was the point of deliberately fighting against those who were obviously weaker than him and could be easily defeated or even killed by him? There was no point at all, unless there was something special about them. Evolved fierce demons corresponded to the fourth level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Those were the ones that he should hunt. After mastering the fourth level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, Chenzong's speed had also increased. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to reach the central area. The fierce spirit in the central area was getting stronger and stronger. It was several times stronger than in the inner circle. It was very scary. Those who practiced the third level of the 10,000 elephant true technique would feel their skin go numb under the impact of the fierce spirit. It would be difficult for them to exert their full strength. Chenzong began to look for evolved fierce demons. Sure enough, compared to the mature fierce demons in the inner circle, there were fewer evolved fierce demons here. Moreover, the trial testers from the East camp were not the first batch. Before them, there were trial testers from other camps who entered earlier. There would definitely be people who arrived at the central area earlier to hunt down these evolved fierce demons and reduce the number of evolved fierce demons. Although the fierce demons here could be reborn, the stronger the fierce demon, the slower its rebirth speed. For example, a juvenile fierce demon could be reborn in 1 day, while a mature fierce demon could be reborn in 3 days. However, a mature fierce demon could be reborn in 1 month. As for an evolved fierce demon, its rebirth time was even longer. It could be as long as 2 months. Because of this, once it was killed, it would take a longer time to hunt again. As for a mature fierce demon, its rebirth time was even more astonishing. It could be as long as 3 months. In other words, one could only hunt a mature fierce demon 4 times in a year during the trial. If someone else beat him to it, it would be difficult for him to hunt one. This was the unseen difficulty. After searching for 2 hours, Chenzong finally saw an evolved fierce demon. This evolved fierce demon was even bigger, reaching a height of 7 meters. It was even more amazing than the mature fierce demon. Its aura was also more terrifying. When the fierce demon found Chenzong, it rushed over and launched a terrifying killing move. Between the flashes of light, the fierce spirit surged. Chenzong's eyes flashed. He took a step forward and his speed was increased to the extreme in an instant. His sword was also unsheathed, breaking through the air to attack. A fierce battle. In the beginning, Chenzong did not erupt with his maximum battle strength. He fought fiercely with the fierce demon to experience the techniques of the evolved fierce demon. After all, in every stage of the fierce demon, in addition to being stronger, there would be differences in other aspects. In the fierce battle, Chenzong also sensed the level of the fierce demon's battle strength. It was enough to fight against a peak 11-star battle strength. After understanding the techniques of the evolved fierce demon, Chenzong did not erupt with his maximum battle strength. However, he displayed the 9th sword of the 9-layered true sword. This sword, the sword light, was extremely sharp and boundless. It directly beheaded the fierce demon. Sure enough, it was 1,000 trial points. Using the elixirs that he had stored before, Chenzong recovered his strength while continuing to search for the fierce demon. As for the elixirs that he exchanged from the camp, of course, he would use them at a critical moment. This time, Chenzong did not exchange for the Xianxia elixir. Instead, he exchanged for the Grand Xianxia elixir. It was the advanced version of the Xianxia elixir. One elixir was worth 1,000 trial points. Its recovery effect was better. After taking it, one would recover 30% of his strength in one breath. Then, within 100 breaths, he would recover 50% of his strength. In addition, Chenzong also exchanged for 2 grand gold rejuvenating elixirs. As for the golden rejuvenating elixir, he exchanged for 5 gold rejuvenating elixirs. They would be used at a critical moment. In addition, he also exchanged for other life-saving elixirs. This time, Chenzong planned to stay here for a longer time. On the trial ground, there were 4 camps in the north, south, east and west. Chenzong was in the east trial camp. Among the 4 training camps, the north training camp was the first to have its members enter, followed by the south camp, then the west camp, and finally the east camp. The difference in strength between the 2 camps would be brought about by the time they entered. However, there were only a few people who had mastered the 4th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. As for the 5th level, there was no one in the east camp, not even the previous 4 experts. This was because the trial points needed to exchange for the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique was as high as 100,000 points. It was an astonishing number. For many people, it was like a natural moat that lay before their eyes, which they could not cross in their lifetime. Even for Chenzong, 100,000 points was a huge amount, especially when it was difficult to kill evolved fierce demons. It was difficult to kill evolved fierce demons, not because Chenzong could not kill evolved fierce demons, but because they were hard to find and rare. After the first day, Chenzong had only hunted down 2 evolved vicious beasts, obtaining 2,000 trial points. In the middle of the night, Chenzong was unlucky and did not find any evolved fierce demons. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. However, Chenzong only gained 5,000 points. This time, Chenzong had exchanged for many pills and made ample preparations. He had directly used up the more than 10,000 trial points he had obtained from killing the 5 Demon Dweller clan members. On the 4th day, Chenzong gained nothing because he did not find any evolved fierce demons. This required patience. Unknowingly, Chenzong went deeper and farther away from the east camp. If the fierce demon wasteland was divided according to the 4 trial camps, it could be divided into 4 parts, east, south, west and north. The 4 parts, starting from the outermost part, were divided into the outer ring, the middle ring, the inner ring and the center. As for the core area, there was no difference, because it was the core area. Coming out of the east camp was, of course, the eastern part of the ominous demon wilderness. Now, Chenzong was gradually approaching the core area. The core area was inhabited by complete ferocious beasts, and all of them possessed 12-star level combat strength. It was not that Chenzong wanted to hunt down complete ferocious beasts, but because he was constantly looking for evolved ferocious beasts. In the vicious demon wasteland, the color of the earth in each ring was different. The deeper one went, the deeper the color. The dividing line was very obvious. Chenzong saw the boundary between the central area and the core area and tried to cross it. What a terrifying evil spirit! Chenzong's expression suddenly changed. The evil spirit in the core area was at least 5 times stronger than the central area. It was extremely strong and surrounded the whole body, giving off an indescribable chill. When Chenzong stepped in, the evil spirit was like a shark that smelled blood. It attacked from all directions, trying to penetrate into Chenzong's body and invade Chenzong's body. The erosion of the evil spirit could be resisted, but relying on one's own strength would increase the consumption of one's strength. Chen Zong could feel that in order to resist the invasion of the evil spirit, his strength was consumed several times faster. After feeling it for a while, Chen Zong stepped out of the boundary. It was still too early for him to step into the core area with his current level. The core area was just right. Although the invasion of the evil spirit would consume his strength, it was not much. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Unfortunately, Chen Zong still did not accumulate 100,000 points, not even half. More than 30,000 points, this was the result of Chen Zong's 1 month of hard work. During this month, Chen Zong also encountered experts from other camps. When the experts of the 4th level saw that Chen Zong came from the 3rd sequence void, they immediately attacked him. In the end, they were defeated by Chen Zong. It was a pity that these people were strong and had exchanged for some life-saving elixirs. Chen Zong could not kill them in time. They escaped and it was difficult for him to chase after them. In the past month, the East camp had changed a lot. There were more people who had mastered the 4th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, and many more who had mastered the 3rd level. For example, the Small Doctrine Alliance had more than 50 members. Wu Daoyuan, Lu Xiao, Feng Lan, War Demon, and others had also exchanged for the 4th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Their strength had recovered and their battle strength had increased. In the Small Doctrine Alliance, there were more than 30 people who had exchanged for the 3rd level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since Chen Zong entered the East camp. Less than 60,000 points. Chen Zong checked his trial points and could not help but sigh. Of course, he had used some of his trial points during these days. Otherwise, he would have accumulated more than 60,000 points. However, there was no other way. Sometimes when he encountered danger or broke out in a battle, it was inevitable that he would consume elixirs. Those elixirs could only be exchanged with trial points in the camp. After resting for a few days, Chen Zong set out again. He walked out of the camp and stepped into the ominous demon wilderness. The reputation of being the 5th strongest person was earned by killing. Even if Chen Zong came from the 3rd sequence void and was regarded as a low-level life, his strength was unquestionable. Chen Zong was very familiar with the eastern part of the ominous demon wilderness. This time, he continued to move to the north. Although he did not have enough trial points to exchange for the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique and his strength did not continue to be unsealed, Chen Zong made some progress in swordsmanship. He had a deeper understanding of the ninefold true sword and was more flexible when he used it. Similarly, he had a deeper understanding of the 10th sword. This time, Chen Zong was lucky. He had already found the 3rd evolved ominous demon. Kill. Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept over from afar like a storm. It rushed directly toward Chen Zong and swept up the grass in the air. The aura was violent and fierce, as terrifying as a savage beast. A figure was charging toward him at an astonishing speed. The figure could not be seen clearly because there was a layer of shocking airflow in front of the figure. The airflow was like a raging wave, as if a battleship was riding the wind and breaking the waves. Fast, the speed was. Extremely fast. It was much faster than Chen Zong's full outburst. Moreover, the aura directly locked onto Chen Zong, as if it was sending a message, "I have my eyes on you. You can't escape." Chen Zong did not move. He narrowed his eyes slightly and a wisp of light flowed in them. Even though the aura of the figure charging toward him was very strong and gave him a clear sense of threat, Chen Zong was not afraid. After all, he had only fought once. With his current strength, Chen Zong did not think that he would be killed immediately even if he faced an expert who had mastered the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. Moreover, he still had a trump card. Even if he could not win, he could still retreat if he wanted to. Even if he could not retreat, he would only use 1 death mark and lose half of his trial points. Although the consequences were serious, they were not unacceptable. Regardless of the other reasons, the main point was that Chen Zong did not want to retreat. Fight, even if the opponent was stronger than him, even if there was a threat, he would still fight. In his eyes, the light continued to condense and become sharper. Chen Zong gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Traces of power continuously flowed into the long sword. The sword trembled slightly and emitted a soft hum, as if it could feel Chen Zong's anticipation and desire. Close, the figure approached rapidly. In just 3 breaths, it was already within 100 meters, its aura becoming more and more frightening. He didn't run away. Is this lowly life form scared out of his wits? Jiao Long of the ancient beast race's eyes were extremely ferocious and contained a shocking sense of violence. He stared at Chen Zong as if he could see through the void. Then, a cruel smile appeared on his lips. It was difficult to find a complete fierce demon in the core area. It had become increasingly difficult to obtain more trial points. Therefore, Jiao Long had thought of hunting other trial takers. No matter which camp the trial takers were from, they could be hunted. Now, on his way here, he had discovered Chen Zong, a lowly human who had mastered the 4th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. With his strength, he could kill Chen Zong in a short period of time without using much energy. He originally thought that after this lowly human discovered him, he would immediately flee. At that time, he could chase after him and enjoy the thrill of catching prey before killing him. If he was lucky, he might encounter other trial challengers and kill them one by one to obtain even more trial points. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't move. Was he scared out of his wits? However, the other party's eyes were very sharp. It didn't seem like he was scared out of his wits. Do you want to fight me? Jiao Long thought to himself. The smile on his lips became more and more obvious, faintly containing some disdain. It was the disdain of a higher life form towards a lower life form, the contempt of the strong towards the weak. 10 meters, as he got closer, Chen Zong's sword also pierced through the air. The sword shadow soared through the air, extremely bright. The sword light completely released an indescribable sharpness. When it exploded, it was dazzling and direct, as if there was nothing in the world that could withstand the sharpness of this sword. No matter how hard or soft it was, it couldn't withstand this sword and would be directly torn apart. The 9th level true sword. The 10th sword, this person was a great threat to him. Chen Zong didn't intend to fight a protracted battle because it might be difficult to resist the other party's attack. While his essence, qi, and spirit were at their peak, he directly used his killing move. The 10th sword, after continuous comprehension, this sword became more and more proficient. When it was used, it was faster and the movement was smaller, but the power was more condensed and much stronger. When the sword was used, the void was directly torn apart, and there was a feeling of invincibility. Jiao Long's expression suddenly changed. A dazzling sword light, incomparably sharp, pierced through the sky and pierced through the clouds, causing him to feel a chill all over his body. He felt as if he had been pierced through. That sword light was extremely bright, as if it wanted to pierce through his eyes. Terrifying, this sword made him feel threatened. If he was hit, he would be very likely to be injured or even killed. Interesting. Jiao Long's face was filled with excitement as he clenched his fist. His muscles and tendons bulged as he punched out. This punch was extremely tyrannical, as if it could break the heavens and earth. It was incomparably tyrannical and ferocious. It was like a falling meteor that could shatter mountains and shatter the earth. It was incomparable. The punch seemed to be able to shatter the vacuum. The sword pierced through the air with an unparalleled sharpness. The sword and the fist collided in an instant. It was as if a meteor had collided and directly exploded. The extremely terrifying qi instantly spread out in all directions, as if it had shattered everything. It was extremely frightening and shocking. The qi force poured out crazily, one after another. The ancient beast clan prodigy, Jiao Long, was also restrained. After a pause, he was forced to retreat dozens of meters under the terrifying force to avoid the tyrannical shock wave. The body of the sword trembled as a wave of energy transmitted over, causing the vital energy and blood in Chen Zong's body to surge. His right arm that was holding the sword felt slightly numb, and there was a faint piercing pain. His body also retreated over 100 meters away to reduce the shocking impact. Chen Zong could not perform the 10th sword in a short period of time. Otherwise, his right arm would be directly injured. Jiao Long's face was full of shock. A low-level life form, a human, and only at the 4th level of the 10,000 elephant true skill, could perform such a terrifying sword technique that made him feel threatened. Moreover, he was forced to retreat after the collision. It was unbelievable. The ancient beast clan was a first-rank void life form. They were naturally more tyrannical than humans, whether it was in terms of physique or strength. Moreover, he had mastered the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true skill. One thing was for sure. Those who could come here had the combat strength of a 12-star level in the original void. However, due to the difference in life levels and so on, first-rank void life forms were often more powerful than third-rank void life forms of the same 12-star level. But now, he was forced to retreat by his opponent's sword. Even though Jiaolong was powerful and talented, he could not react in time. However, Jiaolong did not lose his composure for long. A surge of battle intent rose in him, and his eyes were filled with excitement. He stomped his feet and took a few steps forward. Once again, he exploded with astonishing speed and closed in on Chenzong. The terrifying wind pressure assaulted Chenzong, repelling the vacuum and pressing down on him. Countless pieces of grass that were flying in the air were crushed by the astonishing wind pressure. One punch, Jiaolong punched out once again. The incomparably tyrannical and ferocious power directly punched out a vacuum passage, rushing towards Chenzong. Chenzong was suffocated by the pressure of the vacuum fist before the fist even reached him. He couldn't block it. Unless he executed the 10th sword again, he would not be able to resist the power of this punch. Even if it was the 10th sword, he could only barely block it. At the end of the road, no, it wasn't time yet. Without hesitation, Chenzong took out a great returning to essence pellet and swallowed it. As soon as it entered his mouth, the energy he had used to cast the 10th sword was immediately replenished. Moreover, the pure energy of the great returning to essence pellet gushed into his body like a raging river, speeding up his recovery. Maximum combat power. Activate. A bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and Chenzong's voice sounded at the same time. It was somewhat low and somewhat sharp. Sword world. Open. In an instant, an invisible force spread out in all directions with Chenzong as the center, covering a radius of 2 kilometers. The 4th level of the 10,000 elephant true skill had unsealed 1/10 of his strength, and so did the sword world. Jiaolong, who was charging at high speed and unleashing a terrifying punch, was also directly covered by the sword world. In the next moment, streaks of sword light condensed out of thin air. 10 streaks, 20 streaks, 30 streaks, a total of 100 streaks of sword light condensed out. Only 100 streaks of sword light appeared, and each of them carried a terrifying power. It was Chenzong's maximum combat power. Kill. The sword light pierced through the air, blooming with incomparable sharpness. It tore through the sky and burst out with an astonishing speed. It was like an aurora, like lightning, and they all attacked Jiaolong. Chenzong did not set up a sword formation, because he had tried, but there was no way. Even if he set up a sword formation, it would only have an empty appearance and would not have the power of a sword formation. Why was that? Chenzong came to a conclusion after thinking about it. It was because of the gap between the void law and the law of the universe. The Tao of formations was more profound and profound. Therefore, it was impossible to use a formation in the void in the universe. Unless, he spent a lot of time and energy to improve and adapt to it. But now, Chenzong lacked such time. Even if there was no sword formation, just the sword light alone possessed extraordinary power. Of course, it would still be reduced by a little. 10 streaks of sword light formed a wave and immediately launched a violent attack on Jiaolong. The first wave of 10 streaks of sword light pierced through the air. This scene made Jiaolong slightly startled. He had never seen such a method, but Jiaolong's punch did not stop at all. Shatter. Under the extremely ferocious fist, the sword light trembled and was directly shattered, one after another. But after shattering the 10 streaks of sword light, the power of Jiaolong's punch was greatly reduced. The second wave of sword light arrived. When the 4th wave of sword light arrived, Jiaolong's expression became solemn. The momentum of his charge was completely restrained. He felt that the power of each streak of sword light was not weak. The 10 streaks of sword light were like 10 11-star level swordsmen brandishing their swords at him. 10 streaks of sword light were nothing, but 10 streaks of sword light followed by 10 streaks of sword light. One wave after another, he felt overwhelmed. With a roar, Jiaolong's body suddenly trembled continuously, as if something was about to rush out of his body. The terrifying and ferocious aura became more and more tyrannical, as if the slumbering primordial beast in his body was awakening. Beast transformation. The hair on Jiaolong's body became exuberant and its body swelled, becoming taller and stronger. Under the thick grayish-white hair, muscles bulged and tendons stretched. Its face also became ferocious, like the face of an angry ape. It even vaguely had the outline of a human. He did not look like a pure human, but also like a pure ape. He was in between the two. The tuft of hair on the top of his head was black and fluttered in the wind. A ferocious aura poured out of Jiaolong's beast body. It was incomparably violent. Chenzong was slightly stunned. Although it was not the first time he had seen the beast transformation, it was the first time he had seen such an imposing ancient beast in front of him. The demon tribe, heavenly human tribe, giant tribe and ancient beast tribe belonged to the same level of life forms. They each had their own unique and amazing talents. The demon-human race and the celestial race had similar innate talents. The giant race's innate talent was their physique, which was incomparably strong. The ancient beast race, on the other hand, could transform into a beast. Only after transforming into a beast would the ancient beast race be the true ancient beast race. Once the ancient beast tribe who had mastered the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique transformed into a beast, what level would his strength reach? Chenzong was very curious. Fight! The shattered sword light reformed and pierced through the air again. A vigorous and ferocious roar suddenly sounded from Jiaolong's mouth. The sound waves were heavy and rushed out. Immediately, Jiaolong punched out continuously with both fists. Berserk, unparalleled berserk, extreme berserk, like a meteorite falling from the sky, instantly erupted with terrifying power. The extreme power shattered everything. The moment the sword light came into contact, it paused for a moment, and then immediately shattered. Too strong, the power of that fist energy was simply too tyrannical and terrifying to the extreme. In front of the fist force, the sword light was as weak as a thin piece of paper. Because Chenzong's strength was limited, the strength of the sword light had also decreased by a lot. In addition, after transforming into a beast, Jiaolong's combat strength had soared a lot. The power of each of his punches was more violent and terrifying. Shatter, 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 wave after wave of sword light was smashed by Jiaolong's fists. He was like an immemorial giant beast, rampaging around and crushing everything with his incomparably tyrannical strength. Chenzong's expression was extremely solemn. Strong, after transforming into a beast, Jiaolong's strength was too tyrannical. Even his sword world could not stop him and could only delay him. However, according to the situation, the other party would get close to him sooner or later. In the face of absolute power, no matter how many there were, at most, it would be difficult to defeat. Moreover, Chenzong could only control 100 sword lights now. Any more and the consumption of power would cause his rhythm to be disrupted. 2,000 meters was actually very short. Jiaolong was less than 1,000 meters away from Chenzong. In just 10 breaths, he would completely close in on Chenzong. And opening the sword world, his own strength was constantly consumed. It was unrealistic to want to compete with the other party. Although he still had the grand returning true elixir, the other party also had it. This was a battle that could not be won. From the beginning, Chenzong knew. If they were in the original void, it would be possible for him to win against a 12-star if he were to activate the sword world with his 11th-star combat strength. However, the Paleo Beast clan was indeed very strong, and their top geniuses were even stronger. If he could not win, then he could not win. Chenzong would not go into a dead end. No matter what, he had only cultivated the 4th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, and the other party was at the 5th level. If he had also cultivated the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, the result of this battle would be different. Although dying once was not a big deal, losing half of the trial points was not a very serious matter. However, it would slow down his progress. If he had to fight, he would fight. If he had to retreat, he would retreat. Chenzong was decisive. The sword light condensed again, and several waves of sword light broke out in succession to stop Jiaolong. The last 10 sword lights, under the control of Chenzong, quickly gathered together. 10 swords. Into one, this was also the strongest sword move that Qianzong could execute at the moment. An even more dazzling sword light broke through the air. 10 swords into one, and the 6th sword of the ninefold true sword was performed, its power increased by a lot. A sword broke through the air. Jiao Long, who was shattering wave after wave of sword light, glanced at it from the corner of his eye and trembled unconsciously. He only felt an astonishing sharpness piercing through the air. It actually made him feel threatened. With a roar, his fists burst out and suddenly blasted out. The sword light shattered, but Jiao Long's body was also repelled in an instant. Without hesitation, Qianzong withdrew the sword world and took the elixir. His speed exploded in an instant, and he turned into a stream of light, flying towards the east camp at a speed several times faster than usual. Among the elixirs that he exchanged, one of them was the light dust elixir. After taking it, the body would become very light, without any resistance, and invisibly increase the speed by 2 times. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, there was no turning back. The battle with the 5th-level expert of the ancient beast clan made Qianzong realize the gap between them. He completely gave up the idea of taking the risk to enter the core area and hunt down the complete fierce demons. Even if it was the sword world, the sword light could not break through the opponent's defense, so it would be useless. It would just waste his energy. Another month passed. It had already been 4 months since Qianzong had come to the trial grounds. Qianzong's points still hadn't reached 100,000. It was too much and too difficult. After all, he started later than the others. The evolved fierce demons were hunted down in large numbers, and the regeneration time was extended to 2 months. It was too long. In the 5th month, there was news that the original 4 experts, Mo Luogu, Xing Tianming, Wang Meng, De Shi, and Wu Xiao, had all exchanged for the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, but Qianzong did not. Suddenly, he was separated from the other 4 experts. The title of the 5 experts suddenly became a little awkward. Brother Chen, may I ask, how many points do you need to exchange for the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique? That night, when Qianzong returned to the camp, Wu Daoyuan came to him and asked directly with a serious tone. 11,000, Qianzong answered honestly. His harvest in the past 2 months was indeed much less than before. However, Qianzong was confident that he would be able to gather 11,000 trial points within the next month. Of course, in a month, he would fall behind the others. 11,000, Wu Daoyuan frowned when he heard that. Then, as if he had made a decision, he said, Brother Chen, please wait for a moment. I will summon the other 3 deputy leaders and the alliance members. What's the matter? Qianzong asked. Brother Chen, you are the benchmark of our Little Doctrine Alliance. You are the top expert and are ranked among the 5 experts in the East Camp. You are the prestige of our Little Doctrine Alliance. Wu Daoyuan said seriously, but now, the other 4 experts have all exchanged for the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. You can't fall behind. Qianzong understood what Wu Daoyuan said. If he was alone, he could rely on his own efforts. However, he was now one of the vice leaders of the Little Dao Alliance. Since he had promised Wu Daoyuan to establish the Little Dao Alliance and become its vice leader, he naturally had to do his part. Soon, most of the alliance members gathered. Wu Daoyuan also announced this matter. It was very simple and direct. He would use the public points of the Small Path Alliance to sponsor Qianzong so that Qianzong could quickly exchange for the 5th layer of the 10,000 elephant true technique. This was no small matter, because this time all the public points had to be used. The first to agree were the 3 Vice Alliance Masters. However, the Alliance Master and Vice Alliance Master's application for trial points was different from the Alliance Master's. Half of the Alliance Master's application had to be approved. This was to prevent embezzlement. Many people weren't fools, so they naturally saw it clearly. Therefore, almost all of them passed. However, it was a pity that the Small Path Alliance's public points were less than 11,000. They only had 8,000 points left after a portion of the accumulated points had been used in the past few months. In the end, Wu Daoyuan very boldly took out 2,000 points and lent them to Qianzong. Feng Lan took out 1,000 points and lent them to Qianzong. As for Lu Xiao and the War Demon, they didn't need to take out their points. Many thanks. Zong's tone was solemn. Although he was confident that he could obtain these points if he worked hard for another month, perhaps even less. Half a month might be possible, but it was always a good thing to be able to do it earlier. 100,000 points. In the 5th month, Zong finally gathered 100,000 points. Zong was going to exchange for the 5th level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. Other than the War Demon, all the members of the Small Path Alliance followed him. It felt like they were escorting and cheering him on. The Small Path Alliance had more than 100 members. In the East Camp, it was a force that couldn't be ignored. This was because there was an expert in the Small Path Alliance who was on par with the 4 experts. Although not all of them were present, there were still dozens of them. All of them were valiant and full of vigor. They were full of vigor and were very eye-catching. In fact, Zong didn't like this, but he was more indifferent and let them be. He placed his palm on the inheritance tablet and obtained the 5th level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. Zong returned to his wooden hut and began to comprehend and cultivate. The 5th level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique was even more mysterious and difficult to comprehend. However, it wasn't a problem for Zong. With the help of the 4 wills, Zong quickly comprehended the mystery and began to cultivate. From the time he obtained it, comprehending it, and cultivating it, it only took him 1 night. In the early morning, Zong sat cross-legged on his wooden bed. His body was surrounded by strands of invisible aura. That aura was very tenacious and very powerful. Inside his body, there were waves of terrifying power surging endlessly. It was vast and mighty like the surging waves of a river. This was a long-lost feeling. He hadn't felt it for 5 months. Now, he finally felt it again. It was unsealed, all of his power was completely unsealed. Moreover, Zong could feel that it was different from 5 months ago. This power had undergone a qualitative change. It had become compatible with the laws of the universe. All of this was because of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. Rather than saying that the 10,000 Elephant True Technique was a cultivation formula, it was more like a key that unlocked the laws of the universe. Now, Zong finally had this key in his hands. He had mastered it. His power had completely recovered. At his peak, no matter who he faced, Zong was not afraid. He was confident that he could fight against them. At the same time, Zong had a strange feeling that other than himself, there were others who had mastered the 5th level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. There were some in the East Camp, and there were also some in the North, West, and South Camps. At the same time, the complete recovery of his power meant that when Zong used the 9th sword of the 9 levels True Sword, it would be easy for him to use it again. The consumption of power would also be greatly reduced. As for the tyrannical 10th sword, it would also be much easier to use and its power would increase by a lot. His overall strength had improved by leaps and bounds. With his current battle strength, Zong was confident that he could suppress or even kill the ancient beast clan prodigy who had mastered the 5th level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. Now, the entire trial grounds should be mine to roam freely. Congratulations on mastering the 5th level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique. Your power has been completely unsealed. The voice that had been silent for a long time sounded again. It was the voice of the 9 levels Heaven Ring. Mastering the 5th level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique has completely unsealed your power. You are qualified to challenge for a higher evaluation. The 9 levels Heaven Ring's words immediately made Zong's eyes sparkle. The duration of the trial was 1 year. Mastering the 3rd level of the 10,000 Elephant True Technique was the lowest requirement. It was a first-class evaluation. Mastering the 4th level would be a second-class evaluation. Mastering the 5th level would be a third-class evaluation. The higher the evaluation, the greater the benefits. How do I challenge it? Zong immediately asked. If he could get a higher evaluation, of course he would do his best to fight for it. Opportunities always had to be fought for by oneself. Even if they were given to him, he had to put in the effort to reap more rewards. When the total number of trial points reaches 1 million, your evaluation can be raised by 1 level. When you defeat the experts of the 4 camps and rank first, your evaluation can be raised by 1 level. When you never die, your evaluation can be raised by 1 level. When you kill an ultimate fierce demon alone, your evaluation can be raised by 1 level. If you can achieve all of them, your evaluation will be as high as 7. The 9 levels Heaven Ring's words shocked Xianxia. So the evaluation was divided into 7 levels. The 7th level was the highest, and the 1st level was the lowest. If you wanted to get the lowest evaluation, as long as you were willing to put in the effort, it was not difficult. Even if it was a 2nd-class evaluation, as long as you worked hard and had some luck, you could get it. However, the 3rd-class evaluation was difficult. After all, it was too difficult to get 100,000 trial points. With limited resources, it was destined that only a few people could get a 3rd-class evaluation. After getting a 3rd-class evaluation, it was even more difficult to get a higher evaluation. 1 million trial points, what a shocking number. 100,000 trial points. Xianxia had to work hard for 3 months to get it. Getting a few 100,000 more was almost impossible. Being ranked first in the 4 camps was also full of difficulties. No matter how confident Xianxia was, he did not dare to guarantee it. Never dying seemed to be the easiest. At least until now, Xianxia had not died even once. The last one was to kill an ultimate fierce demon alone. Xianxia only knew now that there was an ultimate fierce demon above the perfect body. The perfect body was already the top of the realm. What about the ultimate fierce demon? The ultimate fierce demon is very rare. It is an anomaly among the fierce demons. Its combat power exceeds the realm it is in and can reach the next level. It can even fight with those in the next level. The 9th Heaven Ring's words were serious. As for how strong it is, you have to experience it yourself. Xianxia could not help but look serious. How strong it was, he had to experience it himself. However, to be able to fight against those in the next level, it was definitely not weak. After taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Xianxia calmed down. If he did not know, it would be fine. But now that he knew, of course, he had to try his best to get a higher evaluation. Never dying, 1 million trial points, first in the trial ground, and killing an ultimate fierce demon. Xianxia's eyes were shining. 9 heavens, since defeating all the experts and becoming the first in the trial ground can increase one's evaluation by 1 level, why did no one come to the East Camp to challenge me? Xianxia thought of this and could not help but ask. Because no trial taker in the East Camp has mastered the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique. The 9th Heaven Ring replied, just now, you should have sensed it. So now, other trial takers who have mastered the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique will also sense it. It won't be long before they come. Xianxia pondered. Defeating other experts can also be used to kill them and obtain trial points. This way, it does not conflict with accumulating 1 million trial points. On the contrary, it can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Xianxia pondered endlessly in his heart. As for not dying, it can also be counted. Only the killing of the ultimate body ferocious demon alone can be counted separately. However, there are still 7 months until the end of the trial. With the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, his strength had been completely unsealed. His strength had been completely restored, and he had also learned the method to obtain a higher evaluation. Xianxia opened the door of the wooden hut and walked out. There were many people waiting outside the hut. They were all members of the Small Path Alliance. When they saw Xianxia, their eyes immediately bloomed with joy. Vice Alliance Leader Chen, have you already grasped the 5th level? One of the Alliance members boldly asked. Xianxia nodded, which immediately made them very excited. The current Small Path Alliance was a single entity that shared honor and disgrace. And Xianxia was the strongest person in the Small Path Alliance. He was like a pillar. The stronger he was, the more stable the Small Path Alliance would be, and the less likely it would be to be provoked. The weak were prey to the strong. This was a principle that had never changed since ancient times. A force without a strong person to oversee it would be easily eaten away. A strong person was the guarantee of a force's survival. The Small Path Alliance was only a small part of it. The Alliance members did not disturb Xianxia. When they learned that Chen Zong had indeed mastered the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, they told the other alliance members this news and left one after another. Chen Zong smiled faintly and walked out of the camp with brisk steps. His strength had been completely unsealed. It was as if a heavy burden had been removed. There was an indescribable sense of relief. There were still 7 months left. Chen Zong wasn't in a hurry to challenge the other 5th-level powerhouses. Instead, he planned to enter the core grounds to take a look and find a complete body of a vicious demon to battle. If it was possible, he wanted to see for himself how strong the ultimate form of a vicious demon was. With his strength fully restored, Chen Zong's speed had increased many times, and he moved forward even faster. Like a sword light, he moved forward courageously, like a hot knife through butter. As he hurried, Chen Zong also paid attention to the movements around him while comprehending the ninefold true sword. With his strength completely unsealed, Chen Zong could normally activate the 5 states of mind at once, allowing himself to be in a state of comprehension at all times. Although he had comprehended the 10th sword of the ninefold true sword, Chen Zong felt that the 10th sword was still not perfect enough. It had not reached the peak and could be improved further. Moreover, the more Chen Zong comprehended it, the more he felt that the ninefold true sword was extraordinary. The mysteries contained within were extremely shocking. Not long after, Chen Zong once again stepped into the core area. After killing an evolved fierce demon, he did not stop and headed straight for the core area. This time, Chen Zong's luck was not bad. He soon encountered a fierce demon. It was a fierce demon that was 10 meters tall. It had a huge body and emitted an extremely fierce aura. It was extremely violent and terrifying. Complete fierce demon. The vicious demon also discovered Chen Zong. It let out a roar and immediately attacked. Its speed was extremely fast, and its power was shocking. Chen Zong fought the complete fierce demon with his normal combat strength. His expression turned solemn as soon as he came into contact with it. It was very strong. The complete fierce demon was extremely powerful. Its combat skills had become even more superb, and its strength was also shocking. It could be said that the more ordinary 12-star combat strength was no match for it at all. Under normal combat strength, Chen Zong could only rely on his superb swordsmanship to contend with it. He was faintly at a disadvantage. Burst, ultimate combat strength. In an instant, Chen Zong's battle prowess soared. In terms of absolute power, he was not inferior to the complete body of the fierce demon. Coupled with his superb sword skills, he immediately suppressed the fierce demon. However, it was not an easy task to kill it. The 10th sword, he directly swung the sword. The sword light was extremely dazzling, like the absolute beginning thunder across the sky. An extreme sharpness lingered, tearing everything apart. The complete fierce demon could not dodge in time. Its extremely hard shell could not withstand it either. It was directly broken and penetrated. The sword chi exploded inside its body, raging endlessly. Kill. Chen Zong unleashed the 10th sword under his ultimate combat strength and directly killed the complete fierce demon. 10,000 points. Looking at the trial points he had obtained, Chen Zong was slightly surprised, but it was within his expectations. A complete fierce demon was worth 10,000 trial points. It was very shocking. It seemed that it was not difficult to get 1 million trial points, as long as he killed 100 complete fierce demons. However, that was only in theory. In reality, it was still unknown whether or not there were even 100 complete vicious demons. In addition, there were people constantly searching for and hunting them, and the complete vicious demon's regeneration period was 3 months long. The possibility of hunting 100 complete vicious demons was very, very low. No matter what, Chen Zong had to try his best. There were still 7 months left. No one could guarantee that. Maybe by then, he could really do it? That was to raise his evaluation by 1 level. Getting a 4th grade evaluation would definitely be better than a 3rd grade evaluation. What's more, Chen Zong's ambition was not small. A 4th grade evaluation was not enough. He had to at least get a 5th grade evaluation. He continued to search for complete fierce demons. While killing them to earn trial points, Chen Zong also used complete fierce demons to sharpen his swordsmanship. Only when a complete fierce demon was strong enough would it be qualified to become his sharpening stone. The 9-layered true swords were constantly displayed. Through each fierce battle, Chenzong would gain something at the end of each battle. Although the gains were partial and fragmented, they would become complete as they accumulated. When that time came, there would be a qualitative change and he would reach a new height. On the road of cultivation, there were no shortcuts. Taking advantage of opportunities was only temporary. Only by sharpening oneself forward was the right path. It was a pity that there were not many complete fierce demons in the core area. It was not easy to find them. After 4 to 5 days, Chenzong had only hunted down 3 complete body vicious beasts, obtaining 30,000 trial points. The hunting efficiency was too low. Of course, if one were to talk about the trial points obtained, it wasn't a small amount. Compared to before, when he hunted evolved vicious monsters, it would take him a month or even longer to obtain 30,000 trial points. Now, he only needed 4 or 5 days. The difference was huge. As he hunted, Chenzong continued to sharpen himself. He gradually moved towards the center of the core area. According to the 9 Heavens Ring, the ultimate fierce demons were located at the center of the core area. At the center of the core area, the color of the land was already black. It was pure black. The evil aura had also become more intense. It was extremely shocking. It was as if it was about to materialize and pervade the surroundings, turning into layers of gray mist. Vaguely, Chenzong saw a figure. The figure was like a statue, motionless and standing on the dark land. When Chenzong was within a kilometer of the figure, he could see the figure clearly. A fierce demon, it was a fierce demon. The moment he saw the figure, Chenzong's pupils unconsciously shrank to the size of needles. His expression also changed greatly. How could he describe it? Chenzong originally thought that the ultimate form of the ominous demon would be bigger than the complete form, but the truth was the opposite. The ultimate form of the ominous demon was only 2 meters tall, about the same as the infant form of the ominous demon. However, it would be too late to regret calling it an infant ominous demon. 9 heavens, what kind of fierce demon is this? Chenzong asked. This fierce demon's previous life was a blade demon. However, the ultimate fierce demon will break the shackles of the past and evolve into a new life form. The 9 Heavens Ring replied, this ultimate fierce demon is called a blade demon. Blade demon? Chenzong repeated. He squinted his eyes and stared carefully. The name of the blade demon lived up to its name. This blade demon was 2 meters tall and had a slender body. It looked very vigorous. On its body, a carapace condensed, as if it had turned into a light golden armor that covered its entire body. Its triangular head was also covered with a light golden horn battle helmet. The battle helmet and the battle armor on its body were one. In addition, there were also arm and leg armors and so on. The blade demon's arms, from the shoulders to the wrists, looked like arms. They were covered with light golden armor. However, from the wrists, there were blades instead of palms. The 2 blades were the same length, about half a meter long. The blade was also faintly golden, but there were traces of scarlet flickering on the blade. The blade was slender, and the tip was extremely sharp. Chenzong felt that it was dazzling just by looking at it. It was extremely terrifying. This 2-meter-tall ultimate form of the blade demon was perfect in appearance. Every line on its body seemed to be made for battle and slaughter. Its body could be said to be perfect to the extreme. It was so shocking that Chenzong was stunned. However, this fierce demon's eyes seemed to be closed, and its aura was faintly discernible. If you want to challenge it, you just have to walk within 1,000 meters, the 9 heavenly rings reminded him. Chenzong took a deep breath. When he saw this ultimate form fierce demon, Chenzong had a feeling that he was no match for it. However, Chenzong wanted to experience for himself how strong this ultimate form fierce demon was. However, Chenzong was also worried about one thing, and that was death. If it was before, Chenzong would not have hesitated if he did not know that death would affect the assessment of the trial. Now, he needed to think about it. However, Chenzong did not think for long. He directly took a step forward and stepped into the range of 1,000 meters. With such an opportunity to fight against an ultimate form fierce demon, so what if he used up one chance to die? If he encountered an ultimate form fierce demon in other places and had to fight, there was no chance of dying. If he died, he died. This step was incomparably firm, and there was a faint trace of sharpness in it. At the same time, just as Qianzong took a step forward and landed, the ultimate form blade demon, which was motionless like a statue, opened its closed eyes in an instant. The moment it opened its eyes, a blood-red light, like a blade, pierced through the air in an instant. Its gaze was like a blade cutting through the air. The shocking murderous intent and willpower made Qianzong's expression change uncontrollably. A feeling of horror exploded in his heart. In an instant, the blade demon's body moved slightly. In less than a breath's time, it disappeared. Only a faint golden shadow tore through the air and attacked. So fast. Qianzong's heart trembled unconsciously. His eyelids twitched, and he was extremely shocked. Fast, this blade demon's speed was too fast. It was so fast that it was beyond his sight and the range of his divine consciousness. It was so fast that he could not react in time. It was like a pale golden aurora piercing through the air, causing Qianzong's hair to stand on end. He could only rely on his instincts that had been tempered by countless life and death experiences to unleash his sharp sword. It was like an aurora shooting out from the sheath. With a clang, the sound of gold and iron colliding was heard. Like the shattering of a star ring, the sound waves blasted in all directions. The sword shook violently, and the extremely powerful force directly repelled Qianzong. In an instant, he flew hundreds of meters away, but the sword was still shaking. Qianzong only felt that the arm holding the sword was numb. The terrible impact made Qianzong feel pain inside his body, as if it was being torn apart by an invisible blade. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. As soon as Qianzong retreated a kilometer away, the ultimate knife monster did not pursue him. Its scarlet eyes glanced at Qianzong, and its body flashed, turning into a pale golden flowing light again. It was extremely fast, returning to its original position and closing its eyes again. Qianzong stood still. After a few breaths, the numbness in his arm disappeared, and the sword calmed down. However, Qianzong's heart was in turmoil. Terrifying, this ultimate form of the blade demon was simply too terrifying. Speed, the instantaneous speed was too fast. It was completely faster than him, much faster than him. If it were not for the instincts, which had been tempered by countless life and death battles, he would not have been able to resist that slash. Although he was lucky enough to resist, the power contained in that slash was so terrible that it directly repelled him dozens of meters away. The hand holding the sword trembled and became numb. He could not resist at all in a head-on collision. Terrifying, although it was only one exchange of blows, Qianzong also saw the gap between him and the knife monster. However, it was not comprehensive. After adjusting his breath and recovering from his injuries, Qianzong stepped into the range of a kilometer again. The knife monster opened its eyes again, and once again turned into a pale golden aurora, breaking through the air to attack. Its speed was extremely fast, and the sound was faint. One slash, in the blink of an eye, another saber arrived. This time, Qianzong was prepared, but the speed was too fast. Qianzong could only wave his sword to defend himself, but couldn't fight back. However, this time, Qianzong unleashed his maximum combat strength. Retreat, in an instant, Qianzong was knocked back again. Although he had reached his limit, he was still knocked back. However, he was not knocked back as far as hundreds of meters, but more than 100 meters away. His sword was shaking, and his arm was numb. Under the terrible impact of the broadsword strength, Qianzong was injured again. Crushing, this blade demon was crushing him. Qianzong's combat strength was not weak among the 12-star level, but he couldn't even resist one strike from his opponent. He was directly knocked back and injured. It was just a single saber strike. There was no way he could attack again. After adjusting his breath and recovering from his injuries, Qianzong was ready to try for the third time. He unleashed his maximum combat strength and opened the sword world. 100 sword lights instantly condensed. Then, Qianzong performed the 10 swords return to 1, condensing the 100 sword lights into 10 more powerful ones. After performing all this, Qianzong looked extremely dignified, and blue veins faintly bulged on his forehead. Full strength, Qianzong had already done his best, and a part of the power of the sword world was activated to the extreme. He took that difficult step and stepped into the range of a kilometer. In an instant, the knife monster woke up again. The moment his eyelids opened, his scarlet eyes stared at him, like an aurora piercing through the void. Kill! The pale golden saber light came again, as if the knife monster had turned into a peerless saber light, crossing the sky. It was too fast, and Chenzong's sight could not catch it. However, this time it was under the cover of the sword world. The suppressive power of the sword world also existed, and it could more or less affect the knife monster. However, Chenzong also found that the suppressive power of the sword world did not have an obvious effect on the knife monster. This could only mean that the knife monster's power was too tyrannical. However, under the sword world, Chenzong still caught the knife monster's movements and reacted in time. He would not be unable to keep up like before. With a slash of his sword finger, a sword light of the 10 swords returned to one broke through and blasted towards the knife monster. Each of these sword lights had the power of a 12-star battle strength. Under the 10 swords returned to one, its power became even more tyrannical, and it could reach a higher level among the 12-star battle strength. However, when the sword light tore through the air, it failed to hit the blade demon. The blade demon was simply too fast, causing the sword light to miss. Chenzong's expression was solemn, and his eyes were extremely serious. As his sword finger pointed again, the second sword light broke through the air, and the third sword light broke through the air. The second sword light also missed, and the third sword light hit the knife monster, but it was also blocked by the knife monster's blade. The sword light paused and shook violently. In the next breath, countless cracks appeared and shattered. After the knife monster's body paused for a moment, it directly passed through the shattered sword light that filled the sky and continued to rush towards Chenzong. However, the fourth sword light also arrived. The fifth, the sixth, the seventh, one after another, the sword light broke through the air and blasted towards the knife monster. The power of each sword light was extremely terrifying. If it was a complete fierce demon, it would be easily pierced, torn, and shattered. However, the ultimate form of the blade demon was too terrifying. The beams of sword light were unable to hit its body at all. On the contrary, the twin blades slashed out continuously. Every slash was like a bolt of lightning that tore through the air, tearing and shattering everything in its path. The beams of sword light were unable to resist and were directly cut and shattered. It was too fast. Not only was this knife monster extremely fast and powerful, but its reaction speed was also extremely shocking. After the sword lights were shattered, they quickly reformed and scattered in all directions, attacking from all directions. However, the blade demon's two blades continuously slashed out. It was as if streaks of faint golden lightning tore through the air. Each streak of blade light would shatter a streak of sword light. It was too fast. It was so fast that even Chenzong's sword light recasting speed felt like it was difficult to keep up. It was approaching. The knife monster kept approaching Chenzong, causing Chenzong to feel an extremely terrifying pressure. If it were not for the sword world, Chenzong would have been forced to retreat long ago. Under the circumstances of opening the sword world and using the 10 swords as one, the consumption of energy was astonishing. It was a huge burden on Chenzong, and he could not maintain it for long. Although Chenzong could take the grand returning elixir and recover his energy quickly, Chenzong knew very well that even if his energy was fully recovered, it was just stalling for time. This knife monster was too terrifying and too tyrannical. It was directly crushing to him. If he did not have the sword world, he would have been defeated by this knife monster. Thinking about it, he was injured with just one slash, and this was because his divine body was tyrannical, and the great path of the world was in it, so it had a strong ability to absorb and dissolve external attacks. If it were someone without a strong divine body, that slash would have cut him into pieces. The sword light was shattered again, and Chenzong took a step back, retreating 1,000 meters away. The knife monster also immediately sensed it. Its body paused, and its eyes swept over. Then, it returned to its original position and closed its eyes, as if it had turned into a statue again. Chenzong could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly took the grand returning elixir to recover his energy that was almost depleted. Fortunately, this ultimate knife monster had a limit. Otherwise, if it could move freely, Chenzong would not be able to escape at all and would be killed directly. Chenzong was sure that almost no one in the trial camp could stop this knife monster. Most people could not even block one slash. If he directly released the limit, it would be a one-sided massacre. Then, the trial would lose its meaning. After recovering his energy, Chenzong stared at the knife monster that had turned into a statue and fell into deep thought. The sword world's 10 swords as one could not do anything to the opponent. What about the 100 swords as one? The 100 swords as one, in the original void, could directly kill an ordinary 1 star of the transcendent realm. It was also a great threat to 2 stars of the transcendent realm. However, Chenzong was not confident at all that he could deal with this ultimate knife monster. Furthermore, the speed of the 100 swords as one was too slow. Even if he condensed the 100 swords as one, Chenzong was not confident that he could hit the knife monster. After all, the knife monster was too fast. In the history of the 9 heavens, has anyone ever killed this ultimate knife monster? Chenzong could not help but ask. The strength displayed by this knife monster was so tyrannical that no one could resist it. However, Chenzong had a feeling that this was not the knife monster's full strength. Who in the Yuan underworld realm could resist such tyrannical strength? Yes. The 9th heaven ring's answer shocked Chenzong. His mind was impacted. Yes, the 9 heavens ring would not lie to him. Or rather, there was no need to lie to him. If it said there was, then there was. Who exactly was it? How could they possess such terrifying combat strength? Being able to kill such a terrifying ultimate knife monster was simply inconceivable and unimaginable. After a few breaths, Chenzong exhaled a long breath. That breath was long, and it allowed Chenzong's shocked mind to gradually calm down. Sure enough, the universe was vast and there were many voids and countless geniuses. He had only been born in the 3rd order void. Above that, there were still the 2nd order and 1st order voids. The higher the order of the void, the more perfect and powerful the laws were, and the easier it was to give birth to top-notch geniuses. Come to think of it, this was not surprising. Chenzong did not ask the 9 heavens ring how many trial takers had killed this ultimate knife monster in history. After all, that was not very meaningful. He just needed to know. The important thing was whether he could kill it. There are still more than 6 months left. Chenzong clenched his fists as his eyes flickered. When I came here, my chi refinement and body tempering cultivation had not yet reached the true limit of the Yuan underworld realm. There is still room for improvement, which means that my combat strength can also be further enhanced. Besides, the more I comprehend the 9 heavens true sword and cultivate it, the more I feel that it is extensive and profound. It is worth studying and becoming stronger. I can still continue to improve and reach a higher level. I will possess even greater combat strength. When I reach the peak, I will have a showdown with this knife monster. After making up his mind, Chenzong retracted his gaze, turned around and left the core area. He was prepared to search for the complete body demon to hunt. At the same time, he wanted to use the complete body demon to hone his sword techniques. Tomorrow is the last day of 2018. In order to commemorate such a meaningful day, the 6th Tao will once again erupt. Everyone, please cast your guaranteed monthly votes for our divine power. In the East, West, South, and North trial camps, there were more than 1/5 tier 10,000 elephant true technique powerhouse. Who could be number 1? Only battle, only by defeating and killing others could one reach the top and be ranked number 1 in this trial grounds. From there, one's trial evaluation would be raised by another level. For these top prodigies, a level 3 trial evaluation was the most basic. Level 4 or even level 5 was the goal. However, there were only 4 ways to raise one's trial evaluation. Each of them seemed simple, but in fact, they were very difficult and not easy to achieve. How difficult was it to obtain 1,000,000 trial points? Before Chenzong, there were people who had challenged the ultimate fierce demon. The result was no doubt that they had failed. Some people even lost a death mark because of it, breaking the record of not dying and losing a chance to raise their trial evaluation. In short, after thinking deeply, one would realize that the 4 ways to raise their trial evaluation were very difficult. Battle. In various parts of the fierce demon wasteland, there were 5th-tier powerhouses constantly fighting to determine who was better. This was not a matter of victory or defeat, but of life and death. Only by killing the opponent could one be considered victorious. One had to kill all the 5th-tier powerhouses at least once to be considered number 1. If one was defeated and killed once, it would not be counted and one would not be able to obtain the trial evaluation. Therefore, it was very difficult to obtain number 1. One had to have absolute strength and be able to suppress the strength of others. Only then could one obtain the trial evaluation. Qianzong did not take the initiative to find other 5th-tier powerhouses to fight a battle of life and death. Instead, he looked for complete fierce demons to hone his swordsmanship. The 9 tiers true sword was unfathomable. Qianzong had the urge to study it constantly. As he studied and comprehended it, he used it in actual combat. Every time he fought with a complete fierce demon, Qianzong would only use his normal combat strength. He would make his absolute strength weaker than the complete fierce demon, but use his superb swordsmanship to fight and hone his swordsmanship. A complete fierce monster was worth 10,000 trial points, which was enough for Qianzong to exchange for a lot of pills. With enough pills, Qianzong was not afraid of losing strength or being injured. With the Great Returning True Pill and the Great Golden Restoring Pill, he could quickly recover. Of course, Qianzong also returned the trial points he obtained from the Small Dao Alliance and the points Wu Daoyuan and Feng Lan lent him. Not only did he return them with double the amount, which was shocking. This was great news for the Little Dao Alliance. Time flew by and another month went by. There was only half a year left until the end of the trial. During this 1 month, Qianzong had fought with over 20 full-bodied ferocious demons and constantly honed his swordsmanship. His swordsmanship had obviously improved, and he had completely grasped the mystery of the 10th sword of the ninefold true sword. At the same time, Qianzong had also obtained over 200,000 trial points. Including the points he had obtained previously, he had over 300,000 trial points. Of course, there was still a big gap between him and the 1 million trial points he had accumulated. I have completely grasped the 10th sword, but I feel that this is not the limit of the ninefold true sword. Qianzong thought to himself, and his eyes flashed. There should be an 11th sword above the 10th sword. Even so, Qianzong knew very well that the so-called 11th sword was just his imagination. At least, that was the case for now. It was too difficult to derive it from the Tao. However, a month of fierce battles and continuous honing had given Qianzong a lot of accumulation. Tired and enlightened, Qianzong planned to go into seclusion in the camp for a while to see if he could grasp that bit of inspiration and derive the 11th sword. 5 days later, Qianzong came out of seclusion with a calm expression. This time, he did not gain much from his seclusion. He only had a feeling that he was about to cross a line, but he was just a little bit away. It was this feeling that prevented Qianzong from deriving the 11th sword. This only means that my accumulation is not enough, Qianzong thought to himself and stepped into the camp again. Fight, continue to fight. However, this time, Qianzong did not plan to fight with full-bodied ferocious demons. This was because he had fought with all kinds of ferocious demons in the past month. If he fought again, he might be inspired, but it would not be so obvious. Therefore, this time, Qianzong intended to find other strong cultivators of the 5th heaven to battle, using this as a way to hone himself. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could kill them and gain more trial points, so that he could strive to become the strongest cultivator of the trial grounds. Currently, in the East Camp, there were only 5 people who had mastered the 5th level 10,000 elephant true skill. The 5 experts were from the Demon Tribe, the Heavenly Human Tribe, the Giant Tribe, and the Paleobeast Tribe, respectively. The 5th one was from the Human Tribe, the 3rd level Void. It was so incredible. Now, in the East Camp, the 4 experts were fighting outside. Naturally, it was difficult for Qianzong to find them. Otherwise, he would fight with them to determine who was stronger. Qianzong set off for the ferocious demon wasteland directly. With the 9 heaven rings, Qianzong could actively sense the location of the other 5th level experts. This was also to facilitate the competition for the strongest in the trial grounds. Otherwise, the ferocious demon wasteland was not small. If he was unlucky, it might be difficult to meet the other party. Adjusting his direction, Qianzong headed toward the aura that he sensed the strongest. The strongest aura meant that the other party was the closest to him. As he got closer, Qianzong saw the other party, and the other party also saw Qianzong. Wu Xiu, it was Wu Xiu from the Paleobeast Tribe, one of the 5 experts in the East camp. Seeing Chen Zong, Wu Xiu's eyes lit up and his aura burst out in an instant. Fight! With a roar, Wu Xiu suddenly turned into a violent flowing light and rushed toward Chen Zong like a thunderbolt. As long as it was a 5th-level contender, who wouldn't want to fight for the title of number 1? One had to know that the prodigies of the first-rank Void Realm usually knew more and were more aware of the benefits of an increase in the evaluation level. Within Chen Zong's eyes, a sharp light shot out like the edge of a sword. His body moved and swept out like a gentle breeze. His sword was also unsheathed. It swept up a sword light that was suffused with extreme sharpness and instantly tore through the sky. The 9th sword of the 9 Heaven True Sword, fight, fierce fight. Soon, Wu Xiu found that he could not defeat Chen Zong in his human form, so he directly shapeshifted. After shapeshifting, Wu Xiu's head was in between that of a human and a wolf. His body also underwent a great change. Overall, he looked like a werewolf. A strong evil spirit constantly surged out from his body. Chen Zong also broke out his maximum combat strength. After shapeshifting, Wu Xiu's strength increased a lot, especially his speed, which increased significantly. Be it in terms of strength or speed, Chen Zong realized that he was not as good as Wu Xiu. The only thing he could do was to rely on his superb swordsmanship to keep himself on par with Wu Xiu, but that was all. The genius of the first-level void was indeed terrifying. The 10th sword, Chen Zong struck out with his sword. Its sharpness shocked the world, causing Wu Xiu's pupils to tremble. At the same time, his body moved extremely quickly, transforming into layers of afterimages, and his sharp claws slashed across the sky. The afterimages were torn apart, but Wu Xiu's real body avoided the sword. His sharp claws grabbed at Chen Zong, as if he wanted to tear Chen Zong into pieces. However, Chen Zong blocked it with his sword. With his current cultivation, Chen Zong used less than 10% of his energy to perform the 10th sword again. Fight, Chen Zong did not open the sword world. At least, it was not the time to do so. His first goal was to fight with these experts of the 5th level to sharpen his swordsmanship and look for opportunities. For him, there was nothing more important than practicing swordsmanship and improving his swordsmanship. It was a wonderful feeling. Even if he could not increase his trial evaluation level, Chen Zong could accept it, as long as he could find an opportunity to make a breakthrough in his swordsmanship. Fight, fight, fight. In a situation where his speed and strength were not as good as his opponent, Chen Zong could only rely on his superb swordsmanship to stay undefeated and use this pressure to sharpen his swordsmanship. The sharpening effect of suppressing his strength was not as good as the sharpening effect of not suppressing his strength. When his strength was almost exhausted, Chen Zong took the Great Returning True Elixir to quickly recover his strength. Although Wu Xiu had accumulated a lot of strength, he had to rely on the Great Returning True Elixir to recover in such a battle. You're a low-level life form from the 3rd-rank void, but you can fight with me to this extent. Not bad. Wu Xiu, who could not retreat after a long battle, stared at Chen Zong with his pair of green eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "I'll give you one more chance. Surrender to me, and then follow me to the Beast King Mountain. With your talent and the training of the Beast King Mountain, you still have a chance to become a real expert in the future. Otherwise, you'll fade into the crowd. You talk too much nonsense." As soon as Chen Zong finished speaking, the 10th sword slashed out. The sword light was cold and swift, and its sharpness tore through everything. "In that case, I'll let you have a taste of my move." Wu Xiu's green eyes emitted a cold light. Immediately, he roared to the sky. His tyrannical strength flowed and gathered in his mouth, condensing into a ball of green light. Boom! As Wu Xiu opened his mouth and spat at Chen Zong, the emerald beam of light blasted out, shattering the void and heading straight for Chen Zong. The sword light of the 10th sword only paused for a moment before it was shattered in less than 1/100th of a breath's time. The jade green light blasted forward with irresistible force. It was extremely fast, so fast that Chen Zong found it difficult to dodge. Chen Zong held his sword in front of him. Under the attack of the green light, he felt as if his chest had been hit by a meteorite. It collapsed in an instant, and his whole body flew backward. At the same time, a terrible force rushed into his body through his chest, raging wildly and violently. Chen Zong flew back hundreds of meters. The power of this attack was even more tyrannical than that of the ultimate blade demon. Before he landed on the ground, Chenzong immediately took out a great gold elixir and swallowed it. The elixir's power quickly dissolved. Chenzong also operated the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true skill to quickly refine the elixir and heal his injuries quickly. As soon as he landed, Chenzong's body trembled. After bending his legs, he suddenly stomped on the ground. With a burst of astonishing speed, he directly attacked Wu Xiao, as if he was one with his sword. That attack was indeed terrible, and it directly injured him badly. However, the great gold elixir's healing effect was still very good. It was healing rapidly. In addition, Chenzong did not believe that Wu Xiao could continuously perform such an attack. On the last day of the year, let's have an explosion. Everyone, please give your last monthly votes to our god conduit. The sharp claws and the sword blade collided in an instant, and a terrible power burst out. Chenzong wielded his sword like the wind. The shadow of the sword swept across the sky and turned into a storm. In an instant, it was as fierce as the waves of the sea. Wu Jiao's claws attacked continuously, turning into a storm of sharp claws, and kept colliding with Chenzong's sword. Fight, fierce fight, the two had been fighting for an hour, but there was no clear winner. When his strength was almost exhausted, he would take the grand returning elixir to recover. When he was seriously injured, he would take the grand gold recovery elixir. Wu Jiao's attack, which spat out a turquoise flame from his mouth, was indeed very powerful. It was comparable to or even stronger than the attack of the ultimate form of the sword demon. It directly injured Chenzong. If he did not have the grand gold recovery elixir, Chenzong's combat strength would have decreased a lot if he took it immediately. But Wu Jiao could not perform such a powerful attack continuously. In the blink of an eye, another hour had passed. The two had been fighting fiercely for 2 hours. This fierce battle allowed Chenzong to gain a deeper understanding of swordsmanship, accumulating bit by bit. It's about time, Chenzong thought to himself. Then, he took out another great returning true elixir and consumed it. Chenzong had exchanged for dozens of elixirs in the 9 heavenly rings. His strength was quickly restored. Chenzong stared at Wu Jiao. Sword world. Open. In an instant, Wu Jiao felt an invisible power pass through his body, as if the sword chi was about to touch him. There was a piercing pain. Then, a terrible power burst out and suppressed him. Even with Wu Jiao's strength, he felt the pressure. His speed was immediately affected. 10 beams of sword light immediately condensed and shot toward Wu Jiao. Each beam of sword light had Chenzong's ultimate combat strength, which was as high as the 12-star level. The 10 beams of sword light were like 10 swordsmen swinging their swords. Ninefold true sword. Under the control of Chenzong, the 10 sword lights displayed the 5th move of the ninefold true sword. In fact, Chenzong could condense more sword lights, but when there were too many sword lights, the difficulty of controlling them would increase, and the consumption of energy would increase as well. It would be even more difficult for him to use the ninefold true sword. The 5th sword of the ninefold true sword was not a threat to Wu Xiao, but it was a different story when 10 sword lights were used. Under the siege of 10 sword lights, Wu Xiao immediately felt a great pressure. 10 swords as one, the 10 streaks of sword light converged into one in an instant. Chenzong did not feel any pressure when he performed this move. It was a piece of cake for him. The 6th sword of the ninefold true sword, the power of the sword light of the 10 swords returned to 1 skyrocketed, and the 6th sword was even more powerful. The sword broke through the sky like a meteor, causing Wu Xiao's expression to change drastically. Wu Xiao suddenly let out a long howl, and the power quickly gathered in his mouth from all parts of his body. It condensed into a ball of dark green light, burning continuously, and then he spat it out. With a loud boom, the void shook and layers of ripples spread out in all directions. It was as if a void vortex channel had opened up. Dark green flames shot out from the layers of ripples vortexes at an astonishing speed and with a violent might. Demon Wolf Wild Flame Strike. Under this attack, the sword light directly paused, and in the next moment, cracks appeared on it and it collapsed. However, the dark green flame also paused and weakened a lot, allowing Chenzong to dodge it easily. With a boom, the ground behind Chenzong was directly blasted open with a 100-meter-long and several-meter-deep gully. The edge of the gully was scorched black, as if it had been scorched by a high temperature. Condense. Zong looked solemn, and with a stroke of his sword finger, the shattered sword light in the void quickly reassembled and turned into a sword light again. Kill, the seventh move of the ninefold true sword. This was the strongest move that Zong could perform with the sword world. Wu Xiu had just performed the ultimate move, Demon Wolf Wild Flame Strike, and had consumed most of his power. He quickly took out an elixir and swallowed it, but Zong's sword had already reached him. Dodge, at the critical moment, Wu Xiu dodged, but he was still hit, and one of his arms was directly broken. The sword light turned around and slashed, extremely agile and light. However, Wu Xiu's reaction was also extremely fast, and he once again avoided the vital parts, but his other arm was also cut off. His expression changed greatly, and without hesitation, Wu Xiu burst out with full speed, immediately rushing out to escape. No matter what, he could not be killed. Otherwise, not only would he lose half of the trial points, but he would also have a chance to die, and he would also have no chance to become the strongest in the trial ground. Simply put, death and losing the strongest meant losing 2 ways to increase the evaluation level. The loss was too great, and he could not die, so he could only escape. However, another 10 sword lights condensed in an instant, and appeared in front of Wu Xiu, directly surrounding him and blocking him for a moment. A moment, and that was enough. 10 swords in one, the extremely sharp sword light broke through the air and directly attacked. Wu Xiu, who had lost both of his arms, was greatly affected. Facing Zong's sword world and sword light siege, he dodged left and right but still could not escape. After all, the sword world covered an area of 20,000 meters. Kill, with a heart full of unwillingness, Wu Xiu's vision turned black, and his consciousness sank, and he fell into death. This battle was really not easy. Zong took out the 5th grand returning elixir and took it, recovering almost all of his power. Wu Xiu's combat strength was really amazing. Thinking back, he was able to win, more or less, because of luck. Of course, strength was also very important. Under the sword world, he was already in an invincible position. After checking, Zong found that after killing Wu Xiu, he had obtained more than 70,000 trial points. In other words, Wu Xiu originally had about 150,000 trial points. With more than 70,000 trial points, he was one step closer to accumulating 1 million trial points. Most importantly, after the battle with Wu Xiu, Zong had some understanding of swordsmanship. However, these understandings were fragmented, and he needed more understanding to integrate them. Then, he would continue to find people to fight. Relying on the sensing of the 9 heavenly rings, Zong waited until his strength was fully recovered, and then he continued to move forward. This time, he did not encounter an expert from the East Camp, but an expert from the West Camp, who was from the Heavenly Human Tribe. The Heavenly Human Tribe was born with the power of the Great Path of Light, and they could comprehend another great path. Together, their power was very terrifying. Fight, needless to say, the Heavenly Human Tribe directly attacked Zong, and Zong also pulled out his sword and slashed. Just like the battle with Wu Xiu, Zong did not directly use the sword world, but fought fiercely with the Heavenly Human Tribe with his sword. The Heavenly Human Tribe was not empty-handed. His weapon was a long white spear that emitted a faint halo. His spear technique had an indescribable grandeur. As soon as they fought, Zong quickly found that the Heavenly Human Tribe's strength was more powerful than Wu Xiu's, and the pressure he brought was stronger. The physique of the 4 First-Order Void clans was naturally stronger than that of the human clan. As they continued to cultivate and improve, their physique would also become more tyrannical. Unless there was body refining, the human clan would not be able to compare with them in terms of physique. Not only was there a difference in physique, but there was also a big gap in the purity and strength of the power cultivated. That was the congenital gap, and it was very difficult to make up for it. However, Zong was strong enough. The Heavenly Human Tribe was very strong, but they could not defeat Zong directly. Zong's tenacity was amazing. With a sword in hand, he displayed exquisite swordsmanship, and constantly neutralized the Heavenly Human Tribe's attacks. Full outbreak, the power of the Great Path of Light and the Great Path of Flame superimposed, and the power became even more terrifying. At the end of the fierce battle, Zong displayed the Sword World. Under the Sword World, the Heavenly Human Tribe gradually fell into a disadvantage and was injured. To Qinzong, there was a big difference whether he displayed the sword world or not. The heavenly human tribe was defeated, but Qinzong did not kill them. It was not that he was unwilling, but that it was difficult to kill them. The heavenly human tribe's speed was even faster than Wu Xiu's, and they had taken the Qingchen elixir, so they were even faster. Although it was a pity, Qinzong was not without gains. He learned more about swordsmanship, accumulating little by little, waiting for the moment of qualitative change. Search, fight, again and again. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, in the blink of an eye, there were only 3 months left until the end of the trial period. In these 3 months, Qinzong did not kill many full-body fierce demons, less than 10. However, he fought with many 5th-level experts, a total of 9. Of the 9 experts who had mastered the 5th-level 10,000 elephant true skill, 2 came from the East Camp, 2 from the West Camp, 2 from the North Camp, and 3 from the South Camp. Of the 9 experts, 4 were killed by Qinzong, and the other 4 escaped with their own strength. The last one was very strong. Even if Qinzong displayed the sword world, he could not defeat him. Of course, under the sword world, the other party could not do anything to Qinzong. They could only fight until the end and retreat. This person was an expert from the North Camp. He was an expert from the giant tribe, and his name was De Yanli. In the camp, in Qinzong's small wooden house, Qinzong sat quietly, and there were wisps of light in his eyes. After 3 months, my comprehension of the 9 sword true skills has finally reached a new level, Qinzong said to himself. He already had a clue about the 11th sword. Without drawing his sword, Qinzong used his finger as a sword, and directly slashed out. Then, he pointed again. A sharp light flashed between his fingers, and the power penetrated through his fingertips, as if it could break the void. At that moment, the sharpness surprised Qinzong. Although he did not use much strength, the sharpness was too shocking. It was much more powerful than the 10th sword. The 9 sword true skills are direct and pure. The sword master is the sharpness, and each sword is stronger than the previous one. The sharpness of the 10th sword is much stronger than the 9th sword. It is extremely terrifying. And the 11th sword should also be focused on the sharpness. Ignoring everything else, and only using the sharpness of the sharpness, it can break through everything, penetrate everything, and tear everything apart. Its power is obviously stronger than the 10th sword. Although Qinzong instinctively felt that the 9 sword true skills were unfathomable, and different people might have different comprehensions, from the beginning, Qinzong had comprehended the sharpness of the sword. If the 10th sword was like that, then the 11th sword should also be like that. Only in this way could the sharpness of the sword be interpreted to the extreme. Now, after going through many battles, Qinzong finally had enough accumulation to take that step. He had a deeper understanding of the 11th sword and could derive it. If he could master the 11th sword, Qinzong knew that his strength would be even stronger. Second update, the sky was dark, and it was already nightfall. On the mottled and ancient stone bridge in the eastern training grounds, a tall and robust figure stood towering like a boulder. No matter how the wind blew or the rain struck him, he remained towering and unmoving, and he stood there as if he'd been there for eternity. What is Morogu doing? I don't know. Many people felt frightened when they passed by. After all, Emoluagu was one of the 5 strongest in the East Camp. If he went berserk, no one could stop him except for the 5 strongest. They would be killed immediately. Fortunately, Emoluagu did not attack them. The reason for that was because he did not plan to do so. Bullying the weak was not something he would do. An expert should have the demeanor of an expert. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not attack the weak. That would go against the path of the strong. A figure appeared in front of him with a long sword at his waist. He flew over like a ray of sword light. Emoluagu, who had been motionless, suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light shot out and penetrated the sky as if it was solid. The sword. Light in front of him paused for a moment as if it had sensed something and looked over. Radiance shot out in all directions, colliding in the void, creating formless ripples. Morogu, Qinzong, 2 of the 5 strongest. Is Emoluagu going to fight Qinzong again? Everyone seemed to have realized something. They were all shocked and excited. Human, the battle back then was a draw. Today, you will definitely die. Emoluagu's voice was deep, as if he was roaring. The moment he finished speaking, he did not wait for Chenzong's reply. He stomped on the ground and erupted with unparalleled speed, charging towards Chenzong like a ray of dark demonic light. Morogu was extremely fast and his power was astonishing. He was like a bolt of dark lightning. Wherever he passed, a gully was carved into the ground. The tough grass in the gully was pulverized into powder. No one knew when the saber had appeared in his hand. As he dashed out like a bolt of lightning, the saber slashed through the air, as if it had split the void in half. The ninth blade of the ninefold slaughtering saber, as soon as he made his move, Emoluagu immediately unleashed a powerful strike with his blade. He had no intention of testing the waters because there was no need for that. Wu Xiu was among the crowd, watching intently. He had been defeated by Chenzong's sword and had been killed once. He had suffered a great loss and gained a better understanding of Chenzong's strength. Therefore, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious between Chenzong and Emoluagu. However, Wu Qiong was leaning toward Chenzong. After all, he felt that Emoluagu's power was about the same as his own. However, Wu Xiu still hoped that Emoluagu would be defeated. It would be best if Emoluagu died under Chenzong's sword. Only then would Wu Xiu feel better and more balanced. This was because Morogu was the same as him. They were both higher life forms from the first-rank void. Without hesitation, Chenzong struck out with his sword. He did not hesitate to attack Emoluagu. The ninth sword, this was the ninth sword at the peak of Emoluagu's combat prowess. This was because Emoluagu's strike had superimposed the power of the great Tao of darkness and destruction. It was extremely powerful. Collision, the sword light paused for a moment before shattering. However, the saber light continued its attack. In terms of absolute power, Wu Xiu was still inferior to his opponent. Chenzong could not do anything about this. After all, he was a human. A third-rank void human was innately inferior to a first-rank void life form. This was an innate difference that could not be made up for later. Unless Wu Xiu could superimpose the power of the great Tao, this difference would always exist. However, although his power was inferior to his opponent, Chenzong could rely on his superb swordsmanship to contend with him. He could hone his swordsmanship and stimulate his potential and inspiration. When the 10th sword was unleashed, its sharpness was astonishing. Even Emoluagu did not dare to take it head-on. After all, the power of this sword was too strong. However, Emoluagu had not derived the 10th sword of the 9-layered killer blade. It was not easy to break through the limits of the fundamental martial arts of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Only a small number of people could do so. Every one of them had an extremely solid foundation and extraordinary comprehension ability. This had nothing to do with the race of the life form. Chenzong's power is much stronger than it was back then. Wu Xiu's eyes narrowed slightly. He was secretly surprised. It was hard to imagine that Chenzong's power was still increasing. For example, Wu Xiu had already reached the limit of this realm before entering this place. The 10,000 elephant true skill was only used to restore and unseal one's power. Other than making a breakthrough in the power of the great Tao and martial arts, there was no way to increase one's cultivation base. However, Wu Xiu could now feel that Chenzong's power had increased. Furthermore, this aura came from the increase in his cultivation base. Indeed, Chenzong's cultivation base had also increased over the past few months. It was gradually approaching the limits of the Yuan underworld realm and the Great Mastery Divine Body realm. This increase in cultivation base naturally increased Chenzong's combat strength as well. Although it was not much, it was still a kind of improvement that could be felt. The increase in cultivation base made it easier for Chenzong to use the 10th sword. The consumption of energy had also decreased. Emoluagu dodged Chenzong's sword. Just as he was about to swing his saber to counterattack, his pupils shrank to the size of needles. He felt a sharp light that had yet to be unleashed locked onto him. That light was extremely sharp and shocking. It seemed to be able to pierce through and tear apart everything. Nothing in the world could resist it. This hint of sharpness that had yet to be unleashed made Morogu's hair stand on end. One sword, absolute void, absolute light, countless extremely sharp strands of sword chi shot out like a fan of swords, and they possessed an indescribable sharpness. In the next moment, they overlapped into one and transformed into a wisp of the most extreme sharpness that silently tore through the sky. The void was torn apart and pierced through by this sword as easily as cutting paper. The moment the sword was brandished, Chenzong also felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. It was as if nothing in the world could resist the edge of this sword. Everything would be sliced apart. The void was as thin as paper, and the sword light was as sharp as a blade. It could not be blocked, it could not be blocked at all. Emoluagu was horrified. The sword light had just appeared and had not yet reached him, but he already felt as if he could not block it and would be torn apart and penetrated. Moreover, the speed of this sword was not slow either. It made him feel as if it would be difficult to dodge. Roar! In an instant, Emoluagu's body swelled and became stalwart. His aura became even stronger, more violent, and more overbearing. He crazily attacked his surroundings, causing layers of ripples to spread out. With a furious roar, Emoluagu unleashed all his strength. He clenched his saber with both hands and slashed out the ninth saber strike. The saber light was earth-shattering. It was extremely overbearing and violent. It seemed as if it could split a mountain. Everything under the saber light would be cut into pieces. The extremely sharp sword light was frightening. They could not help but tremble. From afar, they felt as if their eyes had been pierced. There was a piercing pain and chills all over their bodies. Wu Xiu's expression changed drastically. He was horrified. When he fought Chenzong a few months ago, Chenzong did not use this sword. Was he holding back then, or was it the improvement he had made in the past few months? No matter which it was very frightening. Even from tens of thousands of meters away, Wu Xiu could feel that the astonishing sharpness of this sword was difficult to block. Could Emoluagu block it? However, Emoluagu's saber strike was also very frightening. As the saber light slashed down, darkness filled the air and destroyed everything. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. As the saber slashed down, it seemed as if it could cut everything into pieces. It was extremely overbearing. However, Chenzong's sword pierced through it. Sharpness, the shocking sharpness was invincible and unstoppable. It pierced through and broke through everything. It shot toward Emoluagu like a bolt of lightning. Emoluagu raised his saber in time to block it. The saber shook, and his arms trembled slightly. His entire body flew backward. The overbearing saber light that he had unleashed continued to slash toward Chen Zong. However, because it had been pierced through, its power was greatly reduced. Chen Zong did not dodge. He swung his sword and shattered the saber light. His body flashed, and he turned into a beam of sword light. He approached Emoluagu and slashed with his sword. The 10th sword, the power of the 11th sword, was indeed very overbearing. It did not exceed Chenzong's expectations, nor did it disappoint Chenzong. It broke through Emoluagu, who had unleashed his secret technique, and forced him back. However, it did not kill him immediately. This could not be helped. In terms of absolute power, Chenzong was indeed inferior to Emoluagu. Moreover, Chenzong had only just mastered the 11th sword. He had not perfected it to the extreme. If he perfected it to the extreme, its power could be increased by a lot. It could at least be doubled. If the power of the 11th sword was doubled, then even if Emoluagu did not die, he would be severely injured. However, although the 11th sword was very powerful, it consumed a shocking amount of his power. It consumed 30% of his power, which was 5 or 6 times more than the 10th sword. This meant that Chenzong could only use the 11th sword as a trump card. He could not use it regularly. Moreover, after using the 11th sword, the burden was not small. He could not use it continuously. Emoluagu, who was at a disadvantage because of the 11th sword, faced Chenzong's 10th sword that was closing in on him. Sword light flashed before his eyes. The sharpness of the sword came slashing at him. He quickly slashed with his sword. Retreat, Emoluagu could not fully unleash his power. He was once again forced back by Chenzong. Another 10th sword strike. Chenzong unleashed the 10th sword continuously. The beam of sword light shot out like a phantom. It attacked continuously, not giving Emoluagu a chance to catch his breath. After all, it was not easy to gain the upper hand. Luogu could only wave his sword again and again to block. He was forced back again and again. Chen Zong kept pressing forward. In an instant, another shocking sharpness spread out. Countless beams of sword qi shot out and overlapped with each other in an instant. The sharpness of the sword was the pinnacle of sharpness. The 11th sword, Luogu's expression changed drastically. He forced himself to channel all his power and unleashed another powerful strike. The beam of the sword was vast and domineering. It was as if a demonic mountain had descended, suppressing and crushing everything. However, this strike was also penetrated by Chen Zong's sword. The beam of sword light arrived. Although Luogu blocked it with his sword, he was forced back again. The terrifying sharpness penetrated his sword and entered his body. It wreaked havoc. Luogu could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Without hesitation, Luogu seized the opportunity to retreat. He retreated to the stone bridge. With a tap of his foot, he retreated to the other side of the bridge. Chen Zong had no choice but to stop his pursuit. This was because beyond the stone bridge was the boundary of the trial grounds. No battle was allowed. No reason was allowed. Baidu Search 81 Chinese Network. No advertising message. Third update, shock. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they stared at Ma Yuogu. He had retreated. Ma Yuogu had actually retreated into the campsite. Everyone could see the difference between this and the last time. In the last battle, they had been evenly matched. No one had been able to defeat the other. However, this time, Ma Yuogu had been continuously pushed back by Chen Zong's sword. He was clearly at a disadvantage. Now that he had retreated into the campsite, it was as if he was avoiding the battle. Was he going to admit defeat? Some people were even secretly disdainful. A so-called first-rank void higher life form was nothing more than this. He had actually been forced to retreat by a third-rank void lower life form. He had no choice but to retreat into the campsite to avoid the battle. It was truly embarrassing. However, Ma Yuogu ignored everyone's gazes. His eyes were fixed on Chen Zong. His gaze was solemn. Immediately, he took out 2 pills and swallowed them. One was the Great Returning Pill, and the other was the Great Gold Recovery Pill. His strength recovered rapidly, and so did his injuries. Before long, Ma Yuogu had recovered to his peak state. "Human, you surprised me," Ma Yuogu said. His voice was low and somewhat hoarse. His gaze became obscure and gloomy. "Next, I'll use all my strength. If you can't stop me, you'll die." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark aura rapidly spread out from Ma Yuogu's body. It covered the surroundings and swallowed his entire being. Immediately after, a destructive force erupted. It circled the surroundings like a demonic dragon, swallowing the dark aura. A sudden change occurred. After the destructive demonic dragon swallowed all the dark aura, it exploded as if it could not withstand it. However, it did not explode. Instead, it turned into wisps of dark aura. The aura was even darker than the darkness from before. It permeated Ma Yuogu's body like silk and fog. There was not much of this aura, and it looked very faint. However, there was an indescribable depth to it. The aura that permeated the air was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could annihilate and destroy everything. Wu Ji's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He was horrified. Chen Zong's pupils shrank as well. His sharp senses told him that the black fog around Ma Yuogu was a great threat. Dark extermination. Luogu's voice was incredibly low. It was as if it was filled with an oppressive pressure that caused one's heart to palpitate. It was like a low roar that came from a dark abyss. The moment his voice rang out, Luogu had already turned into a black shadow. He silently swept across the sky, crossed the ancient bridge, and charged into the vicious demon wasteland. He closed in on Chen Zong. Too fast, extremely fast, it was unbelievably fast, at least twice as fast as before. Without hesitation, Chen Zong took the grand returning true elixir and directly attacked with his sword. The extreme sharpness tore the void apart as easily as cutting a piece of paper. Nothing in the world could withstand the sharpness of the sword. The 11th sword of ninefold true sword, this was also the most powerful sword strike Chen Zong could unleash. It was also this sword strike that had pushed Luogu back and put him at a disadvantage. That was why Qianzong had chased him relentlessly and injured him in the end. He had no choice but to flee into the camp to avoid the battle. However, when the 11th sword arrived, Mo Luogu did not dodge at all. The dark and depraved fog quickly spread over the war saber. He slashed out with the saber as fast and fierce as lightning. Slash, the terrifying and direct power of destruction erupted in an instant. It mixed with the domineering saber light as it arrived. At the moment of contact, the sword light paused, and so did the saber light. However, in less than a breath's time, the sword light shattered. The astonishing sharpness also seemed to be rapidly eroded. It was as if the sword had been eroded by the passage of time. It had lost its sharpness and become rusty. The saber light continued to attack. Qianzong was horrified. Even the 11th sword of ninefold true sword could not block the saber strike. What kind of power was this? Why did it give him such a terrifying feeling? That power contained both darkness and destruction. However, regardless of whether it was darkness or destruction, it was much stronger than before. Fusion. Wu Xiu was shocked. Mo Luogu has actually fused the power of the Great Path of Darkness and the Great Path of Destruction. The superposition of the Great Paths and the fusion of the Great Paths were two different concepts. Superposition was as direct as 1 + 1 = 2. Fusion would cause all kinds of changes and become even more terrifying. However, fusion was much more difficult than superposition. Among the demon tribe and the celestial tribe, there were very few who could superposition the power of two great paths. Not only did it require sufficient talent, but it also required the right opportunity. Neither could be missing. Wu Xiu did not expect Mo Luogu to be able to do it. The moment the 11th sword was shattered, Qianzong used the sword world as fast as he could. Sword light condensed and appeared in front of him, attacking Mo Luogu. However, the sword light was constantly shattered and turned into pieces that sputtered everywhere. However, in this way, Mo Luogu's indomitable saber strike was also blocked. It could not truly cut Qianzong. However, Qianzong discovered that it was very difficult for the sword light that Mo Luogu had shattered to reassemble. This was because the fragments were filled with a terrifying power. The power of destruction and darkness prevented the sword light from reassembling. Without hesitation, Qianzong gave up on the sword light and reassembled other sword light to attack Mo Luogu. 100 sword lights were completely condensed and attacked Mo Luogu wave after wave, unleashing an extremely violent attack. Wave after wave of sword light was like an endless wave of sword light. Kill. 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 Under such an attack, Qianzong's energy consumption was astonishing. He had no choice but to take out the great returning true elixir again. However, in the face of Qianzong's attacks, Mo Luogu's power of destruction and darkness continued to erupt. He slashed out with his saber, each strike bursting with a terrifying and direct power that shattered the incoming sword light. This made Qianzong feel as if he was facing the ultimate form of a sword demon. A tug of war. Qianzong and Mo Luogu were caught in a tug of war. Fortunately, in the past few months, Qianzong had not only made great progress in his swordsmanship, but his cultivation base was also nearing the limits of the Yuan underworld realm and the great success divine body realm. His overall combat strength had also improved significantly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to trap Mo Luogu. Mo Luogu continuously unleashed his power of destruction and shattered wave after wave of sword light. However, he was getting a little anxious. This was because although he had successfully fused the power of the Great Path of Darkness and the Great Path of Destruction into the power of destruction, it was only a preliminary fusion. It was only a superficial fusion. Not only was its power not at its peak, but its duration was also limited. Otherwise, he would only need one strike to kill Qianzong. However, there were no ifs. At the divine condensation realm, it was already very rare for him to successfully fuse a trace of the power of the Great Path. He had originally planned to unleash his power of destruction and kill Qianzong as quickly as possible. However, he had not expected that Qianzong still had a trump card. Furthermore, while this trump card of his wasn't particularly strong in terms of direct attacks, it was superior in terms of continuous attacks. One after another, it blocked his path and increased the rate at which he was depleting the power of dusk. It was extremely annoying. A battle of attrition, this was a battle of attrition. Luogu was exhausted, and so was Qianzong. However, there had to be a victor in this battle. If they retreated again, it might leave a shadow in Luogu's heart. Fight to the death, the battle was so intense that it made everyone's scalp go numb. If they were in Luogu's place, they would probably be turned into ashes in a single blow. Wu Qiu's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He was extremely shocked. These two people were both stronger than him. If I can achieve bloodline atavism. Wu Qiu could not help but clench his fists. If he could achieve bloodline atavism, it would not be inferior to the Great Path Fusion of the demonic tribe. Unfortunately, just like the Great Path Fusion, bloodline atavism was also very difficult. Another 7 minutes passed. After Luogu slashed out with his blade, his expression changed drastically. The wisps of black mist on his body had been completely exhausted. The fused power of destruction had been exhausted. Luogu felt waves of weakness wash over him. After all, to fuse two powers of the Great Path, he had to consume a lot of his own power. This was the disadvantage of having a rough grasp of it. Luogu knew that he was about to reach his limit. He glanced at Qianzong and saw that Qianzong's face was pale. There was fatigue in his eyes. It seemed that he was about to reach his limit as well. In that case, he would go all out. Mustering his remaining power, Luogu slashed out with his blade again. This kind of exhaustion was not the exhaustion of his power. It was the exhaustion of his spirit. It was the exhaustion of his body after fighting for so long. This kind of exhaustion was very difficult to recover from with pills. At least, there was no such pill in this camp. It could only be recovered through rest. 10 beams of sword light shot out again and collided with Luogu. They immediately blocked him and forced him back. Kill! With a low roar, Qianzong unleashed his last burst of murderous intent. The last of his power was cold and direct. He became one with his sword and transformed into a cold bolt of lightning that streaked across the sky. To Wu Qiu, this sword was not fast. It was only the 7th sword of the 9-layered true swords. However, to Luogu, it was very fast. At this point in the battle, Luogu had reached his limit. He felt a little dizzy because of the high level of exhaustion. He could not dodge it, he could not dodge this sword at all. When he tried to block it with his blade, he felt that his arm was as light as a feather. The blade seemed to weigh thousands of pounds. Luogu felt increasingly dizzy. He felt as if everything was unreal. It was as if he was seeing an illusion. Before his eyes, there was only a flash of sword light. Then, Luogu felt as if he was flying into the sky. He kept flying and spinning. But at the same time, he felt as if he was falling into the abyss and sinking into oblivion. After slashing at Luogu with his sword, Qianzong rushed to the stone bridge. He crossed the stone bridge and rushed into the camp. He staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, he managed to prop himself up with his sword in time. Even so, Qianzong still felt extremely weak. It was a kind of weakness that originated from the depths of his essence, energy, and spirit. It was as if waves of madness were sweeping over him, wanting to drown him. Everything before his eyes turned black. His consciousness seemed to be sinking into darkness. He bit his tongue. The pain made Qianzong tremble slightly. He forced himself to stay awake. He struggled to lift his sword and staggered toward the camp gate. It was as if he was walking on clouds. He felt as light as a feather. His whole body swayed as if he could fall at any time. He could not fall. No matter what, he could not fall here. At the very least, he had to return to his little wooden house before he could fall and have a good rest. 4th update, bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. Go against the current and wish my brothers a happy new year. Floating up and down, he was like a small boat drifting in the dark sea. He did not know where he came from or where he would end up. As he drifted, the darkness was boundless and there was no end. Unknowingly, a spot of light lit up. The light gradually expanded, dispelling the darkness and covering the drifting boat. When he opened his eyes, a ray of sharp light shot out like a sword, as if it could pierce through everything. Qianzong quickly woke up. He was in his wooden hut. He thought for a while and remembered that he had fought with Mo Luogu. They had fought fiercely for a long time, and he had used all his means. In the end, he had killed Mo Luogu, but he had reached his limit. The limit of his essence, qi, and spirit could not be replenished by the grand returning elixir. Resisting the feeling of drowsiness, he staggered back to his little wooden hut. He directly fell into a deep sleep and didn't know what had happened. He slept for a day and a night. Although he had slept for a long time, now that he had woken up, Qianzong felt refreshed. His essence, qi, and spirit had completely recovered. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that he had broken through his limit. He stretched his waist and stretched his muscles, making a series of explosive sounds. Qianzong got up and checked on himself. After killing Mo Luogu, he had gained more than 100,000 trial points. Including what he had gained before, he had accumulated more than 600,000 trial points. He was one step closer to 1 million trial points. According to this situation, he might be able to gain 1 million trial points and raise his trial evaluation by another level. There were less than 3 months left before the end of the trial. Qianzong was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he cultivated quietly. The battle with Mo Luogu was fierce and difficult. He had almost exhausted all his essence, qi, and spirit. He was very tired, but he had gained a lot, even more than the battle with Wu Xiao. Qianzong needed to cultivate quietly and fully comprehend what he had gained. He wanted to make it his own and improve his foundation and accumulation. Time passed. The battle between Qianzong and Mo Luogu had caused a great stir in the East camp. Everyone was shocked. 5 experts, Qianzong had defeated and killed Mo Luogu head-on. This meant that Qianzong's ability was even stronger than Mo Luogu's. It was simply unbelievable, but many people had seen it with their own eyes. It could not be faked. Xing Tianming, Wang Meng, and Dashi were even more shocked when they heard this news. Mo Luogu was an expert who was on par with him. Although it was hard to say who was stronger between the two of them, was Mo Luogu too weak to be killed by a human from the third sequence void? That was probably not the case. It was just that the human was way too strong. He was so strong that even Mo Luogu was no match for him. It was completely shocking that a human from the third sequence void could be so powerful. On the other hand, the Small Path Alliance was very excited. Qianzong was the first deputy leader of the Small Path Alliance. With such an expert overseeing them, they walked out with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They were full of vigor. Qianzong's killing of Mo Luogu had caused a great stir. It swept through the camp like a storm. However, because Qianzong did not appear, the commotion gradually died down. After all, another major event had happened. Xing Tianming had killed Wang Meng and Dashi. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Someone saw Qianzong, who had disappeared for half a month, step out of the camp again. Limit, the battle with Mo Luogu had given him a feeling that he had broken through his shackles. After half a month of seclusion, Qianzong had also raised his qi cultivation and body tempering cultivation to the limit. His combat strength had increased once again, reaching the limit of the Yuan underworld realm and the great success divine body realm. The increase in his cultivation allowed him to grasp the power of the great path even more, making him stronger. In addition, his sword technique had become even more superb. He had become more proficient with the 11th sword of the ninefold true sword. Now, he no longer needed to use 30% of his strength to unleash it. He only needed 20% of his strength, and its power had increased by 30%. Fighting and comprehending were indeed the best ways to improve. After half a month, Qianzong's overall combat strength had increased by several times. He had become even more powerful. With his current strength, Qianzong believed that it would be easier to deal with Mo Luogu half a month ago. He wouldn't have to fight so hard. As time passed, the closer it got to the end of the trial period, the more frantic the 5th-level powerhouses became in finding people to fight. Even if they couldn't become the top powerhouse, they still had to accumulate more trial points. This time, Qianzong had come to the core of the ominous demon wasteland to see if there were any complete ominous demons to hunt. He had already accumulated more than 600,000 trial points. He only needed 300,000 more to reach 1 million to increase his trial rating by 1 level. 300,000 trial points were only equivalent to about 30 complete ominous demons. It wasn't a lot, but the key was whether there were enough complete ominous demons to find. There were too many monks and too little gruel. Coming to the core of the trial, he could hunt complete ominous demons. Secondly, he could encounter other 5th-level powerhouses. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Once he encountered other 5th-level powerhouses, there was no need to say much. He would fight them directly. The 11th sword, the sword was peerlessly sharp. Between heaven and earth, nothing could resist it. Everything would be pierced and torn apart by this sword. It was indestructible and invincible. Kill, another 5th-level powerhouse was killed by Xianxia. He had gained close to 100,000 trial points, and his total was close to 800,000. Run, Xianxia transformed into a beam of sword light, activating his extreme speed. He had also taken the Xianxia elixir, which made his body lighter. Invisibly, it also increased his speed and made him faster. He flew quickly along the grassland. Behind him, a huge beam of light was charging straight at him. It wasn't slow either. Most importantly, the aura emitted from his body was extremely powerful and terrifying. It was terrifying, as if everything around him was going to collapse. Even heaven and earth could not withstand it. It was a powerhouse from the giant tribe. His 5-meter-tall body was covered in bronze armor, which made him look even more terrifying. He held 2 giant hammers in his hands, and each hammer was as heavy as a mountain. The power of each hammer was extremely terrifying. This person was the top genius of the giant tribe, Dian Gang, and his name was Dian Gang. Previously, Xianxia had encountered an opponent who was once on par with him, Dian Li. They fought again. This time, Xianxia won and Dian Li died. Dian Li had just appeared and immediately attacked Xianxia. Although Xianxia had also taken the grand returning elixir to recover his strength, he was still no match for Dian Gang. Compared to the Great Cliff Force, the Great Cliff Gang's fighting strength was stronger, more than twice as strong. Even when Xianxia unleashed the 11th sword with his maximum fighting strength, it was still shattered by the Great Cliff Gang's giant hammer. Under the sword world, the layers of sword light were still unable to stop the Great Cliff Gang. Wielding the twin hammers, Big Rock's monstrous strength was terrifying to the extreme. Every strike of his hammers carried an incomparably frightening power that could shatter everything in the world. It was as if everything would be completely shattered by the twin hammers. Xianxia could feel that the great Tao that Dian Gang had comprehended was the great Tao of strength. The giant tribe's physique was extremely strong, and their strength was even more terrifying. In addition to the great Tao of strength, it was like adding wings to a tiger. It was even more shocking. I can't beat him, Xianxia had to admit that even if he activated the sword world, he would not be able to beat Dian Gang. He could only barely contend against him. This kind of resistance was still pleasant to hear. To put it bluntly, it was a struggle. It was almost a one-sided struggle, a stubborn resistance. Fortunately, although the opponent's strength was extremely shocking, his speed was not fast enough to catch up to Xianxia. In the end, he could only let Xianxia escape. It seems that I won't be able to get first place. After escaping, Xianxia thought to himself. Time was limited. There was less than a month to the end of the trial period, and the gap between his strength and Dian Gang's was huge. Unless he had more time to improve himself, he might have a chance to contend against him. As for defeating him, Xianxia was indeed not confident. Dian Gang's strength was too tyrannical. As such, Xianxia could only give up on the idea of becoming first place. As for the ultimate blade demon, to be honest, even now, Xianxia was not confident. Then, there were only 2 ways to increase the trial evaluation level. One was to accumulate 1,000,000 trial points, and the other was to stay alive. The first one was not far away. After killing Dian Gang, Xianxia's trial points had exceeded 900,000, reaching 920,000. He only had 80,000 left to accumulate. As for staying alive, there was also a high chance that he could do it. Time passed day after day, shortening day after day. In the 4 camps, there were people who had accumulated 100,000 trial points and exchanged them for the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, unsealing all their strength. In the core area, a sword light flashed, and the complete body of the fierce demon was immediately killed by Qianzong. Congratulations, you have accumulated 1,000,000 trial points. The voice of the 9 heavens ring rang out, making Qianzong happy. Now, he could at least get a 4th grade trial evaluation. There were only 3 days left until the end of the trial period. Let's go test that blade demon again. Qianzong's eyes flashed. Although he knew that he was no match for the blade demon, he was very curious to see how strong the blade demon was. With that thought, Qianzong immediately set off, entering the most central area of the core area. Unfortunately, someone was fighting the blade demon. Qianzong did not get close and watched from afar. The one fighting the blade demon was an expert from the celestial race. Qianzong discovered that the blade demon's dual blades had extended from half a meter to 1 meter. The might of each blade slash was even more tyrannical. The weapon used by the heavenly human expert was a flexible sword. It was sometimes straight and incomparably hard, and sometimes soft like a long whip. It was constantly changing. For a moment, the heavenly human expert fought fiercely with the blade demon. Qianzong was secretly shocked and looked askance. Strong, so strong. This battle made Qianzong realize that both the blade demon and the heavenly human expert were much stronger than him. Sure enough, the gap between the void sequence was very obvious. However, Qianzong was not discouraged. Indeed, the void he came from was only a 3rd grade void sequence, and could not be compared to a 1st grade void sequence. However, many 1st grade void sequence beings had died under his sword. Top prodigies like Imo Luogu and Wu Ji, who were 1st grade void sequences, had also died under his sword. There was no need to belittle himself. Now that someone was stronger than him, he just had to catch up. That year, the Samsara was still writing Connecting God. Little Rice Dumpling's footsteps never stopped. He kept moving forward and entered this year. The reason why Little Rice Dumpling could continue, and the Samsara could continue writing, is because of everyone's support. Without everyone's love and support, the Samsara would not have enough motivation. Thank you, everyone. Fortunately, I have your encouragement, support, and love. Today is the first day of 2019, the beginning of a new year. Looking forward to the future, our story continues. Little Rice Dumpling unsheathed his sword, invited you to walk with him, and set foot on the shore of swordsmanship. New Year, a connecting God of swordsmanship thanks to the past, walking with him to the present. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Today is the day to continue the eruption. Everyone, let's get a wave of New Year's monthly votes. The time was up on the last day. The 1-year trial period had ended. Instantly, the entire training ground shook, and the wind and clouds surged without end. In an instant, a pitch-black vortex appeared in the sky and continuously expanded. From the initial 10 meters, it rapidly expanded to 100 meters, then 1,000 meters, then 10,000 meters, and finally settled at 100,000 meters. The pitch-black vortex that was 10,000 meters long spun continuously like a black hole. It emitted a terrifying force that caused countless streams of air to be sucked into the black vortex and devoured. The devouring force grew stronger and stronger, and the area it covered became wider and wider. It seemed to have covered the entire trial ground. Qianzong and the others all felt the devouring force land on them. They could not resist it, even if they used all their strength, they could not resist the devouring force. It was too strong, too vast, and too shocking. However, the gap between them and the devouring force became apparent. Most of them could not resist it at all. They were sent flying into the air by the devouring force and into the pitch-black vortex. They could not maintain their bodies in the air and could only spin continuously. In the end, they screamed as they were sucked into the black vortex, as if they were being devoured. Even if some of them managed to resist the devouring force, they could only delay it for a breath of time. Only those who had mastered the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique could resist the devouring force for a few breaths of time, but only for a few breaths of time. Even for those who had mastered the 5th level of the 10,000 elephant true technique, there were differences in strength. Therefore, there were differences in the amount of time they could resist the devouring force. Qianzong was not the last one, but he managed to resist the devouring force for the longest time. There was no reason for it. When the devouring force appeared, they instinctively wanted to resist it. It was as if they could not control it. In the end, 2 of them were sucked up by the devouring force. One was De Yangang from the giant tribe's Dian clan, and the other was Xinguang Mingyue from the heavenly human tribe's Xinguang clan. Chen Zong couldn't win against De Yangang. He was almost crushed because De Yangang's strength was too terrifying. As for Xinguang Mingyue, Chen Zong hadn't fought with her, but he had seen her fight with the ultimate form Blade Demon. Although she had lost in the end, she had fought with the Blade Demon for a while. Her strength was astonishing. It could be said that De Yangang and Xinguang Mingyue were the 2 strongest individuals in the trial. Chen Zong was still lacking compared to them. In terms of hierarchy, De Yangang and Xinguang Mingyue were in the first tier, while Chen Zong was in the second tier. However, the fact that a mere human from the 3rd-rank void could be so powerful was already shocking enough. Everyone was swallowed by the 100,000-meter-long dark vortex and disappeared. Are they dead? No, it was pitch black, like absolute darkness. He couldn't see or hear anything. He could only feel that he was flying, but he didn't know the direction. He didn't know if he was going up or down. He couldn't even feel the passage of time. He didn't know how much time had passed, but a dot of light lit up. As it flickered, everyone rushed toward it. When they woke up, they discovered that they were in a large hall. How magnificent was this hall! The dome was pitch black, dotted with twinkling stars. It was as deep as the night sky, and its height was unknown. The ground below his feet, however, was paved with cubes that were 100 meters in radius. They were dark green in color, so deep that they were almost black. There was an indescribable simplicity to it. In the surroundings, there were huge dark green pillars that were 100 meters in diameter. They seemed to connect the heavens and the earth, towering into the pitch-black dome that was like a starry sky. The aura was ancient, desolate, and ancient. Everyone felt small and insignificant. Even though the giants were 5 meters tall and stood out among the crowd, they couldn't help but feel small and insignificant in this great hall. It wasn't just the difference in size, but also the difference in aura. They felt that this hall should be used by those ancient experts who were 100 meters tall. Everyone, no matter what race they were from, couldn't help but feel shocked. It was a shock that came from the bottom of their hearts. Their minds were directly shocked. In the midst of the shock, Chen Zong also looked around. The crowd was densely packed because all the people in the trial ground were gathered here. There were nearly 2,000 people in the East Camp alone. According to this, there were at least 7,000 to 8,000 people here. However, even if there were 7,000 to 8,000 people gathered here, they would still feel small and insignificant when their auras were mixed. It was a kind of gap that couldn't be made up with quantity. Under the vast and desolate aura, no one dared to speak. They were afraid that if they opened their mouths, they would alarm some existence. It was so quiet that even the sound of breathing couldn't be heard. Time passed breath by breath. Gradually, some people began to feel depressed and uncomfortable. Even their breathing was affected, becoming a little rapid and disorderly. Then, some mixed breathing sounds were heard in the originally silent hall. Here, the perception of time was blurred. Even with Chen Zong's amazing perception, he couldn't accurately feel the passage of time. It seemed that half a day had passed, but it also seemed that a day had passed. In this hall, in front of the crowd, there were several chairs. They seemed to be carved out of stone, as if they were tightly connected with the hall. In an instant, one figure after another appeared on the stone chairs, looking down at the crowd. Each figure was filled with an incomparably unfathomable aura. It was as if they were deep in the abyss, higher than the sky, and incomparably vast. In front of them, the crowd was insignificant. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. With his back to the crowd, he faced the figure sitting on the stone chairs and bowed to them. Then, he turned around and faced Chen Zong and the others. This person was dressed in black gilt armor. His entire body was covered, except for a pair of eyes that were completely exposed. There was a hidden light in his eyes, as if he could see through everything. Those who were stared at by his eyes all trembled. From the depths of their hearts, they couldn't help but feel as if they had been seen through. Even their breathing unconsciously stopped. My name is Luo Ji, the silver-armored commander of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. I'm here to announce your trial evaluation level. The man in the black gilt armor spoke. His voice was somewhat deep and vigorous. It rumbled and vibrated in the surroundings, entering everyone's ears and directly into their minds. Everyone's expression became more and more serious. Although they already knew their own evaluation level, they were still very much looking forward to hearing it. It was like a moment that determined their fate. The silver-armored commander Luoji paused for a moment, then said one name after another. Those whose names were called seemed to be a little confused and also seemed to be a little uneasy. The 1,328 people above did not obtain the lowest evaluation level. All of you are disqualified. There seemed to be a flash of silver in Luoji's eyes. You will have this memory sealed and be sent back to the void where you came from. His words immediately caused the expressions of those whose names were called to change drastically. They were at a loss for what to do. No, I won't go back. Sir, please give me another chance. Immediately, someone pleaded. I don't want to go back. I want to stay. There were also people who were hysterical. However, the silver-armored commander Luoji's gaze was extremely cold. He did not waver. With a wave of his hand, more than 1,000 people were immediately enveloped by an irresistible force and directly transported away. Seeing that, they couldn't help feeling sad. But fortunately, they had all passed. At the very least, they had obtained the lowest evaluation and could stay here. Who would want to return to that small river if they could enter the magnificent sea and wander around, unless it was those who had no ambition? However, to be able to stand out from countless geniuses, no one was willing to be mediocre. Of course, they had to seize every opportunity to improve themselves and climb to a higher peak. It was better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. That was a choice made when one had no other choice. If one was truly strong and had great ambition, they would first choose to be the tail of a phoenix. Then, they would unceasingly advance and become the head of a phoenix. Luoji's voice rang out again. This time, he read out many names. They came from all sorts of different races in the void. There were all sorts of strange names of every description. Those whose names were called seemed to secretly sigh in relief. Those who had been eliminated had just been eliminated. Now, it should be the people who had passed. The 5,345 people above have obtained the first evaluation level. The 963 people above have obtained the second evaluation level. The 32 people above have obtained the third evaluation level. The names of the first, second, and third evaluations were all announced. Next, I will announce the fourth evaluation level. Luoji's voice seemed to have become even deeper. It also made people look forward to it even more. Dayanli, Mo Luogu. Luoji read out 5 names in a row. These 5 people had obtained the fourth evaluation level. Xinguang Mingyu, Dayan Gang, and Chen Zong. The 3 of you have obtained the fifth evaluation level. When Luoji read out the 2 words Chen Zong, there seemed to be some surprise in his tone. This was because it was very clear from the information that Chen Zong was born in the Third Order Void. Moreover, it was his first time coming into contact with the real Nine Heavens Imperial Court. He was also the first batch of geniuses from that side of the void to enter the universe. Coming from the Third Order Void and being from a mediocre race with no special talent, the human clan was actually able to defeat many powerful races from the Second Order Void and even the First Order Void. They had surpassed the 3rd and 4th grades and obtained the 5th evaluation level. It was undeniably shocking. When Luoji first found out, the shock in his heart was like a surging wave that was difficult to contain. However, the evaluation level could not be faked. This was because it could be seen that under the observation of so many strong people, no one could fake it. If there was such a method to fake it, it could only be said to be heaven-defying. Gazes fell on Chen Zong one after another, as if trying to see through Chen Zong. They were full of indescribable surprise. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. In the vast hall, all the strong cultivators were silent. Only silver-armored Commander Luoji's voice sounded again. Congratulations, from now on, you are all disciples of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. From now on, you will surpass your past and break through your limits. But in the end, whether or not you can become a strong cultivator in the universe and become a giant will depend on your own abilities. The evaluation level of the trial will affect the level of treatment you will enjoy for the next 100 years. Luo Ji's voice was low and powerful, directly penetrating into everyone's ears and mind. The higher the evaluation level, the more resources and treatment you will enjoy in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Luo Ji's words made the eyes of those who received the first-class evaluation darken. Because their evaluation level was the lowest, the resources and treatment they could receive were also the worst. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court is a powerful force in the universe. There are 3 holy lands for cultivation: the Refinery Path World, the Secret Pavilion, and Mount Wuwang. There are also the 5 Great Mystery Realms and the 9 Great Temples. In addition, there are 3 major trial grounds: the Battle Tower, the Thousand Illusions House, and the 10,000 Kill Sea. Luo Ji's voice became louder and louder, with an indescribable pride. Everyone was shocked. The 3 holy lands for cultivation, the 5 Great Mystery Realms, the 9 Great Temples, and the 3 major trial grounds. In total, there were more than 20 of them. It was really shocking. As Qinzong knew, even the Will Heavenly Palace did not have these and could not be compared. Of course, it was normal that they could not be compared. After all, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court was a powerful force in the universe, while the Will Heavenly Palace was just a void under the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, or even a third-order void. There was an essential difference. Among them, the Refinery Path World is a place to comprehend and hone the Great Tao. But only those who have reached the Divine Manifestation Realm are qualified to enter. In the Secret Pavilion, there are records of the 3 Great Supreme Secret Techniques and 3 Great Supreme Martial Arts Techniques of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Each of them is famous in the universe. Mount Wuwang is a place to hone one's spirit and will. As for the 5 Great Mystery Realms and the 9 Great Temples, they each have their own uses. You will know in the future. The 3 trial grounds, the Battle Tower and the 10,000 Kill Sea test one's combat power and killing power, the 1,000 Illusions House test one's strength and application of the divine will. First, second, and third disciples are Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Outer disciples are not qualified to enter the 3 holy lands for cultivation. Luo Ji's voice was laced with cruelty, causing the 1st grade, 2nd grade, and 3rd grade experts' expressions to change drastically. However, you can enter the 5 Great Secret Realms at any time, challenge the 3 trial grounds, and enter any of the 9 Great Temples to cultivate for a year every 100 years. But, no, and not Studios, not Wuwang, not Studios Imperial 1,000 Divine Disciples. Of course, although you are all outer disciples, your evaluation levels are different, so there will be differences in your cultivation resources. I won't say it now, but you will know in the future. 4th grade and 5th grade evaluations make you a true disciple. You can enter the Pavilion of Secrets to choose a supreme cultivation method or a supreme secret method to cultivate. You can enter Mount Wuwang to train your divine will for at least a month. Once you break through to the Divine Aspect Realm, you can enter the World of Refinement for at least a month. In addition, you can enter any of the 5 secret realms. Every 10 years, you can cultivate for a year in the 9 divine halls, Luo Ji continued, making all the outer disciples envious. Obviously, the 9 great temples for cultivation were much more advanced than the 9 great temples. The true disciples were naturally overjoyed. However, Qinzong was also very curious about this matter. After all, they had only heard the names and introductions. The specific effects were unknown, and they would only know when they entered later. After speaking, Luo Ji turned around again and bowed slightly to the 9 figures on the stone chairs in the main hall. Everyone, it's your time now, Luo Ji said. I am the envoy of the Demon King's Palace, Missouri Hai. A loud laugh was the first to ring out. Soon after, his figure was completely revealed and became clear. The eyes of the Demon Dweller race lit up because the envoy of the Demon King Palace was actually from the Demon Dweller race. My clansmen, the Demon King Palace is your best home. I am willing to join the Demon King's Palace. It is my honor to be a member of the Demon King's Palace. I have heard of the Demon King's Palace before, and now, I can finally join. One by one, the demon race expressed their opinions. Unsurprisingly, all the demon race became members of the Demon King's Palace. This did not conflict with being a disciple of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, because the Demon King's Palace was a force created by the demon race experts in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It was like a private force in a country, and this was allowed by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Human, you come from the third sequence void, and you are a mediocre human, but you can get a 5th grade trial evaluation. Not bad. The envoy of the Demon King's Palace stared at Chenzong, as if he wanted to see through Chenzong. I will give you a chance to join the Demon King's Palace. Thank you, sir, but the Demon King's Palace is not suitable for me, Chenzong rejected directly. Indeed, the Devil King Palace was a power of the demonic race, and maybe there were other races as well. However, Chenzong was a human. Moreover, the words of the other party were filled with a sense of superiority, as if they were giving alms. Chenzong could not accept it. Humph. The expression of the envoy of the Demon King's Palace changed slightly, and he was somewhat dissatisfied. He had already tried to recruit Chenzong, but Chenzong did not give him any face and rejected him directly. If you don't want to join the Demon King's Palace, do you want to join the so-called Tao Alliance of the human race? Compared to the Demon King's Palace, the Tao Alliance is nothing. Hearing this, the expression of the Tao Alliance's envoy changed, but he did not argue. In fact, among the 9 major forces of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the Tao Alliance was indeed inferior to the Demon King's Palace. This was a fact, and it was also publicly acknowledged. I have given you a chance. Since you rejected it, don't even think about entering the Demon King's Palace in the future, the envoy of the Demon King's Palace said harshly. Chenzong did not reply and remained silent. The Heavenly King's Palace was a force on par with the Demon King's Palace, and belonged to the heavenly human race. Naturally, they would recruit the heavenly human race, and even Xinguang Mingyue became a member of the Heavenly King's Palace. This made the other forces envious. After all, only 3 people in this batch had obtained a 5th grade trial evaluation, and one of them was Xinguang Mingyue. The giant tribe's force was called the Giant King Sect. Big Rock Gang and the other giants had also joined the Giant King Sect. As for the ancient Beast Tribe's force, it was called the Beast King Mountain. Chenzong now knew that Wu Qiu of the ancient Beast Tribe had asked him to submit to him. When the time came, the Beast King Mountain would most likely be the Beast King's Mountain. Chenzong, as a 3rd-rank void human, it is indeed not easy for you to obtain a 5th grade trial. It is truly amazing. Suddenly, the figure sitting in the middle spoke. As he spoke, his figure was revealed. He had a head of long silver hair, and his eyes were rather strange. It seemed that his pupils were double, and they carried an incomparably deep and mysterious aura. What tribe is this? Chenzong could not help but be surprised. He looked like a human, but his long silver hair and double pupils were different. Moreover, his aura was indescribably ethereal and noble, and boundless. I am from the Origin tribe. My name is Ao Wu. Now, on behalf of the Origin tribe, I invite you to join us. The Origin tribe's Ao Wu spoke. His tone was neither haughty nor humble. There was only an indifferent tone, as if nothing could surprise him enough to change his tone. The Origin tribe, the Origin tribe, the Origin tribe sounded like a tribe, but the Origin tribe should be a force of the Origin tribe. But what kind of tribe was the Origin tribe, Chenzong did not know, because there were no Origin tribe members on the trial grounds. At least, Chenzong had not encountered any of them. So where did the Origin tribe come from? In an instant, Chenzong's mind spun rapidly. Like lightning, he thought of many things. In the end, he came to a conclusion that shocked even himself. Chenzong, I am Lin Ming of the Tao Alliance. The Origin tribe is a native tribe of the universe. The Origin tribe is a force created by the Origin tribe. Among the 9 forces of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, it is ranked first. In history, there has never been a human joining the Origin tribe. This is a rare opportunity for you. You must seize this opportunity. Suddenly, a gentle voice entered Chenzong's ears. It seemed to ring directly in his mind. Chenzong could not help but reveal a surprised expression. The Tao Alliance, Lin Ming. This meant that this person was a human. Chenzong could not help but feel a sense of familiarity. However, the other party's words also made Chenzong ponder. The Origin tribe, the the number one force of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It was stronger than the Demon King's palace and naturally stronger than the Dao Alliance. Strength meant that their foundation and resources were superior. With this thought in mind, Qinzong did not hesitate or think too much. "Thank you for your invitation. I am willing to join the Origin tribe," Qinzong replied with a bow. Ao Wu nodded and did not say anything else. In response, the Demon King's palace and other envoys widened their eyes. They did not expect Qinzong to be chosen to join the Origin tribe. One must know that the Origin tribe was a force of the Origin tribe. In terms of talent, the Origin tribe was stronger than the Demon tribe and other races. After all, the Origin tribe was a life form born in the universe. They grew up under the laws of the universe. Other races from the void could not compare to them. Even the Demon tribe, who was born in the First Order void, was only born and grew up under the laws. No matter how close they were to the laws, they were still laws. Innate difference, just like how there was an innate difference between the human race and the Demon tribe. Therefore, the Origin tribe was almost entirely made up of the Origin tribe. Of course, there had been life forms from other races who had been accepted into the Origin tribe. However, there were definitely no humans. Before Qinzong, no human had been invited to join the Origin tribe. Based on their understanding, although a 5th grade evaluation was not low, it was not enough for the Origin tribe to invite him to join the Origin tribe. At least a 6th grade evaluation was qualified. Perhaps it is because this person is a human born in the Third Order void. Ao Wu is also very curious, so he invited him. The envoys of the various forces were all speculating. This possibility was very high. End of chapter 2388. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.